Short fiction. By P. G. Wodehouse. When Papa swore in Hindustani. Sylvia. Yes, Papa. That infernal dog of yours. Oh, Papa. Yes, that infernal dog of yours has been at my carnations again. Colonel Reynolds, V.C. glared sternly across the table at Miss Sylvia Reynolds, and Miss Sylvia Reynolds looked in a deprecatory manner back at Colonel Reynolds, V.C. While the dog in question, a foppish pug, happening to meet the Colonel's eye in transit, crawled unostentatiously under the sideboard, and began to wrestle with a bad conscience. "Oh, naughty Tommy," said Miss Reynolds mildly, in the direction of the sideboard. "Yes, my dear," assented the Colonel. "And if you could convey to him the information that if he does it once more, yes, just once more, I shall shoot him on the spot, you would be doing him a kindness." And the Colonel bit a large crescent out of his toast, with all the energy and conviction of a man who has thoroughly made up his mind. "At 6 o'clock this morning," continued he, in a voice of gentle melancholy, "I happened to look out of my bedroom window, and saw him. He had then destroyed 2 of my best plants, and was commencing on a third, with every appearance of self-satisfaction. I threw 2 large brushes and a boot at him." "Oh, Papa. They didn't hit him?" "No, my dear, they did not. The brushes missed him by several yards, and the boot smashed a 4th carnation. However, I was so fortunate as to attract his attention, and he left off. I can't think what makes him do it. I suppose it's bones. He's got bones buried all over the garden. Well, if he does it again, you'll find that there will be a few more bones buried in the garden," said the Colonel grimly, and he subsided into his paper. Sylvia loved the dog partly for its own sake, but principally for that of the giver, one Reginald Dallas, whom it had struck at an early period of their acquaintance that he and Miss Sylvia Reynolds were made for one another. On communicating this discovery to Sylvia herself, he had found that her views upon the subject were identical with his own, and all would have gone well had it not been for a melancholy accident. One day while out shooting with the Colonel, with whom he was doing his best to ingratiate himself, with a view to obtaining his consent to the match, he had allowed his sporting instincts to carry him away to such a degree that, in sporting parlance, he wiped his eye badly. Now, the Colonel prided himself with justice on his powers as a shot. But on this particular day he had a touch of liver, which resulted in his shooting over the birds, and under the birds, and on each side of the birds, but very rarely at the birds. Dallas being in especially good form, it was found, when the bag came to be counted, that, while he had shot 70 brace, the Colonel had only managed to secure 5.5. His bad marksmanship destroyed the last remnant of his temper. He swore for half an hour in Hindustani, and for another half hour in English. After that he felt better. And when, at the end of dinner, Sylvia came to him with the absurd request that she might marry Mr. Reginald Dallas, he did not have a fit, but merely signified in fairly moderate terms his entire and absolute refusal to think of such a thing. This had happened a month before, and the pug, which had changed hands in the earlier days of the friendship, still remained, at the imminent risk of its life, to soothe Sylvia and madden her father. It was generally felt that the way to find favor in the eyes of Sylvia, which were a charming blue, and well worth finding favor in, was to show an intelligent and affectionate interest in her dog. This was so up to a certain point, but no farther, for the mournful recollection of Mr. Dallas prevented her from meeting their advances in quite the spirit they could have wished. However, they persevered, and scarcely a week went by in which Thomas was not rescued from an artfully arranged horrible fate by somebody. But all their energy was in reality wasted, for Sylvia remembered her faithful Reggie, who corresponded vigorously every day, and refused to be put off with worthless imitations. The lovesick swains, however, could not be expected to know of this, and the rescuing of Tommy proceeded briskly, now one, now another, playing the role of hero. The very day after the conversation above recorded had taken place a terrible tragedy occurred. The Colonel, returning from a poor day's shooting, observed through the mist that was beginning to rise a small form busily engaged in excavating in the precious carnation bed. Slipping in a cartridge, he fired, and the skill which had deserted him during the day came back to him. There was a yelp, then silence. And Sylvia, rushing out from the house, found the luckless Thomas breathing his last on a heap of uprooted carnations. The news was not long in spreading. The cook told the postman, and the postman thoughtfully handed it on to the servants at the rest of the houses on his round. By noon it was public property. And in the afternoon, at various times from 2 to 5, 19 young men were struck, quite independently of one another, with a brilliant idea. The results of this idea were apparent on the following day. "Is this all?" asked the colonel of the servant, as she brought in a couple of letters at breakfast time. "There's a hamper for Miss Sylvia, sir." "A hamper, is there? Well, bring it in." "If you please, sir, there's several of them." "What? Several? How many are there?" 19, sir," said Mary, restraining with some difficulty an inclination to giggle. What? 19? Nonsense. Where are they?" "We've put them in the coach-house for the present, sir." "And if you please, sir, cook says she thinks there's something alive in them." "Something alive?" "Yes, sir. And John says he thinks it's dogs, sir." The colonel uttered a sound that was almost a bark, and, followed by Sylvia, rushed to the coach-house. There, sure enough, as far as the eye could reach, were the hampers. And, as they looked, a sound proceeded from one of them that was unmistakably the plaintive note of a dog that has been shut up, and is getting tired of it. Instantly the other 18 hampers joined in, until the whole coach-house rang with the noise. The colonel subsided against a wall, and began to express himself softly in Hindustani. "Poor dears," said Sylvia. "How stuffy they must be feeling." She ran to the house, and returned with a basin of water. "Poor dears," she said again. "You'll soon have something to drink." She knelt down by the nearest hamper, and cut the cord that fastened it. A pug jumped out like a jack-in-the-box, and rushed to the water. Sylvia continued her work of mercy, and by the time the colonel had recovered sufficiently to be able to express his views in English, 18 more pugs had joined their companion. "Get out, you brute!" shouted the colonel, as a dog insinuated itself between his legs. "Sylvia, put them back again this minute. You had no business to let them out. Put them back." "But I can't, Papa. I can't catch them." She looked helplessly from him to the seething mass of dogs, and back again. "Where's my gun?" began the colonel. "Papa, don't. You couldn't be so cruel. They aren't doing any harm, poor things. If I knew who sent them. Perhaps there's something to show." "Yes, here's a visiting card in this hamper." "Whose is it?" bellowed the colonel through the din. "J. Darcy Henderson, The Firs," read Sylvia, at the top of her voice. "Young blackguard," bawled the colonel. "I expect there's one in each of the hampers." "Yes, here's another. W. K. Ross, The Elms." The colonel came across, and began to examine the hampers with his own hand. Each hamper contained a visiting card, and each card bore the name of a neighbor. The colonel returned to the breakfast room, and laid the 19 cards out in a row on the table. He said, at last. "Mr. Reginald Dallas does not seem to be represented." Sylvia said nothing. "No, he seems not to be represented. I did not give him credit for so much sense." Then he dropped the subject, and breakfast proceeded in silence. A young gentleman met the colonel on his walk that morning. "Morning, Colonel," said he. "Good morning," said the colonel grimly. Colonel, I suppose Miss Reynolds got that dog all right?" "To which dog do you refer?" "It was a pug, you know. It ought to have arrived by this time." "Yes. I am inclined to think it has." Had it any special characteristics? No, I don't think so. Just an ordinary pug. Well, young man, if you will go to my coach house, you will find 19 ordinary pugs, and if you would kindly select your beast, and shoot it, I should be much obliged. 19? Said the other, in astonishment. Why, are you setting up as a dog fancier in your old age, Colonel? This was too much for the Colonel. He exploded. Old age. Confound your impudence. Dog fancier. No, sir. I have not become a dog fancier in what you are pleased to call my old age. But while there is no law to prevent a lot of dashed young puppies like yourself, sir, like yourself, sending your confounded pug dogs to my daughter, who ought to have known better than to have let them out of their dashed hampers, I have no defense. Dog fancier. Gad. Unless those dogs are removed by this time tomorrow, sir, they will go straight to the Battersea home, where I devoutly trust they will poison them. Here are the cards of the other gentlemen who were kind enough to think that I might wish to set up for a dog fancier in my old age. Perhaps you will kindly return them to their owners, and tell them what I have just said. And he strode off, leaving the young man in a species of trance. Sylvia, said the Colonel, on arriving home. Yes, Papa. Do you still want to marry that Dallas fellow? Now, for heaven's sake, don't start crying. Goodness knows I've been worried enough this morning without that. Please answer a plain question in a fairly sane manner. Do you, or do you not? Of course I do, Papa. Then you may. He's the furthest from being a fool of any of the young puppies who live about here, and he knows one end of a gun from the other. I'll write to him now. Dear Dallas, wrote the Colonel, I find, on consideration, that you are the only sensible person in the neighborhood. I hope you will come to lunch today. And if you still want to marry my daughter, you may. To which Dallas replied by return of messenger. Thanks for both invitations. I will. An hour later he arrived in person, and the course of true love pulled itself together, and began to run smooth again. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Tom, Dick, and Harry. It's like this. Tom Ellison sat down on the bed, and paused. Whack it out, said Dick Henley encouragingly. We're all friends here, and the password's Portland. What's the matter? I hate talking to a man when he's shaving. I don't want to have you cutting your head off. Don't worry about me. This is a safety razor. And, anyhow, what's the excitement? Going to make my flesh creep? Tom Ellison kicked uncomfortably at the chair he was trying to balance on one leg. It's so hard to explain. Have a dash at it. Well, look here, Dick, we've always been pals. What? Of course we have. We went to the Empire last boat race night together. And got chucked out simultaneously. In fact, we've always been pals. What? Of course we have. Then, whenever there was a rag on, and a bonner in the quad, you always knew you could help yourself to my chairs. You had the run of mine. We've shared each other's bocce. And whiskey. In short, we've always been pals. What? Of course we have. Then, said Tom Ellison, what are you trying to cut me out for? Cut you out? You know what I mean. What do you think I came here for? To play cricket? Rot. I'd much rather have gone on tour with the Authentics. I came here to propose to Dolly Byrne. Dick Henley frowned. I wish you'd speak of her as Miss Byrne, he said austerely. There you are, you see, said Tom with somber triumph, you oughtn't to have noticed a thing like that. It oughtn't to matter to you what I call her. I always think of her as Dolly. You've no right to. I shall have soon. I'll bet you won't. How much? 10-1 in anything. Done, said Tom. I mean, he added hastily, don't be a fool. There are some things one can't bet on. As you ought to have known, he said primly. Now, look here, said Dick, this thing has got to be settled. You say I'm trying to cut you out. I like that. We may fairly describe that as rich. As if my love were the same sort of passing fancy that yours is. You know you fall in love, as you call it, with every girl you meet. I don't. Very well. If the subject is painful we won't discuss it. Still, how about that girl you used to rave about last summer? Ethel something? Tom blushed. A mere platonic friendship. We both collected autographs. And, if it comes to that, how about Dora Thingummy? You had enough to say about her last winter. Dick reddened. We were on good terms. Nothing more. She always sliced with her brassy. So did I. It formed a sort of bond. There was a pause. After all, resumed Dick, I don't see the point of all this. Why rake up the past? You aren't writing my life. You started raking. Well, to drop that, what do you propose to do about this? You're a good chap, Tom, when you aren't making an ass of yourself. But I'm hanged if I'm going to have you interfering between me and Dolly. Miss Byrne. Another pause. Look here, said Dick. Cards on the table. I've loved her since last common. So have I. We went up the char together in a Canadair. Alone. She also did the trip with me. No chaperone. Twice with me. Same here. She gave me a couple of dances at the Oriole Ball. So she did me. She said my dancing was so much better than the average young man's. She told me I must have had a great deal of practice at waltzing. In the matter of photographs, said Tom, she gave me one. Me, too. Do you mean also or a brace? Inquired Tom anxiously. Also, confessed Dick with reluctance. Signed? Rather. A third pause. I tell you what it is, said Tom, we must agree on something, or we shall both get left. All we're doing now is to confuse the poor girl. She evidently likes us both the same. What I mean is, we're both so alike that she can't possibly make a choice unless one of us chucks it. You don't feel like chucking it, Dick. What? You needn't be more of an idiot than you can help. I only asked. So we are evidently both determined to stick to it. We shall have to toss, then, to settle which is to back out and give the other man a show. Toss, shouted Dick. For Dolly. Never. But we must do something. You won't back out like a sensible man. We must settle it somehow. It's all right, said Dick. I've got it. We both seem to have come here and let ourselves in for this rotten little village match, on a wicket which will probably be all holes and hillocks, simply for Dolly's sake. So it's only right that we should let the match decide this thing for us. It won't be so cold-blooded as tossing. See? You mean? Whichever of us makes the bigger score today wins. The loser has to keep absolutely off the grass. Not so much as a look or a remark about the weather. Then, of course, after the winner has had his innings, if he hasn't brought the thing off, and she has chucked him, the loser can have a look in. But not a moment before. Understand? All right. It'll give an interest to a rotten match, said Dick. Tom rose to a point of order. There's one objection. You, being a stodgy sort of bat, and having a habit of sitting on the splice, always get put in first. I'm a hitter, so they generally shove me in about fourth wicket. In this sort of match the man who goes in fourth wicket is likely to be not out half a dozen at the end of the innings. Nobody stays in more than 3 balls. Whereas you, going in first, will have time for a decent knock before the rot starts. Follow? I don't want to take any advantage of you, said Dick condescendingly. I shan't need it. We'll see Drew after breakfast and get him to put us both in first. The Reverend Henry Drew, cricketing curate, was the captain of the side. Consulted on the matter after breakfast, the Rev. Henry looked grave. He was taking this match very seriously, and held decided views on the subject of managing his team. The point is, my dear Ellison, he said, that I want the bowling broken a bit before you go in. Then your free, aggressive style would have a better chance. I was thinking of putting you in 4th wicket. Would not that suit you? I thought so. Tell him, Dick. Look here, Drew, said Dick. You'll regard what I'm going to say as said under seal of the confessional and that sort of thing, won't you? I shall, of course, respect any confidence you impart to me, my dear Henley. What is this dreadful secret? Dick explained. So you see, he concluded, it's absolutely necessary that we should start fair. The Rev. Henry looked as disturbed as if he had suddenly detected symptoms of Pelagianism in a member of his Sunday school class. Is such a contest quite? Is it not a little, he said. Not at all, said Dick, hastening to justify himself and friend. We must settle the thing somehow, and neither of us will back out. If we didn't do this we should have to toss. Heaven forbid, said the curate, shocked. Well, is it a deal? Will you put us in first? Very well. Thanks, said Tom. Good of you, said Dick. Don't mention it, said Harry. There are 2 sorts of country cricket. There is the variety you get at a country house, where the wicket is prepared with a care as meticulous as that in fashion on any county ground. Where red marl and such like aids to smoothness have been injected into the turf all through the winter, and where the outfielding is good and the boundary spacious. And there is the village match, where cows are apt to stroll onto the pitch before the innings and cover point stands up to his neck in a furze bush. The game which was to decide the fate of Tom and Dick belonged to the latter variety. A pitch had been mown in the middle of a meadow, kindly lent by Farmer Rowlett on condition that he should be allowed to umpire, and his eldest son Ted put on to bowl first. The team consisted of certain horny-handed sons of toil, with terrific golf shots in the direction of square leg, and the enemy's ranks were composed of the same material. Tom and Dick, in ordinary circumstances, would have gone in to bat in such a match with a feeling of lofty disdain, as befitting experts from the civilized world. Come to teach the rustic mind what was what. But on the present occasion the thought of all that depended on their bats induced a state of nerves which would have done credit to a test match. Would you mind taking first BB ball, old man? Said Tom. All are right, said Dick. He had been on the point of making the request himself, but it would not do to let Tom see that he was nervous. He took guard from Farmer Rowlett, and settled himself into position to face the first delivery. Whether it is due to the pure air of the country or to daily manual toil is not known, but the fact remains that bowlers in village matches, whatever their other shortcomings, seldom fall short in the matter of speed. The present trundler, having swung his arm round like a flail, bounded to the crease and sent down a ball which hummed in the air. It pitched halfway between the wickets in a slight hollow caused by the foot of a cow and shot. Dick reached blindly forward, and the next moment his off-stump was out of the ground. A howl of approval went up from the supporters of the enemy, lying under the trees. Tom sat down, limp with joy. Dick out for a duck. What incredible good fortune! He began to frame in his mind epigrammatic sentences for use in the scene which would so shortly take place between Miss Dolly Byrne and himself. The next man came in and played fluckily but successfully through the rest of the over. Just a single, said Tom to himself as he faced the bowler at the other end. Just one solitary single. Miss Byrne, may I call you Dolly? Do you remember that moonlight night? On the char? In my Canadian canoe? We two? That? Shrieked bowler and wicket-keeper as one man. Tom looked blankly at them. He had not gone within 1.5 miles of the ball, he was certain. And yet, there was the umpire with his hand raised, as if he were the Pope bestowing a blessing. He walked quickly back to the trees, flung off his pads, and began to smoke furiously. Well, said a voice. Dick was standing before him, grinning like a gargoyle. Of all the absolutely delirious decisions, began Tom. Oh, yes, said Dick rudely, I know all about that. Why, I could hear the click from where I was sitting. The point is, what's to be done now? We shall have to settle it on the second innings. If there is one. Oh, there'll be a second innings, all right. There's another man out. On a wicket like this we shall all be out in an hour, and we'll have the other side out in another hour, and then we'll start again on this business. I shall play a big game next innings. It was only that infernal ball shooting that did me. And I, said Tom. If the umpire has got over his fit of delirium tremens, or been removed to Coney Hatch, shall almost certainly make a century. It was 4 o'clock by the time Tom and Dick went to the wickets for the second time. Their side had been headed by their opponents by a dozen on the first innings, 68-56. A splendid spirit of confidence animated the two batsmen. The umpire who had effected Tom's downfall in the first innings had since received a hard drive in the small of the back as he turned coyly away to avoid the ball. And was now being massaged by strong men in the taproom of the village inn. It was the sort of occurrence, said Tom, which proved once and for all the existence of an all-seeing, benevolent providence. As for Dick, he had smoothed out a few of the more important mountain ranges which marred the smoothness of the wicket, and was feeling that all was right with the world. The pair started well. The demon bowler of the enemy, having been faked considerably under the trees by enthusiastic admirers during the innings of his side, was a little incoherent in his deliveries. For full pitches did he send down to Dick in his first over, and Dick had placed 16 to his credit before Tom, who had had to look on anxiously, had opened his account. Dick was a slow scorer as a rule, but he knew a full pitch to leg when he saw one. From his place at the other crease Tom could see Miss Byrne and her mother sitting under the trees, watching the game. The sight nerved him. By the time he had played through his first over he had reduced Dick's lead by half. An oyster would have hit out in such circumstances, and Tom was always an aggressive batsman. By the end of the third over the scores were level. Each had made 20. Enthusiasm ran high amongst the spectators, or such of them as were natives of the village. Such a stand for the first wicket had not been seen in all the matches ever played in the neighborhood. When Tom, with a nice straight drive, which should have been a 4, but was stopped by a cow and turned into a single, brought up the century. Small boys burst buttons and octogenarians wept like babes. The bowling was collared. The demon had long since retired grumbling to the deep field. Weird trundlers, with actions like nothing else on earth, had been tried, had fired their ringing shot, and passed. One individual had gone on with lobs, to the acute delight of everybody except the fieldsmen who had to retrieve the balls and the above-mentioned cow. And still Tom and Dick stayed in and smote, while in the west the sun slowly sank. The Reverend Henry looked anxious. It was magnificent, but it must not be overdone. A little more and they would not have time to get the foe out for the second time. In which case the latter would win on the first innings. And this thought was as gall to him. He walked out and addressed the rival captain. "I think," said he, "we will close our innings." Tom and Dick made 2 beelines for the scorer and waited palpitatingly for the verdict. "What's my score?" panted Tom. 50 four, sir." "And mine?" gasped Dick. 50 four, 2, sir." "You see, my dear fellows," said the Rev. Henry when they had finished, and his voice was like unto oil that is poured into a wound, we had to win this match, and if you had gone on batting we should not have had time to get them out. As it is, we shall have to hurry. But, hang it, said Tom. But, look here, said Dick. Yes? What on earth are we to do? Said Tom. We're in precisely the same hole as we were before, said Dick. We don't know how to manage it. We're absolutely bunkered. Our competition, you see. About Miss Byrne, don't you know? Which is to propose first? We can't settle it. The Reverend Henry smiled a faint, saintly smile and raised a protesting hand. My advice, he said, is that both of you should refrain from proposing. What? Said Dick. What? Said Tom. You see, purred the Reverend Henry, you are both very young fellows. Probably you do not know your own minds. You take these things too seriously. Now, look here, said Tom. None of that rot, said Dick. I shall propose tonight. I shall propose this evening. I shouldn't, said the Reverend Henry. The fact is. Well? Well? I didn't tell you before, for fear it should put you off your game. But Miss Byrne is engaged already, and has been for 3 days. The two rivals started. Engaged, cried Tom. Whom to? Hissed Dick. Me, murmured Harry. In Alcala. Chapter 1. In Alcala, as in most of New York's apartment houses, the schedule of prices is like a badly rolled cigarette, thick in the middle and thin at both ends. The rooms halfway up are expensive, some of them almost as expensive as if fashion, instead of being gone forever, were still lingering. The top rooms are cheap, the ground floor rooms cheaper still. Cheapest of all was the hall bedroom. Its furniture was of the simplest. It consisted of a chair, another chair, a worn carpet, and a folding bed. The folding bed had an air of depression and baffled hopes. For years it had been trying to look like a bookcase in the daytime, and now it looked more like a folding bed than ever. There was also a plain deal table, much stained with ink. At this, night after night, sometimes far into the morning, Rutherford Maxwell would sit and write stories. Now and then it happened that one would be a good story, and find a market. Rutherford Maxwell was an Englishman, and the younger son of an Englishman. And his lot was the lot of the younger sons all the world over. He was by profession one of the numerous employees of the New Asiatic Bank, which has its branches all over the world. It is a sound, trustworthy institution, and steady-going relatives would assure Rutherford that he was lucky to have got a berth in it. Rutherford did not agree with them. However sound and trustworthy, it was not exactly romantic. Nor did it err on the side of over-lavishness to those who served it. Rutherford's salary was small. So were his prospects, if he remained in the bank. At a very early date he had registered a vow that he would not. And the road that led out of it for him was the uphill road of literature. He was thankful for small mercies. Fate had not been overkind up to the present, but at least she had dispatched him to New York, the center of things, where he would have the chance to try, instead of to some spot off the map. Whether he won or lost, at any rate he was in the ring, and could fight. So every night he sat in Alcala, and wrote. Sometimes he would only try to write, and that was torture. There is never an hour of the day or night when Alcala is wholly asleep. The middle of the house is a sort of chorus girl belt, while in the upper rooms there are reporters and other nightbirds. Long after he had gone to bed, Rutherford would hear footsteps passing his door and the sound of voices in the passage. He grew to welcome them. They seemed to connect him with the outer world. But for them he was alone after he had left the office, utterly alone, as it is possible to be only in the heart of a great city. Some nights he would hear scraps of conversations, at rare intervals a name. He used to build up in his mind identities for the owners of the names. One in particular, Peggy, gave him much food for thought. He pictured her as bright and vivacious. This was because she sang sometimes as she passed his door. She had been singing when he first heard her name. "Oh, cut it out, Peggy," a girl's voice had said. "Don't you get enough of that tune at the theater?" He felt that he would like to meet Peggy. June came, and July, making an oven of New York, bringing close, scorching days and nights when the pen seemed made of lead. And still Rutherford worked on, sipping ice water, in his shirt sleeves, and filling the sheets of paper slowly, but with a dogged persistence which the weather could not kill. Despite the heat, he was cheerful. Things were beginning to run his way a little now. A novelette, an airy trifle, conceived in days when the thermometer was lower and it was possible to think, and worked out almost mechanically, had been accepted by a magazine of a higher standing than those which hitherto had shown him hospitality. He began to dream of a holiday in the woods. The holiday spirit was abroad. Alcala was emptying itself. It would not be long before he too would be able to get away. He was so deep in his thoughts that at first he did not hear the knocking at the door. But it was a sharp, insistent knocking, and forced itself upon his attention. He got up and turned the handle. Outside in the passage was standing a girl, tall and sleepy-eyed. She wore a picture hat and a costume the keynote of which was a certain aggressive attractiveness. There was no room for doubt as to which particular brand of scent was her favorite at the moment. She gazed at Rutherford dully. Like Banquo's ghost, she had no speculation in her eyes. Rutherford looked at her inquiringly, somewhat conscious of his shirt sleeves. "Did you knock?" he said, opening, as a man must do, with the inevitable foolish question. The apparition spoke. "Say," she said, "got a cigarette?" "I'm afraid I haven't," said Rutherford, apologetically. "I've been smoking a pipe." "I'm very sorry." "What?" said the apparition. "I'm afraid I haven't." "Oh." A pause. "Say, got a cigarette?" The intellectual pressure of the conversation was beginning to be a little too much for Rutherford. Combined with the heat of the night it made his head swim. His visitor advanced into the room. Arriving at the table, she began fiddling with its contents. The pen seemed to fascinate her. She picked it up and inspected it closely. "Say, what you call this?" she said. "That's a pen," said Rutherford, soothingly. "A fountain pen." "Oh." A pause. "Say, got a cigarette?" Rutherford clutched a chair with one hand, and his forehead with the other. He was in sore straits. At this moment rescue arrived, not before it was needed. A brisk sound of footsteps in the passage, and there appeared in the doorway a second girl. "What do you think you're doing, Gladys?" demanded the newcomer. "You mustn't come butting into folks' rooms this way." "Who's your friend?" "My name is Maxwell," began Rutherford eagerly. "What say, Peggy?" said the seeker after cigarettes, dropping a sheet of manuscript to the floor. Rutherford looked at the girl in the doorway with interest. So this was Peggy. She was little, and trim of figure. That was how he had always imagined her. Her dress was simpler than the others. The face beneath the picture hat was small and well-shaped, the nose delicately tip-tilted, the chin determined, the mouth a little wide and suggesting good humor. A pair of gray eyes looked steadily into his before transferring themselves to the statuesque being at the table. "Don't monkey with the man's inkwell, Gladys. Come along up to bed." "What?" "Say, got a cigarette?" "There's plenty upstairs." "Come along." The other went with perfect docility. At the door she paused, and inspected Rutherford with a grave stare. "Good night, boy," she said, with haughty condescension. "Good night," said Rutherford. "Pleased to have met you." "Good night." "Good night," said Rutherford. "Good night." "Come along, Gladys," said Peggy, firmly. Gladys went. Rutherford sat down and dabbed his forehead with his handkerchief, feeling a little weak. He was not used to visitors. Chapter 2. He had lit his pipe, and was rereading his night's work preparatory to turning in, when there was another knock at the door. This time there was no waiting. He was in the state of mind when one hears the smallest noise. "Come in," he cried. It was Peggy. Rutherford jumped to his feet. "Won't you?" he began, pushing the chair forward. She seated herself with composure on the table. She no longer wore the picture hat, and Rutherford, looking at her, came to the conclusion that the change was an improvement. "This'll do for me," she said. "Thought I'd just look in. I'm sorry about Gladys. She isn't often like that. It's the hot weather." "It is hot," said Rutherford. "You've noticed it? Bully for you. Back to the bench for Sherlock Holmes. Did Gladys try to shoot herself?" "Good heavens, no." "Why? She did once. But I stole her gun, and I suppose she hasn't thought to get another. She's a good girl really, only she gets like that sometimes in the hot weather." She looked round the room for a moment, then gazed unwinkingly at Rutherford. "What did you say your name was?" she asked. "Rutherford Maxwell." "Gee. That's going some, isn't it? Wants amputation, a name like that. I call it mean to give a poor, defenseless kid a cuss word like, what's it? Rutherford? I got it, to go through the world with. Haven't you got something shorter, Tom, or Charles or something?" "I'm afraid not." The round, grey eyes fixed him again. "I shall call you George," she decided at last. "Thanks, I wish you would," said Rutherford. "George it is, then. You can call me Peggy. Peggy Norton's my name." "Thanks, I will." "Say, you're English, aren't you?" she said. "Yes." "How did you know? You're so strong on the gratitude thing. It's thanks, all the time. Not that I mind it, George. Thanks. Sorry. I should say, oh, you Peggy." She looked at him curiously. "How'd you like New York, George?" "Fine, tonight." "Been to Coney?" "Not yet." "You should." "Say, what do you do, George?" "What do I do?" "Cut it out, George. Don't answer back as though we were a vaudeville team doing a crosstalk act. What do you do? When your boss crowds your envelope onto you Saturdays, what's it for?" "I'm in a bank." "Like it?" "Hate it." "Why don't you quit, then?" "Can't afford to." "There's money in being in a bank." "Not much, it's true, but what there is of it is good." "What are you doing out of bed at this time of night? They don't work you all day, do they?" "No, they'd like to, but they don't." "I have been writing." "Writing what?" "Say, you don't mind my putting you on the witness stand, do you? If you do, say so, and I'll cut out the district attorney act and talk about the weather." "Not a bit, really, I assure you. Please ask as many questions as you like. Guess there's no doubt about your being English, George. We don't have time over here to shoot it off like that. If you'd have just said, sure, I'd have got a line on your meaning. You don't mind me doing schoolmarm, George, do you? It's all for your good." "Sure," said Rutherford, with a grin. She smiled approvingly. "That's better. You're little Willie, the apt pupil, all right. What were we talking about before we switched off onto the educational rail?" "I know, about your writing." "What were you writing?" "A story." "For a paper?" "For a magazine." "What?" "One of the fiction stories about the Gibson hero and the girl whose life he saved, like you read?" "That's the idea." She looked at him with a new interest. "Gee, George, who'd have thought it? Fancy you being one of the highbrows. You ought to hang out a sign. You look just ordinary." "Thanks. I mean as far as the gray matter goes. I didn't mean you were a bad looker. You're not." You've got nice eyes, George. Thanks. I like the shape of your nose, too. I say, thanks. And your hair's just lovely. I say, really. Thanks awfully. She eyed him in silence for a moment. Then she burst out. You say you don't like the bank? I certainly don't. And you'd like to strike some paying line of business? Sure. Then why don't you make your fortune by hiring yourself out to a museum as the biggest human clam in captivity? That's what you are. You sit there just saying, thanks, and by Jove, thanks AWFLLY, while a girl's telling you nice things about your eyes and hair, and you don't do a thing. Rutherford threw back his head and roared with laughter. I'm sorry, he said. Slowness is our national failing, you know. I believe you. Tell me about yourself. You know all about me, by now. What do you do besides brightening up the dull evenings of poor devils of bank clerks? Give you 3 guesses. Stage? Gee. You're the human sleuth, all right, all right. It's a home run every time when you get your deductive theories unlimbered. Yes, George, the stage it is. I'm an actorine, one of the pony ballet in the Island of Girls at the Melody. Seen our show? Not yet. I'll go tomorrow. Great. I'll let them know, so that they can have the awning out and the red carpet down. It's a cute little piece. So I've heard. Well, if I see you in front tomorrow, I'll give you half a smile, so that you shan't feel you haven't got your money's worth. Good night, George. Good night, Peggy. She jumped down from the table. Her eye was caught by the photographs on the mantelpiece. She began to examine them. Who are these Willies? She said, picking up a group. That is the football team of my old school. The lout with the sheepish smirk, holding the ball, is myself as I was before the cares of the world soured me. Her eye wandered along the mantelpiece, and she swooped down on a cabinet photograph of a girl. And who's this, George? She cried. He took the photograph from her, and replaced it, with a curious blend of shyness and defiance, in the very center of the mantelpiece. For a moment he stood looking intently at it, his elbows resting on the imitation marble. Who is it? Asked Peggy. Wake up, George. Who's this? Rutherford started. Sorry, he said. I was thinking about something. I bet you were. You looked like it. Well, who is she? Oh, that's a girl. Peggy laughed satirically. Thanks AWFLLY, as you would say. I've got eyes, George. I noticed that, said Rutherford, smiling. Charming ones, too. Gee. What would she say if she heard you talking like that? She came a step nearer, looking up at him. Their eyes met. She would say, said Rutherford, slowly, I know you love me, and I know I can trust you, and I haven't the slightest objection to your telling Miss Norton the truth about her eyes. Miss Norton is a dear, good little sort, one of the best, in fact, and I hope you'll be great pals. There was a silence. She'd say that, would she? Said Peggy, at last. She would. Peggy looked at the photograph, and back again at Rutherford. You're pretty fond of her, George, I guess, aren't you? I am, said Rutherford, quietly. George. Yes? George, she's a pretty good long way away, isn't she? She looked up at him with a curious light in her gray eyes. Rutherford met her glance steadily. Not to me, he said. She's here now, and all the time. He stepped away and picked up the sheaf of papers which he had dropped at Peggy's entrance. Peggy laughed. Good night, Georgie boy, she said. I mustn't keep you up any more, or you'll be late in the morning. And what would the bank do then? Smash or something, I guess. Good night, Georgie. See you again one of these old evenings. Good night, Peggy. The door closed behind her. He heard her footsteps hesitate, stop, and then move quickly on once more. Chapter 3. He saw much of her after this first visit. Gradually it became an understood thing between them that she should look in on her return from the theater. He grew to expect her, and to feel restless when she was late. Once she brought the cigarette-loving Gladys with her, but the experiment was not a success. Gladys was languid and rather overpoweringly refined, and conversation became forced. After that, Peggy came alone. Generally she found him working. His industry amazed her. "George," she said one night, sitting in her favorite place on the table, from which he had moved a little pile of manuscript to make room for her. "Don't you ever let up for a second? Seems to me you write all the time." Rutherford laughed. "I'll take a rest," he said, "when there's a bit more demand for my stuff than there is at present. When I'm in the 20 cents a word class I'll write once a month, and spend the rest of my time traveling." Peggy shook her head. "No traveling for mine," she said. "Seems to me it's just cussedness that makes people go away from Broadway when they've got plunks enough to stay there and enjoy themselves. Do you like Broadway, Peggy?" "Do I like Broadway? Does a kid like candy?" "Why, don't you?" "It's all right for the time. It's not my ideal." "Oh, and what particular sort of little old paradise do you hanker after?" He puffed at his pipe, and looked dreamily at her through the smoke. "Way over in England, Peggy, there's a county called Worcestershire. And somewhere near the edge of that there's a grey house with gables, and there's a lawn and a meadow and a shrubbery, and an orchard and a rose garden. And a big cedar on the terrace before you get to the rose garden. And if you climb to the top of that cedar, you can see the river through the apple trees in the orchard. And in the distance there are hills. Anne! Of all the rube joints!" exclaimed Peggy, in deep disgust. "Why, a day of that would be about 23 hours and a bit too long for me. Broadway for mine. Put me where I can touch 42nd Street without overbalancing, and then you can leave me. I never thought you were such a hayseed, George." "Don't worry, Peggy. It'll be a long time, I expect, before I go there. I've got to make my fortune first. Getting anywhere near the John D. class yet? I've still some way to go. But things are moving, I think. Do you know, Peggy, you remind me of a little Billiken, sitting on that table?" "Thank you, George. I always knew my mouth was rather wide, but I did think I had Billiken to the bad. Do you do that sort of candid friend stunt with her?" She pointed to the photograph on the mantelpiece. It was the first time since the night when they had met that she had made any allusion to it. By silent agreement the subject had been ruled out between them. "By the way, you never told me her name." "Halliday," said Rutherford, shortly. "What else?" "Alice." "Don't bite at me, George. I'm not hurting you. Tell me about her. I'm interested. Does she live in the grey house with the pigs and chickens and all them roses, and the rest of the rube outfit?" "No. Be chummy, George. What's the matter with you?" "I'm sorry, Peggy," he said. "I'm a fool. It's only that it all seems so damned hopeless. Here am I, earning about $50 a year, and, still, it's no use kicking, is it? Besides, I may make a home run with my writing one of these days. That's what I meant when I said you were a Billiken, Peggy. Do you know, you've brought me luck. Ever since I met you, I've been doing twice as well. You're my mascot. Bully for me. We've all got our uses in the world, haven't we? I wonder if it would help any if I was to kiss you, George. Don't you do it. One mustn't work a mascot too hard." She jumped down, and came across the room to where he sat, looking down at him with the round, grey eyes that always reminded him of a kitten's. "George." "Yes?" "Oh, nothing." She turned away to the mantelpiece, and stood gazing at the photograph, her back towards him. "George." Hello? Say, what color eyes has she got? Gray. Like mine? Darker than yours? Nicer than mine? Don't you think we might talk about something else? She swung round, her fists clenched, her face blazing. I hate you, she cried. I do. I wish I'd never seen you. I wish. She leaned on the mantelpiece, burying her face in her arms, and burst into a passion of sobs. Rutherford leaped up, shocked and helpless. He sprang to her, and placed a hand gently on her shoulder. Peggy, old girl. She broke from him. Don't you touch me. Don't you do it. Gee, I wish I'd never seen you. She ran to the door, darted through, and banged it behind her. Rutherford remained where he stood, motionless. Then, almost mechanically, he felt in his pocket for matches, and relit his pipe. Half an hour passed. Then the door opened slowly. Peggy came in. She was pale, and her eyes were red. She smiled, a pathetic little smile. Peggy. He took a step towards her. She held out her hand. I'm sorry, George. I feel mean. Dear old girl, what rot. I do. You don't know how mean I feel. You've been real nice to me, George. Thought I'd look in and say I was sorry. Good night, George. On the following night he waited, but she did not come. The nights went by, and still she did not come. And one morning, reading his paper, he saw that the island of girls had gone west to Chicago. Chapter 4. Things were not running well for Rutherford. He had had his vacation, a golden fortnight of fresh air and sunshine in the Catskills, and was back in Alcala, trying with poor success, to pick up the threads of his work. But though the Indian summer had begun, and there was energy in the air, night after night he sat idle in his room, night after night went wearily to bed, oppressed with a dull sense of failure. He could not work. He was restless. His thoughts would not concentrate themselves. Something was wrong, and he knew what it was, though he fought against admitting it to himself. It was the absence of Peggy that had brought about the change. Not till now had he realized to the full how greatly her visits had stimulated him. He had called her laughingly his mascot. But the thing was no joke. It was true. Her absence was robbing him of the power to write. He was lonely. For the first time since he had come to New York he was really lonely. Solitude had not hurt him till now. In his black moments it had been enough for him to look up at the photograph on the mantelpiece, and instantly he was alone no longer. But now the photograph had lost its magic. It could not hold him. Always his mind would wander back to the little, black-haired ghost that sat on the table, smiling at him, and questioning him with its gray eyes. And the days went by, unvarying in their monotony. And always the ghost sat on the table, smiling at him. With the fall came the reopening of the theaters. One by one the electric signs blazed out along Broadway, spreading the message that the dull days were over, and New York was itself again. At the Melody, where ages ago the Island of Girls had run its light-hearted course, a new musical piece was in rehearsal. Alcala was full once more. The nightly snatches of conversation outside his door had recommenced. He listened for her voice, but he never heard it. He sat up, waiting, into the small hours, but she did not come. Once he had been trying to write, and had fallen, as usual, to brooding. There was a soft knock at the door. In an instant he had bounded from his chair, and turned the handle. It was one of the reporters from upstairs, who had run out of matches. Rutherford gave him a handful. The reporter went out, wondering what the man had laughed at. There is balm in Broadway, especially by night. Depression vanishes before the cheerfulness of the Great White Way when the lights are lit and the human tide is in full flood. Rutherford had developed of late a habit of patrolling the neighborhood of 42nd Street at theater time. He found it did him good. There is a gaiety, a bonhomie, in the atmosphere of the New York streets. Rutherford loved to stand on the sidewalk and watch the passers-by, weaving stories round them. One night his wanderings had brought him to Herald Square. The theaters were just emptying themselves. This was the time he liked best. He drew to one side to watch, and as he moved he saw Peggy. She was standing at the corner, buttoning a glove. He was by her side in an instant. "Peggy," he cried. She was looking pale and tired, but the color came back to her cheeks as she held out her hand. There was no trace of embarrassment in her manner, only a frank pleasure at seeing him again. "Where have you been?" he said. "I couldn't think what had become of you." She looked at him curiously. "Did you miss me, George?" "Miss you? Of course I did. My work's been going all to pieces since you went away. I only came back last night. I'm in the new piece at the Madison. Gee, I'm tired, George. We've been rehearsing all day." He took her by the arm. "Come along and have some supper. You look worn out." "By Jove, Peggy, it's good seeing you again. Can you walk as far as Rector's, or shall I carry you?" "Guess I can walk that far." "But Rector's? Has your rich uncle died and left you a fortune, George?" "Don't you worry, Peggy. This is an occasion. I thought I was never going to see you again. I'll buy you the whole hotel, if you like. Just supper'll do, I guess. You're getting quite the rounder, George." "You bet I am. There are all sorts of sides to my character you've never so much as dreamed of." They seemed to know Peggy at Rector's. Paul, the head waiter, beamed upon her paternally. One or two men turned and looked after her as she passed. The waiters smiled slight but friendly smiles. Rutherford, intent on her, noticed none of these things. Despite her protests, he ordered an elaborate and expensive supper. He was particular about the wine. The waiter, who had been doubtful about him, was won over, and went off to execute the order, reflecting that it was never safe to judge a man by his clothes. And that Rutherford was probably one of these eccentric young millionaires who didn't care how they dressed. "Well," said Peggy, when he had finished. "Well," said Rutherford. "You're looking brown, George. I've been away in the Catskills." "Still as strong on the rube proposition as ever?" "Yes. But Broadway has its points, too." "Oh, you're beginning to see that? Gee, I'm glad to be back. I've had enough of the Wild West. If anybody ever tries to steer you west of 11th Avenue, George, don't you go. There's nothing doing. How have you been making out at your writing stunt?" "Pretty well. But I wanted you. I was lost without my mascot. I've got a story in this month's Wilson's. A long story, and paid accordingly. That's why I'm able to go about giving suppers to great actresses." "I read it on the train," said Peggy. "It's dandy. Do you know what you ought to do, George? You ought to turn it into a play. There's a heap of money in plays." "I know. But who wants a play by an unknown man?" "I know who would want Willie in the Wilderness, if you made it into a play, and that's Winfield Knight. Ever seen him?" "I saw him in The Outsider. He's clever. He's it, if he gets a part to suit him. If he doesn't, he don't amount to a row of beans. It's just a gamble. This thing he's in now is no good. The part doesn't begin to fit him. In a month he'll be squealing for another play, so's you can hear him in Connecticut." "He shall not squeal in vain," said Rutherford. "If he wants my work, who am I that I should stand in the way of his simple pleasures? I'll start on the thing tomorrow. I can help you some too, I guess. I used to know Winfield Knight. I can put you wise on lots of things about him that'll help you work up Willie's character so's it'll fit him like a glove." Rutherford raised his glass. "Peggy," he said, "you're more than a mascot. You ought to be drawing a big commission on everything I write. It beats me how any of these other fellows ever write anything without you there to help them. I wonder what's the most expensive cigar they keep here. I must have it, whatever it is. Noblesse oblige. We popular playwrights mustn't be seen in public smoking any cheap stuff. It was Rutherford's artistic temperament which, when they left the restaurant, made him hail a taxicab. Taxicabs are not for young men drawing infinitesimal salaries in banks, even if those salaries are supplemented at rare intervals by a short story in a magazine. Peggy was for returning to Alcala by car, but Rutherford refused to countenance such an anticlimax. Peggy nestled into the corner of the cab, with a tired sigh, and there was silence as they moved smoothly up Broadway. He peered at her in the dim light. She looked very small and wistful and fragile. Suddenly an intense desire surged over him to pick her up and crush her to him. He fought against it. He tried to fix his thoughts on the girl at home, to tell himself that he was a man of honor. His fingers, gripping the edge of the seat, tightened till every muscle of his arm was rigid. The cab, crossing a rough piece of road, jolted Peggy from her corner. Her hand fell on his. "Peggy," he cried, hoarsely. Her gray eyes were wet. He could see them glisten. And then his arms were round her, and he was covering her upturned face with kisses. The cab drew up at the entrance to Alcala. They alighted in silence, and without a word made their way through into the hall. From force of habit, Rutherford glanced at the letter rack on the wall at the foot of the stairs. There was one letter in his pigeonhole. Mechanically he drew it out, and, as his eyes fell on the handwriting, something seemed to snap inside him. He looked at Peggy, standing on the bottom stair, and back again at the envelope in his hand. His mood was changing with a violence that left him physically weak. He felt dazed, as if he had wakened out of a trance. With a strong effort he mastered himself. Peggy had mounted a few steps, and was looking back at him over her shoulder. He could read the meaning now in the gray eyes. "Good night, Peggy," he said in a low voice. She turned, facing him, and for a moment neither moved. "Good night," said Rutherford again. Her lips parted, as if she were about to speak, but she said nothing. Then she turned again, and began to walk slowly upstairs. He stood watching her till she had reached the top of the long flight. She did not look back. Chapter 5. Peggy's nightly visits began afresh after this, and the ghost on the table troubled Rutherford no more. His restlessness left him. He began to write with a new vigor and success. In after years he wrote many plays, most of them good, clear-cut pieces of work, but none that came from him with the utter absence of labor which made the writing of Willie in the Wilderness a joy. He wrote easily, without effort. And always Peggy was there, helping, stimulating, encouraging. Sometimes, when he came in after dinner to settle down to work, he would find a piece of paper on his table covered with her schoolgirl scrawl. It would run somewhat as follows. "He is proud of his arms. They are skinny, but he thinks them the limit. Better put in a shirt-sleeve scene for Willie somewhere. He thinks he has a beautiful profile. Couldn't you make one of the girls say something about Willie having the goods in that line? He is crazy about golf. He is proud of his French accent. Couldn't you make Willie speak a little piece in French? He being Winfield Knight." And so, little by little, the character of Willie grew, till it ceased to be the Willie of the magazine story, and became Winfield Knight himself, with improvements. The task began to fascinate Rutherford. It was like planning a pleasant surprise for a child. "He'll like that," he would say to himself, as he wrote in some speech enabling Willie to display one of the accomplishments, real or imagined, of the absent actor. Peggy read it, and approved. It was she who suggested the big speech in the second act where Willie described the progress of his love affair in terms of the golf links. From her, too, came information as to little traits in the man's character which the stranger would not have suspected. As the play progressed, Rutherford was amazed at the completeness of the character he had built. It lived. Willie in the magazine story might have been anyone. He fitted into the story, but you could not see him. He had no real individuality. But Willie in the play. He felt that he would recognize him in the street. There was all the difference between the two that there is between a nameless figure in some cheap picture and a portrait by Sargent. There were times when the story of the play seemed thin to him, and the other characters wooden, but in his blackest moods he was sure of Willie. All the contradictions in the character rang true, the humor, the pathos, the surface vanity covering a real diffidence, the strength and weakness fighting one another. "You're alive, my son," said Rutherford, admiringly, as he read the sheets. "But you don't belong to me." At last there came the day when the play was finished, when the last line was written, and the last possible alteration made. And later, the day when Rutherford, bearing the brown paper-covered package under his arm, called at the Players' Club to keep an appointment with Winfield Knight. Almost from the first Rutherford had a feeling that he had met the man before, that he knew him. As their acquaintance progressed, the actor was in an expansive mood, and talked much before coming to business. The feeling grew. Then he understood. This was Willie, and no other. The likeness was extraordinary. Little turns of thought, little expressions, they were all in the play. The actor paused in a description of how he had almost beaten a champion at golf, and looked at the parcel. "Is that the play?" he said. "Yes," said Rutherford. "Shall I read it?" "Guess I'll just look through it myself." "Where's Act 1? "Here we are." "Have a cigar while you're waiting?" Rutherford settled himself in his chair, and watched the other's face. For the first few pages, which contained some tame dialogue between minor characters, it was blank. "Enter Willie," he said. "Am I Willie?" "I hope so," said Rutherford, with a smile. "It's the star part." He went on reading. Rutherford watched him with furtive keenness. There was a line coming at the bottom of the page which he was then reading which ought to hit him, an epigram on golf. A whimsical thought put almost exactly as he had put it himself 5 minutes back when telling his golf story. The shot did not miss fire. The chuckle from the actor and the sigh of relief from Rutherford were almost simultaneous. Winfield Knight turned to him. "That's a dandy line about golf," said he. Rutherford puffed complacently at his cigar. "There's lots more of them in the piece," he said. "Bully for you," said the actor. And went on reading. 3/4 of an hour passed before he spoke again. Then he looked up. "It's me," he said, "it's me all the time. I wish I'd seen this before I put on the punk I'm doing now. This is me from the drive off the tee. It's great. Say, what'll you have?" Rutherford leaned back in his chair, his mind in a whirl. He had arrived at last. His struggles were over. He would not admit of the possibility of the play being a failure. He was a made man. He could go where he pleased, and do as he pleased. It gave him something of a shock to find how persistently his thoughts refused to remain in England. Try as he might to keep them there, they kept flitting back to Alcala. Chapter 6. Willie in the Wilderness was not a failure. It was a triumph. Principally, it is true, a personal triumph for Winfield Knight. Everyone was agreed that he had never had a part that suited him so well. Critics forgave the blunders of the piece for the sake of its principal character. The play was a curiously amateurish thing. It was only later that Rutherford learned craft and caution. When he wrote Willie he was a colt, rambling unchecked through the field of playwriting, ignorant of its pitfalls. But, with all its faults, Willie in the Wilderness was a success. It might, as one critic pointed out, be more of a monologue act for Winfield Knight than a play, but that did not affect Rutherford. It was late on the opening night when he returned to Alcala. He had tried to get away earlier. He wanted to see Peggy. But Winfield Knight, flushed with success, was in his most expansive mood. He seized upon Rutherford and would not let him go. There was supper, a gay, uproarious supper, at which everybody seemed to be congratulating everybody else. Men he had never met before shook him warmly by the hand. Somebody made a speech, despite the efforts of the rest of the company to prevent him. Rutherford sat there, dazed, out of touch with the mood of the party. He wanted Peggy. He was tired of all this excitement and noise. He had had enough of it. All he asked was to be allowed to slip away quietly and go home. He wanted to think, to try and realize what all this meant to him. At length the party broke up in one last explosion of handshaking and congratulations, and, eluding Winfield Knight, who proposed to take him off to his club, he started to walk up Broadway. It was late when he reached Alcala. There was a light in his room. Peggy had waited up to hear the news. She jumped off the table as he came in. "Well?" she cried. Rutherford sat down and stretched out his legs. "It's a success," he said. "A tremendous success." Peggy clapped her hands. "Bully for you, George. I knew it would be. Tell me all about it. Was Winfield good?" "He was the whole piece. There was nothing in it but him." He rose and placed his hands on her shoulders. "Peggy, old girl, I don't know what to say. You know as well as I do that it's all owing to you that the piece has been a success. If I hadn't had your help." Peggy laughed. "Oh, beat it, George," she said. "Don't you come jollying me. I look like a highbrow playwright, don't I? No, I'm real glad you've made a hit, George, but don't start handing out any story about its not being your own. I didn't do a thing. You did. You did everything. I didn't. But, say, don't let's start quarreling. Tell me more about it. How many calls did you take?" He told her all that had happened. When he had finished, there was a silence. "I guess you'll be quitting soon, George," said Peggy, at last. "Now that you've made a home run. You'll be going back to that rube joint, with the cows and hens, isn't that it?" Rutherford did not reply. He was staring thoughtfully at the floor. He did not seem to have heard. "I guess that girl'll be glad to see you," she went on. "Shall you cable tomorrow, George? And then you'll get married and go and live in the Rough-House, and become a regular hayseed and—" She broke off suddenly, with a catch in her voice. "Gee," she whispered, halt to herself, "I'll be sorry when you go, George." He sprang up. "Peggy." He seized her by the arm. He heard the quick intake of her breath. "Peggy, listen." He gripped her till she winced with pain. "I'm not going back. I'm never going back. I'm a cad, I'm a hound. I know I am. But I'm not going back. I'm going to stay here with you. I want you, Peggy. Do you hear? I want you." She tried to draw herself away, but he held her. "I love you, Peggy. Peggy, will you be my wife?" There was utter astonishment in her gray eyes. Her face was very white. "Will you, Peggy?" He dropped her arm. "Will you, Peggy?" "No," she cried. He drew back. "No," she cried sharply, as if it hurt her to speak. "I wouldn't play you such a mean trick. I'm too fond of you, George. There's never been anybody just like you. You've been mighty good to me. I've never met a man who treated me like you. You're the only real white man that's ever happened to me, and I guess I'm not going to play you a low-down trick like spoiling your life. George, I thought you knew. Honest, I thought you knew. How did you think I lived in a swell place like this, if you didn't know? How did you suppose everyone knew me at Rector's? How did you think I'd managed to find out so much about Winfield Knight? Can't you guess?" She drew a long breath. He interrupted her hoarsely. "Is there anyone now, Peggy?" "Yes," she said, "there is." "You don't love him, Peggy, do you?" "Love him?" She laughed bitterly. No, I don't love him. Then come to me, dear, he said. She shook her head in silence. Rutherford sat down, his chin resting in his hands. She came across to him, and smoothed his hair. It wouldn't do, George, she said. Honest, it wouldn't do. Listen. When we first met, I rather liked you, George, and I was mad at you for being so fond of the other girl and taking no notice of me, not in the way I wanted, and I tried. Gee, I feel mean. It was all my fault. I didn't think it would matter. There didn't seem no chance then of your being able to go back and have the sort of good time you wanted. And I thought you'd just stay here and we'd be pals but now you can go back, it's all different. I couldn't keep you. It would be too mean. You see, you don't really want to stop. You think you do, but you don't. I love you, he muttered. You'll forget me. It's all just a Broadway dream, George. Think of it like that. Broadway's got you now, but you don't really belong. You're not like me. It's not in your blood, so's you can't get it out. It's the chickens and roses you want really. Just a Broadway dream. That's what it is. George, when I was a kid, I remember crying and crying for a lump of candy in the window of a store till one of my brothers up and bought it for me just to stop the racket. Gee. For about a minute I was the busiest thing that ever happened, eating away. And then it didn't seem to interest me no more. Broadway's like that for you, George. You go back to the girl and the cows and all of it. It'll hurt some, I guess, but I reckon you'll be glad you did. She stooped swiftly, and kissed him on the forehead. I'll miss you, dear, she said, softly, and was gone. Rutherford sat on, motionless. Outside, the blackness changed to gray, and the gray to white. He got up. He felt very stiff and cold. A Broadway dream, he muttered. He went to the mantelpiece and took up the photograph. He carried it to the window where he could see it better. A shaft of sunlight pierced the curtains and fell upon it. Out of school. Mark you, I am not defending James Datchet. I hold no brief for James. On the contrary, I am very decidedly of the opinion that he should not have done it. I merely say that there were extenuating circumstances. Just that. Ext circ. Nothing more. Let us review the matter calmly and judicially, not condemning James offhand, but rather probing the whole affair to its core. To see if we can confirm my view that it is possible to find excuses for him. We will begin at the time when the subject of the colonies first showed a tendency to creep menacingly into the daily chit-chat of his Uncle Frederick. James's Uncle Frederick was always talking more or less about the colonies, having made a substantial fortune out in Western Australia. But it was only when James came down from Oxford that the thing became really menacing. Up to that time the uncle had merely spoken of the colonies as colonies. Now he began to speak of them with sinister reference to his nephew. He starred James. It became a case of Frederick not presents James Datchet in The Colonies, and there seemed every prospect that the production would be an early one. For if there was one section of the public which Mr. Knott disliked more than another, it was young men who ought to be out earning their livings instead of idling at home. He expressed his views on the subject with some eloquence whenever he visited his sister's house. Mrs. Datchet was a widow, and since her husband's death had been in the habit of accepting every utterance of her brother Frederick as a piece of genuine all-wool wisdom. Though, as a matter of fact, James's uncle had just about enough brain to make a jaybird fly crooked, and no more. He had made his money through keeping sheep. And any fool can keep sheep. However, he had this reputation for wisdom, and what he said went. It was not long, therefore, before it was evident that the ranks of the YMWOTBOETLOAH were about to lose a member. James, for his part, was all against the colonies. As a setting for his career, that is to say. He was no Little Englander. He had no earthly objection to Great Britain having colonies. By all means have colonies. They could rely on him for moral support. But when it came to legging it out to West Australia to act as a sort of valet to Uncle Frederick's beastly sheep, no. Not for James. For him the literary life. Yes, that was James's dream, to have a stab at the literary life. At Oxford he had contributed to the ISIS, and since coming down had been endeavouring to do the same to the papers of the metropolis. He had had no success so far. But some inward voice seemed to tell him, read on. Read on. This is no story about the young beginner's struggles in London. We do not get within 50 miles of Fleet Street. A temporary compromise was effected between the two parties by the securing for James of a post as assistant master at Harrow House, the private school of one Blatherwick, M.A. The understanding being that if he could hold the job he could remain in England and write, if it pleased him, in his spare time. But if he fell short in any way as a handler of small boys he was to descend a step in the animal kingdom and be matched against the West Australian sheep. There was to be no second chance in the event of failure. From the way Uncle Frederick talked James almost got the idea that he attached a spiritual importance to a connection with sheep. He seemed to strive with a sort of religious frenzy to convert James to West Australia. So James went to Harrow House with much the same emotions that the old guard must have felt on their way up the hill at Waterloo. Harrow House was a grim mansion on the outskirts of Dover. It is better, of course, to be on the outskirts of Dover than actually in it, but when you have said that you have said everything. James's impressions of that portion of his life were made up almost entirely of chalk. Chalk in the schoolroom, chalk all over the countryside, chalk in the milk. In this universe of chalk he taught bored boys the rudiments of Latin, geography, and arithmetic, and in the evenings, after a stately cup of coffee with Mr. Blatherwick in his study, went to his room and wrote stories. The life had the advantage of offering few distractions. Except for Mr. Blatherwick and a weird freak who came up from Dover on Tuesdays and Fridays to teach French, he saw nobody. It was about 5 weeks from the beginning of term that the river of life at Harrow House became ruffled for the new assistant master. I want you to follow me very closely here. As far as the excusing of James's conduct is concerned, it is now or never. If I fail at this point to touch you, I have shot my bolt. Let us marshal the facts. In the first place it was a perfectly ripping morning. Moreover he had received at breakfast a letter from the editor of a monthly magazine accepting a short story. This had never happened to him before. He was 22. And, just as he rounded the angle of the house, he came upon Violet, taking the air like himself. Violet was one of the housemaids, a trim, energetic little person with round blue eyes and a friendly smile. She smiled at James now. James halted. "Good morning, sir," said Violet. "From my list of contributory causes I find that I have omitted one item, viz., that there did not appear to be anybody else about." James looked meditatively at Violet. Violet looked smilingly at James. The morning was just as ripping as it had been a moment before. James was still 22. And the editor's letter had not ceased to crackle in his breast pocket. Consequently James stooped, and, in a purely brotherly way, kissed Violet. This, of course, was wrong. It was no part of James's duties as assistant master at Harrow House to wander about bestowing brotherly kisses on housemaids. On the other hand, there was no great harm done. In the circles in which Violet moved the kiss was equivalent to the handshake of loftier society. Everybody who came to the back door kissed Violet. The carrier did. So did the grocer, the baker, the butcher, the gardener, the postman, the policeman, and the fishmonger. They were men of widely differing views on most points. On religion, politics, and the prospects of the entrance for the 3 o'clock race their opinions clashed. But in one respect they were unanimous. Whenever they came to the back door of Harrow House they all kissed Violet. "I've had a story accepted by the Universal magazine," said James, casually. "Have you, sir?" said Violet. "It's a pretty good magazine. I shall probably do a great deal for it from time to time. The editor seems a decent chap." "Does he, sir?" "I shan't tie myself up in any way, of course, unless I get very good terms. But I shall certainly let him see a good lot of my stuff. Jolly morning, isn't it?" He strolled on. And Violet, having sniffed the air for a few more minutes with her tip-tilted nose, went indoors to attend to her work. 5 minutes later James, back in the atmosphere of chalk, was writing on the blackboard certain sentences for his class to turn into Latin prose. A somewhat topical note ran through them. As thus: "The uncle of Balbus wished him to tend sheep in the colonies, Provincia. Balbus said that England was good enough for him, Placio. Balbus sent a story, versus, to Maecenas, who replied that he hoped to use it in due course." His mind floated away from the classroom when a shrill voice brought him back. "Sir, please, sir, what does due course mean?" James reflected. "Alter it to immediately," he said. "Balbus is a great man," he wrote on the blackboard. 2 minutes later he was in the office of an important magazine, and there was a look of relief on the editor's face. For James had practically promised to do a series of 12 short stories for him. It has been well observed that when a writer has a story rejected he should send that story to another editor, but that when he has one accepted he should send another story to that editor. Acting on this excellent plan, James, being off duty for an hour after tea, smoked a pipe in his bedroom and settled down to work on a second effort for the Universal. He was getting on rather well when his flow of ideas was broken by a knock on the door. "Come in," yelled James. "Your author is notoriously irritable." The newcomer was Adolphe. Adolphe was one of that numerous band of Swiss and German youths who come to this country prepared to give their services ridiculously cheap in exchange for the opportunity of learning the English language. Mr. Blatherwick held the view that for a private school a male front door opener was superior to a female, arguing that the parents of prospective pupils would be impressed by the sight of a man in livery. He would have liked something a bit more imposing than Adolphe, but the latter was the showiest thing that could be got for the money, so he made the best of it, and engaged him. After all, an astigmatic parent, seeing Adolphe in a dim light, might be impressed by him. You never could tell. "Well," said James, glaring. "Anything from des filles, sir?" The bulk of Adolphe's perquisites consisted of the tips he received for going to the general store down the road for tobacco, stamps, and so on. "No. Get out," growled James, turning to his work. He was surprised to find that Adolphe, so far from getting out, came in and shut the door. "Zst," said Adolphe, with a finger on his lips. James stared. "In these gardens this morning," proceeded his visitor, grinning like a gargoyle, "I did see you just violed." "Zo." James's heart missed a beat. Considered purely as a situation, his present position was not ideal. He had to work hard, and there was not much money attached to the job. But it was what the situation stood for that counted. It was his little rock of safety in the midst of a surging ocean of West Australian sheep. Once let him lose his grip on it, and there was no chance for him. He would be swept away beyond hope of return. "What do you mean?" he said hoarsely. "In dese garten. You from a window did see. You and violed. Zo." And Adolphe, in the worst taste, gave a realistic imitation of the scene, himself sustaining the role of James. James said nothing. The whole world seemed to be filled with a vast bawing, as of countless flocks. "Listen," said Adolphe. "Perhaps I her Blazervig del. Perhaps not I do. Zo." James roused himself. At all costs he must placate this worm. Mr. Blatherwick was an austere man. He would not overlook such a crime. He appealed to the other's chivalry. "What about Violet?" he said. "Surely you don't want to lose the poor girl her job?" They'd be bound to sack her, too. Adolph's eyes gleamed. "So? Listen. When I do gom verst here, I myself do to gis violde vunts vish. But she do push dees side of my face, and my lof is durned to hate." James listened attentively to this tabloid tragedy, but made no comment. "Anything vrom dees fiage, sir?" Adolph's voice was meaning. James produced a half-crown. "Here you are, then. Get me half a dozen stamps and keep the change." "Stamps?" "Yes, sir. At once." James's last impression of the departing one was of a vast and greasy grin, stretching most of the way across his face. Adolph, as blackmailer, in which role he now showed himself, differed in some respects from the conventional blackmailer of fiction. It may be that he was doubtful as to how much James would stand, or it may be that his soul as a general rule was above money. At any rate, in actual specie he took very little from his victim. He seemed to wish to be sent to the village oftener than before, but that was all. Half a crown a week would have covered James's financial loss. But he asserted himself in another way. In his most light-hearted moments Adolph never forgot the reason which had brought him to England. He had come to the country to learn the language, and he meant to do it. The difficulty which had always handicapped him hitherto, namely, the poverty of the vocabularies of those in the servants' quarters, was now removed. He appointed James tutor-in-chief of the English language to himself, and saw that he entered upon his duties at once. The first time that he accosted James in the passage outside the classroom, and desired him to explain certain difficult words in a leading article of yesterday's paper, James was pleased. Adolph, he thought, regarded the painful episode as closed. He had accepted the half-crown as the full price of silence, and was now endeavoring to be friendly in order to make amends. This right-minded conduct gratified James. He felt genially disposed toward Adolph. He read the leading article, and proceeded to give a full and kindly explanation of the hard words. He took trouble over it. He went into the derivations of the words. He touched on certain rather tricky sub-meanings of the same. Adolph went away with any doubts he might have had of James's capabilities as a teacher of English definitely scattered. He felt that he had got hold of the right man. There was a shade less geniality in James's manner when the same thing happened on the following morning. But he did not refuse to help the untutored foreigner. The lecture was less exhaustive than that of the previous morning, but we must suppose that it satisfied Adolph, for he came again next day, his faith in his teacher undiminished. James was trying to write a story. He turned on the student. "Get out," he howled. "And take that beastly paper away. Can't you see I'm busy? Do you think I can spend all my time teaching you to read? Get out." "Dear some hard vord was," said Adolph, patiently, "of which I gon not dees meaning." James briefly cursed the hard word. "But," proceeded Adolph, "of one vord, of dees vord gis, I dees meaning no." "So?" James looked at him. There was a pause. 2 minutes later the English lesson was in full swing. All that James had ever heard or read about the wonderful devotion to study of the modern German young man came home to him during the next 2 weeks. Our English youth fritters away its time in idleness and pleasure-seeking. The German concentrates. Adolph concentrated like a porous plaster. Every day after breakfast, just when the success of James's literary career depended on absolute seclusion, he would come trotting up for his lesson. James's writing practically ceased. This sort of thing cannot last. There is a limit, and Adolph reached it when he attempted to add night classes to the existing curriculum. James, as had been said, was in the habit of taking coffee with Mr. Blatherwick in his study after seeing the boys into bed. It was while he was on his way to keep this appointment, a fortnight after his first interview with Adolph, that the young student waylaid him with the evening paper. Something should have warned Adolph that the moment was not well chosen. To begin with, James had a headache, the result of a hard day with the boys. Then that morning's English lesson had caused him to forget entirely an idea which had promised to be the nucleus of an excellent plot. And, lastly, passing through the hall but an instant before, he had met Violet, carrying the coffee in the evening post to the study. And she had given him 2 long envelopes addressed in his own handwriting. He was brooding over these, preparatory to opening them, at the very moment when Adolphe addressed him. "Excuse," said Adolphe, opening the paper. James's eyes gleamed ominously. "There are here," continued Adolphe, unseeing, "some beyond comparison hard words which I do not understand. For example." It was at this point that James kicked him. Adolphe leaped like a stricken chamois. "Votiss," he cried. With these long envelopes in his hand, James cared for nothing. He kicked Adolphe again. "Zo," said the student, having bounded away. He added a few words in his native tongue, and proceeded. "Wait. Listen. I say to you, wait. Presently, when I have these silver bolished und my other duties so numerous performed, I do her blazervig will with von little story which you do no go. Zo." He shot off to his lair. James turned away and went down the passage to restore his nervous tissues with coffee. Meanwhile, in the study, leaning against the mantelpiece in moody reflection, Mr. Blatherwick was musing sadly on the hardships of the schoolmaster's life. The proprietor of Harrow House was a long, grave man, one of the last to hold out against the anti-whisker crusade. He had expressionless hazel eyes, and a general air of being present in body but absent in spirit. Mothers who visited the school to introduce their sons put his vagueness down to activity of mind. That busy brain, they thought, is never at rest. Even while he is talking to us, some abstruse point in the classics is occupying his mind. What was occupying his mind at the present moment was the thoroughly unsatisfactory conduct of his wife's brother, Bertie Baxter. The more tensely he brooded over the salient points in the life history of his wife's brother, Bertie Baxter, the deeper did the iron become embedded in his soul. Bertie was one of nature's touchers. This is the age of the specialist. Bertie's speciality was borrowing money. He was a man of almost eerie versatility in this direction. Time could not wither nor custom stale his infinite variety. He could borrow with a breezy bluffness which made the thing practically a hold-up. And anon, when his victim had steeled himself against this method, he could extract another £5 note from his little hoard with the delicacy of one playing spillikins. Mr. Blatherwick had been a goldmine to him for years. As a rule, the proprietor of Harrow House unbelted without complaint, for Bertie, as every good borrower should, had that knack of making his victim feel during the actual moment of paying over, as if he had just made a rather good investment. But released from the spell of his brother-in-law's personal magnetism, Mr. Blatherwick was apt to brood. He was brooding now. Why, he was asking himself morosely, should he be harassed by this Bertie? It was not as if Bertie was penniless. He had a little income of his own. No, it was pure lack of consideration. Who was Bertie that he? At this point in his meditations Violet entered with the after-dinner coffee and the evening post. Mr. Blatherwick took the letters. There were 2 of them, and one he saw, with a rush of indignation, was in the handwriting of his brother-in-law. Mr. Blatherwick's blood simmered. So the fellow thought he could borrow by post, did he? Not even trouble to pay a visit, eh? He tore the letter open, and the first thing he saw was a check for £5. Mr. Blatherwick was astounded. That a letter from his brother-in-law should not contain a request for money was surprising, that it should contain a check, even for £5, was miraculous. He opened the second letter. It was short, but full of the finest, noblest sentiments, to wit, that the writer, Charles J. Pickersgill, having heard the school so highly spoken of by his friend, Mr. Herbert Baxter, would be glad if Mr. Blatherwick could take in his 3 sons, aged 7, 9, and 11 respectively, at the earliest convenient date. Mr. Blatherwick's first feeling was one of remorse that even in thought he should have been harsh to the golden-hearted Bertie. His next was one of elation. Violet, meanwhile, stood patiently before him with the coffee. Mr. Blatherwick helped himself. His eye fell on Violet. Violet was a friendly, warm-hearted little thing. She saw that Mr. Blatherwick had had good news, and, as the bearer of the letters which had contained it, she felt almost responsible. She smiled kindly up at Mr. Blatherwick. Mr. Blatherwick's dreamy hazel eye rested pensively upon her. The major portion of his mind was far away in the future, dealing with visions of a school grown to colossal proportions, and patronized by millionaires. The section of it which still worked in the present was just large enough to enable him to understand that he felt kindly, and even almost grateful, to Violet. Unfortunately, it was too small to make him see how wrong it was to kiss her in a vague, fatherly way across the coffee tray just as James Datchet walked into the room. James paused. Mr. Blatherwick coughed. Violet, absolutely unmoved, supplied James with coffee, and bustled out of the room. She left behind her a somewhat massive silence. Mr. Blatherwick coughed again. "It looks like rain," said James, carelessly. "Ah," said Mr. Blatherwick. "Very like rain," said James. "Indeed," said Mr. Blatherwick. A pause. "Pity if it rains," said James. "True," said Mr. Blatherwick. Another pause. Datchet," said Mr. Blatherwick. "Yes," said James. "I feel that perhaps." James waited attentively. "Have you sugar?" "Plenty, thanks," said James. "I shall be sorry if it rains," said Mr. Blatherwick. Conversation languished. James laid his cup down. "I have some writing to do," he said. "I think I'll be going upstairs now." Just so," said Mr. Blatherwick, with relief. "Just so. An excellent idea." Datchet," said Mr. Blatherwick next day, after breakfast. "Yes?" said James. A feeling of content was over him this morning. The sun had broken through the clouds. One of the long envelopes which he had received on the previous night had turned out, on examination, to contain a letter from the editor accepting the story if he would reconstruct certain passages indicated in the margin. "I have, unfortunately been compelled to dismiss Adolf," said Mr. Blatherwick. "Yes?" said James. He had missed Adolph's shining morning face. "Yes. After you had left me last night he came to my study with a malicious fabrication respecting yourself which I need not, particularize." James looked pained. "Awful thing it is, this nourishing vipers in one's bosom. Why, I've been giving Adolf English lessons nearly every day lately. No sense of gratitude, these foreigners," he said, sadly. "So I was compelled," proceeded Mr. Blatherwick, in fact, just so." James nodded sympathetically. "Do you know anything about West Australia?" he asked, changing the subject. "It's a fine country, I believe. I had thought of going there at one time." "Indeed?" said Mr. Blatherwick. "But I've given up the idea now," said James. Ahead of schedule. It was to Wilson, his valet, with whom he frequently chatted in airy fashion before rising of a morning, that Rollo Finch first disclosed his great idea. Wilson was a man of silent habit, and men of silent habit rarely escaped Rollo's confidences. "Wilson," he said one morning from the recesses of his bed, as the valet entered with his shaving water, "have you ever been in love?" "Yes, sir," said the valet, unperturbed. One would hardly have expected the answer to be in the affirmative. Like most valets and all chauffeurs, Wilson gave the impression of being above the softer emotions. "What happened?" inquired Rollo. "It came to nothing, sir," said Wilson, beginning to strop the razor with no appearance of concern. "Ah," said Rollo. "And I bet I know why. You didn't go the right way to work." No, sir. Not one fellow in 100 does. I know. I've thought it out. I've been thinking the deuce of a lot about it lately. It's dashed tricky, this making love. Most fellows haven't a notion how to work it. No system. No system, Wilson, old scout. No, sir. Now, I have a system. And I'll tell it you. It may do you a bit of good next time you feel that impulse. You're not dead yet. Now, my system is simply to go to it gradually, by degrees. Work by schedule. See what I mean? Not entirely, sir. Well, I'll give you the details. First thing, you want to find the girl. Just so, sir. Well, when you found her, what do? You just look at her. See what I mean? Not entirely, sir. Look at her, my boy. That's just the start, the foundation. You develop from that. But you keep away. That's the point. I've thought this thing out. Mind you, I don't claim absolutely all the credit for the idea myself. It's by way of being based on Christian Science. Absent treatment, and all that. But most of it's mine. All the fine work. Yes, sir. Yes. Absolutely all the fine work. Here's the thing in a nutshell. You find the girl. Right. Of course, you've got to meet her once, just to establish the connection. Then you get busy. First week, looks. Just look at her. Second week, letters. Write to her every day. Third week, flowers. Send her some every afternoon. Fourth week, presents with a bit more class about them. Bit of jewelry now and then. See what I mean? Fifth week, lunches and suppers and things. Sixth week, propose, though you can do it in the fifth week if you see a chance. You've got to leave that to the fellow's judgment. Well, there you are. See what I mean? Wilson stropped his master's razor thoughtfully. A trifle elaborate, sir, is it not? He said. Rollo thumped the counterpane. I knew you'd say that. That's what 9 fellows out of 10 would say. They'd want to rush it. I tell you, Wilson, old scout, you can't rush it. Wilson brooded a while, his mind back in the passionate past. In Market Bumpstead, sir. What the deuce is Market Bumpstead? A village, sir, where I lived until I came to London. Well? In Market Bumpstead, sir, the prevailing custom was to escort the young lady home from church, buy her some little present, some ribbons, possibly, next day, take her for a walk, and kiss her. Sir. Wilson's voice, as he unfolded these devices of the dashing youth of Market Bumpstead, had taken on an animation quite unsuitable to a conscientious valet. He gave the impression of a man who does not depend on idle rumor for his facts. His eye gleamed unprofessionally for a moment before resuming its habitual expression of quiet introspection. Rollo shook his head. That sort of thing might work in a village, he said, but you want something better for London. Rollo Finch, in the present unsatisfactory state of the law parents may still christen a child Rollo, was a youth to whom nature had given a cheerful disposition not marred by any superfluity of brain. Everyone liked Rollo, the great majority on sight, the rest as soon as they heard that he would be a millionaire on the death of his Uncle Andrew. There is a subtle something, a sort of nebulous charm, as it were, about young men who will be millionaires on the death of their Uncle Andrew which softens the ruggedest misanthrope. Rollo's mother had been a Miss Galloway, of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USA. And Andrew Galloway, the world-famous braces king, the inventor and proprietor of the inimitable, tried and proven, was her brother. His braces had penetrated to every corner of the earth. Wherever civilization reigned you would find men wearing Galloways, tried and proven. Between Rollo and this human benefactor there had always existed friendly relations, and it was an open secret that Unless his uncle were to marry and supply the world with little Galloways as well as braces, the young man would come into his money. So Rollo moved on his way through life, popular and happy. Always merry and bright. That was Rollo. Or nearly always. For there were moments, we all have our grayer moments, when he could have wished that Mr. Galloway had been a trifle older or a trifle less robust. The Brace's potentate was at present passing, in excellent health, through the Indian summer of life. He was, moreover, as has been stated, by birth and residence a Pittsburgh man. And the tendency of middle-aged Pittsburgh millionaires to marry chorus girls is notoriously like the homing instinct of pigeons. Something, it may be the smoke, seems to work on them like a charm. In the case of Andrew Galloway, nature had been thwarted up till now by the accident of an unfortunate attachment in early life. The facts were not fully known, but it was generally understood that his fiancée had exercised woman's prerogative and changed her mind. Also, that she had done this on the actual wedding day, causing annoyance to all, and had clinched the matter by eloping to Jersey City with the prospective bridegroom's own coachman. Whatever the facts, there was no doubt about their result. Mr. Galloway, having abjured woman utterly, had flung himself with moody energy into the manufacture and propagation of his tried and proven braces, and had found consolation in it ever since. He would be strong, he told himself, like his braces. Hearts might snap beneath a sudden strain. Not so the tried and proven. Love might tug and tug again, but never more should the trousers of passion break away from the tough, masterful braces of self-control. As Mr. Galloway had been in this frame of mind for a matter of 11 years, it seemed to Rollo not unreasonable to hope that he might continue in it permanently. He had the very strongest objection to his uncle marrying a chorus girl. And, as the years went on and the disaster did not happen, his hopes of playing the role of heir till the fall of the curtain grew stronger and stronger. He was one of those young men who must be heirs or nothing. This is the age of the specialist, and years ago Rollo had settled on his career. Even as a boy, hardly capable of connected thought, he had been convinced that his speciality, the one thing he could do really well, was to inherit money. All he wanted was a chance. It would be bitter if fate should withhold it from him. He did not object on principle to men marrying chorus girls. On the contrary, he wanted to marry one himself. It was this fact which had given that turn to his thoughts which had finally resulted in the schedule. The first intimation that Wilson had that the schedule was actually to be put into practical operation was when his employer, one Monday evening, requested him to buy a medium-sized bunch of the best red roses and deliver them personally, with a note, to Miss Marguerite Parker at the stage door of the Duke of Cornwall's Theatre. Wilson received the order in his customary gravely deferential manner, and was turning to go, but Rollo had more to add. "Flowers, Wilson," he said, significantly. "So I understood you to say, sir." "I will see to it at once." "See what I mean?" "Third week, Wilson." "Indeed, sir." Rollo remained for a moment in what he would have called thought. "Charming girl, Wilson." "Indeed, sir." "Seen the show?" "Not yet, sir." "You should," said Rollo, earnestly. "Take my advice, old scout, and see it first chance you get. It's topping. I've had the same seat in the middle of the front row of the stalls for 2 weeks. Indeed, sir. Looks, Wilson. The good old schedule. Have you noticed any satisfactory results, sir? It's working. On Saturday night she looked at me 5 times. She's a delightful girl, Wilson. Nice, quiet girl, not the usual sort. I met her first at a lunch at Audie's. She's the last girl on the OP side. I'm sure you'd like her, Wilson. I have every confidence in your taste, sir. You'll see her for yourself this evening. Don't let the fellow at the stage door put you off. Slip him half a crown or a couple of quid or something, and say you must see her personally. Are you a close observer, Wilson? I think so, sir. Because I want you to notice particularly how she takes it. See that she reads the note in your presence. I've taken a good deal of trouble over that note, Wilson. It's a good note. Well expressed. Watch her face while she's reading it. Very good, sir. Excuse me, sir. I had almost forgotten to mention it. Mr. Galloway rang up on the telephone shortly before you came in. What? Is he in England? Mr. Galloway was in the habit of taking occasional trips to Great Britain to confer with the general manager of his London branch. Rollo had grown accustomed to receiving no notice of these visits. He arrived 2 days ago on the Baltic, sir. He left a message that he was in London for a week, and would be glad if you would dine with him tomorrow at his club. Rollo nodded. On these occasions it was his practice to hold himself unreservedly at Mr. Galloway's disposal. The latter's invitations were royal commands. Rollo was glad that the visit had happened now. In another 2 weeks it might have been disastrous to the schedule. The club to which the Braces King belonged was a richly but gloomily furnished building in Pall Mall, a place of soft carpets, shaded lights, and whispers. Grave, elderly men moved noiselessly to and fro, or sat in meditative silence in deep armchairs. Sometimes the visitor felt that he was in a cathedral, sometimes in a Turkish bath. While now and then there was a suggestion of the waiting room of a more than usually prosperous dentist. It was magnificent, but not exhilarating. Rollo was shown into the smoking room, where his uncle received him. There was a good deal of Mr. Andrew Galloway. Grief, gnawing at his heart, had not sagged his ample waistcoat, which preceded him as he moved in much the same manner as Burnham Woods preceded the army of Macduff. A well-nourished hand crept round the corner of the edifice and enveloped Rollo's in a powerful grip. "Ah, my boy," bellowed Mr. Galloway cheerfully. His voice was always loud. "Glad you've come." It would be absurd to say that Rollo looked at his uncle keenly. He was not capable of looking keenly at anyone. But certainly a puzzled expression came into his face. Whether it was the heartiness of the other's handshake or the unusual cheeriness of his voice, he could not say. But something gave him the impression that a curious change had come over the Braces King. When they had met before during the last few years Mr. Galloway had been practically 16 stone 5 of blood and iron, one of those stern, soured men. His attitude had been that of one for whom life's music had ceased. Had he then inserted another record? His manner conveyed that idea. Sustained thought always gave Rollo a headache. He ceased to speculate. "Still got the same chef here, uncle," he said. "Deuced brainy fellow. I always like dining here." "Here." Mr. Galloway surveyed the somnolent occupants of the room with spirited scorn. "We aren't going to dine in this forsaken old mausoleum. I've sent in my resignation today. If I find myself wanting this sort of thing at any time, I'll go to Paris and hunt up the morgue. Bunch of old deadbeats. Bah. I've engaged a table at Romano's. That's more in my line. Get your coat, and let's be going." In the cab Rollo risked the headache. At whatever cost this thing must be pondered over. His uncle prattled gaily throughout the journey. Once he whooped, some weird, forgotten college yell, dragged from the misty depths of the past. It was passing strange. And in this unusual manner the two rolled into the Strand, and drew up at Romano's door. Mr. Galloway was a good trencherman. At a very early date he had realized that a man who wishes to make satisfactory braces must keep his strength up. He wanted a good deal here below, and he wanted it warm and well cooked. It was, therefore, not immediately that his dinner with Rollo became a feast of reason and a flow of soul. Indeed, the two revellers had lighted their cigars before the elder gave forth any remark that was not purely gastronomic. When he did jerk the conversation up onto a higher plane, he jerked it hard. He sent it shooting into the realms of the soulful with a whiz. "Rollo," he said, blowing a smoke ring, do you believe in affinities? Rollo, in the act of sipping a liqueur brandy, lowered his glass in surprise. His head was singing slightly as the result of some rather spirited Bollinger, extra sec, and he wondered if he had heard aright. Mr. Galloway continued, his voice rising as he spoke. My boy, he said, I feel young tonight for the first time in years. And, hang it, I'm not so old. Men have married at twice my age. Strictly speaking, this was incorrect, unless one counted Methuselah, but perhaps Mr. Galloway spoke figuratively. 3 times my age, he proceeded, leaning back and blowing smoke, thereby missing his nephew's agitated start. 4 times my age. 5 times my age. 6. He pulled himself together in some confusion. A generous wine, that Bollinger. He must be careful. He coughed. You aren't, are you? Rollo paused. Are you thinking of getting married, uncle? Mr. Galloway's gaze was still on the ceiling. A great deal of nonsense, he yelled severely, is talked about men lowering themselves by marrying actresses. I was a guest at a supper party last night at which an actress was present. And a more charming, sensible girl I never wished to meet. Not one of your silly, brainless chits who don't know the difference between lobster Newburg and canvasback duck, and who prefer sweet champagne to dry. No, sir. Not one of your mincing, affected kind who pretend they never touch anything except a spoonful of cold consommé. No, sir. Good, healthy appetite. Enjoyed her food, and knew why she was enjoying it. I give you my word, my boy, until I met her I didn't know a woman existed who could talk so damned sensibly about a Bavaroise au rhum. He suspended his striking tribute in order to relight his cigar. She can use a chafing dish, he resumed, his voice vibrating with emotion. She told me so. She said she could fix chicken so that a man would leave home for it. He paused, momentarily overcome. And Welsh rarebits, he added reverently. He puffed hard at his cigar. Yes, he said. Welsh rarebits, too. And because, he shouted wrathfully, because, forsooth, she earns an honest living by singing in the chorus of a comic opera. A whole bunch of sniveling idiots will say I have made a fool of myself. Let them, he bellowed, sitting up and glaring at Rollo. I say, let them. I'll show them that Andrew Galloway is not the man is not the man, he stopped. Well, anyway, I'll show them, he concluded rather lamely. Rollo eyed him with fallen jaw. His liqueur had turned to wormwood. He had been fearing this for years. You may drive out nature with a pitchfork, but she will return. Blood will tell. Once a Pittsburgh millionaire, always a Pittsburgh millionaire. For 11 years his uncle had fought against his natural propensities, with apparent success, but nature had won in the end. His words could have no other meaning. Andrew Galloway was going to marry a chorus girl. Mr. Galloway rapped on the table, and ordered another Kümmel. Marguerite Parker. He roared dreamily, rolling the words round his tongue, like port. Marguerite Parker, exclaimed Rollo, bounding in his chair. His uncle met his eye sternly. That was the name I said. You seem to know it. Perhaps you have something to say against the lady. Have you? Have you? I warn you to be careful. What do you know of Miss Parker? Speak. No. Oh, no. I just know the name, that's all. I rather think I met her once at lunch. Or it may have been somebody else. I know it was someone. He plunged at his glass. His uncle's gaze relaxed its austerity. I hope you will meet her many more times at lunch, my boy. I hope you will come to look upon her as a second mother. This was where Rollo asked if he might have a little more brandy. When the restorative came he drank it at a gulp, then looked across at his uncle. The great man still mused. When is it to be, asked Rollo. The wedding, and all that? Hardly before the fall, I think. No, not before the fall. I shall be busy till then. I have taken no steps in the matter yet. No steps? You mean? Haven't you proposed? I have had no time. Be reasonable, my boy, be reasonable. Oh, said Rollo. He breathed a long breath. A suspicion of silver lining had become visible through the clouds. I doubt, said Mr. Galloway, meditatively, if I shall be able to find time till the end of the week. I am very busy. Let me see. Tomorrow? No. Meeting of the shareholders. Thursday? Friday? No. No, it will have to stand over till Saturday. After Saturday's matinee. That will do excellently. There is a dramatic spectacle to be observed every day in this land of ours, which, though deserving of recognition, no artist has yet pictured on canvas. We allude to the suburban season ticket holder's sudden flash of speed. Everyone must have seen at one time or another a happy, bright-faced season ticket holder strolling placidly towards the station, humming, perhaps, in his light-heartedness, some gay air. He feels secure. Fate cannot touch him, for he has left himself for once plenty of time to catch that 8:50, for which he has so often sprinted like the gazelle of the prairie. As he strolls, suddenly his eye falls on the church clock. The next moment with a passionate cry he is endeavoring to lower his record for the 50-yard dash. All the while his watch has been 15 minutes slow. In just such a case was Rollo Finch. He had fancied that he had plenty of time. And now, in an instant, the fact was borne in upon him that he must hurry. For the greater part of the night of his uncle's dinner he lay sleepless, vainly endeavoring to find a way out of the difficulty. It was not till early morning that he faced the inevitable. He hated to abandon the schedule. To do so meant changing a well-ordered advance into a forlorn hope. But circumstances compelled it. There are moments when speed alone can save love's season ticket holder. On the following afternoon he acted. It was no occasion for stint. He had to condense into one day the carefully considered movements of 2 weeks, and to the best of his ability he did so. He bought 3 bouquets, a bracelet, and a gold billiken with ruby eyes, and sent them to the theatre by messenger boy. With them went an invitation to supper. Then, with the feeling that he had done all that was possible, he returned to his flat and waited for the hour. He dressed with more than usual care that night. Your wise general never throws away a move. He was particular about his tie. As a rule, Wilson selected one for him. But there had been times when Wilson had made mistakes. One could not rely absolutely on Wilson's taste in ties. He did not blame him. Better men than Wilson had gone wrong over an evening tie. But tonight there must be no taking of chances. Where do we keep our ties, Wilson? He asked. The closet to the right of the door, sir. The first 12 shallow shelves, counting from the top, sir. They contain a fair selection of our various cravats. Replicas in bulk are to be found in the 3rd nest of drawers in your dressing room, sir. I only want one, my good man. I'm not a regiment. Ah. I stake all on this one. Not a word, Wilson. No discussion. This is the tie I wear. What's the time? 8 minutes to 11, sir. I must be off. I shall be late. I shan't want you any more tonight. Don't wait for me. Very good, sir. Rollo left the room, pale but determined, and hailed a taxi. It is a pleasant spot, the vestibule of the Carlton Hotel. Glare, glitter, distant music, fair women, brave men. But one can have too much of it, and as the moments pass, and she does not arrive, a chill seems to creep into the atmosphere. We wait on, hoping against hope, and at last, just as waiters and commissionaries are beginning to eye us with suspicion, we face the truth. She is not coming. Then out we crawl into cold, callous Pall Mall, and so home. You have been through it, dear reader, and so have I. And so, at 11:45 that evening, had Rollo. For a full 3/4 of an hour he waited, scanning the face of each new arrival with the anxious scrutiny of a lost dog seeking its master. But at 11:45 the last faint flicker of hope had died away. A girl may be a quarter of an hour late for supper. She may be half an hour late. But there is a limit, and to Rollo's mind 45 minutes passed it. At 11:10 a uniformed official outside the Carlton signaled to a taxicab, and there entered it a young man whose faith in woman was dead. Rollo meditated bitterly as he drove home. It was not so much the fact that she had not come that stirred him. Many things may keep a girl from supper. It was the calm way in which she had ignored the invitation. When you send a girl 3 bouquets, a bracelet, and a gold billiken with ruby eyes, you do not expect an entire absence of recognition. Even a penny in the slot machine treats you better than that. It may give you hairpins when you want matches, but at least it takes some notice of you. He was still deep in gloomy thought when he inserted his latchkey and opened the door of his flat. He was roused from his reflections by a laugh from the sitting room. He started. It was a pleasant laugh, and musical, but it sent Rollo diving, outraged, for the handle of the door. What was a woman doing in his sitting room at this hour? Was his flat an hotel? The advent of an unbidden guest rarely fails to produce a certain gene. The sudden appearance of Rollo caused a dead silence. It was broken by the fall of a chair on the carpet as Wilson rose hurriedly to his feet. Rollo stood in the doorway, an impressive statue of restrained indignation. He could see the outlying portions of a girl in blue at the further end of the table, but Wilson obscured his vision. "Didn't expect you back, sir," said Wilson. For the first time in the history of their acquaintance his accustomed calm seemed somewhat ruffled. "So I should think," said Rollo. "I believe you, by George." "You had better explain, Jim," said a dispassionate voice from the end of the table. Wilson stepped aside. "My wife, sir," he said, apologetically, but with pride. "Your wife?" "We were married this morning, sir." The lady nodded cheerfully at Rollo. She was small and slight, with an impudent nose and a mass of brown hair. "Awfully glad to meet you," she said, cracking a walnut. Rollo gaped. She looked at him again. "We've met, haven't we?" "Oh yes, I remember. We met at lunch once. And you sent me some flowers." "It was ever so kind of you," she said, beaming. She cracked another nut. She seemed to consider that the introductions were complete and that formality could now be dispensed with once more. She appeared at peace with all men. The situation was slipping from Rollo's grip. He continued to gape. Then he remembered his grievance. "I think you might have let me know you weren't coming to supper." "Supper? I sent a note to the theater this afternoon. I haven't been to the theater today. They let me off because I was going to be married. I'm so sorry. I hope you didn't wait long." Rollo's resentment melted before the friendliness of her smile. "Hardly any time," he said, untruthfully. "If I might explain, sir," said Wilson. "By George. If you can, you'll save me from a brainstorm. Cut loose, and don't be afraid you'll bore me." "You won't. Mrs. Wilson and I are old friends, sir. We come from the same town. In fact." Rollo's face cleared. "By George. Market what's its name?" "Why, of course. Then she." "Just so, sir. If you recollect, you asked me once if I had ever been in love, and I replied in the affirmative. And it was. Mrs. Wilson and I were engaged to be married before either of us came to London. There was a misunderstanding, which was entirely my. Jim. It was mine. No, it was all through my being a fool. It was not. You know it wasn't. Rollo intervened. Well? And when you sent me with the flowers, sir, well, we talked it over again, and that was how it came about, sir. The bride looked up from her walnuts. You aren't angry, she smiled up at Rollo. Angry? He reflected. Of course, it was only reasonable that he should be a little, well, not exactly angry, but, and then for the first time it came to him that the situation was not entirely without its compensations. Until that moment he had completely forgotten Mr. Galloway. Angry, he said. Great Scott, no. Jolly glad I came back in time to get a bit of the wedding breakfast. I want it, I can tell you. I'm hungry. Here we all are, eh? Let's enjoy ourselves. Wilson, old scout, bustle about and give us your imitation of a bridegroom mixing a B and S for the best man. Mrs. Wilson, if you'll look in at the theater tomorrow you'll find 1 or 2 small wedding presents waiting for you. 3 bouquets, they'll be a bit withered, I'm afraid, a bracelet, and a gold billiken with ruby eyes. I hope he'll bring you luck. Oh, Wilson. Sir. Touching this little business, don't answer if it's a delicate question, but I should like to know, I suppose you didn't try the schedule. What? More the market thin gummy method, eh? The one you described to me? Market Bumpstead, sir, said Wilson. On those lines. Rollo nodded thoughtfully. It seems to me, he said, they know a thing or two down in Market Bumpstead. A very rising little place, sir, assented Wilson. By advice of counsel. The traveler champed meditatively at his steak. He paid no attention to the altercation which was in progress between the waiter and the man at the other end of the dingy room. The sounds of strife ceased. The waiter came over to the traveler's table and stood behind his chair. He was ruffled. If he meant lamb, he said, querulously, why didn't he say lamb, so's a feller could hear him? I thought he said ham, so I brought ham. Now Lord Percy gets all peevish. He laughed bitterly. The traveler made no reply. If people spoke distinct, said the waiter, there wouldn't be half the trouble there is in the world. Not half the trouble there wouldn't be. I shouldn't be here, for one thing. In this restaurant, I mean. A sigh escaped him. I shouldn't, he said, and that's the truth. I should be getting up when I pleased, eating and drinking all I wanted, and carrying on same as in the good old days. You wouldn't think, to look at me, would you now, that I was once like the lily of the field? The waiter was a tall, stringy man, who gave the impression of having no spine. In that he drooped, he might have been said to resemble a flower, but in no other respect. He had sandy hair, weak eyes set close together, and a day's growth of red stubble on his chin. One could not see him in the lily class. What I mean to say is, I didn't toil, neither did I spin. Ah, them was happy days. Lying on me back, plenty of tobacco, something cool in a jug. He sighed once more. Did you ever know a man of the name of Moore? Jerry Moore? The traveler applied himself to his steak in silence. Nice feller. Simple sort of feller. Big. Quiet. Bit deaf in one ear. Straw-colored hair. Blue eyes. 'Andsome, rather. Had a goose just outside of Reigate. Has it still. Money of his own. Left him by his pa, simple sort of feller. Not much to say for himself. I used to know him well in them days. Used to live with him. Nice feller he was. Big. Bit hard of hearing. Got a sleepy kind of grin, like this, something. The traveler sipped his beer in thoughtful silence. I reckon you never met him, said the waiter. Maybe you never knew Gentleman Bailey, either? We always called him that. He was one of these broken-down Eton or Barrer fellers, folks said. We struck up a partnership kind of casual, both being on the tramp together, and after a while we opined to be round about Reigate. And the first house we come to was this Jerry Moore's. He come up just as we was sliding to the back door, and grins that sleepy grin. Like this, something. "Ullo," he says. Gentleman kind of gives a whoop, and hollers, "If it ain't my old pal, Jerry Moore." "Jack," he says to me, "this is my old pal, Mr. Jerry Moore, what I met in happier days down at Ramsgate one summer." They shakes hands, and Jerry Moore says, "Is this a friend of yours, Bailey?" looking at me. Gentleman introduces me. "We are partners," he says, "partners in misfortune. This is my friend, Mr. Roach." "Come along in," says Jerry. So we went in, and he makes us at home. He's a bachelor, and lives all by himself in this desirable booze. Well, I seen pretty quick that Jerry thinks the world of gentlemen. All that evening he's acting as if he's as pleased as Punch to have him there. Couldn't do enough for him. It was a bit of all right, I said to myself. It was, too. Next day we gets up late and has a good breakfast, and sits on the lawn and smokes. The sun was shining, the little birds was singing, and there wasn't a thing, east, west, north, or south, that looked like work. If I had been asked my address at that moment, on oath, I wouldn't have hesitated a second. I should have answered, Number 1, Easy Street. You see, Jerry Moore was one of these slow, simple fellers, and you could tell in a moment what a lot he thought of gentlemen. Gentlemen, you see, had a way with him. Not haughty, he wasn't. More affable, I should call it. He sort of made you feel that all men are born equal, but that it was awful good of him to be talking to you, and that he wouldn't do it for everybody. It went down proper with Jerry Moore. Jerry would sit and listen to him giving his views on things by the hour. By the end of the first day I was having visions of sitting in that garden a white-baked old man, and being laid out, when my time should come, in Jerry's front room. He paused, his mind evidently in the past, among the cigars and big breakfasts. Presently he took up his tale. This here Jerry Moore was a simple sort of feller. Deefies are like that. Ever noticed? Not that Jerry was a real deefy. His hearing was a bit off, but he could follow you if you spoke to him nice and clear. Well, I was saying, he was kind of simple. Liked to put in his days pottering about the little garden he'd made for himself, looking after his flowers and his fowls, and sit of an evening listening to gentlemen holding forth on life. He was a philosopher, gentleman was. And Jerry took everything he said as gospel. He didn't want no proofs. And the King of Denmark would have been great pals. He just sat by with his big blue eyes getting rounder every minute and lapped it up. Now you'd think a man like that could be counted on, wouldn't you? Would he want anything more? Not he, you'd say. You'd be wrong. Believe me, there isn't a man on earth that's fixed and contented but what a woman can't knock his old paradise into ash with one punch. It wasn't long before I began to notice a change in Jerry. He never had been what you'd call a champion catch-as-catch-can talker, but now he was silenter than ever. And he got a habit of switching gentlemen off from his theories on life in general to woman in particular. This suited gentlemen just right. What he didn't know about woman wasn't knowledge. Gentleman was too busy talking to have time to get suspicious, but I wasn't, and one day I draws gentleman aside and puts it to him straight. Gentleman, I says, Jerry Moore is in love. Well, this was a nasty knock, of course, for gentleman. He knew as well as I did what it would mean if Jerry was to lead home a blushing bride through that front door. It would be outside into the cold, hard world for the bachelor friends. Gentleman sees that quick, and his jaw drops. I goes on. All the time, I says, that you're talking away of an evening, Jerry's seeing visions of a little woman sitting in your chair. And you can bet we don't enter into them visions. He may dream of little feet pattering about the house, I says, but they aren't ours, and you can ave something on that both ways. Look alive, gentlemen, I says, and think out some plan, or we might as well be patting the hoof now. Well, gentleman did what he could. In his evening discourses he started to give it to woman all he knew. Began to talk about Delilahs and Jezebels and fools there was and the rest of it, and what a mug a feller was to let a female into his cozy home, who'd only make him spend his days hooking her up. And his nights wondering how to get back the blankets without waking her. My, he was crisp. Enough to have given Romeo the jumps, you'd have thought. But, lore. It's no good talking to them when they've got it bad. A few days later we caught him with the goods, talking in the road to a girl in a pink dress. I couldn't but admit that Jerry had picked one right from the top of the basket. This wasn't one of them languishing sort what sits about in cozy corners and reads storybooks. And don't care what's happening in the home so long as they find out what became of the hero in his duel with the Grand Duke. She was a brown, slim, wary-looking little thing. You know. Held her chin up and looked you up and down with eyes the color of Scotch whiskey, as much as to say, well, what about it? You could tell without looking at her, just by the feel of the atmosphere when she was near, that she had as much snap and go in her as Jerry Moore hadn't, which was a good bit. I knew, just as sure as I was standing there on one leg, that this was the sort of girl who would have me and gentleman out of that house about 3 seconds after the clergyman had tied the knot. Jerry says, "These are my friends, Miss Tuxton, Mr. Bailey and Mr. Roach. They are staying with me for a visit. This is Miss Jane Tuxton," he says to us. "I was just going to see Miss Tuxton home," he says, sort of wistful. "Excellent," says gentleman. "We'll come too." And we all goes along. There wasn't much done in the way of conversation. Jerry never was one for pushing out the words, nor was I, when in the presence of the sect. And Miss Jane had her chin in the air, as if she thought me and gentleman was not needed in any way whatsoever. The only talk before we turned her in at the garden gate was done by gentleman, who told a pretty long story about a friend of his in Upper Sydenham who had been silly enough to marry. And had had trouble ever since. That night, after we had went to bed, I said to gentleman, I says, "What's going to be done about this? We've got about as much chance, if Jerry marries that girl," I says, "as a couple of helpless chocolate creams at a schoolgirl's picnic." "If," says gentleman. "He ain't married her yet. That is a girl of character, Jack. Trust me. Didn't she strike you as a girl who would like a man with a bit of devil in him, a man with some go in him, a you be darned kind of man? Does Jerry fill the bill? He's more like a doormat with 'Welcome' written on it, than anything else." Well, we seen a good deal of Miss Jane in the next week or so. We keeps Jerry under, what's it the heroine says in the melodrama? "Oh, cruel, SP something. Espionage, that's it. We keeps Jerry under espionage, and whenever he goes trickling round after the girl, we goes trickling round after him. Things is running our way," says gentleman to me, after one of these meetings. "That girl is getting cross with Jerry. She wants reckless Rudolph, not a man who stands and grins when other men butt in on him and his girl. Mark my words, Jack. She'll get tired of Jerry, and go off and marry a soldier, and we'll live happy ever after." "Think so?" I says. "Sure of it," said gentleman. It was the Sunday after this that Jerry Moore announces to us, wriggling, that he had an engagement to take supper with Jane and her folks. He'd have liked to have slipped away secret, but we was keeping him under espionage too crisp for that, so he has to tell us. "Excellent," said gentleman. "It will be a great treat to Jack and myself to meet the family. We will go along with you." So off we all goes, and pushes our boots in sociable fashion under the Tuxton table. I looked at Miss Jane out of the corner of my eye, and, honest, that chin of hers was sticking out a foot, and Jerry didn't dare look at her. Love's young dream, I muses to myself, how swift it fades when a man has the nature and disposition of a lop-eared rabbit. The Tuxtons was 4 in number, not counting the parrot, and all male. There was Pa Tuxton, an old feller with a beard and glasses, a fat uncle, a big brother, who worked in a bank and was dressed like Moses in all his glory. And a little brother with a snub nose, that cheeky you'd have been surprised. And the parrot in its cage and a fat yellow dog. And they're all making themselves pleasant to Jerry, the wealthy future son-in-law, something awful. It's, "How are the fowls, Mr. Moore?" and, "A little bit of this pie, Mr. Moore." Jane made it, and Jerry sitting there with a feeble grin, saying, "Yes," and "No," and nothing much more, while Miss Jane's eyes are snapping like 5th of November fireworks. I could feel Jerry's chances going back a mile a minute. I felt as happy as a little child that evening. I sang Going Back Home. Gentleman's pleased, too. "Jack," he says to me when we're in bed, "this is too easy. In my most sanguinary dreams I hardly hoped for this. No girl of spirit's going to love a man who behaves that way to her parents. The way to win the heart of a certain type of girl," he says, beginning on his theories, "the type to which Jane Tuxton belongs, is to be rude to her family. I've got Jane Tuxton sized up and labeled. Her kind wants her folks to dislike her young man. She wants to feel that she's the only one in the family that's got the sense to see the hidden good in Willie. She doesn't want to be one of a crowd hollering out what a nice young man he is. It takes some pluck in a man to stand up to a girl's family, and that's what Jane Tuxton is looking for in Jerry. Take it from one who has studied the sect," says Gentleman, "from John O. Groats to Land's End, and back again." Next day Jerry Moore's looking as if he'd only 6pence in the world and had swallowed it. "What's the matter, Jerry?" says Gentleman. Jerry heaves a sigh. "Bailey," he says, "and you, Mr. Roach, I expect you both seen how it is with me. I love Miss Jane Tuxton, and you seen for yourselves what transpires. She don't value me, not 2pence. "Say not so," says Gentleman, sympathetic. "You're doing fine. If you knew the sect as I do you wouldn't go by mere superficial silences and chin-tiltings. I can read a girl's heart, Jerry," he says, patting him on the shoulder, "and I tell you you're doing fine. All you want now is a little rapid work, and you win easy. To make the thing assert," he says, getting up, "all you have to do is to make a dead set at her folks." He winks at me. "Don't just sit there like you did last night. Show 'em you've got something in you. You know what folks are, they think themselves the most important things on the map. Well, go to work. Consult them all you know. Every opportunity you get. There's nothing like consulting a girl's folks to put you in good with her." And he pats Jerry on the shoulder again and goes indoors to find his pipe. Jerry turns to me. "Do you think that's really so?" he says. I says, "I do." "He knows all about girls, I reckon," says Jerry. "You can go by him every time," I says. Well, says Jerry, sort of thoughtful. The waiter paused. His eye was sad and dreamy. Then he took up the burden of his tale. "First thing that happens is that Gentleman has a sore tooth on the next Sunday, so don't feel like coming along with us. He sits at home, dosing it with whiskey, and Jerry and me goes off alone. So Jerry and me pikes off, and once more we prepares to settle down around the board. I hadn't noticed Jerry particular, but just now I catches sight of his face in the light of the lamp. Ever see one of those fighters when he's sitting in his corner before a fight, waiting for the gong to go? Well, Jerry looks like that, and it surprises me. I told you about the fat yellow dog that permeated the Tuxtons' house, didn't I? The family thought a lot of that dog, though of all the ugly brutes I ever met he was the worst. Sniffing round and growling all the time. Well, this evening he comes up to Jerry just as he's going to sit down, and starts to growl. Old Pa Tuxton looks over his glasses and licks his tongue. Rover, he says, kind of mild. Naughty Rover, he don't like strangers, I'm afraid. Jerry looks at Pa Tuxton, and he looks at the dog, and I'm just expecting him to say, no, or, yes, same as the other night, when he lets out a nasty laugh, one of them bitter laughs. Ho, he says. Ho. Don't he? Then perhaps he'd better get further away from them. And he ups with his boot and, well, the dog hit the far wall. Jerry sits down and pulls up his chair. I don't approve, he says, fierce, of folks keeping great, fat, ugly, bad-tempered yellow dogs that are a nuisance to all. I don't like it. There was a silence you could have scooped out with a spoon. Have you ever had a rabbit turn round on you and growl? That's how we all felt when Jerry outs with them crisp words. They took our breath away. While we were getting it back again, the parrot, which was in its cage, let out a squawk. Honest, I jumped a foot in my chair. Jerry gets up very deliberate, and walks over to the parrot. Is this a menagerie? He says. Can't a man have supper in peace without an image like you starting to holler? Go to sleep. We was all staring at him surprised, especially Uncle Dick Tuxton, whose particular pet the parrot was. He'd brought him home all the way from some foreign parts. Hello, Billy, says the bird, shrugging his shoulders and puffing himself up. Arr. Arr, low, Billy, low, low, low. Arr, wah. Jerry gives its cage a bang. Don't talk back at me, he says, or I'll knock your head off. You think because you've got a green tail you're someone. And he stalks back to his chair and sits glaring at Uncle Dick. Well, all this wasn't what you might call promoting an easy flow of conversation. Everyone's looking at Jerry, especially me, wondering what next, and trying to get their breath, and Jerry's frowning at the cold beef, and there's a sort of awkward pause. Miss Jane is the first to get busy. She bustles about and gets the food served out, and we begins to eat. But still there's not so much conversation that you'd notice it. This goes on till we reaches the concluding stages, and then Uncle Dick comes up to the scratch. How is the fowls, Mr. Moore, he says. Gimme some more pie, says Jerry. What? Uncle Dick repeats his remark. Fowls, says Jerry. What do you know about fowls? Your notion of a fowl is an ugly bird with a green tail, a Wellington nose, and, gimme a bit of cheese. Uncle Dick's fond of the parrot, so he speaks up for him. Polly's always been reckoned a handsome bird, he says. He wants stuffing, says Jerry. And Uncle Dick drops out of the talk. Up comes Big Brother, Ralph his name was. He's the bank clerk and a dude. He gives his cuffs a flick, and starts in to make things jolly all round by telling a story about a man he knows named Witherspoon. Jerry fixes him with his eye, and, halfway through, interrupts. That waistcoat of yours is fierce, he says. Pardon, says Ralph. That waistcoat of yours, says Jerry. It hurts me eyes. It's like an electric sign. Why, Jerry, I says, but he just scowls at me and I stops. Ralph is proud of his clothes, and he isn't going to stand this. He glares at Jerry and Jerry glares at him. Who do you think you are, says Ralph, breathing hard. Button up your coat, says Jerry. Look, says Ralph. Cover it up, I tell you, says Jerry. Do you want to blind me? Pa Tuxton interrupts. Why, Mr. Moore, he begins, sort of soothing, when the small brother, who's been staring at Jerry, chips in. I told you he was cheeky. He says, Pa, what a funny nose Mr. Moore's got. And that did it. Jerry rises, very slow, and leans across the table and clips the kid brother one side of the ear-roll. And then there's a general imbroglio, everyone standing up and the kid hollering and the dog barking. If you'd brought him up better, says Jerry, severe, to Pa Tuxton, this wouldn't ever have happened. Pa Tuxton gives a sort of howl. Mr. Moore, he yells, what is the meaning of this extraordinary behavior? You come here and strike me, child. Jerry bangs on the table. Yes, he says, and I'd strike him again. Listen to me, he says. You think just because I'm quiet I ain't got no spirit. You think all I can do is to sit and smile. You think, bah. You aren't on to the hidden depths in me character. I'm one of them still waters that runs deep. Here, you get out of it. Yes, all of you. Except Jane. Jane and me wants this room to have a private talk in. I've got a lot of things to say to Jane. Are you going? I turns to the crowd. I was awful disturbed. You mustn't take any notice, I says. He ain't well. He ain't himself. When just then the parrot cuts with another of them squawks. Jerry jumps at it. You first, he says, and flings the cage out of the window. Now you, he says to the yellow dog, putting him out through the door. And then he folds his arms and scowls at us, and we all notice suddenly that he's very big. We look at one another, and we begins to edge towards the door. All except Jane, who's staring at Jerry as if he's a ghost. Mr. Moore, says Pa Tuxton, dignified, we'll leave you. You're drunk. I'm not drunk, says Jerry. I'm in love. Jane, says Pa Tuxton, come with me, and leave this ruffian to himself. Jane, says Jerry, stop here, and come and lay your head on my shoulder. Jane, says Pa Tuxton, do you hear me? Jane, says Jerry, I'm waiting. She looks from one to the other for a spell, and then she moves to where Jerry's standing. I'll stop, she says, sort of quiet. And we drifts out. The waiter snorted. I got back home quick as I could, he said, and relates the proceedings to gentlemen. Gentlemen's rattled. I don't believe it, he says. Don't stand there and tell me Jerry Moore did them things. Why, it ain't in the man. Specially after what I said to him about the way he ought to behave. How could he have done so? Just then in comes Jerry, beaming all over. Boys, he shouts, congratulate me. It's all right. We've fixed it up. She says she hadn't known me properly before. She says she'd always reckoned me a sheep, while all the time I was one of them strong, silent men. He turns to gentlemen. The man at the other end of the room was calling for his bill. All right, said the waiter. Coming. He turns to gentlemen, he went on rapidly, and he says, Bailey, I owe it all to you. Because if you hadn't told me to insult her folks. He leaned on the traveler's table and fixed him with an eye that pleaded for sympathy. How about that, he said. Isn't that crisp? Insult her folks. Them was his very words. Insult her folks. The traveler looked at him inquiringly. Can you beat it? Said the waiter. I don't know what you are saying, said the traveler. If it is important, write it on a slip of paper. I am stone deaf. Deep waters. Historians of the social life of the later Roman Empire speak of a certain young man of Ariminum, who would jump into rivers and swim in them. When his friends said, You fish, he would answer, Oh, pish. Fish can't swim like me, they've no vim in them. Just such another was George Barnett Calendar. On land, in his land clothes, George was a young man who excited little remark. He looked very much like other young men. He was much about the ordinary height. His carriage suggested the possession of an ordinary amount of physical strength. Such was George, on shore. But remove his clothes, drape him in a bathing suit, and insert him in the water, and instantly, like the gentleman in the Tempest, he suffered a sea change into something rich and strange. Other men puffed, snorted, and splashed. George passed through the ocean with the silent dignity of a torpedo. Other men swallowed water, here a mouthful, there a pint, anon, maybe, a quart or so, and returned to the shore like foundering derelicts. George's mouth had all the exclusiveness of a fashionable club. His breaststroke was a thing to see and wonder at. When he did the crawl, strong men gasped. When he swam on his back, you felt that that was the only possible method of progression. George came to Marvis Bay at about 5 o'clock one evening in July. Marvis Bay has a well-established reputation as a summer resort, and, while not perhaps in every respect the paradise which the excitable writer of the local guidebook asserts it to be, on the whole it earns its reputation. Its sands are smooth and firm, sloping almost imperceptibly into the ocean. There is surf for those who like it, and smoother water beyond for those whose ideals in bathing are not confined to jumping up and down on a given jellyfish. At the northern end of the beach there is a long pier. It was to this that George made his way on his arrival. It was pleasant on the pier. Once you had passed the initial zareba of fruit stands, souvenir stands, ice cream stands, and the lair of the enthusiast whose aim in life it was to sell you picture postcards, and had won through to the long walk where the seats were, you were practically alone with nature. At this hour of the day the place was deserted. George had it to himself. He strolled slowly along. The water glittered under the sunrays, breaking into a flurry of white foam as it reached the beach. A cool breeze blew. The whole scenic arrangements were a great improvement on the stuffy city he had left. Not that George had come to Marvis Bay with the single aim of finding an antidote to metropolitan stuffiness. There was a more important reason. In 3 days Marvis Bay was to be the scene of the production of Fate's Footballs, a comedy in 4 acts by G. Barnett Callender. For George, though you would not have suspected it from his exterior, was one of those in whose cerebra the grey matter splashes restlessly about, producing strong curtains and crisp dialogue. The company was due at Marvis Bay on the following evening for the last spasm of rehearsals. George's mind, as he paced the pier, was divided between the beauties of nature and the forthcoming crisis in his affairs in the ratio of 1/8 to the former and 7/8 to the latter. At the moment when he had left London, thoroughly disgusted with the entire theatrical world in general and the company which was rehearsing Fate's Footballs in particular. Rehearsals had just reached that stage of brisk delirium when the author toys with his bottle of poison and the stage manager becomes icily polite. The foot pills, as Arthur Mifflin, the leading juvenile in the great play, insisted upon calling it, much to George's disapproval, was his first piece. Never before had he been in one of those kitchens where many cooks prepare, and sometimes spoil, the theatrical broth. Consequently the chaos seemed to him unique. Had he been a more experienced dramatist, he would have said to himself, "'Twas ever thus." As it was, what he said to himself, and others, was more forcible. He was trying to dismiss the whole thing from his mind, a feat which had hitherto proved beyond his powers, when fate, in an unusually kindly mood, enabled him to do so in a flash by presenting to his jaundiced gaze what, on consideration, he decided was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. When a man's afraid, shrewdly sings the bard, a beautiful maid is a cheering sight to see. In the present instance the sight acted on George like a tonic. He forgot that the lady to whom an injudicious management had assigned the role of heroine in Fate's Footballs invariably, no doubt from the best motives, omitted to give the cynical roue his cue for the big speech in Act 3. His mind no longer dwelt on the fact that Arthur Mifflin, an estimable person in private life, and one who had been a friend of his at Cambridge, preferred to deliver the impassioned lines of the great renunciation scene in a manner suggesting a small boy, and a sufferer from nasal catarrh at that, speaking a piece at a Sunday school treat. The recollection of the hideous depression and gloom which the leading comedian had radiated in great clouds fled from him like some grisly nightmare before the goddess of day. Every cell in his brain was occupied, to the exclusion of all other thoughts, by the girl swimming in the water below. She swam well. His practiced eye saw that. Her strong, easy strokes carried her swiftly over the swell of the waves. He stared, transfixed. He was a well-brought-up young man, and he knew how ill-bred it was to stare. But this was a special occasion. Ordinary rules of conventional etiquette could not apply to a case like this. He stared. More, he gaped. As the girl passed on into the shadow of the pier, he leaned farther over the rail, and his neck extended in joints like a telescope. At this point the girl turned to swim on her back. Her eyes met his. Hers were deep and clear, his, bulging. For what seemed an eternity to George, she continued to look at him. Then, turning over again, she shot past under the pier. George's neck was now at its full stretch. No power of will or muscle could add another yard to it. Realizing this, he leaned farther over the rail, and farther still. His hat slid from his hand. He grabbed at it, and, overbalancing, fell with a splash into the water. Now, in ordinary circumstances, to fall 12 feet into the ocean with all his clothes on would have incommoded George little. He would hardly have noticed it. He would have swum to shore with merely a feeling of amused self-reproach akin to that of the man who absent-mindedly walks into a lamppost in the street. When, therefore, he came to the surface, he prepared without agitation to strike out in his usual bold fashion. At this moment, however, two hands, grasping him beneath the arms, lifted his head still farther from the waves, and a voice in his ear said, "Keep still, don't struggle. There's no danger." George did not struggle. His brain, working with the cool rapidity of a buzzsaw in an icebox, had planned a line of action. Few things are more difficult in this world for a young man than the securing of an introduction to the right girl under just the right conditions. When he is looking his best, he is presented to her in the midst of a crowd, and is swept away after a rapid handshake. When there is no crowd, he has toothache, or the sun has just begun to make his nose peel. Thousands of young lives have been saddened in this manner. How different was George's case. By this simple accident, he reflected, as, helping the good work along with an occasional surreptitious leg stroke, he was towed shorewards, there had been formed an acquaintanceship. If nothing more, which could not lightly be broken. A girl who has saved a man from drowning cannot pass him by next day with a formal bow. And what a girl, too! There had been a time, in extreme youth, when his feminine ideal was the sort of girl who has fuzzy, golden hair, and drops things. Indeed, in his first year at the university he had said, and written, as much to one of the type, the episode concluding with a strong little drama, in which a wrathful, check-signing father had starred, supported by a subdued, misogynistic son. Which things, aided by the march of time, had turned George's tastes towards the healthy, open-air girl, who did things instead of dropping them. The pleasantest functions must come to an end sooner or later, and in due season George felt his heels grate on the sand. His preserver loosed her hold. They stood up and faced each other. George began to express his gratitude as best he could. It was not easy to find neat, convincing sentences on the spur of the moment, but she cut him short. Of course, it was nothing. Nothing at all, she said, brushing the seawater from her eyes. It was just lucky I happened to be there. It was splendid, said the infatuated dramatist. It was magnificent. He saw that she was smiling. You're very wet, she said. George glanced down at his soaked clothes. It had been a nice suit once. Hadn't you better hurry back and change into something dry? Looking round about him, George perceived that sundry of the inquisitive were swooping down, with speculation in their eyes. It was time to depart. Have you far to go? Not far. I'm staying at the Beach View Hotel. Why, so am I. I hope we shall meet again. We shall, said George confidently. How did you happen to fall in? I was looking at something in the water. I thought you were, said the girl, quietly. George blushed. I know, he said, it was abominably rude of me to stare like that, but... You should learn to swim, interrupted the girl. I can't understand why every boy in the country isn't made to learn to swim before he's 10 years old. And it isn't a bit difficult, really. I could teach you in a week. The struggle between George and George's conscience was brief. The conscience, weak by nature and flabby from long want of exercise, had no sort of chance from the start. "I wish you would," said George. And with those words he realized that he had definitely committed himself to his hypocritical role. Till that moment explanation would have been difficult, but possible. Now it was impossible. "I will," said the girl. "I'll start tomorrow if you like." She waded into the water. "We'll talk it over at the hotel," she said, hastily. "Here comes a crowd of horrid people. I'm going to swim out again." She hurried into deeper water, while George, turning, made his way through a growing throng of goggling spectators. Of the 15 who got within speaking distance of him, 6 told him that he was wet. The other 9 asked him if he had fallen. Her name was Vaughn, and she was visiting Marvis Bay in company with an aunt. So much George ascertained from the management of the hotel. Later, after dinner, meeting both ladies on the esplanade, he gleaned further information, to wit, that her first name was Mary, that her aunt was glad to make his acquaintance. Liked Marvis Bay but preferred Trouville, and thought it was getting a little chilly and would go indoors. The elimination of the third factor had a restorative effect upon George's conversation, which had begun to languish. In feminine society as a rule he was apt to be constrained, but with Mary Vaughn it was different. Within a couple of minutes he was pouring out his troubles. The cue-withholding leading lady, the stick-like Mifflin, the funereal comedian, up they all came, and she, gently sympathetic, was endeavoring, not without success, to prove to him that things were not so bad as they seemed. "It's sure to be all right on the night," she said. "How rare is the combination of beauty and intelligence." George thought he had never heard such a clear-headed, well-expressed remark. "I suppose it will," he said, "but they were very bad when I left. Mifflin, for instance. He seems to think nature intended him for a Napoleon of advertising. He has a bee in his bonnet about booming the piece. Sits up at nights, when he ought to be sleeping or studying his part, thinking out new schemes for advertising the show. And the comedian. His speciality is drawing me aside and asking me to write in new scenes for him. I couldn't stand it any longer. I just came away and left them to fight it out among themselves. I'm sure you have no need to worry. A play with such a good story is certain to succeed." George had previously obliged with a brief description of the plot of the Footpills. "Did you like the story?" he said, tenderly. "I thought it was fine." "How sympathetic you are," cooed George, glutinously, edging a little closer. "Do you know? Shall we be going back to the hotel?" said the girl. Those noisome creatures, the hired murderers of Fate's Footpills, descended upon Marvis Bay early next afternoon, and George, meeting them at the station, in reluctant pursuance of a promise given to Arthur Mifflin, felt moodily that, if only they could make their acting one half as full of color as their clothes, the play would be one of the most pronounced successes of modern times. In the forefront gleamed, like the white plumes of Navarre, the light flannel suit of Arthur Mifflin, the woodinest juvenile in captivity. His woodenness was, however, confined to stage rehearsals. It may be mentioned that, once the run of a piece had begun, he was sufficiently volatile. And in private life he was almost excessively so, a fact which had been noted at an early date by the keen-eyed authorities of his university. The discovery leading to his tearing himself away from alma mater by request with some suddenness. He was a long, slender youth, with green eyes, jet-black hair, and a passionate fondness for the sound of his own voice. "Well, here we are," he said, kicking breezily at George's leg with his cane. "I saw you," said George, coldly, sidestepping. "The whole team," continued Mr. Mifflin, "all bright, bonny, and trained to the minute." "What happened after I left?" George asked. "Has anybody begun to act yet? Or are they waiting till the dress rehearsal?" "The rehearsals," admitted Mr. Mifflin, handsomely, "weren't perfect, but you wait. It'll be all right on the night." George thought he had never heard such a futile, vapid remark. Besides, said Mr. Mifflin, I have an idea which will make the show. Lend me your ear, both ears. You shall have them back. Tell me, what pulls people into a theater? A good play? Sometimes. But failing that, as in the present case, what? Fine acting by the leading juvenile? We have that, but it is not enough. No, my boy. Advertisement is the thing. Look at all these men on the beach. Are they going to roll in of their own free wills to see a play like the Footpills? Not on your life. About the time the curtain rises every man of them will be sitting in his own private corner of the beach. How many corners do you think the beach has? Gazing into a girl's eyes, singing, "Shine on, thou harvest moon," and telling her how his boss is practically dependent on his advice. You know. I don't, said George, coldly. Unless, proceeded Mr. Mifflin, we advertise. And by advertise, I mean advertise in the right way. We have a press agent, but for all the good he does he might be back on the old farm, gathering in the hay. Luckily for us, I am among those present. I have brains, I have resource. What's that? I said nothing. I thought you did. Well, I have an idea which will drag these people like a magnet. I thought it out coming down in the train. What is it? I'll tell you later. There are a few details to be worked upon first. Meanwhile, let us trickle to the seafront and take a sail in one of those boats. I am at my best in a boat. I rather fancy nature intended me for a Viking. Matters having been arranged with the financier to whom the boat belonged, they set forth. Mr. Mifflin, having remarked, "Yo-ho," in a meditative voice, seated himself at the helm, somewhat saddened by his failure to borrow a quid of tobacco from the Ocean Beauty's proprietor. For, as he justly observed, without properties and make-up, where were you? George, being skilled in the ways of boats, was in charge of the sheet. The summer day had lost its oppressive heat. The sun no longer beat down on the face of the waters. A fresh breeze had sprung up. George, manipulating the sheet automatically, fell into a reverie. A moment comes in the life of every man when an inward voice whispers to him, "This is the one." In George's case the voice had not whispered, it had shouted. From now onward there could be but one woman in the world for him. From now onwards, the Ocean Beauty gave a sudden plunge. George woke up. "What the deuce are you doing with that tiller?" he inquired. "My gentle somnambulist," said Mr. Mifflin, aggrieved, "I was doing nothing with this tiller. We will now form a commission to inquire into what you were doing with that sheet. Were you asleep?" "My fault," said George, "I was thinking." "If you must break the habit of a lifetime," said Mr. Mifflin, complainingly, "I wish you would wait till we get ashore. You nearly upset us. It shan't happen again. They are tricky, these sailing boats, turn over in a second. Whatever you do, don't get her broadside on. There's more breeze out here than I thought there was." Mr. Mifflin uttered a startled exclamation. "What's the matter?" asked George. "Just like a flash," said Mr. Mifflin, complacently. "It's always the way with me. Give me time, and the artistic idea is bound to come. Just some little thought, some little, apparently obvious, idea which stamps the man of genius. It beats me why I didn't think of it before. Why, of course, a costume piece with a male star is 100 times more effective. What are you talking about?" "I see now," continued Mr. Mifflin, "that there was a flaw in my original plan. My idea was this. We were talking in the train about the bathing down here, and Jane happened to say she could swim some, and it suddenly came to me. Jane was the leading woman, she who omitted to give cues. I said to myself, George is a sportsman. He will be delighted to do a little thing like that." "Like to do what?" "Why, rescue Jane." "What?" "She and you," said Mr. Mifflin, "were to go in swimming together, while I waited on the sands, holding our boneheaded press agent on a leash. About 100 yards from the shore up go her arms. Piercing scream. Agitated crowds on the beach. What is the matter? What has happened? A touch of cramp. Will she be drowned? No. G. Barnett Calendar, author of Fate's Footballs, which opens at the Beach Theatre on Monday evening next, at 8:15 sharp, will save her. C. He has her. He is bringing her in. She is safe. How pleased her mother will be. And the public, what a bit of luck for them. They will be able to see her act at 8:15 sharp on Monday after all. Back you come to the shore. Cheering crowds. Weeping women. Strong situation. I unleash the press agent, and off he shoots, in time to get the story into the evening paper. It was a great idea, but I see now there were one or two flaws in it. You do you? Said George. It occurs to me on reflection that after all you wouldn't have agreed to it. A something, I don't know what, which is lacking in your nature, would have made you reject the scheme. I'm glad that occurred to you. And a far greater flaw was that it was too altruistic. It boomed you and it boomed Jane, but I didn't get a thing out of it. My revised scheme is 1,000 times better in every way. Don't say you have another. I have. And, added Mr. Mifflin, with modest pride, it is a winner. This time I unhesitatingly assert that I have the goods. In about 1 minute from now you will hear me exclaim, in a clear musical voice, the single word, jump. That is your cue to leap over the side as quick as you can move, for at that precise moment this spanking craft is going to capsize. George spun round in his seat. Mr. Mifflin's face was shining with kindly enthusiasm. The shore was at least 200 yards away, and that morning he had had his first swimming lesson. A movement of the tiller will do it. These accidents are common objects of the seashore. I may mention that I can swim just enough to keep myself afloat, so it's up to you. I wouldn't do this for everyone, but, seeing that we were boys together, are you ready? Stop, cried George. Don't do it. Listen. Are you ready? The Ocean Beauty gave a plunge. You lunatic. Listen to me. It. Jump, said Mr. Mifflin. George came to the surface some yards from the overturned boat, and, looking round for Mr. Mifflin, discovered that great thinker treading water a few feet away. Get to work, George, he remarked. It is not easy to shake one's fist at a man when in deep water, but George managed it. For 2pence, he cried, I'd leave you to look after yourself. You can do better than that, said Mr. Mifflin. I'll give you 3pence to tow me in. Hurry up. It's cold. In gloomy silence George gripped him by the elbows. Mr. Mifflin looked over his shoulder. We shall have a good house, he said. The stalls are full already, and the dress circle's filling. Work away, George, you're doing fine. This act is going to be a scream from start to finish. With pleasant conversation he endeavored to while away the monotony of the journey, but George made no reply. He was doing some rapid thinking. With ordinary luck, he felt bitterly, all would have been well. He could have gone on splashing vigorously under his teacher's care for a week, gradually improving till he emerged into a reasonably proficient swimmer. But now, in an age of miracles he might have explained away his present performance, but how was he to? And then there came to him an idea, simple, as all great ideas are, but magnificent. He stopped and trod water. Tired? Said Mr. Mifflin. Well, take a rest, he added, kindly, take a rest. No need to hurry. Look here, said George, this piece is going to be recast. We're going to exchange parts. You're rescuing me. See? Never mind why. I haven't time to explain it to you now. Do you understand? No, said Mr. Mifflin. I'll get behind you and push you. But don't forget, when we get to the shore, that you've done the rescuing. Mr. Mifflin pondered. Is this wise? He said. It is a strong part, the rescuer, but I'm not sure the other wouldn't suit my style better. The silent hand grip, the catch in the voice. You want a practiced actor for that. I don't think you'd be up to it, George. Never mind about me. That's how it's going to be. Mr. Mifflin pondered once more. No, he said at length, it wouldn't do. You mean well, George, but it would kill the show. We'll go on as before. Will we? Said George, unpleasantly. Would you like to know what I'm going to do to you, then? I'm going to hit you very hard under the jaw, and I'm going to take hold of your neck and squeeze it till you lose consciousness. And then I'm going to drag you to the beach and tell people I had to hit you because you lost your head and struggled. Mr. Mifflin pondered for the third time. You are, he said. I am, said George. Then, said Mr. Mifflin, cordially, say no more. I take your point. My objections are removed. But, he concluded, this is the last time I come bathing with you, George. Mr. Mifflin's artistic misgivings as to his colleague's ability to handle so subtle a part as that of rescue were more than justified on their arrival. A large and interested audience had collected by the time they reached the shore, an audience to which any artist should have been glad to play. But George, forcing his way through, hurried to the hotel without attempting to satisfy them. Not a single silent handshake did he bestow on his rescuer. There was no catch in his voice as he made the one remark which he did make, to a man with whiskers who asked him if the boat had upset. As an exhibition of rapid footwork his performance was good. In other respects it was poor. He had just changed his wet clothes. It seemed to him that he had been doing nothing but change his wet clothes since he had come to Marvis Bay, when Mr. Mifflin entered in a bathrobe. They lent me this downstairs, he explained, while they dried my clothes. They would do anything for me. I'm the popular hero. My boy, you made the mistake of your life when you threw up the rescuer part. It has all the fat. I see that now. The rescuer plays the other man off the stage every time. I've just been interviewed by the fellow on the local newspaper. He's correspondent to a couple of London papers. The country will ring with this thing. I've told them all the parts I've ever played and my favorite breakfast food. There's a man coming up to take my photograph tomorrow. Footpill's stock has gone up with a run. Wait till Monday and see what sort of a house we shall draw. By the way, the reporter fellow said one funny thing. He asked if you weren't the same man who was rescued yesterday by a girl. I said of course not, that you had only come down yesterday. But he stuck to it that you were. He was quite right. What? I was. Mr. Mifflin sat down on the bed. This fellow fell off the pier, and a girl brought him in. George nodded. And that was you? George nodded. Mr. Mifflin's eyes opened wide. It's the heat, he declared, finally. That and the worry of rehearsals. I expect a doctor could give the technical name for it. It's a what do you call it, an obsession. You often hear of cases. Fellows who are absolutely sane really, but cracked on one particular subject. Some of them think they're teapots and things. You've got a craving for being rescued from drowning. What happens, old man? Do you suddenly get the delusion that you can't swim? No, it can't be that, because you were doing all the swimming for the two of us just now. I don't know, though. Maybe you didn't realize that you were swimming? George finished lacing his shoe and looked up. Listen, he said, I'll talk slow, so that you can understand. Suppose you fell off a pier, and a girl took a great deal of trouble to get you to the shore, would you say, much obliged, but you needn't have been so officious. I can swim perfectly well. Mr. Mifflin considered this point. Intelligence began to dawn in his face. There is more in this than meets the eye, he said. Tell me all. This morning, George's voice grew dreamy, she gave me a swimming lesson. She thought it was my first. Don't cackle like that. There's nothing to laugh at. Mr. Mifflin contradicted this assertion. There is you, he said, simply. This should be a lesson to you, George. Avoid deceit. In future be simple and straightforward. Take me as your model. You have managed to scrape through this time. Don't risk it again. You are young. There is still time to make a fresh start. It only needs willpower. Meanwhile, lend me something to wear. They are going to take a week drying my clothes. There was a rehearsal at the Beach Theatre that evening. George attended it in a spirit of resignation and left it in one of elation. 3 days had passed since his last sight of the company at work, and in those 3 days, apparently, the impossible had been achieved. There was a snap and go about the piece now. The leading lady had at length mastered that cue, and gave it out with bell-like clearness. Arthur Mifflin, as if refreshed and braced by his saltwater bath, was infusing a welcome vigor into his part. And even the comedian, George could not help admitting, showed signs of being on the eve of becoming funny. It was with a light heart and a light step that he made his way back to the hotel. In the veranda were a number of basket chairs. Only one was occupied. He recognized the occupant. I've just come back from a rehearsal, he said, seating himself beside her. Really? The whole thing is different, he went on, buoyantly. They know their lines. They act as if they meant it. Arthur Mifflin's fine. The comedian's improved till you wouldn't know him. I'm awfully pleased about it. Really? George felt damped. I thought you might be pleased, too, he said, lamely. Of course I am glad that things are going well. Your accident this afternoon was lucky, too, in a way, was it not? It will interest people in the play. You heard about it? I have been hearing about nothing else. Curious it happening so soon after. And so soon before the production of your play. Most curious. There was a silence. George began to feel uneasy. You could never tell with women, of course. It might be nothing, but it looked uncommonly as if. He changed the subject. How is your aunt this evening, Miss Vaughan? Quite well, thank you. She went in. She found it a little chilly. George heartily commended her good sense. A little chilly did not begin to express it. If the girl had been like this all the evening, he wondered her aunt had not caught pneumonia. He tried again. Will you have time to give me another lesson tomorrow? He said. She turned on him. Mr. Calendar, don't you think this farce has gone on long enough? Once, in the dear, dead days beyond recall, when but a happy child, George had been smitten unexpectedly by a sportive playmate a bare half-inch below his third waistcoat button. The resulting emotions were still green in his memory. As he had felt then, so did he feel now. Miss Vaughan. I don't understand. Really? What have I done? You have forgotten how to swim. A warm and prickly sensation began to manifest itself in the region of George's forehead. Forgotten. Forgotten. And in a few months. I thought I had seen you before, and today I remembered. It was just about this time last year that I saw you at Hailing Island swimming perfectly wonderfully, and today you are taking lessons. Can you explain it? A frog-like croak was the best George could do in that line. She went on. Business is business, I suppose, and a play has to be advertised somehow. But. You don't think, croaked George. I should have thought it rather beneath the dignity of an author, but, of course, you know your own business best. Only I object to being a conspirator. I am sorry for your sake that yesterday's episode attracted so little attention. Today it was much more satisfactory, wasn't it? I am so glad. There was a massive silence for about 100 years. I think I'll go for a short stroll, said George. Scarcely had he disappeared when the long form of Mr. Mifflin emerged from the shadow beyond the veranda. "Could you spare me a moment?" The girl looked up. The man was a stranger. She inclined her head coldly. "My name is Mifflin," said the other, dropping comfortably into the chair which had held the remains of George. The girl inclined her head again more coldly, but it took more than that to embarrass Mr. Mifflin. Dynamite might have done it, but not coldness. "The Mifflin," he explained, crossing his legs. "I overheard your conversation just now." "You were listening?" said the girl, scornfully. "For all I was worth," said Mr. Mifflin. "These things are very much a matter of habit. For years I have been playing in pieces where I have had to stand concealed upstage, drinking in the private conversation of other people, and the thing has become a second nature to me. However, leaving that point for a moment, what I wish to say is that I heard you, unknowingly, of course, doing a good man a grave injustice. Mr. Calendar could have defended himself if he had wished. I was not referring to George. The injustice was to myself." "To you?" "I was the sole author of this afternoon's little drama. I like George, but I cannot permit him to pose in any way as my collaborator. George has old-fashioned ideas. He does not keep abreast of the times. He can write plays, but he needs a man with a big brain to boom them for him. So, far from being entitled to any credit for this afternoon's work, he was actually opposed to it." "Then why did he pretend you had saved him?" she demanded. "George's," said Mr. Mifflin, "is essentially a chivalrous nature. At any crisis demanding a display of the finer feelings he is there with the goods before you can turn round. His friends frequently wrangle warmly as to whether he is most like Bayard, Lancelot, or Happy Hooligan. Some say one, some the other. It seems that yesterday you saved him from a watery grave without giving him time to explain that he could save himself. What could he do? He said to himself, 'She must never know,' and acted accordingly. But let us leave George, and return." "Thank you, Mr. Mifflin." There was a break in her laugh. "I don't think there is any necessity. I think I understand now. It was very clever of you." "It was more than cleverness," said Mr. Mifflin, rising. "It was genius." A white form came to meet George as he re-entered the veranda. "Mr. Calendar." He stopped. "I'm very sorry I said such horrid things to you just now. I have been talking to Mr. Mifflin, and I want to say I think it was ever so nice and thoughtful of you. I understand everything." George did not, by a good deal, but he understood sufficient for his needs. He shot forward as if some strong hand were behind him with a needle. "Miss Vaughan, Mary, I think I hear Aunt calling," said she. "But a benevolent providence has ordained that aunts cannot call forever. And it is on record that when George entered his box on the 200th night of that great London success, Fate's Footballs, he did not enter it alone." Misunderstood. The profession of Mr. James, Spider, Buffin was pocket-picking. His hobby was revenge. James had no objection to letting the sun go down on his wrath. Indeed, it was after dark that he corrected his numerous enemies most satisfactorily. It was on a dark night, while he was settling a small score against one Kelly, a mere acquaintance, that he first fell foul of Constable Keating, whose beat took him through the regions which James most frequented. James, having laid for Mr. Kelly, met him in a murky side street down Clerkenwell Way, and attended to his needs with a sandbag. It was here that Constable Keating first came prominently into his life. Just as James, with the satisfying feeling that his duty had been done, was preparing to depart, Officer Keating, who had been a distant spectator of the affair, charged up and seized him. It was intolerable that he should interfere in a purely private falling-out between one gentleman and another, but there was nothing to be done. The policeman weighed close upon 14 stone, and could have eaten Mr. Buffin. The latter, inwardly seething, went quietly, and in due season was stowed away at the government's expense for the space of 60 days. Physically, there is no doubt that his detention did him good. The regular hours and the substitution of bread and water for his wonted diet improved his health 30%. It was mentally that he suffered. His was one of those just as good cheap substitute minds, incapable of harboring more than one idea at a time. And during those 60 days of quiet seclusion it was filled with an ever-growing resentment against Officer Keating. Every day, as he moved about his appointed tasks, he brooded on his wrongs. Every night was to him but the end of another day that kept him from settling down to the serious business of revenge. To be haled to prison for correcting a private enemy with a sandbag, that was what stung. In the privacy of his cell he dwelt unceasingly on the necessity for revenge. The thing began to take on to him the aspect almost of a holy mission, a sort of crusade. The days slipped by, bringing winter to Clerkenwell, and with it Mr. Buffon. He returned to his old haunts one Friday night, thin but in excellent condition. One of the first acquaintances he met was Officer Keating. The policeman, who had a good memory for faces, recognized him, and stopped. "So you're out, young feller," he said genially. When not in the active discharge of his professional duties the policeman was a kindly man. He bore Mr. Buffon no grudge. Said Mr. Buffon. "Feeling fine, eh?" "Goin' round to see some of the chaps and pass them the time of day, I shouldn't wonder." "Well, you keep clear of that lot down in Frith Street, young feller. They're no good. And if you get mixed up with them, first thing you know, you'll be in trouble again. And you want to keep out of that now." "If you never get into trouble," said the policeman sententiously, "you'll never have to get out of it." Said Mr. Buffon. If he had a fault as a conversationalist, it was a certain tendency to monotony, a certain lack of sparkle and variety in his small talk. Constable Keating, with a dignified but friendly wave of the hand, as one should say, "You have our leave to depart," went on his way. While Mr. Buffon, raging, shuffled off in the opposite direction, thinking as hard as his limited mental equipment would allow him. His thoughts, which were many and confused, finally composed themselves into some order. He arrived at a definite conclusion, which was that if the great settlement was to be carried through successfully it must be done when the policeman was off duty. Till then he had pictured himself catching Officer Keating in an unguarded moment on his beat. This, he now saw, was out of the question. On his beat the policeman had no unguarded moments. There was a quiet alertness in his poise, a danger signal in itself. There was only one thing for Mr. Buffon to do. Greatly as it would go against the grain, he must foregather with the man, win his confidence, put himself in a position where he would be able to find out what he did with himself when off duty. The policeman offered no obstacle to the move. A supreme self-confidence was his leading characteristic. Few London policemen are diffident, and Mr. Keating was no exception. It never occurred to him that there could be an ulterior motive behind Mr. Buffon's advances. He regarded Mr. Buffon much as one regards a dog which one has had to chastise. One does not expect the dog to lie in wait and bite. Officer Keating did not expect Mr. Buffon to lie in wait and bite. So every day, as he strolled on his beat, there sidled up to him the meager form of Spider Buffon. Every day there greeted him the Spider's "Good morning, Mr. Keating," till the sight of Officer Keating walking solidly along the pavement with Spider Buffon shuffling along at his side. Listening with rapt interest to his views on life and his hints on deportment, became a familiar spectacle in Clerkenwell. Mr. Buffon played his part well. In fact, too well. It was on the 7th day that, sidling along in the direction of his favorite place of refreshment, he found himself tapped on the shoulder. At the same moment an arm, linking itself in his, brought him gently to a halt. Beside him were standing two of the most eminent of the great Frith Street gang, Otto the Sausage and Rabbit Butler. It was the finger of the rabbit that had tapped his shoulder. The arm tucked in his was the arm of Otto the Sausage. "Hi, Spider," said Mr. Butler, "Sid wants to see you a minute." The Spider's legs felt boneless. There was nothing in the words to alarm a man, but his practiced ear had seemed to detect a certain unpleasant dryness in the speaker's tone. Sid Marks, the all-powerful leader of the Frith Street gang, was a youth whose company the spider had always avoided with some care. The great Sid, seated in state at a neighboring hostelry, fixed his visitor with a cold and questioning eye. Mr. Buffin looked nervous and interrogative. Mr. Marks spoke. "Your pal Keating pinched Porky Bins this mornin'," said Sid. The spider's heart turned to water. "You and that slop," observed Sid dreamily, "have been bloomin' thick these days." Mr. Buffin did not affect to misunderstand. Sid Marks was looking at him in that nasty way. Otto the sausage was looking at him in that nasty way. Rabbit Butler was looking at him in that nasty way. This was an occasion where manly frankness was the quality most to be aimed at. To be misunderstood in the circles in which Mr. Buffin moved meant something more than the mere risk of being treated with cold displeasure. He began to explain with feverish eagerness. "Strike me, Sid," he stammered, "it ain't like that. It's all right. Blimey, you don't think I'm a narc?" Mr. Marks chewed a straw in silence. "I'm layin' for him, Sid," babbled Mr. Buffin. "That's true. Strike me if it ain't. I'm just tryin' to find out where he goes when he's off duty. He pinched me, so I'm layin' for him." Mr. Marks perpended. Rabbit Butler respectfully gave it as his opinion that it would be well to put Mr. Buffin through it. There was nothing like being on the safe side. By putting Mr. Buffin through it, argued Rabbit Butler, they would stand to win either way. If he had "smitched" to Officer Keating about Porky Bins, he would deserve it. If he had not, well, it would prevent him doing so on some future occasion. Play for safety, was Mr. Butler's advice, seconded by Otto the sausage. Mr. Buffin, pale to the lips, thought he had never met two more unpleasant persons. The great Sid, having chewed his straw for a while in silence, delivered judgment. The prisoner should have the benefit of the doubt this time. His story, however unplausible, might possibly be true. Officer Keating undoubtedly had pinched him. That was in his favor. "You can hop it this time," he said, "but if you ever do start smitchin', Spider, your knows what'll happen." Mr. Buffin withdrew, quaking. Matters had now come to a head. Unless he very speedily gave proof of his pure and noble intentions, life would become extremely unsafe for him. He must act at once. The thought of what would happen should another of the Frith Streeters be pinched before he, Mr. Buffin, could prove himself innocent of the crime of friendliness with Officer Keating, turned him cold. Fate played into his hands. On the very next morning Mr. Keating, all unsuspecting, asked him to go to his home with a message for his wife. "Tell her," said Mr. Keating, "a newspaper gent has given me seats for the play tonight, and I'll be home at 6:45. Mr. Buffin felt as Cromwell must have felt at Dunbar when the Scots left their stronghold on the hills and came down to the open plain. The winter had set in with some severity that year, and Mr. Buffin's toes, as he stood in the shadows close to the entrance of the villa where Officer Keating lived when off duty, were soon thoroughly frozen. He did not dare to stamp his feet, for at any moment now the victim might arrive. And when the victim weighs 14 stone, against the high priest's 8.5, it behooves the latter to be circumspect, if the sacrifice is to be anything like a success. So Mr. Buffin waited and froze in silence. It was a painful process, and he added it to the black score which already stood against Officer Keating. Never had his thirst for revenge been more tormenting. It is doubtful if a strictly logical and impartial judge would have held Mr. Keating to blame for the fact that Sid Marks' suspicions, and all that those suspicions entailed, had fallen upon Mr. Buffin. But the spider did so. He felt fiercely resentful against the policeman for placing him in such an unpleasant and dangerous position. As his thoughts ran on the matter, he twisted his fingers tighter round his stick. As he did so there came from down the road the brisk tramp of feet and a cheerful whistling of "The Wearing of the Green." It is a lugubrious song as a rule, but, as rendered by Officer Keating returning home with theater tickets, it had all the joyousness of a march tune. Every muscle in Mr. Buffin's body stiffened. He gripped his stick and waited. The road was deserted. In another moment. And then, from nowhere, dark indistinct forms darted out like rats. The whistling stopped in the middle of a bar. A deep-chested oath rang out, and then a confused medley of sound, the rasping of feet, a growling almost canine, a sharp yelp, gasps. And over all the vast voice of Officer Keating threatening slaughter. For a moment Mr. Buffin stood incapable of motion. The thing had been so sudden, so unexpected. And then, as he realized what was happening, there swept over him in a wave a sense of intolerable injustice. It is not easy to describe his emotions, but they resembled most nearly those of an inventor whose patent has been infringed, or an author whose idea has been stolen. For weeks, and weeks that had seemed like years, he had marked down Officer Keating for his prey. For weeks he had tortured a mind all unused to thinking into providing him with schemes for accomplishing his end. He had outraged his nature by being civil to a policeman. He had risked his life by incurring the suspicions of Sid Marks. He had bought a stick. And he had waited in the cold till his face was blue and his feet blocks of ice. And now, after all this, a crowd of irresponsible strangers, with no rights in the man whatsoever probably, if the truth were known, filled with mere ignoble desire for his small change, had dared to rush in and jump his claim before his very eyes. With one passionate cry, Mr. Buffin, forgetting his frozen feet, lifted his stick, and galloped down the road to protect his property. "That's the stuff," said a voice. "Pour some more into him, Jerry." Mr. Buffin opened his eyes. A familiar taste was in his mouth. Somebody of liberal ideas seemed to be pouring whiskey down his throat. Could this be heaven? He raised his head, and a sharp pain shot through it. And with the pain came recollection. He remembered now, dimly, as if it had all happened in another life, the mad rush down the road, the momentary pause in the conflict, and then its noisy renewal on a more impressive scale. He remembered striking out left and right with his stick. He remembered the cries of the wounded, the pain of his frozen feet, and finally the crash of something hard and heavy on his head. He sat up, and found himself the center of a little crowd. There was Officer Keating, disheveled but intact. 3 other policemen, one of whom was kneeling by his side with a small bottle in his hand, and, in the grip of the 2 were standing 2 youths. One was Otto the Sausage. The other was Rabbit Butler. The kneeling policeman was proffering the bottle once more. Mr. Buffin snatched at it. He felt that it was just what at that moment he needed most. He did what he could. The magistrate asked for his evidence. He said he had none. He said he thought there must be some mistake. With a twisted smile in the direction of the prisoners, he said that he did not remember having seen either of them at the combat. He didn't believe they were there at all. He didn't believe they were capable of such a thing. If there was one man who was less likely to assault a policeman than Otto the Sausage, it was Rabbit Butler. The bench reminded him that both these innocents had actually been discovered in Officer Keating's grasp. Mr. Buffin smiled a harassed smile, and wiped a drop of perspiration from his brow. Officer Keating was enthusiastic. He described the affair from start to finish. But for Mr. Buffin he would have been killed. But for Mr. Buffin there would have been no prisoners in court that day. The world was full of men with more or less golden hearts, but there was only one Mr. Buffin. Might he shake hands with Mr. Buffin? The magistrate ruled that he might. More, he would shake hands with him himself. Summoning Mr. Buffin behind his desk, he proceeded to do so. If there were more men like Mr. Buffin, London would be a better place. It was the occasional discovery in our midst of ethereal natures like that of Mr. Buffin which made one so confident for the future of the race. The paragon shuffled out. It was bright and sunny in the street, but in Mr. Buffin's heart there was no sunlight. He was not a quick thinker, but he had come quite swiftly to the conclusion that London was no longer the place for him. Sid Marks had been in court chewing a straw and listening with grave attention to the evidence, and for one moment Mr. Buffon had happened to catch his eye. No medical testimony as to the unhealthiness of London could have moved him more. Once round the corner, he ran. It hurt his head to run, but there were things behind him that could hurt his head more than running. At the entrance to the Tube he stopped. To leave the locality he must have money. He felt in his pockets. Slowly, one by one, he pulled forth his little valuables. His knife, his revolver, the magistrate's gold watch. He inspected them sadly. They must all go. He went into a pawnbroker's shop at the corner of the street. A few moments later, with money in his pockets, he dived into the Tube. Rough-Hew them how we will. Paul Boyle was a waiter. The word waiter suggests a soft-voiced, deft-handed being, moving swiftly and without noise in an atmosphere of luxury and shaded lamps. At Breden's Parisian Café and Restaurant in Soho, where Paul worked, there were none of these things, and Paul himself, though he certainly moved swiftly, was by no means noiseless. His progress through the room resembled in almost equal proportions the finish of a marathon race, the star act of a professional juggler, and a monologue by an Earl's Court side showman. Constant acquaintance rendered regular habitués callous to the wonder, but to a stranger the sight of Paul tearing over the difficult between-tables course. His hands loaded with two vast pyramids of dishes, shouting as he went the mystic word, "Coming Sarah, coming in a moment, Sarah steaks Sarah coming sir," was impressive to a degree. For doing far less exacting feats on the stage music hall performers were being paid £50 a week. Paul got 18 shillings. What a blessing is poverty, properly considered. If Paul had received more than 18 shillings a week he would not have lived in an attic. He would have luxuriated in a bed-sitting room on the second floor, and would consequently have missed what was practically a genuine north light. The skylight which went with the attic was so arranged that the room was a studio in miniature, and, as Paul was engaged in his spare moments in painting a great picture, nothing could have been more fortunate. For Paul, like so many of our public men, lived two lives. Off-duty, the sprinting, barking juggler of Breden's Parisian Café became the quiet follower of art. Ever since his childhood he had had a passion for drawing and painting. He regretted that fate had allowed him so little time for such work. But after all, he reflected, all great artists had had their struggles, so why not he? Moreover, they were now nearly at an end. An hour here, an hour there, and every Thursday a whole afternoon, and the great picture was within measurable distance of completion. He had won through. Without models, without leisure, hungry, tired, he had nevertheless triumphed. A few more touches, and the masterpiece would be ready for purchase. And after that all would be plain sailing. Paul could forecast the scene so exactly. The picture would be at the dealer's, possibly, one must not be too sanguine, thrust away in some odd corner. The wealthy connoisseur would come in. At first he would not see the masterpiece, other more prominently displayed works would catch his eye. He would turn from them in weary scorn, and then Paul wondered how big the check would be. There were reasons why he wanted the money. Looking at him as he cantered over the linoleum at Breden's, you would have said that his mind was on his work. But it was not so. He took and executed orders as automatically as the penny in the slot musical box in the corner took pennies and produced tunes. His thoughts were of Jean Lebrock, his co-worker at Breden's, and a little cigar shop down Brixton Way which he knew was in the market at a reasonable rate. To marry the former and own the latter was Paul's idea of the earthly paradise, and it was the wealthy connoisseur, and he alone, who could open the gates. Jean was a large, slow-moving Norman girl, stolidly handsome. One could picture her in a de Maupassant farmyard. In the clatter and bustle of Breden's Parisian Café she appeared out of place, like a cow in a boiler factory. To Paul, who worshipped her with all the fervor of a little man for a large woman, her deliberate methods seemed all that was beautiful and dignified. To his mind she lent a tone to the vulgar whirlpool of gorging humanity, as if she had been some goddess mixing in a Homeric battle. The whirlpool had other views, and expressed them. One coarse-fibred brute, indeed, once went so far as to address to her the frightful words, "Yuri up, there, Tot-tie. Look slippy." It was wrong, of course, for Paul to slip and spill an order of scrambled eggs down the brute's coat sleeve, but who can blame him? Among those who did not see eye to eye with Paul in his views on deportment in waitresses was M. Breton himself, the owner of the Parisian café. And it was this circumstance which first gave Paul the opportunity of declaring the passion which was gnawing him with the fierce fury of a Breton customer gnawing a tough steak against time during the rush hour. He had long worshipped her from afar, but nothing more intimate than a "Good morning, Miss Jean," had escaped him. Till one day during a slack spell he came upon her in the little passage leading to the kitchen, her face hidden in her apron, her back jerking with sobs. Business is business. Paul had a message to deliver to the cook respecting 2 fried, coffee, and 1 stale. He delivered it and returned. Jean was still sobbing. "Ah, Miss Jean," cried Paul, stricken, "what is the matter? What is it? Why do you weep?" "The patron," sobbed Jean, "my angel," said Paul, "he is a pig." This was perfectly true. No conscientious judge of character could have denied that Paul had hit the bull's eye. Breton was a pig. He looked like a pig, he ate like a pig, he grunted like a pig. He had the lavish embonpoint of a pig. Also a porcine soul. If you had tied a bit of blue ribbon round his neck you could have won prizes with him at a show. Paul's eyes flashed with fury. "I will slap him in the eye," he roared. "He called me a tortoise." "And kick him in the stomach," added Paul. Jean's sobs were running on second speed now. The anguish was diminishing. Paul took advantage of the improved conditions to slide an arm part of the way round her waist. In 2 minutes he had said as much as the ordinary man could have worked off in 10. All good stuff, too. No padding. Jean's face rose from her apron like a full moon. She was too astounded to be angry. Paul continued to babble. Jean looked at him with growing wrath. That she, who received daily the affectionate badinage of gentlemen in bowler hats and check suits, who had once been invited to the White City by a solicitor's clerk, should be addressed in this way by a waiter. It was too much. She threw off his hand. "Wretched little man," she cried, stamping angrily. "My angel," protested Paul. Jean uttered a scornful laugh. "You," she said. There are few more withering remarks than "you," spoken in a certain way. Jean spoke it in just that way. Paul wilted. "On 18 shillings a week," went on Jean, satirically, "you would support a wife, yes?" "Why?" Paul recovered himself. He had an opening now, and proceeded to use it. "Listen," he said. "At present, yes, it is true, I earn but 18 shillings a week, but it will not always be so, no. I am not only a waiter. I am also an artist. I have painted a great picture. For a whole year I have worked, and now it is ready. I will sell it, and then, my angel." Jean's face had lost some of its scorn. She was listening with some respect. "A picture?" she said, thoughtfully. "There is money in pictures." For the first time Paul was glad that his arm was no longer round her waist. To do justice to the great work he needed both hands for purposes of gesticulation. "There is money in this picture," he said. "Oh, it is beautiful. I call it The Awakening. It is a woodland scene. I come back from my work here, hot and tired, and a mere glance at that wood refreshes me. It is so cool, so green. The sun filters in golden splashes through the foliage. On a mossy bank, between 2 trees, lies a beautiful girl asleep. Above her, bending fondly over her, just about to kiss that flower-like face, is a young man in the dress of a shepherd. At the last moment he has looked over his shoulder to make sure that there is nobody near to see. He is wearing an expression so happy, so proud, that one's heart goes out to him. "Yes, there might be money in that," cried Jean. There is," cried Paul. "I shall sell it for many francs to a wealthy connoisseur." "And then, my angel." "You are a good little man," said the angel, patronizingly. "Perhaps. We will see." Paul caught her hand and kissed it. She smiled indulgently. "Yes," she said. "There might be money. These English pay much money for pictures. It is pretty generally admitted that Geoffrey Chaucer, the eminent poet of the 14th century, though obsessed with an almost Rooseveltian passion for the new spelling, was there with the goods when it came to profundity of thought. It was Chaucer who wrote the lines: "The life so short, the craft so long to learn. Essay so hard, so sharp the conquering." Which means, broadly, that it is difficult to paint a picture, but a great deal more difficult to sell it. Across the centuries Paul Boyle shook hands with Geoffrey Chaucer. So sharp the conquering put his case in a nutshell. The full story of his wanderings with the masterpiece would read like an Odyssey and be about as long. It shall be condensed. There was an artist who dined at intervals at Breton's Parisian café, and, as the artistic temperament was too impatient to be suited by Jean's leisurely methods, it had fallen to Paul to wait upon him. It was to this expert that Paul, emboldened by the geniality of the artist's manner, went for information. How did Monsieur sell his pictures? Monsieur said he didn't, except once in a blue moon. But when he did? Oh, he took the thing to the dealers. Paul thanked him. A friend of him, he explained, had painted a picture and wished to sell it. "Poor devil," was the artist's comment. Next day, it happening to be a Thursday, Paul started on his travels. He started buoyantly, but by evening he was as a punctured balloon. Every dealer had the same remark to make, to wit, no room. "Have you yet sold the picture?" inquired Jean, when they met. "Not yet," said Paul. "But they are delicate matters, these negotiations. I use finesse. I proceed with caution." He approached the artist again. "With the dealers," he said, "my friend has been a little unfortunate. They say they have no room." "I know," said the artist, nodding. "Is there, perhaps, another way?" "What sort of a picture is it?" inquired the artist. Paul became enthusiastic. "Ah, monsieur, it is beautiful. It is a woodland scene. A beautiful girl." "Oh. Then he had better try the magazines. They might use it for a cover." Paul thanked him effusively. On the following Thursday he visited divers art editors. The art editors seemed to be in the same unhappy condition as the dealers. "Overstocked," was their cry. "The picture," said Jean, on the Friday morning. "Is it sold?" "Not yet," said Paul, "but—" "Always but." "My angel." "Bah," said Jean, with a toss of her large but shapely head. By the end of the month Paul was fighting in the last ditch, wandering disconsolately among those who dwell in outer darkness and have grimy thumbs. 7 of these in all he visited on that Black Thursday, and each of the 7 rubbed the surface of the painting with a grimy thumb, snorted, and dismissed him. Sick and beaten, Paul took the masterpiece back to his skylight room. All that night he lay awake, thinking. It was a weary bundle of nerves that came to the Parisian café next morning. He was late in arriving, which was good in that it delayed the inevitable question as to the fate of the picture, but bad in every other respect. M. Breton, squatting behind the cash desk, grunted fiercely at him, and, worse, Jean, who, owing to his absence, had had to be busier than suited her disposition, was distant and haughty. A murky gloom settled upon Paul. Now it so happened that Breton, when things went well with him, was wont to be filled with a ponderous amiability. It was not often that this took a practical form, though it is on record that in an exuberant moment he once gave a small boy a halfpenny. More frequently it merely led him to soften the porcine austerity of his demeanor. Today, business having been uncommonly good, he felt pleased with the world. He had left his cash desk and was assailing a bowl of soup at one of the side tables. Except for a belated luncher at the end of the room, the place was empty. It was one of the hours when there was a lull in the proceedings at the Parisian café. Paul was leaning, wrapped in the gloom, against the wall. Jean was waiting on the proprietor. Breton finished his meal and rose. He felt content. All was well with the world. As he lumbered to his desk he passed Jean. He stopped. He wheezed a compliment. Then another. Paul, from his place by the wall, watched with jealous fury. Breton chucked Jean under the chin. As he did so, the belated luncher called "Waiter," but Paul was otherwise engaged. His entire nervous system seemed to have been stirred up with a pole. With a hoarse cry he dashed forward. He would destroy this pig who chucked his Jean under the chin. The first intimation Breton had of the declaration of war was the impact of a French roll on his ear. It was one of those knobbly, chunky rolls with sharp corners, almost as deadly as a piece of shrapnel. Breton was incapable of jumping, but he uttered a howl and his vast body quivered like a stricken jelly. A second roll, whizzing by, slapped against the wall. A moment later a cream bun burst in sticky ruin on the proprietor's left eye. The belated luncher had been anxious to pay his bill and go, but he came swiftly to the conclusion that this was worth stopping on for. He leaned back in his chair and watched. Breton had entrenched himself behind the cash desk, peering nervously at Paul through the cream, and Paul, pouring forth abuse in his native tongue, was brandishing a chocolate éclair. The situation looked good to the spectator. It was spoiled by Jean, who seized Paul by the arm and shook him, adding her own voice to the babble. It was enough. The éclair fell to the floor. Paul's voice died away. His face took on again its crushed, hunted expression. The voice of Breton, freed from competition, rose shrill and wrathful. The marksman is getting sacked, mused the onlooker, diagnosing the situation. He was right. The next moment Paul, limp and depressed, had retired to the kitchen passage, discharged. It was here, after a few minutes, that Jean found him. "Fool! Idiot! Imbecile," said Jean. Paul stared at her without speaking. "To throw rolls at the patron. Imbecile." Began Paul. "Bah! And what if he did? Must you then attack him like a mad dog? What is it to you?" Paul was conscious of a dull longing for sympathy, a monstrous sense of oppression. Everything was going wrong. Surely Jean must be touched by his heroism. But no. She was scolding furiously. Suppose Andromeda had turned and scolded Perseus after he had slain the sea monster. Paul mopped his forehead with his napkin. The bottom had dropped out of his world. "Jean! Bah! Do not talk to me, idiot of a little man. Almost you lost me my place also." The patron was in two minds. "But I coaxed him. A fine thing that would have been, to lose my good place through your foolishness. To throw rolls. My goodness." She swept back into the room again, leaving Paul still standing by the kitchen door. Something seemed to have snapped inside him. How long he stood there he did not know, but presently from the dining room came calls of "Waiter," and automatically he fell once more into his work, as an actor takes up his part. A stranger would have noticed nothing remarkable in him. He bustled to and fro with undiminished energy. At the end of the day Breton paid him his 18 shillings with a grunt, and Paul walked out of the restaurant a masterless man. He went to his attic and sat down on the bed. Propped up against the wall was the picture. He looked at it with unseeing eyes. He stared dully before him. Then thoughts came to him with a rush, leaping and dancing in his mind like imps in Hades. He had a curious sense of detachment. He seemed to be watching himself from a great distance. This was the end. The little imps danced and leaped, and then one separated itself from the crowd, to grow bigger than the rest, to pirouette more energetically. He rose. His mind was made up. He would kill himself. He went downstairs and out into the street. He thought hard as he walked. He would kill himself, but how? His preoccupation was so great that an automobile, rounding a corner, missed him by inches as he crossed the road. The chauffeur shouted angrily at him as he leapt back. Paul shook his fist at the retreating lights. "Pig!" he shouted. "Assassin! Scoundrel! Villain! Would you kill me? I will take your number, rascal. I will inform the police. Villain!" A policeman had strolled up and was eyeing him curiously. Paul turned to him, full of his wrongs. "Officer," he cried, "I have a complaint. These pigs of chauffeurs. They are reckless. They drive so recklessly. Hence the great number of accidents." "Awful," said the policeman. "Pass along, sonny." Paul walked on, fuming. It was abominable that these chauffeurs, and then an idea came to him. He had found a way. It was quiet in the park. He had chosen the park because it was dark and there would be none to see and interfere. He waited long in the shadow by the roadside. Presently from the darkness there came the distant drone of powerful engines. Lights appeared, like the blazing eyes of a dragon swooping down to devour its prey. He ran out into the road with a shout. It was an error, that shout. He had intended it for an inarticulate farewell to his picture, to Jean, to life. It was excusable to the driver of the motor that he misinterpreted it. It seemed to him a cry of warning. There was a great jarring of brakes, a scuttering of locked wheels on the dry road, and the car came to a standstill a full yard from where he stood. "What the deuce?" said a cool voice from behind the lights. Paul struck his chest and folded his arms. "I am here," he cried. "Destroy me." "Let George do it," said the voice, in a marked American accent. "I never murder on a Friday, it's unlucky. If it's not a rude question, which asylum are you from?" "Hello." The exclamation was one of surprise, for Paul's nerves had finally given way, and he was now in a heap on the road, sobbing. The man climbed down and came into the light. He was a tall young man with a pleasant, clean-cut face. He stopped and shook Paul. "Quit that," he said. "Maybe it's not true. And if it is, there's always hope. Cut it out. What's the matter? All in?" Paul sat up, gulping convulsively. He was thoroughly unstrung. The cold, desperate mood had passed. In its place came the old feeling of desolation. He was a child, aching for sympathy. He wanted to tell his troubles. Punctuating his narrative with many gestures and an occasional gulp, he proceeded to do so. The American listened attentively. "So you can't sell your picture, and you've lost your job, and your girl has shaken you," he said. "Pretty bad, but still you've no call to go mingling with automobile wheels. You come along with me to my hotel, and tomorrow we'll see if we can't fix up something." There was breakfast at the hotel next morning, a breakfast to put heart into a man. During the meal a messenger dispatched in a cab to Paul's lodgings returned with the canvas. A deferential waiter informed the American that it had been taken with every possible care to his suite. "Good," said the young man. "If you're through, we'll go and have a look at it." They went upstairs. There was the picture resting against a chair. "Why, I call that fine," said the young man. "It's a cracker jack." Paul's heart gave a sudden leap. Could it be that here was the wealthy connoisseur? He was wealthy, for he drove an automobile and lived in an expensive hotel. He was a connoisseur, for he had said that the picture was a crackerjack. "Monsieur is kind," murmured Paul. "It's a bearcat," said the young man, admiringly. "Monsieur is flattering," said Paul, dimly perceiving a compliment. "I've been looking for a picture like that," said the young man, "for months." Paul's eyes rolled heavenwards. "If you'll make a few alterations, I'll buy it and ask for more." "Alterations, monsieur?" "1 or 2 small ones." He pointed to the stooping figure of the shepherd. "Now, you see this prominent citizen. What's he doing?" "He is stooping," said Paul, fervently, to bestow upon his loved one a kiss. And she, sleeping, all unconscious, dreaming of him. Never mind about her. Fix your mind on him. Willie is the star in this show. You have summed him up accurately. He is stooping. Stooping good. Now, if that fellow was wearing braces and stooped like that, you'd say he'd burst those braces, wouldn't you? With a somewhat dazed air Paul said that he thought he would. Till now he had not looked at the figure from just that viewpoint. "You'd say he'd bust them?" "Assuredly, monsieur." "No," said the young man, solemnly, tapping him earnestly on the chest. "That's where you're wrong. Not if they were Galloway's tried and proven. Galloway's tried and proven will stand any old strain you care to put on them. See small bills. Where Galloway's tried and proven, and fate cannot touch you. You can take it from me. I'm the company's general manager." "Indeed, monsieur. And I'll make a proposition to you. Cut out that mossy bank, and make the girl lying in a hammock. Put Willie in shirt sleeves instead of a bathrobe, and fix him up with a pair of the tried and proven. And I'll give you $3,000 for that picture and a retaining fee of $4,000 a year to work for us and nobody else for any number of years you care to mention. You've got the goods. You've got just the touch. That happy look on Willie's face, for instance. You can see in a minute why he's so happy. It's because he's wearing the tried and proven, and he knows that however far he stoops they won't break. Is that a deal?" Paul's reply left no room for doubt. Seizing the young man firmly round the waist, he kissed him with extreme fervor on both cheeks. "Here, break away," cried the astonished general manager. "That's no way to sign a business contract." It was at about 5 minutes after 1 that afternoon that Constable Thomas Parsons, patrolling his beat, was aware of a man motioning to him from the doorway of Breden's Parisian Café and Restaurant. The man looked like a pig. He grunted like a pig. He had the lavish embonpoint of a pig. Constable Parsons suspected that he had a porcine soul. Indeed, the thought flitted across Constable Parsons' mind that, if he were to tie a bit of blue ribbon round his neck, he could win prizes with him at a show. "What's all this?" he inquired, halting. The stout man talked volubly in French. Constable Parsons shook his head. "Talk sense," he advised. "Indeer," cried the stout man, pointing behind him into the restaurant, "a man, how you say, yes, sacked. An employee whom I yesterday sacked, today he returns. I say to him, cochon, va. What's that? I say, pig, go. How you say? Yes, pop off. I say, pig, pop off. But he, no, he sits and will not go. Come in, officer, and expel him." With massive dignity the policeman entered the restaurant. At one of the tables sat Paul, calm and distrait. From across the room Jean stared freezingly. "What's all this?" inquired Constable Parsons. Paul looked up. "I too," he admitted, "I cannot understand. Figure to yourself, monsieur. I enter this café to lunch, and this man here would expel me. He is an employee whom I myself, have but yesterday dismissed, vociferated M. Breton. He has no money to lunch at my restaurant. The policeman eyed Paul sternly. He said. That so? You'd better come along. Paul's eyebrows rose. Before the round eyes of M. Breton he began to produce from his pockets and to lay upon the table banknotes and sovereigns. The cloth was covered with them. He picked up a half-sovereign. If monsieur, he said to the policeman, would accept this as a slight consolation for the inconvenience which this foolish person here has caused him. Not half, said Mr. Parsons, affably. Look here, he turned to the gaping proprietor, if you go on like this you'll be getting yourself into trouble. See? You take care another time. Paul called for the bill of fare. It was the inferior person who had succeeded to his place as waiter who attended to his needs during the meal, but when he had lunched it was Jean who brought his coffee. She bent over the table. You sold your picture, Paul, yes, she whispered. For much money? How glad I am, dear Paul. Now we will. Paul met her glance coolly. Will you be so kind, he said, as to bring me also a cigarette, my good girl? The Goalkeeper and the Plutocrat. The main difficulty in writing a story is to convey to the reader clearly yet tersely the natures and dispositions of one's leading characters. Brevity, brevity, that is the cry. Perhaps, after all, the playbill style is the best. In this drama of love, football, association code, and politics, then, the principles are as follows, in their order of entry. Isabel Rackstraw, an angel. The Honorable Clarence Tressilian, a Greek god. Lady Runnymede, a proud old aristocrat. Mr. Rackstraw, a multimillionaire city man and radical politician. More about Clarence later. For the moment let him go as a Greek god. There were other sides, too, to Mr. Rackstraw's character, but for the moment let him go as a multimillionaire city man and radical politician. Not that it is satisfactory, it is too mild. The radical politics of other radical politicians were as skim milk to the radical politics of radical politician Rackstraw. Where Mr. Lloyd George referred to the House of Lords as blithering backwoodsmen and asinine anachronisms, Mr. Rackstraw scorned to be so guarded in his speech. He did not mince his words. His attitude towards a member of the peerage was that of the terrier to the perambulating cat. It was at a charity bazaar that Isabel and Clarence first met. Isabel was presiding over the Billiken, teddy bear, and fancy goods stall. There she stood, that slim, radiant girl, bouncing ardent youth out of its father's hard-earned with a smile that alone was nearly worth the money, when she observed, approaching, the handsomest man she had ever seen. This is not one of those mystery stories, it was Clarence Tressilian. Over the heads of the bevy of gilded youths who clustered round the stall their eyes met. A thrill ran through Isabel. She dropped her eyes. The next moment Clarence had made his spring. The gilded youths had shredded away like a mist, and he was leaning towards her, opening negotiations for the purchase of a yellow teddy bear at 16 times its face value. He returned at intervals during the afternoon. Over the second teddy bear they became friendly, over the third intimate. He proposed as she was wrapping up the fourth gollywog, and she gave him her heart and the parcel simultaneously. At 6 o'clock, carrying 4 teddy bears, 7 photograph frames, 5 gollywogs, and a billiken, Clarence went home to tell the news to his parents. Clarence, when not at the university, lived with his father and mother in Belgrave Square. His mother had been a Miss Trotter, of Chicago, and it was on her dowry that the Runnymedes contrived to make both ends meet. For a noble family they were in somewhat straitened circumstances financially. They lived, simply and without envy of their rich fellow citizens, on their £100,000 a year. They asked no more. It enabled them to entertain on a modest scale. Clarence had been able to go to Oxford, his elder brother, Lord Staines, into the Guards. The girls could buy an occasional new frock. On the whole, they were a thoroughly happy, contented English family of the best sort. Mr. Trotter, it is true, was something of a drawback. He was a rugged old tainted millionaire of the old school, with a fondness for shirt-sleeves and a tendency to give undue publicity to toothpicks. But he had been made to understand at an early date that the deadline for him was the farther shore of the Atlantic Ocean, and he now gave little trouble. Having dressed for dinner, Clarence proceeded to the library, where he found his mother in hysterics and his father in a state of collapse on the sofa. Clarence was too well-bred to make any comment. A true Runnymede, he affected to notice nothing, and, picking up the evening paper, began to read. The announcement of his engagement could be postponed to a more suitable time. "Clarence," whispered a voice from the sofa. "Yes, father?" The silver-haired old man gasped for utterance. "I've lost my little Vito," he said, brokenly, at length. "Where did you see it last?" asked Clarence, ever practical. "It's that fellow Rackstraw," cried the old man, in feeble rage. "That bounder Rackstraw. He's the man behind it all. The robber. Clarence." It was his mother who spoke. Her voice seemed to rip the air into a million shreds and stamp on them. There are few things more terrible than a Chicago voice raised in excitement or anguish. "Mother? Never mind your pop and his old Vito. He didn't know he had one till the paper said he'd lost it. You listen to me. Clarence, we are ruined." Clarence looked at her inquiringly. "Ruined much?" he asked. "Bedrock," said his mother. "If we have $60,000 a year after this, it's all we shall have." A low howl escaped from the stricken old man on the sofa. Clarence betrayed no emotion. "Ah," he said, calmly. "How did it happen?" "I've just had a cable from Chicago, from your grandpop. He's been trying to corner wheat. He always was an impulsive old gazook." "But surely," said Clarence, a dim recollection of something he had heard or read somewhere coming to him, "isn't cornering wheat a rather profitable process?" "Sure," said his mother. "Sure it is. I guess Dad's try at cornering wheat was about the most profitable thing that ever happened to the other fellows. It seems like they got busy and clubbed 57 varieties of Hades out of your old grandpop. He's got to give up a lot of his expensive habits, and one of them is sending money to us. That's how it is. And on top of that, mind you," moaned Lord Runnymede, "I lose my little Vito. It's bitter, bitter." Clarence lit a cigarette and drew at it thoughtfully. "I don't see how we're going to manage on 12,000 quid a year," he said. His mother crisply revised his pronouns. "We aren't," she said. "You've got to get out and hustle." Clarence looked at her blankly. "Me? You? Work? Work?" Clarence drew a deep breath. "Work? Well, of course, mind you, fellows do work," he went on, thoughtfully. "I was lunching with a man at the Bachelor's only yesterday who swore he knew a fellow who had met a man whose cousin worked. But I don't see what I could do, don't you know." His father raised himself on the sofa. "Haven't I given you the education of an English gentleman?" "That's the difficulty," said Clarence. "Can't you do anything?" asked his mother. "Well, I can play footer. By Jove, I'll sign on as a pro. I'll take a new name. I'll call myself Jones. I can get signed on in a minute. Any club will jump at me." This was no idle boast. Since early childhood Clarence had concentrated his energies on becoming a footballer, and was now an exceedingly fine goalkeeper. It was a pleasing sight to see him, poised on one foot in the attitude of a Salome dancer, with one eye on the man with the ball, the other gazing coldly on the rest of the opposition forward line. Uncurl abruptly like the mainspring of a watch and stop a hot one. Clarence in goal was the nearest approach to an india-rubber acrobat and society contortionist to be seen off the music hall stage. He was, in brief, hot stuff. He had the goods. Scarcely had he uttered these momentous words when the butler entered with the announcement that he was wanted by a lady on the telephone. It was Isabel, disturbed and fearful. "Oh, Clarence," she cried, "my precious angel wonder-child, I don't know how to begin." "Begin just like that," said Clarence, approvingly. "It's topping. You can't beat it. Clarence, a terrible thing has happened. I told Papa of our engagement, and he wouldn't hear of it. He called you a PPP. A what? A PRPRPR. He's wrong. I'm nothing of the sort. He must be thinking of someone else. A preposterous excrescence on the social cosmos. He doesn't like your father being an earl." "A man may be an earl and still a gentleman," said Clarence, not without a touch of coldness in his voice. "I forgot to tell him that. But I don't think it would make any difference. He says I shall only marry a man who works." "I am going to work, dearest," said Clarence. "I am going to work like a horse. Something, I know not what, tells me I shall be rather good at work. And one day when I—" "Goodbye," said Isabel, hastily. "I hear Papa coming." Clarence, as he had predicted, found no difficulty in obtaining employment. He was signed on at once, under the name of Jones, by Houndsditch Wednesday, the premier metropolitan club, and embarked at once on his new career. The season during which Clarence Tressilian kept goal for Houndsditch Wednesday is destined to live long in the memory of followers of professional football. Probably never in the history of the game has there been such persistent and widespread mortality among the more distant relatives of office boys and junior clerks. Statisticians have estimated that if all the grandmothers alone who perished between the months of September and April that season could have been placed end to end, they would have reached from Hyde Park Corner to the outskirts of Manchester. And it was Clarence who was responsible for this holocaust. Previous to the opening of the season, skeptics had shaken their heads over the Wednesday's chances in the First League. Other clubs had bought up the best men in the market, leaving only a mixed assortment of inferior Scotsmen, Irishmen, and North Countrymen to uphold the honour of the London club. And then, like a meteor, Clarence Tressilian had flashed upon the world of football. In the opening game he had behaved in the goalmouth like a Chinese cracker, and exhibited an absolutely impassable defence. And from then onward, except for an occasional check, Houndsditch Wednesday had never looked back. Among the spectators who flocked to the Houndsditch ground to watch Clarence perform there appeared week after week a little, grey, dried-up man. Insignificant except for a certain happy choice of language in moments of emotion and an enthusiasm far surpassing that of the ordinary spectator. To the trained eye there are subtle distinctions between football enthusiasts. This man belonged to the comparatively small class of those who have football on the cerebrum. Fate had made Daniel Rackstraw a millionaire and a radical, but at heart he was a spectator of football. He never missed a match. His library of football literature was the finest in the country. His football museum had but one equal, that of Mr. Jacob Dodson, of Manchester. Between them the two had cornered, at enormous expense, the curio market of the game. It was Rackstraw who had secured the authentic pair of boots in which Bloomer had first played for England. But it was Dodson who possessed the painted India rubber ball used by Meredith when a boy, probably the first thing except a nurse ever kicked by that talented foot. The two men were friends, as far as rival connoisseurs can be friends. And Mr. Dodson, when at leisure, would frequently pay a visit to Mr. Rackstraw's country house, where he would spend hours gazing wistfully at the Bloomer boots. Buoyed up only by the thoughts of the Meredith ball at home. Isabel saw little of Clarence during the winter months, except from a distance. She contented herself with clipping photographs of him from the sporting papers. Each was a little more unlike him than the last, and this lent variety to the collection. Her father marked her newborn enthusiasm for the game with approval. It had been secretly a great grief to the old gentleman that his only child did not know the difference between a linesman and an inside right, and, more, did not seem to care to know. He felt himself drawn closer to her. An understanding, as pleasant as it was new and strange, began to spring up between parent and child. As for Clarence, how easy it would be to haul up one's slacks to practically an unlimited extent on the subject of his emotions at this time. One can figure him, after the game is over and the gay throng has dispersed, creeping moodily, but what's the use? Brevity, that is the cry. Brevity. Let us on. The months sped by. The cup ties began, and soon it was evident that the final must be fought out between Houndsditch Wednesday and Mr. Jacob Dodson's pet team, Manchester United. With each match the Wednesday seemed to improve. Clarence was a Gibraltar among goalkeepers. Those were delirious days for Daniel Rackstraw. Long before the fourth round his voice had dwindled to a husky whisper. Deep lines appeared on his forehead. For it is an awful thing for a football enthusiast to be compelled to applaud, in the very middle of the cup ties, purely by means of facial expression. In this time of affliction he found Isabel an ever-increasing comfort to him. Side by side they would sit, and the old man's face would lose its drawn look, and light up, as her clear young soprano pealed out over the din, urging this player to shoot, that to kick some opponent in the face, or describing the referee in no uncertain terms as a reincarnation of the late Mr. Dick Turpin. And now the day of the final at the Crystal Palace approached, and all England was alert, confident of a record-breaking contest. But alas! How truly does Epictetus observe, we know not what awaiteth us round the corner, and the hand that counteth its chickens ere they be hatched ofttimes doth but step on the banana skin. The prophets who anticipated a struggle keener than any in football history were destined to be proved false. It was not that their judgment of form was at fault. On the run of the season's play Houndsditch Wednesday versus Manchester United should have been the two most evenly matched teams in the history of the game. Forward, the latter held a slight superiority, but this was balanced by the inspired goalkeeping of Clarence Tressilian. Even the keenest supporters of either side were not confident. They argued at length, figuring out the odds with the aid of stubs of pencils and the backs of envelopes, but they were not confident. Out of all those frenzied millions 2 men alone had no doubts. Mr. Daniel Rackstraw said that he did not desire to be unfair to Manchester United. He wished it to be clearly understood that in their own class Manchester United might quite possibly show to considerable advantage. In some rural league, for instance, he did not deny that they might sweep all before them. But when it came to competing with Houndsditch Wednesday, here words failed Mr. Rackstraw. Mr. Jacob Dodson, interviewed by the Manchester Weekly Football Boot, stated that his decision, arrived at after a close and careful study of the work of both teams, was that Houndsditch Wednesday had rather less chance in the forthcoming tourney than a stuffed rat in the Battersea dog's home. It was his carefully considered opinion that in a contest with the second 11 of a village church lads' brigade, Houndsditch Wednesday might, with an effort, conceding them that slice of luck which so often turns the tide of a game, scrape home. But when it was a question of meeting a team like Manchester United, here Mr. Dodson, shrugging his shoulders despairingly, sank back in his chair. And watchful secretaries brought him round with oxygen. Throughout the whole country nothing but the approaching match was discussed. Wherever civilization reigned, and in portions of Liverpool, one question alone was on every lip: who would win? Octogenarians mumbled it. Infants lisped it. Tired city men, trampled underfoot in the rush for their tram, asked it of the ambulance attendants who carried them to the hospital. And then, one bright, clear morning, when the birds sang and all nature seemed fair and gay, Clarence Tressilian developed mumps. London was in a ferment. I could have wished to go into details, to describe in crisp, burning sentences the panic that swept like a tornado through 1,000,000 homes. A little encouragement, the slightest softening of the editorial austerity, and the thing would have been done. But no. Brevity. That was the cry. Brevity. Let us on. Houndsditch Wednesday met Manchester United at the Crystal Palace, and for nearly 2 hours the sweat of agony trickled unceasingly down the corrugated foreheads of the patriots in the stands. The men from Manchester, freed from the fear of Clarence, smiled grim smiles and proceeded to pile up points. It was in vain that the Houndsditch backs and halfbacks skimmed like swallows about the field. They could not keep the score down. From start to finish Houndsditch were a beaten side. London during that black period was a desert. Gloom gripped the city. In distant Brixton red-eyed wives faced silently scowling husbands at the evening meal, and the children were sent early to bed. Newsboys called the extras in a whisper. Few took the tragedy more nearly to heart than Daniel Rackstraw. Leaving the ground with the air of a father mourning over some prodigal son, he encountered Mr. Jacob Dodson, of Manchester. Now, Mr. Dodson was perhaps the slightest bit shy on the finer feelings. He should have respected the grief of a fallen foe. He should have abstained from exulting. But he was in too exhilarated a condition to be magnanimous. Citing Mr. Rackstraw, he addressed himself joyously to the task of rubbing the thing in. Mr. Rackstraw listened in silent anguish. "If we had had Jones," he said at length. "That's what they all say," whooped Mr. Dodson. "Jones? Who's Jones?" "If we had had Jones, we should have." He paused. An idea had flashed upon his overwrought mind. "Dodson," he said, "look here. Wait till Jones is well again, and let us play this thing off again for anything you like aside in my private park." Mr. Dodson reflected. "You're on," he said. "What side bet? $1 million? $2 million? 3? Mr. Rackstraw shook his head scornfully. "$1 million? Who wants $1 million? I'll put up my bloomer boot against your Meredith ball. Does that go?" "I should say it did," said Mr. Dodson, joyfully. "I've been wanting that boot for years. It's like finding it in one's Christmas stocking." "Very well," said Mr. Rackstraw. "Then let's get it fixed up. Honestly, it is but a dog's life, that of the short story writer." I particularly wished at this point to introduce a description of Mr. Rackstraw's country house and estate, featuring the private football ground with its fringe of noble trees. It would have served a double purpose, not only charming the lover of nature, but acting as a fine stimulus to the youth of the country. Showing them the sort of home they would be able to buy some day if they worked hard and saved their money. But no. You shall have 3 guesses as to what was the cry. You give it up? It was brevity, brevity. Let us on. The 2 teams arrived at Mr. Rackstraw's house in time for lunch. Clarence, his features once more reduced to their customary finely chiseled proportions, alighted from the automobile with a swelling heart. Presently he found an opportunity to slip away and meet Isabel. I will pass lightly over the meeting of the 2 lovers. I will not describe the dewy softness of their eyes, the catching of their breath, their murmured endearments. I could, mind you. It is at just such descriptions that I am particularly happy. But I have grown discouraged. My spirit is broken. It is enough to say that Clarence had reached a level of emotional eloquence rarely met with among goalkeepers of the First League, when Isabel broke from him with a startled exclamation. And vanished. And, looking over his shoulder, Clarence observed Mr. Daniel Rackstraw moving towards him. It was evident from the millionaire's demeanor that he had seen nothing. The look on his face was anxious, but not wrathful. He sighted Clarence, and hurried up to him. "Jones," he said, "I've been looking for you. I want a word with you." "1,000, if you wish it," said Clarence, courteously. "Now, look here," said Mr. Rackstraw. "I want to explain to you just what this game means to me. Don't run away with the idea I've had you fellows down to play an exhibition game just to keep me merry and bright. If Houndsditch wins today, it means that I shall be able to hold up my head again and look my fellow man in the face. Instead of crawling round on my stomach and feeling like a black beetle under a steamroller. Do you get that? I do, replied Clarence. And not only that, went on the millionaire. There's more. I have put up my bloomer boot against Mr. Dodson's Meredith ball as a side bet. You understand what that means? It means that either you win or my life is soured forever. See? I have got you, said Clarence. Good. Then what I wanted to say was this. Today is your day for keeping goal as you've never kept goal before. Everything depends on you. With you keeping goal like mother used to make it, Houndsditch are safe. Otherwise they are completely in the bouillon. It's one thing or the other. It's all up to you. Win, and there's £4,000 waiting for you above what you share with the others. Clarence waved his hand deprecatingly. Mr. Rackstraw, he said, keep your dross. I care nothing for money. All I ask of you, proceeded Clarence, is your consent to my engagement to your daughter. Mr. Rackstraw looked sharply at him. Repeat that, he said. I don't think I quite got it. All I ask is your consent to my engagement to your daughter. Young man, said Mr. Rackstraw, not without a touch of admiration, I admire cheek. But there is a limit. That limit you have passed so far that you'd need to look for it with a telescope. You refuse your consent? I never said you weren't a clever guesser. Why? Mr. Rackstraw laughed. One of those nasty, sharp, metallic laughs that hit you like a bullet. How would you support my daughter? I was thinking that you would help to some extent. You were you? I was. Oh. Mr. Rackstraw emitted another of those laughs. Well, he said, it's off. You can take that as coming from an authoritative source. No wedding bells for you. Clarence drew himself up, fire flashing from his eyes and a bitter smile curving his expressive lips. And no Meredith ball for you, he cried. Mr. Rackstraw started as if some strong hand had plunged an auger into him. What? He shouted. Clarence shrugged his superbly modeled shoulders in silence. Come, said Mr. Rackstraw, you wouldn't let a little private difference like that influence you in a really important thing like this football match, would you? I would. You would practically blackmail the father of the girl you love? Every time. Her white-haired old father. The color of his hair would not affect me. Nothing would move you? Nothing. Then, by George, you're just the son-in-law I want. You shall marry Isabel, and I'll take you into partnership in my business this very day. I've been looking for a good able-bodied bandit like you for years. You make Captain Kidd look like a preliminary 3-round bout. My boy, we'll be the greatest combination, you and I, that the city has ever seen. Shake hands. For a moment Clarence hesitated. Then his better nature prevailed, and he spoke. Mr. Rackstraw, he said, I cannot deceive you. That won't matter, said the enthusiastic old man. I bet you'll be able to deceive everybody else. I see it in your eye. My boy, we'll be the greatest. My name is not Jones. Nor is mine. What does that matter? My name is Tressilian. The Honorable Tressilian. I am the younger son of the Earl of Runnymede. To a man of your political views. Nonsense, said Mr. Rackstraw. What are political views compared with the chance of getting a goalkeeper like you into the family? I remember Isabel saying something to me about you, but I didn't know who you were then. I am a preposterous excrescence on the social cosmos, said Clarence, eyeing him doubtfully. Then I'll be one too, cried Mr. Rackstraw. I own I've set my face against it hitherto, but circumstances alter cases. I'll ring up the Prime Minister on the phone tomorrow, and buy a title myself. Clarence's last scruple was removed. Silently he gripped the old man's hand, outstretched to meet his. Little remains to be said, but I am going to say it, if it snows. I am at my best in these tender scenes of idyllic domesticity. For years have passed. Once more we are in the Rackstraw home. A lady is coming down the stairs, leading by the hand her little son. It is Isabel. The years have dealt lightly with her. She is still the same stately, beautiful creature whom I would have described in detail long ago if I had been given half a chance. At the foot of the stairs the child stops and points at a small, round object in a glass case. "Wah," he says. "That," said Isabel. "That is the ball Mr. Meredith used to play with when he was a little boy." She looks at a door on the left of the hall, and puts a finger to her lip. "Hush," she says. "We must be quiet. Daddy and Grandpa are busy in their cornering wheat." And softly mother and child go out into the sunlit garden. The good angel. Any man under 30 years of age who tells you he is not afraid of an English butler lies. He may not show his fear. Outwardly he may be brave, aggressive even, perhaps to the extent of calling the great man here, or hi. But, in his heart, when he meets that cold, blue, introspective eye, he quakes. The effect that Keggs, the butler at the Keiths, had on Martin Rossiter was to make him feel as if he had been caught laughing in a cathedral. He fought against the feeling. He asked himself who Keggs was, anyway, and replied defiantly that Keggs was a menial, and an overfed menial. But all the while he knew that logic was useless. When the Keiths had invited him to their country home he had been delighted. They were among his oldest friends. He liked Mr. Keith. He liked Mrs. Keith. He loved Elsa Keith, and had done so from boyhood. But things had gone wrong. As he leaned out of his bedroom window at the end of the first week, preparatory to dressing for dinner, he was more than half inclined to make some excuse and get right out of the place next day. The bland dignity of Keggs had taken all the heart out of him. Nor was it Keggs alone who had driven his thoughts towards flight. Keggs was merely a passive evil, like toothache or a rainy day. What had begun actively to make the place impossible was a perfectly pestilential young man of the name of Barstow. The house party at the Keiths had originally been, from Martin's viewpoint, almost ideal. The rest of the men were of the speechless, mustache-tugging breed. They had come to shoot, and they shot. When they were not shooting they congregated in the billiard room and devoted their powerful intellects exclusively to snooker pool, leaving Martin free to talk undisturbed to Elsa. He had been doing this for 5 days with great contentment when Aubrey Barstow arrived. Mrs. Keith had developed of late leanings towards culture. In her townhouse a charge of small shot, fired in any direction on a Thursday afternoon, could not have failed to bring down a poet, a novelist, or a painter. Aubrey Barstow, author of The Soul's Eclipse and other poems, was a constant member of the crowd. A youth of insinuating manners, he had appealed to Mrs. Keith from the start. And unfortunately the virus had extended to Elsa. Many a pleasant, sunshiny Thursday afternoon had been poisoned for Martin by the sight of Aubrey and Elsa together on a distant settee, matching temperaments. The rest is too painful. It was a rout. The poet did not shoot, so that when Martin returned of an evening his rival was about 5 hours of soul-to-soul talk-up and only 2 to play. And those 2, the after-dinner hours, which had once been the hours for which Martin had lived, were pure torture. So engrossed was he with his thoughts that the first intimation he had that he was not alone in the room was a genteel cough. Behind him, holding a small can, was Keggs. "Your ot water, sir," said the butler, austerely but not unkindly. Keggs was a man, one must use that word, though it seems grossly inadequate, of medium height, pigeon-toed at the base, bulgy halfway up, and bald at the apex. His manner was restrained and dignified, his voice soft and grave. But it was his eye that quelled Martin. That cold, blue, dukes have treated me as an elder brother eye. He fixed it upon him now, as he added, placing the can on the floor. "It is Frederick's duty, but tonight I undertook it." Martin had no answer. He was dazed. Keggs had spoken with the proud humility of an emperor compelled by misfortune to shine shoes. "Might I have a word with you, sir?" Yes, stammered Martin. Won't you take yes, certainly. It is perhaps a liberty, began Keggs. He paused, and raked Martin with the eye that had rested on dining dukes. Not at all, said Martin, hurriedly. I should like, went on Keggs, bowing, to speak to you on a somewhat intimate subject, Miss Elsa. Martin's eyes and mouth opened slowly. You are going the wrong way to work, if you will allow me to say so, sir. Martin's jaw dropped another inch. Why? Women, sir, proceeded Keggs, young ladies, are peculiar. I have had, if I may say so, certain opportunities of observing their ways. Miss Elsa reminds me in some respects of Lady Angelica Fendall, whom I had the honour of knowing when I was butler to her father, Lord Stockley. Her ladyship was inclined to be romantic. She was fond of poetry, like Miss Elsa. She would sit by the hour, sir, listening to young Mr. Knox reading Tennyson, which was no part of his duties, he being employed by his lordship to teach Lord Bertie Latin and Greek and what not. You may have noticed, sir, that young ladies is often took by Tennyson, especially in the summer-time. Mr. Barstow was reading Tennyson to Miss Elsa in the ball when I passed through just now. The princess, if I am not mistaken. I don't know what the thing was, groaned Martin. She seemed to be enjoying it. Lady Angelica was greatly addicted to The Princess. Young Mr. Knox was reading portions of that poem to her when his lordship come upon them. Most rashly his lordship made a public hexpose and packed Mr. Knox off next day. It was not my place to volunteer advice, but I could have told him what would happen. 2 days later her ladyship slips away to London early in the morning, and they're married at a registry office. That is why I say that you are going the wrong way to work with Miss Elsa, sir. With certain types of spirited young lady opposition is useless. Now, when Mr. Barstow was reading to Miss Elsa on the occasion to which I alluded, you were sitting by, trying to engage her attention. It's not the way, sir. You should leave them alone together. Let her see so much of him, and nobody else but him, that she will grow tired of him. Fondness for poetry, sir, is very much like the whiskey a bit. You can't cure a man what has got that by opposition. Now, if you will permit me to offer a word of advice, sir, I say, let Miss Elsa all the poetry she wants. Martin was conscious of one coherent feeling at the conclusion of this address, and that was one of amazed gratitude. A lesser man who had entered his room and begun to discuss his private affairs would have had reason to retire with some speed. But that Keggs should descend from his pedestal and interest himself in such lowly matters was a different thing altogether. I'm very much obliged, he was stammering, when the butler raised a deprecatory hand. My interest in the matter, he said, smoothly, is not entirely altruistic. For some years back, in fact, since Miss Elsa came out, we have had a matrimonial sweepstake in the servants' hall at each house party. The names of the gentlemen in the party are placed in a hat and drawn in due course. Should Miss Elsa become engaged to any member of the party, the pool goes to the drawer of his name. Should no engagement occur, the money remains in my charge until the following year, when it is added to the new pool. Hitherto I have had the misfortune to draw nothing but married gentlemen, but on this occasion I have secured you, sir. And I may tell you, sir, he added, with stately courtesy, that, in the opinion of the servants' hall, your chances are highly fancied, very highly. The pool has now reached considerable proportions, and, having had certain losses on the turf very recent, I am extremely anxious to win it. So I thought, if I might take the liberty, sir, would place my knowledge of the sex at your disposal. You will find it sound in every respect. That is all. Thank you, sir. Martin's feelings had undergone a complete revulsion. In the last few minutes the butler had shed his wings and grown horns, cloven feet, and a forked tail. His rage deprived him of words. He could only gurgle. Don't thank me, sir, said the butler, indulgently. I ask no thanks. We are working together for a common object, and any little help I can provide is given freely." "You old scoundrel," shouted Martin, his wrath prevailing even against that blue eye. "You have the insolence to come to me and—" He stopped. The thought of these hounds, these demons, coolly gossiping and speculating below stairs about Elsa, making her the subject of little sporting flutters to relieve the monotony of country life, choked him. "I shall tell Mr. Keith," he said. The butler shook his bald head gravely. "I shouldn't, sir. It is a highly fantastic story, and I don't think he would believe it." "Then oh, get out." Keggs bowed deferentially. "If you wish it, sir," he said, "I will withdraw. If I may make the suggestion, sir, I think you should commence to dress. Dinner will be served in a few minutes." "Thank you, sir." He passed softly out of the room. It was more as a demonstration of defiance against Keggs than because he really hoped that anything would come of it that Martin approached Elsa next morning after breakfast. Elsa was strolling on the terrace in front of the house with the bard, but Martin broke in on the conference with the dogged determination of a steam drill. "Coming out with the guns today, Elsa?" he said. She raised her eyes. There was an absent look in them. "The guns?" she said. "Oh, no, I hate watching men shoot." "You used to like it." "I used to like dolls," she said, impatiently. Mr. Barstow gave tongue. He was a slim, tall, sickeningly beautiful young man, with large, dark eyes, full of expression. "We develop," he said. "The years go by, and we develop. Our souls expand, timidly at first, like little, half-fledged birds stealing out from the—" "I don't know that I'm so set on shooting today, myself," said Martin. "Will you come round the links?" "I am going out in the motor with Mr. Barstow," said Elsa. "The motor," cried Mr. Barstow. "Ah, Rossiter, that is the very poetry of motion. I never ride in a motor car without those words of Shakespeare's ringing in my mind, 'I'll put a girdle round about the earth in 40 minutes. I shouldn't give way to that sort of thing if I were you," said Martin. "The police are pretty down on road hogging in these parts." "Mr. Barstow was speaking figuratively," said Elsa, with disdain. "Was he?" grunted Martin, whose sorrows were tending to make him every day more like a sulky schoolboy. "I'm afraid I haven't got a poetic soul." "I'm afraid you haven't," said Elsa. There was a brief silence. A bird made itself heard in a neighboring tree. "The moan of doves in immemorial elms," quoted Mr. Barstow, softly. "Only it happens to be a crow in a beech," said Martin, as the bird flew out. Elsa's chin tilted itself in scorn. Martin turned on his heel and walked away. "It's the wrong way, sir, it's the wrong way," said a voice. "I was hob-serving you from a window, sir. It's Lady Angelica over again. Hop-position is useless, believe me, sir." Martin faced round, flushed and wrathful. The butler went on unmoved, "Miss Elsa is going for a ride in the car today, sir. I know that. Uncommonly tricky things, these motor cars. I was saying so to Roberts, the chauffeur, just as soon as I heard Miss Elsa was going out with Mr. Barstow. I said, 'Roberts, these cars is tricky. Break down when you're 20 miles from anywhere as soon as look at you.' Roberts," I said, slipping him a sovereign, "how awful it would be if the car should break down 20 miles from anywhere today." Martin stared. "You bribed Roberts to—" "Sir. I gave Roberts the sovereign because I am sorry for him. He is a poor man, and has a wife and family to support." "Very well," said Martin, sternly, "I shall go and warn Miss Keith." "Warn her, sir." "I shall tell her that you have bribed Roberts to make the car break down so that—" Keggs shook his head. "I fear she would hardly credit the statement, sir. She might even think that you was trying to keep her from going for your own personal ends." "I believe you are the devil," said Martin. "I hope you will come to look on me," sir," said Keggs, unctuously, "as your good Hangel." Martin shot abominably that day, and, coming home in the evening gloomy and savage, went straight to his room, and did not reappear till dinner-time. Elsa had been taken in by one of the moustache-tuggers. Martin found himself seated on her other side. It was so pleasant to be near her, and to feel that the bard was away at the other end of the table, that for the moment his spirits revived. "Well, how did you like the ride?" he asked, with a smile. "Did you put that girdle round the world?" She looked at him, once. The next moment he had an uninterrupted view of her shoulder, and heard the sound of her voice as she prattled gaily to the man on her other side. His heart gave a sudden bound. He understood now. The demon butler had had his wicked way. Good heavens! She had thought he was taunting her. He must explain at once. "Hock or sherry, sir?" He looked up into Kegg's expressionless eyes. The butler was wearing his on-duty mask. There was no sign of triumph in his face. "Oh, sherry. I mean hock." "No, sherry. Neither." This was awful. He must put this right. "Elsa," he said. She was engrossed in her conversation with her neighbor. From down the table in a sudden lull in the talk came the voice of Mr. Barstow. He seemed to be in the middle of a narrative. Fortunately, he was saying, "I had with me a volume of Shelley, and one of my own little efforts. I had read Miss Keith the whole of the latter and much of the former before the chauffeur announced that it was once more possible." "Elsa," said the wretched man. "I had no idea, you don't think?" She turned to him. "I beg your pardon," she said, very sweetly. "I swear I didn't know, I'd forgotten, She wrinkled her forehead. "I'm really afraid I don't understand." About the car breaking down." "The car?" "Oh, yes. Yes, it broke down. We were delayed quite a little while. Mr. Barstow read me some of his poems. It was perfectly lovely. I was quite sorry when Roberts told us we could go on again. But do you really mean to tell me, Mr. Lambert, that you—" And once more the world became all shoulder. When the men trailed into the presence of the ladies for that brief séance on which etiquette insisted before permitting the stampede to the billiard room, Elsa was not to be seen. "Elsa?" said Mrs. Keith in answer to Martin's question. "She has gone to bed. The poor child has a headache. I am afraid she had a tiring day." There was an early start for the guns next morning, and as Elsa did not appear at breakfast Martin had to leave without seeing her. His shooting was even worse than it had been on the previous day. It was not until late in the evening that the party returned to the house. Martin, on the way to his room, met Mrs. Keith on the stairs. She appeared somewhat agitated. "Oh, Martin," she said. "I'm so glad you're back. Have you seen anything of Elsa?" "Elsa? Wasn't she with the guns?" "With the guns," said Martin, puzzled. "No. I have seen nothing of her all day. I'm getting worried. I can't think what can have happened to her." "Are you sure she wasn't with the guns?" "Absolutely certain." "Didn't she come in to lunch?" "No." "Tom," she said, as Mr. Keith came up, "I'm so worried about Elsa. I haven't seen her all day. I thought she must be out with the guns." Mr. Keith was a man who had built up a large fortune mainly by consistently refusing to allow anything to agitate him. He carried this policy into private life. "Wasn't she in at lunch?" he asked, placidly. "I tell you I haven't seen her all day. She breakfasted in her room." "Late?" "Yes. She was tired, poor girl." "If she breakfasted late," said Mr. Keith, "she wouldn't need any lunch. She's gone for a stroll somewhere." "Would you put back dinner, do you think?" inquired Mrs. Keith, anxiously. "I am not good at riddles," said Mr. Keith, comfortably, but I can answer that one. I would not put back dinner. I would not put back dinner for the king. Elsa did not come back for dinner. Nor was hers the only vacant place. Mr. Barstow had also vanished. Even Mr. Keith's calm was momentarily ruffled by this discovery. The poet was not a favorite of his, it was only reluctantly that he had consented to his being invited at all. And the presumption being that when two members of a house party disappear simultaneously they are likely to be spending the time in each other's society, he was annoyed. Elsa was not the girl to make a fool of herself, of course, but he was unwontedly silent at dinner. Mrs. Keith's anxiety displayed itself differently. She was frankly worried, and mentioned it. By the time the fish had been reached, conversation at the table had fixed itself definitely on the one topic. "It isn't the car this time, at any rate," said Mr. Keith. "It hasn't been out today." "I can't understand it," said Mrs. Keith for the 20th time. And that was the farthest point reached in the investigation of the mystery. By the time dinner was over a spirit of unrest was abroad. The company sat about in uneasy groups. Snooker pool was, if not forgotten, at any rate shelved. Somebody suggested search parties, and one or two of the moustache-tuggers wandered rather aimlessly out into the darkness. Martin was standing in the porch with Mr. Keith when Keggs approached. As his eyes lit on him, Martin was conscious of a sudden solidifying of the vague suspicion which had been forming in his mind. And yet that suspicion seemed so wild. How could Keggs, with the worst intentions, have had anything to do with this? He could not forcibly have abducted the missing pair and kept them under lock and key. He could not have stunned them and left them in a ditch. Nevertheless, looking at him standing there in his attitude of deferential dignity, with the light from the open door shining on his bald head, Martin felt perfectly certain that he had in some mysterious fashion engineered the whole thing. "Might I have a word, sir, if you are at leisure?" "Well, Keggs?" "Miss Elsa, sir." "Yes?" Keggs' voice took on a sympathetic softness. "It was not my place, sir, to make any remark while in the dining room, but I could not help but overhear the conversation. I gathered from remarks that was passed that you was somewhat at a loss to account for Miss Elsa's non-appearance, sir." Mr. Keith laughed shortly. "You gathered that, eh?" Keggs bowed. "I think, sir, that possibly I may be able to throw light on the matter." "What?" cried Mr. Keith. "Great Scott, man! Then why didn't you say so at the time? Where is she?" "It was not my place, sir, to enter into the conversation of the dinner table," said the butler, with a touch of reproof. "If I might speak now, sir?" Mr. Keith clutched at his forehead. "Heavens above! Do you want a signed permit to tell me where my daughter is? Get on, man, get on. I think it highly possible, sir, that Miss Elsa and Mr. Barstow may be on the hisland in the lake, sir." About half a mile from the house was a picturesque strip of water, some 1,500 yards in width and a little less in length, in the center of which stood a small and densely wooded island. It was a favorite haunt of visitors at the house when there was nothing else to engage their attention, but during the past week, with shooting to fill up the days, it had been neglected. "On the island?" said Mr. Keith. "What put that idea into your head?" "I happened to be rowing on the lake this morning, sir. I frequently row of a morning, sir, when there are no duties to detain me in the booze. I find the exercise admirable for the health. I walk briskly to the boat ooze, and—" "Yes, yes. I don't want a schedule of your daily exercises. Cut out the athletic reminiscences and come to the point. As I was rowing on the lake this morning, sir, I happened to see a boat hitched up to a tree on the hisland. I think that possibly Miss Elsa and Mr. Barstow might have taken a row out there. Mr. Barstow would wish to see the hisland, sir, bein' romantic. But you say you saw the boat there this morning?" "Yes, sir." "Well, it doesn't take all day to explore a small island. What's kept them all this while? It is possible, sir, that the rope might not have eld. Mr. Barstow, if I might say so, sir, is one of those impetuous literary pusons, and possibly he homited to see that the knot was adequately tied. Or, his eye, grave and inscrutable, rested for a moment on Martin's. Some party might have come along and hunted it a purpose. Untied it on purpose, said Mr. Keith. What on earth for? Keggs shook his head deprecatingly, as one who, realizing his limitations, declines to attempt to probe the hidden sources of human actions. I thought it right, sir, to let you know, he said. Right? I should say so. If Elsa has been kept starving all day on that island by that long-haired, here, come along, Martin. He dashed off excitedly into the night. Martin remained for a moment gazing fixedly at the butler. I hope, sir, said Keggs, cordially, that my information will prove of genuine assistance. Do you know what I should like to do to you? Said Martin slowly. I think dear Mr. Keith calling you, sir. I should like to take you by the scruff of your neck and... There, sir. Didn't you hear him then? Quite distinct it was. Martin gave up the struggle with a sense of blank futility. What could you do with a man like this? It was like quarreling with Westminster Abbey. I should, Uri, sir, suggested Keggs, respectfully. I think Mr. Keith must have met with some accident. His surmise proved correct. When Martin came up he found his host seated on the ground in evident pain. Twisted my ankle in a hole, he explained, briefly. Give me an arm back to the house, there's a good fellow, and then run on down to the lake and see if what Keggs said is true. Martin did as he was requested, so far, that is to say, as the first half of the commission was concerned. As regarded the second, he took it upon himself to make certain changes. Having seen Mr. Keith to his room, he put the fitting out of the relief ship into the good hands of a group of his fellow guests whom he discovered in the porch. Elsa's feelings towards her rescuer might be one of unmixed gratitude, but it might, on the other hand, be one of resentment. He did not wish her to connect him in her mind with the episode in any way whatsoever. Martin had once released a dog from a trap, and the dog had bitten him. He had been on an errand of mercy, but the dog had connected him with his sufferings and acted accordingly. It occurred to Martin that Elsa's frame of mind would be uncommonly like that dog's. The rescue party set off. Martin lit a cigarette, and waited in the porch. It seemed a very long time before anything happened, but at last, as he was lighting his fifth cigarette, there came from the darkness the sound of voices. They drew nearer. Someone shouted. It's all right. We've found them. Martin threw away his cigarette and went indoors. Elsa Keith sat up as her mother came into the room. 2 nights and a day had passed since she had taken to her bed. How are you feeling today, dear? Has he gone, mother? Who? Mr. Barstow? Yes, dear. He left this morning. He said he had business with his publisher in London. Then I can get up, said Elsa, thankfully. I think you're a little hard on poor Mr. Barstow, Elsa. It was just an accident, you know. It was not his fault that the boat slipped away. It was, cried Elsa, thumping the pillow malignantly. I believe he did it on purpose, so that he could read me his horrid poetry without my having a chance to escape. I believe that's the only way he can get people to listen to it. But you used to like it, darling. You said he had such a musical voice. Musical voice. The pillow became a shapeless heap. Mother, it was like a nightmare. If I had seen him again I should have had hysterics. It was awful. If he had been even the least bit upset himself I think I could have borne up. But he enjoyed it. He reveled in it. He said it was like Omar Khayyam in the wilderness and Shelley's Epipsychidion, whatever that is, and he prattled on and read till my head began to split. Mother, her voice sank to a whisper, I hit him. Elsa. I did, she went on, defiantly. I hit him as hard as I could, and she broke off into a little gurgle of laughter. He tripped over a bush and fell right down, and I wasn't a bit ashamed. I didn't think it unladylike or anything. I was just as proud as I could be. And it stopped him talking. But, Elsa, dear. Why? The sun had just gone down. And it was a lovely sunset, and the sky looked like a great, beautiful slice of underdone beef, and I said so to him, and he said, sniffily, that he was afraid he didn't see the resemblance. And I asked him if he wasn't starving. And he said no, because as a rule all that he needed was a little ripe fruit. And that was when I hit him. Elsa. Oh, I know it was awfully wrong, but I just had to. And now I'll get up. It looks lovely out. Martin had not gone out with the guns that day. Mrs. Keith had assured him that there was nothing wrong with Elsa, that she was only tired, but he was anxious, and had remained at home, where bulletins could reach him. As he was returning from a stroll in the grounds he heard his name called, and saw Elsa lying in the hammock under the trees near the terrace. "Why, Martin, why aren't you out with the guns?" she said. "I wanted to be on the spot so that I could hear how you were." "How nice of you. Why don't you sit down?" "May I?" Elsa fluttered the pages of her magazine. "You know, you're a very restful person, Martin. You're so big and outdoory. How would you like to read to me for a while? I feel so lazy." Martin took the magazine. "What shall I read?" "Here's a poem by..." Elsa shuddered. "Oh, please, no," she cried. "I couldn't bear it. I'll tell you what I should love, the advertisements. There's one about sardines. I started it, and it seemed splendid. It's at the back somewhere. Is this it, Langley and Fielding sardines?" "That's it." Martin began to read. Langley and Fielding sardines. When you want the daintiest, most delicious sardines, go to your grocer and say, "Langley and Fielding's, please." You will then be sure of having the finest Norwegian smoked sardines, packed in the purest olive oil. Elsa was sitting with her eyes closed and a soft smile of pleasure curving her mouth. "Go on," she said, dreamily. "Nothing nicer," resumed Martin, with an added touch of eloquence as the theme began to develop, "for breakfast, lunch, or supper. Probably your grocer stocks them. Ask him. If he does not, write to us. Price 5 pence per tin. The best sardines and the best oil. Isn't it lovely?" she murmured. Her hand, as it swung, touched his. He held it. She opened her eyes. "Don't stop reading," she said. "I never heard anything so soothing. Elsa." He bent towards her. She smiled at him. Her eyes were dancing. "Elsa, Mr. Keith," said a quiet voice, "desired me to say." Martin started away. He glared up furiously. Gazing down upon them stood Keggs. The butler's face was shining with a gentle benevolence. "Mr. Keith desired me to say that he would be glad if Miss Elsa would come and sit with him for a while." "I'll come at once," said Elsa, stepping from the hammock. The butler bowed respectfully and turned away. They stood watching him as he moved across the terrace. "What a saintly old man Keggs looks," said Elsa. "Don't you think so? He looks as if he had never even thought of doing anything he shouldn't. I wonder if he ever has." "I wonder," said Martin. "He looks like a stout angel." "What were you saying, Martin, when he came up?" "The man upstairs." There were 3 distinct stages in the evolution of Annette Brewham's attitude towards the knocking in the room above. In the beginning it had been merely a vague discomfort. Absorbed in the composition of her waltz, she had heard it almost subconsciously. The second stage set in when it became a physical pain like red-hot pincers wrenching her mind from her music. Finally, with a thrill and indignation, she knew it for what it was, an insult. The unseen brute disliked her playing, and was intimating his views with a boot heel. Defiantly, with her foot on the loud pedal, she struck, almost slapped, the keys once more. Bang, from the room above. Bang! Bang! Annette rose. Her face was pink, her chin tilted. Her eyes sparkled with the light of battle. She left the room and started to mount the stairs. No spectator, however just, could have helped feeling a pang of pity for the wretched man who stood unconscious of imminent doom, possibly even triumphant. Behind the door at which she was on the point of tapping. "Come in," cried the voice, rather a pleasant voice, but what is a pleasant voice if the soul be vile? Annette went in. The room was a typical Chelsea studio, scantily furnished and lacking a carpet. In the center was an easel, behind which were visible a pair of trousered legs. A cloud of grey smoke was curling up over the top of the easel. "I beg your pardon," began Annette. "I don't want any models at present," said the brute. "Leave your card on the table." "I am not a model," said Annette, coldly. "I merely came." At this the brute emerged from his fortifications and, removing his pipe from his mouth, jerked his chair out into the open. "I beg your pardon," he said. "Won't you sit down?" How reckless is nature in the distribution of her gifts! Not only had this black-hearted knocker on floors a pleasant voice, but, in addition, a pleasing exterior. He was slightly disheveled at the moment, and his hair stood up in a disordered mop. But in spite of these drawbacks, he was quite passably good-looking. Annette admitted this. Though wrathful, she was fair. "I thought it was another model," he explained. "They've been coming in at the rate of 10 an hour ever since I settled here. I didn't object at first, but after about the 80th child of sunny Italy had shown up it began to get on my nerves." Annette waited coldly till he had finished. "I am sorry," she said, in a "this is where you get yours" voice, "if my playing disturbed you." One would have thought nobody but an Eskimo wearing his furs and winter underclothing could have withstood the iciness of her manner, but the brute did not freeze. "I am sorry," repeated Annette, well below zero, "if my playing disturbed you. I live in the room below, and I heard you knocking." "No, no," protested the young man, affably, "I like it. Really I do." "Then why knock on the floor?" said Annette, turning to go. "It is so bad for my ceiling," she said over shoulder. "I thought you would not mind my mentioning it. Good afternoon." "No, but one moment. Don't go." She stopped. He was surveying her with a friendly smile. She noticed most reluctantly that he had a nice smile. His composure began to enrage her more and more. Long ere this he should have been writhing at her feet in the dust, crushed and abject. "You see," he said, "I'm awfully sorry, but it's like this. I love music, but what I mean is, you weren't playing a tune. It was just the same bit over and over again." "I was trying to get a phrase," said Annette, with dignity, but less coldly. In spite of herself she was beginning to thaw. There was something singularly attractive about this shock-headed youth. "A phrase? Of music. For my waltz. I am composing a waltz." A look of such unqualified admiration overspread the young man's face that the last remnants of the ice pack melted. For the first time since they had met Annette found herself positively liking this blackguardly floor-smiter. "Can you compose music?" he said, impressed. "I have written 1 or 2 songs. It must be great to be able to do things, artistic things, I mean, like composing." "Well, you do, don't you? You paint." The young man shook his head with a cheerful grin. "I fancy," he said, "I should make a pretty good house painter. I want scope. Canvas seems to cramp me." It seemed to cause him no discomfort. He appeared rather amused than otherwise. "Let me look." She crossed over to the easel. "I shouldn't," he warned her. "You really want to? Is this not mere recklessness? Very well, then. To the eye of an experienced critic the picture would certainly have seemed crude. It was a study of a dark-eyed child holding a large black cat. Statisticians estimate that there is no moment during the day when one or more young artists somewhere on the face of the globe are not painting pictures of children holding cats. "I call it Child and Cat," said the young man. "Rather a neat title, don't you think? Gives you the main idea of the thing right away." "That," he explained, pointing obligingly with the stem of his pipe, "is the cat." Annette belonged to that large section of the public which likes or dislikes a picture according to whether its subject happens to please or displease them. Probably there was not one of the million or so child and cat eyesores at present in existence which she would not have liked. Besides, he had been very nice about her music. "I think it's splendid," she announced. The young man's face displayed almost more surprise than joy. "Do you really?" he said. "Then I can die happy, that is, if you'll let me come down and listen to those songs of yours first." "You would only knock on the floor," objected Annette. "I'll never knock on another floor as long as I live," said the ex-brute, reassuringly. "I hate knocking on floors. I don't see what people want to knock on floors for, anyway." Friendships ripen quickly in Chelsea. Within the space of an hour and a quarter Annette had learned that the young man's name was Alan Beverley, for which family heraldic affliction she pitied rather than despised him. That he did not depend entirely on his work for a living, having a little money of his own, and that he considered this a fortunate thing. From the very beginning of their talk he pleased her. She found him an absolutely new and original variety of the unsuccessful painter. Unlike Reginald Sellers, who had a studio in the same building, and sometimes dropped in to drink her coffee and pour out his troubles, he did not attribute his non-success to any malice or stupidity on the part of the public. She was so used to hearing Sellers lash the Philistine and hold forth on unappreciated merit that she could hardly believe the miracle when, in answer to a sympathetic bromide on the popular lack of taste in art, Beverley replied that, as far as he was concerned, the public showed strong good sense. If he had been striving with every nerve to win her esteem, he could not have done it more surely than with that one remark. Though she invariably listened with a sweet patience which encouraged them to continue long after the point at which she had begun in spirit to throw things at them. Annette had no sympathy with men who whined. She herself was a fighter. She hated as much as anyone the sickening blows which fate hands out to the struggling and ambitious, but she never made them the basis of a monologue act. Often, after a dreary trip round the offices of the music publishers, she would howl bitterly in secret, and even gnaw her pillow in the watches of the night. But in public her pride kept her unvaryingly bright and cheerful. Today, for the first time, she revealed something of her woes. There was that about the mop-headed young man which invited confidences. She told him of the stony-heartedness of music publishers, of the difficulty of getting songs printed unless you paid for them, of their wretched sales. "But those songs you've been playing," said Beverley, "they've been published?" "Yes, those 3. But they are the only ones." "And didn't they sell?" "Hardly at all. You see, a song doesn't sell unless somebody well-known sings it. And people promise to sing them, and then don't keep their word. You can't depend on what they say." "Give me their names," said Beverley, "and I'll go round tomorrow and shoot the whole lot." "But can't you do anything?" "Only keep on keeping on." "I wish," he said, "that any time you're feeling blue about things you would come up and pour out the poison on me. It's no good bottling it up. Come up and tell me about it, and you'll feel ever so much better. Or let me come down. Any time things aren't going right, just knock on the ceiling." She laughed. "Don't rub it in," pleaded Beverley. "It isn't fair. There's nobody so sensitive as a reformed floorknocker. You will come up or let me come down, won't you? Whenever I have that sad, depressed feeling, I go out and kill a policeman. But you wouldn't care for that. So the only thing for you to do is to knock on the ceiling. Then I'll come charging down and see if there's anything I can do to help." You'll be sorry you ever said this. I won't, he said stoutly. If you really mean it, it would be a relief, she admitted. Sometimes I'd give all the money I'm ever likely to make for someone to shriek my grievances at. I always think it must have been so nice for the people in the old novels, when they used to say, "Sit down and I will tell you the story of my life." Mustn't it have been heavenly? Well, said Beverly, rising, you know where I am if I'm wanted. Right up there where the knocking came from. Knocking? Said Annette. I remember no knocking. Would you mind shaking hands? Said Beverly. A particularly maddening hour with one of her pupils drove her up the very next day. Her pupils were at once her salvation and her despair. They gave her the means of supporting life, but they made life hardly worth supporting. Some of them were learning the piano. Others thought they sang. All had solid ivory skulls. There was about a teaspoonful of gray matter distributed among the entire squad, and the pupil Annette had been teaching that afternoon had come in at the tail end of the division. In the studio with Beverly she found Reginald Sellers, standing in a critical attitude before the easel. She was not very fond of him. He was a long, offensive, patronizing person, with a mustache that looked like a smear of charcoal, and a habit of addressing her as, "Ah, little one." Beverly looked up. "Have you brought your hatchet, Miss Broom? If you have, you're just in time to join in the massacre of the innocents. Sellers has been smiting my child and cat hip and thigh. Look at his eye. There. Did you see it flash then? He's on the warpath again." "My dear Beverly," said Sellers, rather stiffly, "I am merely endeavoring to give you my idea of the picture's defects. I am sorry if my criticism has to be a little harsh." "Go right on," said Beverly, cordially. "Don't mind me, it's all for my good." "Well, in a word, then, it is lifeless. Neither the child or the cat lives." He stepped back a pace and made a frame of his hands. "The cat now," he said. "It is, how shall I put it? It has that kind of cat wouldn't," said Beverly. "It isn't that breed." "I think it's a dear cat," said Annette. She felt her temper, always quick, getting the better of her. She knew just how incompetent Sellers was, and it irritated her beyond endurance to see Beverly's good-humored acceptance of his patronage. "At any rate," said Beverly, with a grin, "you both seem to recognize that it is a cat. You're solid on that point, and that's something, seeing I'm only a beginner." "I know, my dear fellow. I know," said Sellers, graciously. "You mustn't let my criticism discourage you. Don't think that your work lacks promise. Far from it. I am sure that in time you will do very well indeed. Quite well." A cold glitter might have been observed in Annette's eyes. "Mr. Sellers," she said, smoothly, "had to work very hard himself before he reached his present position. You know his work, of course?" For the first time Beverly seemed somewhat confused. Why," he began. "Oh, but of course you do," she went on, sweetly. "It's in all the magazines." Beverly looked at the great man with admiration, and saw that he had flushed uncomfortably. He put this down to the modesty of genius. "In the advertisement pages," said Annette. "Mr. Sellers drew that picture of the walk-easy shoe and the restowel settee and the tin of sardines in the Little Gem sardine advertisement. He is very good at still life." There was a tense silence. Beverly could almost hear the voice of the referee uttering the count. "Miss Broom," said Sellers at last, spitting out the words, "has confined herself to the purely commercial side of my work. There is another." "Why, of course there is. You sold a landscape for £5 only 8 months ago, didn't you? And another 3 months before that." It was enough. Sellers bowed stiffly and stalked from the room. Beverly picked up a duster and began slowly to sweep the floor with it. "What are you doing?" demanded Annette, in a choking voice. The fragments of the wretched man, whispered Beverly. They must be swept up and decently interred. You certainly have got the punch, Miss Broom. He dropped the duster with a startled exclamation, for Annette had suddenly burst into a flood of tears. With her face buried in her hand she sat in her chair and sobbed desperately. Good Lord, said Beverly, blankly. I'm a cat. I'm a beast. I hate myself. Good Lord, said Beverly, blankly. I'm a pig. I'm a fiend. Good Lord, said Beverly, blankly. We're all struggling and trying to get on and having hard luck, and instead of doing what I can to help, I go and taunt him with not being able to sell his pictures. I'm not fit to live. Oh. Good Lord, said Beverly, blankly. A series of gulping sobs followed, diminishing by degrees into silence. Presently she looked up and smiled, a moist and pathetic smile. I'm sorry, she said, for being so stupid. But he was so horrid and patronizing to you, I couldn't help scratching. I believe I'm the worst cat in London. No, this is, said Beverly, pointing to the canvas. At least, according to the late Sellers. But, I say, tell me, isn't the deceased a great artist, then? He came curveting in here with his chest out and started to slate my masterpiece, so I naturally said, what ho! 'Tis a genius. Isn't he? He can't sell his pictures anywhere. He lives on the little he can get from illustrating advertisements. And I taunt. Please. She recovered herself with a gulp. I can't help it, she said, miserably. I rubbed it in. Oh, it was hateful of me. But I was all on edge from teaching one of my awful pupils, and when he started to patronize you. She blinked. Poor devil, said Beverly. I never guessed. Good Lord. Annette rose. I must go and tell him I'm sorry, she said. He'll snub me horribly, but I must. She went out. Beverly lit a pipe and stood at the window looking thoughtfully down into the street. It is a good rule in life never to apologize. The right sort of people do not want apologies, and the wrong sort take a mean advantage of them. Sellers belonged to the latter class. When Annette, meek, penitent, with all her claws sheathed, came to him and grovelled. He forgave her with a repulsive magnanimity which in a less subdued mood would have stung her to renewed pugnacity. As it was, she allowed herself to be forgiven, and retired with a dismal conviction that from now on he would be more insufferable than ever. Her surmise proved absolutely correct. His visits to the newcomer's studio began again, and Beverly's picture, now nearing completion, came in for criticism enough to have filled a volume. The good humor with which he received it amazed Annette. She had no proprietary interest in the painting beyond what she acquired from a growing regard for its parent, which disturbed her a good deal when she had time to think of it. But there were moments when only the recollection of her remorse for her previous outbreak kept her from rending the critic. Beverly, however, appeared to have no artistic sensitiveness whatsoever. When Sellers savaged the cat in a manner which should have brought the SPCA down upon him, Beverly merely beamed. His long-sufferingness was beyond Annette's comprehension. She began to admire him for it. To make his position as critic still more impregnable, Sellers was now able to speak as one having authority. After years of floundering, his luck seemed at last to have turned. His pictures, which for months had lain at an agent's, careened like crippled battleships, had at length begun to find a market. Within the past 2 weeks 3 landscapes and an allegorical painting had sold for good prices, and under the influence of success he expanded like an opening floweret. When Epstein, the agent, wrote to say that the allegory had been purchased by a Glasgow plutocrat of the name of Bates for 160 guineas. Sellers' views on Philistines and their crass materialism and lack of taste underwent a marked modification. He spoke with some friendliness of the man Bates. To me, said Beverly, when informed of the event by Annette, the matter has a deeper significance. It proves that Glasgow has at last produced a sober man. No drinker would have dared face that allegory. The whole business is very gratifying. Beverley himself was progressing slowly in the field of art. He had finished The Child and Cat, and had taken it to Epstein together with a letter of introduction from Sellers. Sellers' habitual attitude now was that of the kindly celebrity who has arrived and wishes to give the youngsters a chance. Since its departure, Beverley had not done much in the way of actual execution. Whenever Annette came to his studio, he was either sitting in a chair with his feet on the windowsill, smoking, or in the same attitude listening to Sellers' views on art. Sellers, being on the upgrade, a man with many pounds to his credit in the bank, had more leisure now. He had given up his advertisement work, and was planning a great canvas, another allegorical work. This left him free to devote a good deal of time to Beverley, and he did so. Beverley sat and smoked through his harangues. He may have been listening, or he may not. Annette listened once or twice, and the experience had the effect of sending her to Beverley, quivering with indignation. "Why do you let him patronize you like that?" she demanded. "If anybody came and talked to me like that about my music, I don't know what I'd do." "Yes, even if he were really a great musician." "Don't you consider Sellers a great artist, then, even now?" "He seems to be able to sell his pictures, so I suppose they must be good." "But nothing could give him the right to patronize you as he does." "My learned friend's manner would be intolerable in an emperor to a black beetle," quoted Beverley. "Well, what are we going to do about it?" "If only you could sell a picture, too." "Ah. Well, I've done my part of the contract. I've delivered the goods. There the thing is at Epstein's. The public can't blame me if it doesn't sell. All they've got to do is to waltz in their thousands and fight for it. And, by the way, talking of waltzes." "Oh, it's finished," said Annette, dispiritedly. "Published too, for that matter." "Published? What's the matter, then? Why this drooping sadness? Why aren't you running around the square, singing like a bird?" "Because," said Annette, "unfortunately, I had to pay the expenses of publication. It was only £5, but the sales haven't caught up with that yet. If they ever do, perhaps there'll be a new edition." "And will you have to pay for that?" "No. The publishers would." "Who are they?" "Grusczynski and Buchterkirch." "Heavens, then what are you worrying about? The thing's a cert. A man with a name like Grusczynski could sell a dozen editions by himself. Helped and inspired by Buchterkirch, he will make the waltz the talk of the country. Infants will croon it in their cots. He didn't seem to think so when I saw him last." "Of course not. He doesn't know his own power. Grusczynski's shrinking diffidence is a byword in musical circles. He is the genuine human violet. You must give him time." "I'll give him anything if he'll only sell an edition or two," said Annette. The outstanding thing was that he did. There seemed no particular reason why the sale of that waltz should not have been as small and as slow as that of any other waltz by an unknown composer. But almost without warning it expanded from a trickle into a flood. Grusczynski, beaming paternally whenever Annette entered the shop, which was often, announced 2 new editions in a week. Beverley, his artistic growth still under a watchful eye of Sellers, said he had never had any doubts as to the success of the thing from the moment when a single phrase in it had so carried him away that he had been compelled to stamp his applause enthusiastically on the floor. Even Sellers forgot his own triumphs long enough to allow him to offer affable congratulations. And money came rolling in, smoothing the path of life. Those were great days. There was a hat. Life, in short, was very full and splendid. There was, indeed, but one thing which kept it from being perfect. The usual drawback to success is that it annoys one's friends so. But in Annette's case this drawback was absent. Sellers' demeanor towards her was that of an old established inmate welcoming a novice into the Hall of Fame. Her pupils, worthy souls, though boneheaded, fawned upon her. Beverly seemed more pleased than anyone. Yet it was Beverly who prevented her paradise from being complete. Successful herself, she wanted all her friends to be successful, but Beverly, to her discomfort, remained a cheery failure, and worse, absolutely refused to snub Sellers. It was not as if Sellers' advice and comments were disinterested. Beverly was simply the instrument on which he played his songs of triumph. It distressed Annette to such an extent that now, if she went upstairs and heard Sellers' voice in the studio, she came down again without knocking. One afternoon, sitting in her room, she heard the telephone bell ring. The telephone was on the stairs, just outside her door. She went out and took up the receiver. "Hello," said a querulous voice. "Is Mr. Beverly there?" Annette remembered having heard him go out. She could always tell his footstep. "He is out," she said. "Is there any message?" "Yes," said the voice, emphatically. "Tell him that Rupert Morrison rang up to ask what he was to do with all this great stack of music that's arrived. Does he want it forwarded on to him, or what?" The voice was growing high and excited. Evidently Mr. Morrison was in a state of nervous tension when a man does not care particularly who hears his troubles so long as he unburdens himself of them to someone. "Music," said Annette. "Music," shrilled Mr. Morrison. "Stacks and stacks and stacks of it. Is he playing a practical joke on me, or what?" he demanded, hysterically. Plainly he had now come to regard Annette as a legitimate confidant. She was listening. That was the main point. He wanted someone, he did not care whom, who would listen. "He lends me his rooms," wailed Mr. Morrison, "so that I can be perfectly quiet and undisturbed while I write my novel, and, first thing I know, this music starts to arrive. How can I be quiet and undisturbed when the floor's littered 2 yards high with great parcels of music, and more coming every day?" Annette clung weakly to the telephone box. Her mind was in a whirl, but she was beginning to see many things. "Are you there?" called Mr. Morrison. "Yes." What firm does the music come from?" "What's that?" "Who are the publishers who send the music?" "I can't remember." "Some long name." "Yes, I've got it. Grusksinski and someone." "I'll tell Mr. Beverly," said Annette, quietly. A great weight seemed to have settled on her head. "Hello. Hello. Are you there?" came Mr. Morrison's voice. "Yes." "And tell him there are some pictures, too." "Pictures?" "For great beastly pictures. The size of elephants. I tell you, there isn't room to move. Anne." Annette hung up the receiver. Mr. Beverly, returned from his walk, was racing up the stairs 3 at a time in his energetic way, when, as he arrived at Annette's door, it opened. "Have you a minute to spare?" said Annette. "Of course. What's the trouble? Have they sold another edition of the waltz?" "I have not heard, Mr. Bates." For once she looked to see the cheerful composure of the man upstairs become ruffled. But he received the blow without agitation. "You know my name?" he said. "I know a good deal more than your name. You are a Glasgow millionaire." "It's true," he admitted, "but it's hereditary. My father was one before me." "And you use your money," said Annette, bitterly, "creating fool's paradises for your friends, which last, I suppose, until you grow tired of the amusement and destroy them. Doesn't it ever strike you, Mr. Bates, that it's a little cruel? Do you think Mr. Sellers will settle down again cheerfully to hack work when you stop buying his pictures, and he finds out that... "I shan't stop," said the young man. "If a Glasgow millionaire mayn't buy Sellers' allegorical pictures, whose allegorical pictures may he buy? Sellers will never find out. He'll go on painting and I'll go on buying, and all will be joy and peace." "Indeed. And what future have you arranged for me?" "You," he said, reflectively. "I want to marry you." Annette stiffened from head to foot. He met her blazing eyes with a look of quiet devotion. "Marry me?" "I know what you are thinking," he said. "Your mind is dwelling on the prospect of living in a house decorated throughout with Sellers' allegorical pictures. But it won't be. We'll store them in the attic." She began to speak, but he interrupted her. "Listen," he said. "Sit down and I will tell you the story of my life. We'll skip the first 28 years and 3 months, merely mentioning that for the greater part of that time I was looking for somebody just like you. A month and 9 days ago I found you. You were crossing the embankment. I was also on the embankment. In a taxi. I stopped the taxi, got out, and observed you just stepping into the Charing Cross Underground. I sprang. This does not interest me," said Annette. "The plot thickens," he assured her. "We left our hero springing, I think." "Just so." "Well, you took the West End train and got off at Sloane Square." "So did I." "You crossed Sloane Square, turned up King's Road, and finally arrived here." "I followed. I saw a notice up, studio to let. I reflected that, having done a little painting in an amateur way, I could pose as an artist all right, so I took the studio. Also the name of Alan Beverley. My own is Bill Bates. I had often wondered what it would feel like to be called by some name like Alan Beverley or Cyril Trevelyan. It was simply the spin of the coin which decided me in favor of the former. Once in, the problem was how to get to know you. When I heard you playing I knew it was all right. I had only to keep knocking on the floor long enough." "Do you mean to tell me," Annette's voice trembled, "do you mean to tell me that you knocked that time simply to make me come up? That was it. Rather a scheme, don't you think? And now, would you mind telling me how you found out that I had been buying your waltz? Those remarks of yours about fools' paradises were not inspired solely by the affairs of Sellers. But it beats me how you did it. I swore Rosinski, or whatever his name is, to secrecy. A Mr. Morrison," said Annette, indifferently, "rang up on the telephone and asked me to tell you that he was greatly worried by the piles of music which were littering the rooms you lent him." The young man burst into a roar of laughter. "Poor old Morrison. I forgot all about him. I lent him my rooms at the Albany. He's writing a novel, and he can't work if the slightest thing goes wrong. It just shows." "Mr. Bates." "Yes? Perhaps you didn't intend to hurt me. I dare say you meant only to be kind. But, oh, can't you see how you have humiliated me? You have treated me like a child, giving me a make-believe success just to keep me quiet, I suppose. You." He was fumbling in his pocket. "May I read you a letter?" he said. "A letter? Quite a short one. It is from Epstein, the picture dealer. This is what he says. Sir, meaning me, not dear Bill, mind you, just sir. I am glad to be able to inform you that I have this morning received an offer of 10 guineas for your picture, Child and Cat. Kindly let me know if I am to dispose of it at this price." "Well," said Annette, in a small voice. "I have just been to Epstein's. It seems that the purchaser is a Miss Brown. She gave an address in Bayswater. I called at the address. No Miss Brown lives there, but one of your pupils does. I asked her if she was expecting a parcel for Miss Brown, and she said that she had had your letter and quite understood and would take it in when it arrived." Annette was hiding her face in her hands. "Go away," she said, faintly. Mr. Bates moved a step nearer. "Do you remember that story of the people on the island who eked out a precarious livelihood by taking in one another's washing?" he asked, casually. "Go away," cried Annette. "I've always thought," he said, "that it must have drawn them very close together, made them feel rather attached to each other. Don't you? Go away." "I don't want to go away. I want to stay and hear you say you'll marry me. Please go away. I want to think." She heard him moving towards the door. He stopped, then went on again. The door closed quietly. Presently from the room above came the sound of footsteps, footsteps pacing monotonously to and fro like those of an animal in a cage. Annette sat listening. There was no break in the footsteps. Suddenly she got up. In one corner of the room was a long pole used for raising and lowering the window sash. She took it, and for a moment stood irresolute. Then with a quick movement, she lifted it and stabbed 3 times at the ceiling. The man, the maid, and the miasma. Although this story is concerned principally with the man and the maid, the miasma pervades it to such an extent that I feel justified in putting his name on the bills. Webster's dictionary gives the meaning of the word miasma as an infection floating in the air, a deadly exhalation. And, in the opinion of Mr. Robert Fergusson, his late employer, that description, though perhaps a little too flattering, on the whole summed up Master Roland Bean pretty satisfactorily. Until the previous day he had served Mr. Fergusson in the capacity of office boy, but there was that about Master Bean which made it practically impossible for anyone to employ him for long. A syndicate of Galahad, Parsifal, and Marcus Aurelius might have done it, but to an ordinary erring man, conscious of things done which should not have been done, and other things equally numerous left undone, he was too oppressive. One conscience is enough for any man. The employer of Master Bean had to cringe before 2. Nobody can last long against an office boy whose eyes shine with quiet, respectful reproof through gold-rimmed spectacles, whose manner is that of a middle-aged saint, and who obviously knows all the plod and punctuality books by heart and orders his life by their precepts. Master Bean was a walking edition of stepping stones to success, millionaires who have never smoked, and young man, get up early. Galahad, Parsifal, and Marcus Aurelius, as I say, might have remained tranquil in his presence, but Robert Fergusson found the contract too large. After 1 month he had braced himself up and sacked the punctual plodder. Yet now he was sitting in his office, long after the last clerk had left, long after the hour at which he himself was wont to leave, his mind full of his late employee. Was this remorse? Was he longing for the touch of the vanished hand, the gleam of the departed spectacles? He was not. His mind was full of Master Bean because Master Bean was waiting for him in the outer office. And he lingered on at his desk, after the day's work was done, for the same reason. Word had been brought to him earlier in the evening, that Master Roland Bean would like to see him. The answer to that was easy: tell him I'm busy. Master Bean's admirably dignified reply was that he understood how great was the pressure of Mr. Fergusson's work, and that he would wait till he was at liberty. Liberty. Talk of the liberty of the treed possum, but do not use the word in connection with a man bottled up in an office, with Roland Bean guarding the only exit. Mr. Fergusson kicked the wastepaper basket savagely. The unfairness of the thing hurt him. A sacked office boy ought to stay sacked. He had no business to come popping up again like Banquo's ghost. It was not playing the game. The reader may wonder what was the trouble, why Mr. Fergusson could not stalk out and brusquely dispose of his foe. But then the reader has not employed Master Bean for a month. Mr. Fergusson had, and his nerve had broken. A slight cough penetrated the door between the 2 offices. Mr. Fergusson rose and grabbed his hat. Perhaps a sudden rush, he shot out with the tense concentration of one moving towards the refreshment room at a station where the train stops 3 minutes. "Good evening, sir," was the watcher's view hello. "Ah, Bean," said Mr. Fergusson, flitting rapidly, "you still here? I thought you had gone. I'm afraid I cannot stop now. Some other time." He was almost through. "I fear, sir, that you will be unable to get out," said Master Bean, sympathetically. "The building is locked up. Men who have been hit by bullets say the first sensation is merely a sort of dull shock. So it was with Mr. Fergusson. He stopped in his tracks and stared. "The porter closes the door at 7 o'clock punctually, sir. It is now nearly 20 minutes after the hour." Mr. Ferguson's brain was still in the numbed stage. "Closes the door," he said. "Yes, sir." "Then how are we to get out?" "I fear we cannot get out, sir." Mr. Ferguson digested this. "I am no longer in your employment, sir," said Master Bean, respectfully, "but I hope that in the circumstances you will permit me to remain here during the night." "During the night?" "It would enable me to sleep more comfortably than on the stairs." "But we can't stop here all night," said Mr. Ferguson, feebly. He had anticipated an unpleasant 5 minutes in Master Bean's company. Imagination boggled at the thought of an unpleasant 13 hours. He collapsed into a chair. "I called," said Master Bean, shelving the trivial subject of the prospective vigil, "in the hope that I might persuade you, sir, to reconsider your decision in regard to my dismissal. I can assure you, sir, that I am extremely anxious to give satisfaction. If you would take me back and inform me how I have fallen short, I would endeavor to improve. "We can't stop here all night," interrupted Mr. Ferguson, bounding from his chair and beginning to pace the floor. "Without presumption, sir, I feel that if you were to give me another chance I should work to your satisfaction. I should endeavor." Mr. Ferguson stared at him in dumb horror. He had a momentary vision of a sleepless night spent in listening to a nicely polished speech for the defense. He was seized with a mad desire for flight. He could not leave the building, but he must get away somewhere and think. He dashed from the room and raced up the dark stairs. And as he arrived at the next floor his eye was caught by a thin pencil of light which proceeded from a door on the left. No shipwrecked mariner on a desert island could have welcomed the appearance of a sail with greater enthusiasm. He bounded at the door. He knew to whom the room belonged. It was the office of one Blaithwaite, and Blaithwaite was not only an acquaintance, but a sportsman. Quite possibly there might be a pack of cards on Blaithwaite's person to help pass the long hours. And if not, at least he would be company and his office a refuge. He flung open the door without going through the formality of knocking. Etiquette is not for the marooned. "I say, Blaithwaite," he began, and stopped abruptly. The only occupant of the room was a girl. "I beg your pardon," he said, "I thought." He stopped again. His eyes, dazzled with the light, had not seen clearly. They did so now. "You," he cried. The girl looked at him, first with surprise, then with a cool hostility. There was a long pause. 18 months had passed since they had parted, and conversation does not flow easily after 18 months of silence, especially if the nature of the parting has been bitter and stormy. He was the first to speak. "What are you doing here?" he said. "I thought my doings had ceased to interest you," she said. "I am Mr. Blaithwaite's secretary. I have been here a fortnight. I have wondered if we should meet. I used to see you sometimes in the street. I never saw you." "No?" she said indifferently. He ran his hand through his hair in a dazed way. "Do you know we are locked in?" he said. He had expected wild surprise and dismay. She merely clicked her tongue in an annoyed manner. "Again," she said. "What a nuisance. I was locked in only a week ago." He looked at her with unwilling respect, the respect of the novice for the veteran. She was nothing to him now, of course. She had passed out of his life. But he could not help remembering that long ago, 18 months ago, what he had admired most in her had been this same spirit, this game refusal to be disturbed by fate's blows. It braced him up. He sat down and looked curiously at her. "So you left the stage," he said. "I thought we agreed when we parted not to speak to one another," said she, coldly. "Did we? I thought it was only to meet as strangers." "It's the same thing." "Is it? I often talk to strangers. What a bore they must think you," she said, hiding 1/8 of a yawn with the tips of 2 fingers. "I suppose," she went on, with faint interest, "you talk to them in trains when they are trying to read their paper?" I don't force my conversation on anyone. Don't you? She said, raising her eyebrows in sweet surprise. Only your company, is that it? Are you alluding to the present occasion? Well, you have an office of your own in this building, I believe. I have. Then why? I am at perfect liberty, he said, with dignity, to sit in my friend Blaithwaite's office if I choose. I wish to see Mr. Blaithwaite. On business? He proved that she had established no corner in raised eyebrows. I fear, he said, that I cannot discuss my affairs with Mr. Blaithwaite's employees. I must see him personally. Mr. Blaithwaite is not here. I will wait. He will not be here for 13 hours. I'll wait. Very well, she burst out, you have brought it on yourself. You've only yourself to blame. If you had been good and had gone back to your office, would have brought you down some cake and cocoa. Cake and cocoa, said he, superciliously. Yes, cake and cocoa, she snapped. It's all very well for you to turn up your nose at them now, but wait. You've 13 hours of this in front of you. I know what it is. Last time I had to spend the night here I couldn't get to sleep for hours, and when I did I dreamed that I was chasing chocolate eclairs round and round Trafalgar Square. And I never caught them either. Long before the night was finished I would have given anything for even a dry biscuit. I made up my mind I'd always keep something here in case I ever got locked in again. Yes, smile. You'd better while you can. He was smiling, but wanly. Nobody but a professional fasting man could have looked unmoved into the inferno she had pictured. Then he rallied. Cake, he said, scornfully. She nodded grimly. Cocoa. Again that nod, ineffably sinister. I'm afraid I don't care for either, he said. If you will excuse me, she said, indifferently, I have a little work that I must finish. She turned to her desk, leaving him to his thoughts. They were not exhilarating. He had maintained a brave front, but inwardly he quailed. Reared in the country, he had developed at an early age a fine, healthy appetite. Once, soon after his arrival in London, he had allowed a dangerous fanatic to persuade him that the secret of health was to go without breakfast. His lunch that day had cost him 8 shillings, and only decent shame had kept the figure as low as that. He knew perfectly well that long ere the dawn of day his whole soul would be crying out for cake, squealing frantically for cocoa. Would it not be better to, no, 1,000 times no? Death, but not surrender. His self-respect was at stake. Looking back, he saw that his entire relations with this girl had been a series of battles of will. So far, though he had certainly not won, he had not been defeated. He must not be defeated now. He crossed his legs and sang a gay air under his breath. If you wouldn't mind, said the girl, looking up. I beg your pardon. Your groaning interrupts my work. I was not groaning. I was singing. Oh, I'm sorry. Not at all. 8 bars rest. Mr. Ferguson, deprived of the solace of song, filled in the time by gazing at the Twaller's back hair. It set in motion a train of thought, an express train bound for the land of yesterday. It recalled days in the woods, evenings on the lawn. It recalled sunshine, storm. Plenty of storm. Minor tempests that burst from a clear sky, apparently without cause, and the great final tornado. There had been cause enough for that. Why was it, mused Mr. Ferguson, that every girl in every country town in every county of England who had ever recited, "Curfew shall not ring tonight," well enough to escape lynching at the hands of a rustic audience was seized with the desire to come to London and go on the stage? He sighed. Please don't snort, said a cold voice, from behind the back hair. There was a train wreck in the land of yesterday. Mr. Ferguson, the only survivor, limped back into the present. The present had little charm, but at least it was better than the cakeless future. He fixed his thoughts on it. He wondered how Master Bean was passing the time. Probably doing deep breathing exercises, or reading a pocket Aristotle. The girl pushed back her chair and rose. She went to a small cupboard in the corner of the room, and from it produced in installments all that goes to make cake and cocoa. She did not speak. Presently, filling space, there sprang into being an odor, and as it reached him Mr. Ferguson stiffened in his chair, bracing himself as for a fight to the death. It was more than an odor. It was the soul of the cocoa singing to him. His fingers gripped the arms of the chair. This was the test. The girl separated a section of cake from the parent body. She caught his eye. "You had better go," she said. "If you go now it's just possible that I may, but I forgot, you don't like cocoa." "No," said he, resolutely, "I don't." She seemed now in the mood for conversation. "I wonder why you came up here at all," she said. "There's no reason why you shouldn't know. I came up here because my late office boy is downstairs." "Why should that send you up? You've never met him or you wouldn't ask. Have you ever had to face someone who is simply incarnate saintliness and disapproval, who? Are you forgetting that I was engaged to you for several weeks?" He was too startled to be hurt. The idea of himself as a Roland bean was too new to be assimilated immediately. It called for meditation. "Was I like that?" he said at last, almost humbly. "You know you were." "Oh, I'm not thinking only about your views on the stage. It was everything. Whatever I did you were there to disapprove like an ant," she concluded triumphantly. "You were too good for anything. If only you would, just once, have done something wrong. I think I'd have, but you couldn't. You're simply perfect. A man will remain cool and composed under many charges. Hint that his tastes are criminal, and he will shrug his shoulders. But accuse him of goodness, and you rouse the lion." Mr. Ferguson's brow darkened. "As a matter of fact," he said, haughtily, "I was to have had supper with a chorus girl this very night." "How very appalling," said she, languidly. She sipped her cocoa. "I suppose you consider that very terrible," she said. "For a beginner." She crumbled her cake. Suddenly she looked up. "Who is she?" she demanded, fiercely. "I beg your pardon," he said, coming out of a pleasant reverie. "Who is this girl?" Her name is Marie Templeton." She seemed to think for a moment. "That dear old lady?" she said. "I know her quite well." "What?" "Mother, we used to call her." "Have you met her son?" "Her son? A rather nice-looking man. He plays heavy parts on tour. He's married and has 2 of the sweetest children. Their grandmother is devoted to them. Hasn't she ever mentioned them to you?" She poured herself out another cup of cocoa. Conversation again languished. "I suppose you're very fond of her," she said at length. "I'm devoted to her." He paused. "Dear little thing," he added. She rose and moved to the door. There was a nasty gleam in her eyes. "You aren't going," he said. "I shall be back in a moment. I'm just going to bring your poor little office boy up here. He must be missing you." He sprang up, but she had gone. Leaning over the banisters, he heard a door open below, then a short conversation, and finally footsteps climbing the stairs. It was pitch dark on the landing. He stepped aside, and they passed without seeing him. Master Bean was discoursing easily on cocoa, the processes whereby it was manufactured, and the remarkable distances which natives of Mexico had covered with it as their only food. The door opened, flooding the landing with light, and Mr. Ferguson, stepping from ambush, began to descend the stairs. The girl came to the banisters. "Mr. Ferguson." He stopped. "Did you want me?" he asked. "Are you going back to your office?" "I am. I hope you will enjoy Bean's society. He has a fund of useful information on all subjects." He went on. After a while she returned to the room and closed the door. Mr. Ferguson went into his office and sat down. There was once a person of the name of Simeon Stylites, who took up a position on top of a pillar and stayed there, having no other engagements, for 30 years. Mr. Ferguson, who had read Tennyson's poem on the subject, had until tonight looked upon this as a pretty good thing. Reading the lines. Thrice 10 years. Thrice multiplied by superhuman pangs. In hunger and in thirsts, fevers and colds. In coughs, aches, stitches, ulcerous throes, and cramps. Patient on this tall pillar I have borne. Rain, wind, frost, heat, hail, damp, and sleet, and snow. He had gathered roughly, as it were, that Simeon had not been comfortable. He had pitied him. But now, sitting in his office chair, he began to wonder what the man had made such a fuss about. He suspected him of having had a touch of the white feather in him. It was not as if he had not had food. He talked about hungers and thirsts, but he must have had something to eat, or he could not have stayed the course. Very likely, if the truth were known, there was somebody below who passed him up regular supplies of cake and cocoa. He began to look on Simeon as an overrated amateur. Sleep refused to come to him. It got as far as his feet, but no farther. He rose and stamped to restore the circulation. It was at this point that he definitely condemned Simeon Stylites as a sybaritic fraud. If this were one of those realistic Zolaesque stories I would describe the crick in the back that, but let us hurry on. It was about 6 hours later. He had no watch, but the numbers of aches, stitches, not to mention cramps, that he had experienced could not possibly have been condensed into a shorter period, that his manly spirit snapped. Let us not judge him too harshly. The girl upstairs had broken his heart, ruined his life, and practically compared him to Roland Bean, and his pride should have built up an impassable wall between them, but she had cake and cocoa. In similar circumstances King Arthur would have grovelled before Guinevere. He rushed to the door and tore it open. There was a startled exclamation from the darkness outside. "I hope I didn't disturb you," said a meek voice. Mr. Ferguson did not answer. His twitching nostrils were drinking in a familiar aroma. "Were you asleep? May I come in? I've brought you some cake and cocoa." He took the rich gifts from her in silence. There are moments in a man's life too sacred for words. The wonder of the thing had struck him dumb. An instant before and he had had but a desperate hope of winning these priceless things from her at the cost of all his dignity and self-respect. He had been prepared to secure them through a shower of biting taunts, a blizzard of razor-like, "I told you so's." Yet here he was, draining the cup, and still able to hold his head up, look the world in the face, and call himself a man. His keen eye detected a crumb on his coat sleeve. This retrieved and consumed, he turned to her, seeking explanation. She was changed. The battle gleam had faded from her eyes. She seemed scared and subdued. Her manner was of one craving comfort and protection. "That awful boy," she breathed. "Bean," said Mr. Ferguson, picking a crumb off the carpet. "He's frightful. I thought you might get a little tired of him. What has he been doing?" "Talking. I feel battered. He's like one of those awful encyclopedias that give you a sort of dull leaden feeling in your head directly you open them. Do you know how many tons of water go over Niagara Falls every year?" "No." "He does. I told you he had a fund of useful information. The Purpose and Tenacity books insist on it. That's how you catch your employer's eye. One morning the boss suddenly wants to know how many horsehair sofas there are in Brixton, the number of pins that would reach from London Bridge to Waterloo. You tell him, and he takes you into partnership. Later you become a millionaire. But I haven't thanked you for the cocoa. It was fine." He waited for the retort, but it did not come. A pleased wonderment filled him. Could these things really be thus? "And it isn't only what he says," she went on. I know what you mean about him now. It's his accusing manner. I've tried to analyze that manner. I believe it's the spectacles. It's frightful when he looks at you, you think of all the wrong things you have ever done or ever wanted to do. Does he have that effect on you? He said, excitedly. Why, that exactly describes what I feel. The affinities looked at one another. She was the first to speak. We always did think alike on most things, didn't we? She said. Of course we did. He shifted his chair forward. It was all my fault, he said. I mean, what happened? It wasn't. It. Yes, it was. I want to tell you something. I don't know if it will make any difference now, but I should like you to know it. It's this. I've altered a good deal since I came to London. For the better, I think. I'm a pretty poor sort of specimen still, but at least I don't imagine I can measure life with a foot rule. I don't judge the world any longer by the standards of a country town. London has knocked some of the corners off me. I don't think you would find me the bean type any longer. I don't disapprove of other people much now. Not as a habit. I find I have enough to do keeping myself up to the mark. I want to tell you something, too, she said. I expect it's too late, but never mind. I want you to hear it. I've altered, too, since I came to London. I used to think the universe had been invented just to look on and wave its hat while I did great things. London has put a large piece of cold ice against my head, and the swelling has gone down. I'm not the girl with ambitions any longer. I just want to keep employed, and not have too bad a time when the day's work is over. He came across to where she sat. We said we would meet as strangers, and we do. We never have known each other. Don't you think we had better get acquainted? He said. There was a respectful tap at the door. Come in, snapped Mr. Ferguson. Well? Behind the gold-rimmed spectacles of Master Bean there shone a softer look than usual, a look rather complacent than disapproving. I must apologize, sir, for intruding upon you. I am no longer in your employment, but I do hope that in the circumstances you will forgive my entering your private office. Thinking over our situation just now, an idea came to me by means of which I fancy we might be enabled to leave the building. What? It occurred to me, sir, that by telephoning to the nearest police station. Good heavens, cried Mr. Ferguson. 2 minutes later he replaced the receiver. It's all right, he said. I've made them understand the trouble. They're bringing a ladder. I wonder what the time is. It must be about 4 in the morning. Master Bean produced a Waterbury watch. The time, sir, is almost exactly 10:30. 10:30. We must have been here longer than 3 hours. Your watch is wrong. No, sir, I am very careful to keep it exactly right. I do not wish to run any risk of being unpunctual. 10:30, cried Mr. Ferguson. Why, we're in heaps of time to look in at the Savoy for supper. This is great. I'll phone them to keep a table. Supper. I thought. She stopped. What's that? Thought what? Hadn't you an engagement for supper? He stared at her. Whatever gave you that idea? Of course not. I thought you said you were taking Miss Templeton. Miss Temp, oh. His face cleared. Oh, there isn't such a person. I invented her. I had to when you accused me of being like our friend the Miasma. Legitimate self-defense. I do not wish to interrupt you, sir, when you are busy, said Master Bean, but... Come and see me tomorrow morning, said Mr. Ferguson. Bob, said the girl, as the first threatening mutters from the orchestra heralded an imminent storm of melody, when that boy comes tomorrow, what are going to do? Call up the police. No, but you must do something. We shouldn't have been here if it hadn't been for him. That's true. He pondered. I've got it, I'll get him a job with Rakes and Courtney. Why Rakes and Courtney? Because I have a pull with them. But principally, said Mr. Ferguson, with a devilish grin, because they live in Edinburgh, which, as you are doubtless aware, is a long, long way from London. He bent across the table. Isn't this like old times? He said. Do you remember the first time I ever key? Just then the orchestra broke out. When doctors disagree. It is possible that, at about the time at which this story opens, you may have gone into the Hotel Belvoir for a haircut. Many people did. For the young man behind the scissors, though of a singularly gloomy countenance, was undoubtedly an artist in his line. He clipped judiciously. He left no ridges. He never talked about the weather. And he allowed you to go away unburdened by any bottle of hair food. It is possible, too, that, being there, you decided that you might as well go the whole hog and be manicured at the same time. It is not unlikely, moreover, that when you had got over the first shock of finding your hands so unexpectedly large and red, you felt disposed to chat with the young lady who looked after that branch of the business. In your genial way you may have permitted a note of gay, but gentlemanly, badinage to creep into your end of the dialogue. In which case, if you had raised your eyes to the mirror, you would certainly have observed a marked increase of gloom in the demeanor of the young man attending to your apex. He took no official notice of the matter. A quick frown. A tightening of the lips. Nothing more. Jealous as Arthur Welsh was of all who inflicted gay badinage, however gentlemanly, on Maud Peters, he never forgot that he was an artist. Never, even in his blackest moments, had he yielded to the temptation to dig the point of the scissors the merest fraction of an inch into a client's skull. But Maud, who saw, would understand. And, if the customer was an observant man, he would notice that her replies at that juncture became somewhat absent, her smile a little mechanical. Jealousy, according to an eminent authority, is the hydra of calamities, the sevenfold death. Arthur Welsh's was all that and a bit over. It was a constant shadow on Maud's happiness. No fair-minded girl objects to a certain tinge of jealousy. Kept within proper bounds, it is a compliment, it makes for piquancy, it is the gin in the ginger beer of devotion. But it should be a condiment, not a fluid. It was the unfairness of the thing which hurt Maud. Her conscience was clear. She knew girls, several girls, who gave the young men with whom they walked out ample excuse for being perfect Othellos. If she had ever flirted on the open beach with the baritone of the troupe of Pierrots, like Jane Audy, she could have excused Arthur's attitude. If, like Pauline Dicey, she had roller-skated for a solid hour with a black-moustached stranger while her fiancé floundered in Mugg's Alley, she could have understood his frowning disapprovingly. But she was not like Pauline. She scorned the coquetries of Jane. Arthur was the center of her world, and he knew it. Ever since the rainy evening when he had sheltered her under his umbrella to her tube station, he had known perfectly well how things were with her. And yet just because, in a strictly business-like way, she was civil to her customers, he must scowl and bite his lip and behave generally as if it had been brought to his notice that he had been nurturing a serpent in his bosom. It was worse than wicked, it was unprofessional. She remonstrated with him. "It isn't fair," she said, one morning when the rush of customers had ceased and they had the shop to themselves. Matters had been worse than usual that morning. After days of rain and grayness the weather had turned over a new leaf. The sun glinted among the bottles of unfailing lotion in the window, and everything in the world seemed to have relaxed and become cheerful. Unfortunately, everything had included the customers. During the last few days they had taken their seats in moist gloom, and, brooding over the prospect of coming colds in the head, had had little that was pleasant to say to the divinity who was shaping their ends. But today it had been different. Warm and happy, they had bubbled over with gay small talk. "It isn't fair," she repeated. Arthur, who was stropping a razor and whistling tunelessly, raised his eyebrows. His manner was frosty. "I fail to understand your meaning," he said. You know what I mean. Do you think I didn't see you frowning when I was doing that gentleman's nails? The allusion was to the client who had just left, a jovial individual with a red face, who certainly had made Maud giggle a good deal. And why not? If a gentleman tells really funny stories, what harm is there in giggling? You had to be pleasant to people. If you snubbed customers, what happened? Why, sooner or later, it got round to the boss, and then where were you? Besides, it was not as if the red-faced customer had been rude. Write down on paper what he had said to her, and nobody could object to it. Write down on paper what she had said to him, and you couldn't object to that either. It was just Arthur's silliness. She tossed her head. I am gratified, said Arthur, ponderously. In happier moments Maud had admired his gift of language. He read a great deal, encyclopedias and papers and things. I am gratified to find that you had time to bestow a glance on me. You appeared absorbed. Maud sniffed unhappily. She had meant to be cold and dignified throughout the conversation, but the sense of her wrongs was beginning to be too much for her. A large tear splashed onto her tray of orange sticks. She wiped it away with the chamois leather. It isn't fair, she sobbed. It isn't. You know I can't help it if gentlemen talk and joke with me. You know it's all in the day's work. I'm expected to be civil to gentlemen who come in to have their hands done. Silly I should look sitting as if I'd swallowed a poker. I do think you might understand, Arthur, you being in the profession yourself. He coughed. It isn't so much that you talk to them as that you seem to like. He stopped. Maud's dignity had melted completely. Her face was buried in her arms. She did not care if 1,000,000 customers came in, all at the same time. Maud. She heard him moving towards her, but she did not look up. The next moment his arms were round her, and he was babbling. And a customer, pushing open the door unnoticed 2 minutes later, retired hurriedly to get shaved elsewhere, doubting whether Arthur's mind was on his job. For a time this little thunderstorm undoubtedly cleared the air. For a day or two Maud was happier than she ever remembered to have been. Arthur's behavior was unexceptionable. He bought her a wristwatch, light brown leather, very smart. He gave her some chocolates to eat in the tube. He entertained her with amazing statistics, culled from the weekly paper which he bought on Tuesdays. He was, in short, the perfect lover. On the second day the red-faced man came in again. Arthur joined in the laughter at his stories. Everything seemed ideal. It could not last. Gradually things slipped back into the old routine. Maud, looking up from her work, would see the frown and the bitten lip. She began again to feel uncomfortable and self-conscious as she worked. Sometimes their conversation on the way to the tube was almost formal. It was useless to say anything. She had a wholesome horror of being one of those women who nagged. And she felt that to complain again would amount to nagging. She tried to put the thing out of her mind, but it insisted on staying there. In a way she understood his feelings. He loved her so much, she supposed, that he hated the idea of her exchanging a single word with another man. This, in the abstract, was gratifying, but in practice it distressed her. She wished she were some sort of foreigner, so that nobody could talk to her. But then they would look at her, and that probably would produce much the same results. It was a hard world for a girl. And then the strange thing happened. Arthur reformed. One might almost say that he reformed with a jerk. It was a parallel case to those sudden conversions at Welsh revival meetings. On Monday evening he had been at his worst. On the following morning he was a changed man. Not even after the original thunderstorm had he been more docile. Maud could not believe that first. The lip, once bitten, was stretched in a smile. She looked for the frown. It was not there. Next day it was the same, and the day after that. When a week had gone by, and still the improvement was maintained, Maud felt that she might now look upon it as permanent. A great load seemed to have been taken off her mind. She revised her views on the world. It was a very good world, quite one of the best, with Arthur beaming upon it like a sun. A number of eminent poets and essayists, in the course of the last few centuries, have recorded, in their several ways, their opinion that one can have too much of a good thing. The truth applies even to such a good thing as absence of jealousy. Little by little Maud began to grow uneasy. It began to come home to her that she preferred the old Arthur, of the scowl and the gnawed lip. Of him she had at least been sure. Whatever discomfort she may have suffered from his spirited imitations of Othello, at any rate they had proved that he loved her. She would have accepted gladly an equal amount of discomfort now in exchange for the same certainty. She could not read this new Arthur. His thoughts were a closed book. Superficially, he was all that she could have wished. He still continued to escort her to the tube, to buy her occasional presents, to tap, when conversing, the pleasantly sentimental vein. But now these things were not enough. Her heart was troubled. Her thoughts frightened her. The little black imp at the back of her mind kept whispering and whispering, till at last she was forced to listen. He's tired of you. He doesn't love you any more. He's tired of you. It is not everybody who, in times of mental stress, can find ready to hand among his or her personal acquaintances an expert counselor, prepared at a moment's notice to listen with sympathy and advise with tact and skill. Everyone's world is full of friends, relatives, and others, who will give advice on any subject that may be presented to them, but there are crises in life which cannot be left to the amateur. It is the aim of a certain widely read class of paper to fill this void. Of this class Fireside Chat was one of the best-known representatives. In exchange for 1 penny its 500,000 readers received every week a serial story about life in highest circles, a short story packed with heart interest. Articles on the removal of stains and the best method of coping with the cold mutton, anecdotes of royalty, photographs of peeresses, hints on dress, chats about baby. Brief but pointed dialogues between Blogson and Snogson, poems, great thoughts from the dead and brainy, half-hours in the editor's cozy sanctum, a slab of brown paper. And, the journal's leading feature, advice on matters of the heart. The weekly contribution of the advice specialist of Fireside Chat, entitled, In the Consulting Room, by Dr. Cupid, was made up mainly of answers to correspondence. He affected the bedside manner of the kind, breezy old physician, and probably gave a good deal of comfort. At any rate, he always seemed to have plenty of cases on his hands. It was to this expert that Maud took her trouble. She had been a regular reader of the paper for several years, and had, indeed, consulted the great man once before, when he had replied favorably to her query as to whether it would be right for her to accept caramels from Arthur, then almost a stranger. It was only natural that she should go to him now, in an even greater dilemma. The letter was not easy to write, but she finished it at last. And, after an anxious interval, judgment was delivered as follows. Well, well, well. Bless my soul, what is all this? M.P. writes me. I am a young lady, and until recently was very, very happy, except that my fiancé, though truly loving me, was of a very jealous disposition, though I am sure I gave him no cause. He would scowl when I spoke to any other man, and this used to make me unhappy. But for some time now he has quite changed, and does not seem to mind at all, and though at first this made me feel happy, to think that he had got over his jealousy. I now feel unhappy because I am beginning to be afraid that he no longer cares for me. Do you think this is so, and what ought I to do? My dear young lady, I should like to be able to reassure you, but it is kindest sometimes, you know, to be candid, however it may hurt. It has been my experience that, when jealousy flies out of the window, indifference comes in at the door. In the old days a knight would joust for the love of a lady, risking physical injury rather than permit others to rival him in her affections. I think, M.P., that you should endeavor to discover the true state of your fiancé's feelings. I do not, of course, advocate anything in the shape of unwomanly behavior, of which I am sure, my dear young lady, you are incapable. But I think that you should certainly try to pique your fiancé, to test him. At your next ball, for instance, refuse him a certain number of dances, on the plea that your program is full. At garden parties, at homes, and so on, exhibit pleasure in the society and conversation of other gentlemen, and mark his demeanor as you do so. These little tests should serve either to relieve your apprehensions, provided they are groundless, or to show you the truth. And, after all, if it is the truth, it must be faced, must it not, M.P. Before the end of the day Maud knew the whole passage by heart. The more her mind dwelt on it, the more clearly did it seem to express what she had felt but could not put into words. The point about jousting struck her as particularly well taken. She had looked up joust in the dictionary, and it seemed to her that in these few words was contained the kernel of her trouble. In the old days, if any man had attempted to rival him in her affections, outside business hours, Arthur would undoubtedly have jousted, and jousted with the vigor of one who means to make his presence felt. Now, in similar circumstances, he would probably step aside politely, as who should say, "After you, my dear Alphonse." There was no time to lose. An hour after her first perusal of Dr. Cupid's advice, Maud had begun to act upon it. By the time the first lull in the morning's work had come, and there was a chance for private conversation, she had invented an imaginary young man, a shadowy Lothario, who, being introduced into her home on the previous Sunday by her brother Horace, had carried on in a way you wouldn't believe, paying all manner of compliments. "He said I had such white hands," said Maud. Arthur nodded, stropping a razor the while. He appeared to be bearing the revelations with complete fortitude. Yet, only a few weeks before, a customer's comment on this same whiteness had stirred him to his depths. And this morning, what do you think? Why, he meets me as bold as you please, and gives me a cake of toilet soap. Like his impudence. She paused, hopefully. Always useful, soap, said Arthur, politely sententious. Lovely it was, went on Maud, dully conscious of failure, but stippling in like an artist the little touches which give atmosphere and verisimilitude to a story. All scented. Horace will tease me about it, I can tell you. She paused. Surely he must, why, a sea anemone would be torn with jealousy at such a tale. Arthur did not even wince. He was charming about it. Thought it very kind of the young fellow. Didn't blame him for being struck by the whiteness of her hands. Touched on the history of soap, which he happened to have been reading up in the encyclopedia at the Free Library. And behaved altogether in such a thoroughly gentlemanly fashion that Maud stayed awake half the night, crying. If Maud had waited another 24 hours there would have been no need for her to have taxed her powers of invention. For on the following day there entered the shop and her life a young man who was not imaginary, a Lothario of flesh and blood. He made his entry with that air of having bought most of the neighboring property which belongs exclusively to minor actors, men of weight on the stock exchange, and American professional pugilists. Mr. Skipper Chute belonged to the last named of the three classes. He had arrived in England 2 months previously for the purpose of holding a conference at 8 stone 4 with one Joseph Edwards. To settle a question of superiority at that weight which had been vexing the sporting public of 2 countries for over a year. Having successfully out-argued Mr. Edwards, mainly by means of strenuous work in the clinches, he was now on the eve of starting on a lucrative music hall tour with his celebrated inaudible monologue. As a result of these things he was feeling very, very pleased with the world in general, and with Mr. Skipper Chute in particular. And when Mr. Chute was pleased with himself his manner was apt to be of the breeziest. He breezed into the shop, took a seat, and, having cast an experienced eye at Maud, and found her pleasing, extended both hands, and observed, "Go the limit, kid." At any other time Maud might have resented being addressed as "kid" by a customer, but now she welcomed it. With the exception of a slight thickening of the lobe of one ear, Mr. Chute bore no outward signs of his profession. And being, to use his own phrase, a swell dresser, he was really a most presentable young man. Just, in fact, what Maud needed. She saw in him her last hope. If any faint spark of his ancient fire still lingered in Arthur, it was through Mr. Chute that it must be fanned. She smiled upon Mr. Chute. She worked on his robust fingers as if it were an artistic treat to be permitted to handle them. So carefully did she toil that she was still busy when Arthur, taking off his apron and putting on his hat, went out for his 20 minutes lunch, leaving them alone together. The door had scarcely shut when Mr. Chute bent forward. "Say." He sank his voice to a winning whisper. "You look good to me," he said, gallantly. "The idea," said Maud, tossing her head. "On the level," Mr. Chute assured her. Maud laid down her orange sticks. "Don't be silly," she said. "There, I've finished." "I've not," said Mr. Chute. "Not by a mile." "Say." "Well? What do you do with your evenings?" "I go home." "Sure. But when you don't? It's a poor heart that never rejoices. Don't you ever whoop it up?" "Whoop it up?" "The mad whirl," explained Mr. Chute. "Ice cream soda and buckwheat cakes, and a happy evening at lovely Luna Park." "I don't know where Luna Park is." "What did they teach you at school?" "It's out in that direction," said Mr. Chute, pointing over his shoulder. "You go straight on about 3,000 miles till you hit little old New York, then you turn to the right. Say, don't you ever get a little treat? Why not come along to the White City some old evening?" "This evening? Mr. Welsh is taking me to the White City tonight." "And who is Mr. Welsh?" "The gentleman who has just gone out." "Is that so?" "Well, he doesn't look a live one, but maybe it's just because he's had bad news today. You never can tell." He rose. "Farewell, Evelina, fairest of your sex. We shall meet again, so keep a stout heart." And, taking up his cane, straw hat, and yellow gloves, Mr. Chute departed, leaving Maud to her thoughts. She was disappointed. She had expected better results. Mr. Chute had lowered with ease the record for gay badinage, hitherto held by the red-faced customer. Yet to all appearances there had been no change in Arthur's manner. But perhaps he had scowled, or bitten his lip, and she had not noticed it. Apparently he had struck Mr. Chute, an unbiased spectator, as gloomy. Perhaps at some moment when her eyes had been on her work, she hoped for the best. Whatever his feelings may have been during the afternoon, Arthur was undeniably cheerful that evening. He was in excellent spirits. His light-hearted abandon on the wiggle-woggle had been noted and commented upon by several lookers-on. Confronted with the hairy Ainus, he had touched a high level of facetiousness. And now, as he sat with her listening to the band, he was crooning joyously to himself in accompaniment to the music, without, it would appear, a care in the world. Maud was hurt and anxious. In a mere acquaintance this blithe attitude would have been welcome. It would have helped her to enjoy her evening. But from Arthur at that particular moment she looked for something else. Why was he cheerful? Only a few hours ago she had been, yes, flirting with another man before his very eyes. What right had he to be cheerful? He ought to be heated, full of passionate demands for an explanation, a flushed, throaty thing to be coaxed back into a good temper and then forgiven, all this at great length, for having been in a bad one. Yes, she told herself, she had wanted certainty one way or the other, and here it was. Now she knew. He no longer cared for her. She trembled. "Cold," said Arthur. "Let's walk. Evening's beginning to draw in now. Lum-da-diddly-ah. That's what I call a good tune. Give me something lively and bright. Dum-ti-umti-idly-ah. Dum-tum." "Funny thing," said Maud, deliberately. "What's a funny thing?" "The gentleman in the brown suit whose hands I did this afternoon. He was, agreed Arthur, brightly. A very funny thing. Maud frowned. Wit at the expense of Harry Inus was one thing, at her own another. I was about to say, she went on precisely, that it was a funny thing, a coincidence, seeing that I was already engaged. That the gentleman in the brown suit whose hands I did this afternoon should have asked me to come here, to the White City, with him tonight. For a moment they walked on in silence. To Maud it seemed a hopeful silence. Surely it must be the prelude to an outburst. "Oh," he said, and stopped. Maud's heart gave a leap. Surely that was the old tone? A couple of paces, and he spoke again. "I didn't hear him ask you." His voice was disappointingly level. "He asked me after you had gone out to lunch." "It's a nuisance," said Arthur, cheerily, "when things clash like that. But perhaps he'll ask you again. Nothing to prevent you coming here twice. Well repays a second visit, I always say." "I think." "You shouldn't," said a voice behind him. "It hurts the head." "Well, kid, being shown a good time?" The possibility of meeting Mr. Chute had not occurred to Maud. She had assumed that, being aware that she would be there with another, he would have stayed away. It may, however, be remarked that she did not know Mr. Chute. He was not one of your sensitive plants. He smiled pleasantly upon her, looking very dapper in evening dress and a silk hat that, though a size too small for him, shone like a mirror. Maud hardly knew whether she was glad or sorry to see him. It did not seem to matter much now either way. Nothing seemed to matter much, in fact. Arthur's cheery acceptance of the news that she received invitations from others had been like a blow, leaving her numb and listless. She made the introductions. The two men eyed each other. "Pleased to meet you," said Mr. Chute. "Weather keeps up," said Arthur. And from that point onward Mr. Chute took command. It is to be assumed that this was not the first time that Mr. Chute had made one of a trio in these circumstances. For the swift dexterity with which he lost Arthur was certainly not that of a novice. So smoothly was it done that it was not until she emerged from the witching waves, guided by the pugilist's slim but formidable right arm, that Maud realized that Arthur had gone. She gave a little cry of dismay. Secretly she was beginning to be somewhat afraid of Mr. Chute. He was showing signs of being about to step out of the role she had assigned to him and attempt something on a larger scale. His manner had that extra touch of warmth which makes all the difference. "Oh! He's gone," she cried. "Sure," said Mr. Chute. "He's got a hurry call from the Uji village. The chief's cousin wants a haircut. We must find him. We must." "Surest thing you know," said Mr. Chute. "Plenty of time. We must find him." Mr. Chute regarded her with some displeasure. "Seems to be ace high with you, that dub," he said. "I don't understand you." "My observation was," explained Mr. Chute, coldly, "that, judging from appearances, that dough-faced lemon was Willie Boy, the first and only love." Maud turned on him with flaming cheeks. "Mr. Welsh is nothing to me." "Nothing. Nothing," she cried. She walked quickly on. "Then, if there's a vacancy, Star Eyes," said the pugilist at her side, holding on a hat which showed a tendency to wobble, "count me in. Directly I saw you. See here, what's the idea of this road work? We aren't racing." Maud slowed down. "That's better. As I was saying, directly I saw you, I said to myself, that's the one you need. The original Candy Kid. His hat lurched drunkenly as he answered the girl's increase of speed. He cursed it in a brief aside. "That's what I said. The original Candy Kid. So." He shot out a restraining hand. "Arthur," cried Maud. "Arthur." "It's not my name," breathed Mr. Chute, tenderly. "Call me Clarence." Considered as an embrace, it was imperfect. At these moments a silk hat a size too small handicaps a man. The necessity of having to be careful about the nap prevented Mr. Chute from doing himself complete justice. But he did enough to induce Arthur Welsh, who, having sighted the missing ones from afar, had been approaching them at a walking pace, to substitute a run for the walk. And arrived just as Maud wrenched herself free. Mr. Chute took off his hat, smoothed it, replaced it with extreme care, and turned his attention to the newcomer. "Arthur," said Maud. Her heart gave a great leap. There was no mistaking the meaning in the eye that met hers. He cared. He cared. Arthur. He took no notice. His face was pale and working. He strode up to Mr. Chute. "Well?" he said between his teeth. An 8-stone-4 champion of the world has many unusual experiences in his life, but he rarely encounters men who say, "well," to him between their teeth. Mr. Chute eyed this freak with profound wonder. "I'll teach you to kiss young ladies." Mr. Chute removed his hat again and gave it another brush. This gave him the necessary time for reflection. "I don't need it," he said. "I've graduated." "Put them up," hissed Arthur. Almost a shocked look spread itself over the pugilist's face. So might Raphael have looked if requested to draw a pavement picture. "You aren't speaking to me," he said, incredulously. "Put them up." Maud, trembling from head to foot, was conscious of one overwhelming emotion. She was terrified, yes. But stronger than the terror was the great wave of elation which swept over her. All her doubts had vanished. At last, after weary weeks of uncertainty, Arthur was about to give the supreme proof. He was going to joust for her. A couple of passers-by had paused, interested, to watch developments. You could never tell, of course. Many an apparently promising row never got any farther than words. But, glancing at Arthur's face, they certainly felt justified in pausing. Mr. Chute spoke. "If it wasn't," he said, carefully, "that I don't want trouble with the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, I'd—" He broke off, to the accompaniment of a shout of approval from the two spectators, Arthur had swung his right fist, and it had taken him smartly on the side of the head. Compared with the blows Mr. Chute was wont to receive in the exercise of his profession, Arthur's was a gentle tap. But there was one circumstance which gave it a deadliness all its own. Achilles had his heel. Mr. Chute's vulnerable point was at the other extremity. Instead of countering, he uttered a cry of agony, and clutched wildly with both hands at his hat. He was too late. It fell to the ground and bounded away, with its proprietor in passionate chase. Arthur snorted and gently chafed his knuckles. There was a calm about Mr. Chute's demeanor as, having given his treasure a final polish and laid it carefully down, he began to advance on his adversary, which was more than ominous. His lips were a thin line of steel. The muscles stood out over his jawbones. Crouching in his professional manner, he moved forward softly, like a cat. And it was at this precise moment, just as the two spectators, reinforced now by 11 other men of sporting tastes, were congratulating themselves on their acumen in having stopped to watch, that police constable Robert Bryce, intruding 14 stones of bone and muscle between the combatants, addressed to Mr. Chute these memorable words, "Ullo, ullo. Ullo, ullo, ullo." Mr. Chute appealed to his sense of justice. "The mutt knocked me hat off." "And I'd do it again," said Arthur, truculently. "Not while I'm here you wouldn't, young fellow," said Mr. Bryce, with decision. "I'm surprised at you," he went on, pained. "And you look a respectable young chap, too. You pop off." A shrill voice from the crowd at this point offered the constable all cinematograph rights if he would allow the contest to proceed. "And you pop off, too, all of you," continued Mr. Bryce. "Blessed if I know what kids are coming to nowadays. And as for you," he said, addressing Mr. Chute, "all you've got to do is to keep that face of yours closed. That's what you've got to do." I've got my eye on you, mind, and if I catch you follerin' of him," he jerked his thumb over his shoulder at Arthur's departing figure, "I'll pinch you. Sure as you're alive." He paused. "I'd have done it already," he added, pensively, "if it wasn't me birthday." Arthur Welsh turned sharply. For some time he had been dimly aware that somebody was calling his name. "Oh, Arthur." She was breathing quickly. He could see the tears in her eyes. "I've been running." "You walked so fast." He stared down at her gloomily. "Go away," he said. "I've done with you." She clutched at his coat. "Arthur, listen, listen. It's all a mistake. I thought you didn't care for me any more, and I was miserable, and I wrote to the paper and asked what should I do, and they said I ought to test you and try and make you jealous. And that would relieve my apprehensions. And I hated it, but I did it, and you didn't seem to care till now. And you know that there's nobody but you." "You, the paper?" "What?" he stammered. Yes. I wrote to Fireside Chat, and Dr. Cupid said that when jealousy flew out of the window indifference came in at the door, and that I must exhibit pleasure in the society of other gentlemen and mark your demeanor. So Arthur, luckier than Mr. Chute, was not hampered by a too small silk hat. It was a few moments later, as they moved slowly towards the flip-flap, which had seemed to both of them a fitting climax for the evening's emotions, that Arthur, fumbling in his waistcoat pocket, produced a small slip of paper. "What's that?" Maud asked. "Read it," said Arthur. "It's from Home Moments, in answer to a letter I sent them. And," he added with heat, "I'd like to have 5 minutes alone with the chap who wrote it." And under the electric light Maud read. Answers to Correspondence. By the Heart Specialist. Arthur W. Jealousy, Arthur W. is not only the most wicked, but the most foolish of passions. Shakespeare says, "It is the green-eyed monster, which doth mock the meat it feeds on." You admit that you have frequently caused great distress to the young lady of your affections by your exhibition of this weakness. Exactly. There is nothing a girl dislikes or despises more than jealousy. Be a man, Arthur W. Fight against it. You may find it hard at first, but persevere. Keep a smiling face. If she seems to enjoy talking to other men, show no resentment. Be merry and bright. Believe me, it is the only way. Pots o' money. Owen Bentley was feeling embarrassed. He looked at Mr. Shepherd, and with difficulty restrained himself from standing on one leg and twiddling his fingers. At one period of his career, before the influence of his Uncle Henry had placed him in the London and Suburban Bank, Owen had been an actor. On the strength of a batting average of 33.07 for Middlesex, he had been engaged by the astute musical comedy impresario to whom the idea first occurred that, "If you have got to have young men to chant, 'We are merry and gay, tra-la, for this is Bohemia,' in the artist's ball scene, you might just as well have young men whose names are known to the public." He had not been an actor long, for loss of form had put him out of first-class cricket. And the impresario had given his place in the next piece to a googly bowler who had done well in the last varsity match. But he had been one long enough to experience that sinking sensation which is known as stage fright. And now, as he began to explain to Mr. Shepherd that he wished for his consent to marry his daughter Audrey, he found himself suffering exactly the same symptoms. From the very start, from the moment when he revealed the fact that his income, salary and private means included, amounted to less than £200. He had realized that this was going to be one of his failures. It was the gruesome early Victorianness of it all that took the heart out of him. Mr. Shepherd had always reminded him of a heavy father out of a 3-volume novel, but, compared with his demeanor as he listened now, his attitude hitherto had been light and whimsical. Until this moment Owen had not imagined that this sort of thing ever happened nowadays outside the comic papers. By the end of the second minute he would not have been surprised to find himself sailing through the air, urged by Mr. Shepherd's boot, his transit indicated by a dotted line and a few stars. Mr. Shepherd's manner was inclined to bleakness. "This is most unfortunate," he said. "Most unfortunate. I have my daughter's happiness to consider. It is my duty as a father." He paused. "You say you have no prospects? I should have supposed that your uncle—" "Surely, with his influence?" "My uncle shot his bolt when he got me into the bank. That finished him, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not his only nephew, you know. There are about 100 others, all trailing him like bloodhounds." Mr. Shepherd coughed the small cough of disapproval. He was feeling more than a little aggrieved. He had met Owen for the first time at dinner at the house of his Uncle Henry, a man of unquestioned substance, whose habit it was to invite each of his 11 nephews to dinner once a year. But Mr. Shepherd did not know this. For all he knew, Owen was in the habit of hobnobbing with the great man every night. He could not say exactly that it was sharp practice on Owen's part to accept his invitation to call, and, having called, to continue calling long enough to make the present deplorable situation possible. But he felt that it would have been in better taste for the young man to have effaced himself and behaved more like a bank clerk and less like an heir. "I am exceedingly sorry for this, Mr. Bentley," he said, "but you will understand that I cannot. It is, of course, out of the question. It would be best, in the circumstances, I think, if you did not see my daughter again." "She's waiting in the passage outside," said Owen, simply. "After today. Goodbye." Owen left the room. Audrey was hovering in the neighborhood of the door. She came quickly up to him, and his spirits rose, as they always did, at the sight of her. "Well?" she said. He shook his head. "No good," he said. Audrey considered the problem for a moment, and was rewarded with an idea. "Shall I go in and cry? It wouldn't be of any use." "Tell me what happened." "He said I mustn't see you again." "He didn't mean it." "He thinks he did." Audrey reflected. "We shall simply have to keep writing, then. And we can talk on the telephone. That isn't seeing each other." "Has your bank a telephone?" "Yes." "But—" "That's all right, then. I'll ring you up every day." "I wish I could make some money," said Owen, thoughtfully. "But I seem to be one of those chaps who can't. Nothing I try comes off. I've never drawn anything except a blank in a sweep. I spent about £2 on sixpenny postal orders when the Limerick craze was on, and didn't win a thing. Once when I was on tour I worked myself to a shadow, dramatizing a novel. Nothing came of that, either." "What novel?" "A thing called White Roses, by a woman named Edith Butler." Audrey looked up quickly. "I suppose you knew her very well? Were you great friends?" "I didn't know her at all. I'd never met her. I just happened to buy the thing at a bookstall, and thought it would make a good play. I expect it was pretty bad rot. Anyhow, she never took the trouble to send it back or even to acknowledge receipt. Perhaps she never got it? I registered it." "She was a cat," said Audrey, decidedly. "I'm glad of it, though. If another woman had helped you make a lot of money, I should have died of jealousy. Routine is death to heroism." For the first few days after his parting with Mr. Shepherd, Owen was in heroic mood, full of vaguely dashing schemes, regarding the world as his oyster, and burning to get at it, sword in hand. But routine, with its ledgers and its copying ink and its customers, fell like a grey cloud athwart his horizon, blotting out rainbow visions of sudden wealth, dramatically won. Day by day the glow faded and hopelessness grew. If the glow did not entirely fade, it was due to Audrey, who more than fulfilled her promise of ringing him up on the telephone. She rang him up at least once, frequently several times, every day, a fact which was noted and commented upon in a harshly critical spirit by the head of his department. A man with no soul and a strong objection to doing his subordinates' work for them. As a rule, her conversation, though pleasing, was discursive and lacked central motive, but one morning she had genuine news to impart. "Owen," her voice was excited, "have you seen the paper today? Then listen. I'll read it out. Are you listening? This is what it says: the Piccadilly Theatre will reopen shortly with a dramatized version of Miss Edith Butler's popular novel, White Roses, prepared by the authoress herself. A strong cast is being engaged, including, and then a lot of names. What are you going to do about it, Owen? What am I going to do? Don't you see what's happened? That awful woman has stolen your play. She has waited all these years, hoping you would forget. What are you laughing at?" "I wasn't laughing." "Yes, you were. It tickled my ear. I'll ring off if you do it again." "You don't believe me. Well, you wait and see if I'm not. Edith Butler's incapable of such a thing." There was a slight pause at the other end of the wire. "I thought you said you didn't know her," said Audrey, jealously. I don't, said Owen, hastily. "But I've read her books. They're simply chunks of superfatted sentiment. She's a sort of literary onion. She compels tears. A woman like that couldn't steal a play if she tried. You can't judge authors from their books. You must go and see the play when it comes on. Then you'll see I'm right. I'm absolutely certain that woman is trying to swindle you. Don't laugh in that horrid way." "Very well, I told you I should ring off, and now I'm going to." At the beginning of the next month Owen's annual holiday arrived. The authorities of the London and Suburban Bank were no niggards. They recognized that a man is not a machine. They gave their employees 10 days in the year in which to tone up their systems for another 12 months' work. Owen spent his boyhood in the Shropshire village of which his father had been rector, and thither he went when his holiday came round, to the farm of one Dorman. He was glad of the chance to get to Shropshire. There is something about the country there, with its green fields and miniature rivers, that soothes the wounded spirit and forms a pleasant background for sentimental musings. It was comfortable at the farm. The household consisted of Mr. Dorman, an old acquaintance, his 10-year-old son George, and Mr. Dorman's mother, an aged lady with a considerable local reputation as a wise woman. Rumor had it that the future held no mysteries for her, and it was known that she could cure warts, bruised fingers, and even the bots by means of spells. Except for these, Owen had fancied that he was alone in the house. It seemed not, however. There was a primeval piano in his sitting room, and on the second morning it suited his mood to sit down at this and sing Astor. The fruity pathos of which ballad appealed to him strongly at this time, accompanying himself by an ingenious arrangement in 3 chords. He had hardly begun, however, when Mr. Dorman appeared, somewhat agitated. "If you don't mind, Mr. Owen," he said. "I forgot to tell you. There's a literary gent boarding with me in the room above, and he can't bear to be disturbed." A muffled stamping from the ceiling bore out his words. "Writing a book he is," continued Mr. Dorman. "He caught young George a clip over the ear-hole yesterday for blowing his trumpet on the stairs. Gave him 6 pence afterwards, and said he'd skin him if he ever did it again. So, if you don't mind." "Oh, all right," said Owen. "Who is he?" "Gentleman of the name of Prosser." Owen could not recollect having come across any work by anyone of that name. But he was not a wide reader, and, whether the man above was a celebrity or not, he was entitled to quiet. "I never heard of him," he said, "but that's no reason why I should disturb him. Let him rip. I'll cut out the musical effects in future." The days passed smoothly by. The literary man remained invisible, though occasionally audible, tramping the floor in the frenzy of composition. Nor, until the last day of his visit, did Owen see old Mrs. Dorman. That she was not unaware of his presence in the house, however, was indicated on the last morning. He was smoking an after-breakfast pipe at the open window and waiting for the dog-cart that was to take him to the station, when George, the son of the house, entered. George stood in the doorway, grinned, and said. Farces Gerligren Metellier Forchbithy cards? Said Owen. The youth repeated the word. Once again. On the second repetition light began to creep in. A boyhood spent in the place, added to this 10 days' stay, had made Owen something of a linguist. Father says would I like grandma to do what? Tell your forshen by their cards. Where is she? Back yonder. Owen followed him into the kitchen, where he found Mr. Dorman, the farmer, and, seated at the table, fumbling with a pack of cards, an old woman, whom he remembered well. Mother wants to tell your fortune, said Mr. Dorman, in a hoarse aside. She always will tell visitors fortunes. She told Mr. Prosser's, and he didn't half like it, because she said he'd be engaged in 2 months and married inside the year. He said wild horses wouldn't make him do it. She can tell me that if she likes. I shan't object. Mother, here's Mr. Owen. I seed him fast enough, said the old woman, briskly. Shuffle, and cut 3 times. She then performed mysterious maneuvers with the cards. I see pots o' money, announced the Sibyl. If she says it, it's there right enough, said her son. She means my bonus, said Owen. But that's only £10. And I lose it if I'm late twice more before Christmas. It'll come sure enough. Pots, said the old woman, and she was still mumbling the encouraging word when Owen left the kitchen and returned to the sitting room. He laughed rather ruefully. At that moment he could have found a use for pots o' money. He walked to the window, and looked out. It was a glorious morning. The heat mist was dancing over the meadow beyond the brook, and from the farmyard came the liquid chirrups of carefree fowls. It seemed wicked to leave these haunts of peace for London on such a day. An acute melancholy seized him. Absently, he sat down at the piano. The prejudices of literary Mr. Prosser had slipped from his mind. Softly at first, then gathering volume as the spirit of the song gripped him, he began to sing Astor. He became absorbed. He had just, for the 6th time, won through to I am a waiting for the Astor, and was doing some intricate 3-chord work preparatory to starting over again. When a loaf of bread whizzed past his ear. It missed him by an inch, and crashed against a plaster statuette of the infant Samuel on the top of the piano. It was a standard loaf, containing 80% of semolina, and it practically wiped the infant Samuel out of existence. At the same moment, at his back, there sounded a loud, wrathful snort. He spun round. The door was open, and at the other side of the table was standing a large, black-bearded, shirt-sleeved man, in an attitude rather reminiscent of Ajax defying the lightning. His hands trembled. His beard bristled. His eyes gleamed ferociously beneath enormous eyebrows. As Owen turned, he gave tongue in a voice like the discharge of a broadside. Stop it. Owen's mind, wrenched too suddenly from the dreamy future to the vivid present, was not yet completely under control. He gaped. Stop that infernal noise, roared the man. He shot through the door, banging it after him, and pounded up the stairs. Owen was annoyed. The artistic temperament was all very well, but there were limits. It was absurd that obscure authors should behave in this way. Prosser. Who on earth was Prosser? Had anyone ever heard of him? No. Yet here he was going about the country clipping small boys over the ear hole, and flinging loaves of bread at bank clerks as if he were Henry James or Marie Corelli. Owen reproached himself bitterly for his momentary loss of presence of mind. If he had only kept his head, he could have taken a flying shot at the man with the marmalade pot. It had been within easy reach. Instead of which, he had merely stood and gaped. Of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these, it might have been. His manly regret was interrupted by the entrance of Mr. Dorman with the information that the dog-cart was at the door. Audrey was out of town when Owen arrived in London, but she returned a week later. The sound of her voice through the telephone did much to cure the restlessness from which he had been suffering since the conclusion of his holiday. But the thought that she was so near yet so inaccessible produced in him a meditative melancholy which enveloped him like a cloud that would not lift. His manner became distrait. He lost weight. If customers were not vaguely pained by his sad, pale face, it was only because the fierce rush of modern commercial life leaves your businessman little leisure for observing pallor in bank clerks. What did pain them was the gentle dreaminess with which he performed his duties. He was in the inward bills department, one of the features of which was the sudden inrush, towards the end of each afternoon, of hatless, energetic young men with leather bags strapped to their left arms, clamoring for mysterious crackling documents, much fastened with pins. Owen had never quite understood what it was that these young men did want, and now his detached mind refused even more emphatically to grapple with the problem. He distributed the documents at random with the air of a preoccupied monarch scattering largesse to the mob, and the subsequent chaos had to be handled by a wrathful head of the department in person. Man's power of endurance is limited. At the end of the second week the overwrought head appealed passionately for relief, and Owen was removed to the postage department, where, when he had leisure from answering Audrey's telephone calls, he entered the addresses of letters in a large book and took them to the post. He was supposed also to stamp them, but a man in love cannot think of everything, and he was apt at times to overlook this formality. One morning, receiving from one of the bank messengers the usual intimation that a lady wished to speak to him on the telephone, he went to the box and took up the receiver. "Is that you, Owen?" "Owen, I went to White Roses last night." "Have you been yet?" "Not yet." "Then you must go tonight." "Owen, I'm certain you wrote it." "It's perfectly lovely." I cried my eyes out. "If you don't go tonight, I'll never speak to you again, even on the telephone." "Promise." "Must I?" "Yes, you must." "Why, suppose it is yours? It may mean a fortune." The stalls were simply packed. "I'm going to ring up the theater now and engage a seat for you, and pay for it myself." "No, I say," protested Owen. "Yes, I shall. I can't trust you to go if I don't. And I'll ring up early tomorrow to hear all about it. Goodbye." Owen left the box somewhat depressed. Life was quite gloomy enough as it was, without going out of one's way to cry one's eyes out over sentimental plays. His depression was increased by the receipt, on his return to his department, of a message from the manager, stating that he would like to see Mr. Bentley in his private room for a moment. Owen never enjoyed these little chats with authority. Out of office hours, in the circle of his friends, he had no doubt the manager was a delightful and entertaining companion. But in his private room his conversation was less enjoyable. The manager was seated at his table, thoughtfully regarding the ceiling. His resemblance to a stuffed trout, always striking, was subtly accentuated, and Owen, an expert in these matters, felt that his fears had been well-founded. There was trouble in the air. Somebody had been complaining of him, and he was now about, as the phrase went, to be run in. A large man, seated with his back to the door, turned as he entered, and Owen recognized the well-remembered features of Mr. Prosser, the literary loaf-slinger. Owen regarded him without resentment. Since returning to London he had taken the trouble of looking up his name in Who's Who and had found that he was not so undistinguished as he had supposed. He was, it appeared, a Regius professor and the author of some half-dozen works on sociology, a record, Owen felt, that almost justified loaf-slinging and ear-hole clipping in moments of irritation. The manager started to speak, but the man of letters anticipated him. "Is this the fool?" he roared. "Young man, I have no wish to be hard on a congenital idiot who is not responsible for his actions, but I must insist on an explanation. I understand that you are in charge of the correspondence in this office. Well, during the last week you have 3 times sent unstamped letters to my fiancée, Miss Vera Delane, Woodlands, Southbourne, Hants. What's the matter with you? Do you think she likes paying 2pence a time, or what is it? Owen's mind leaped back at the words. They recalled something to him. Then he remembered. He was conscious of a not unpleasant thrill. He had not known that he was superstitious, but for some reason he had not been able to get those absurd words of Mr. Dorman's mother out of his mind. And here was another prediction of hers, equally improbable, fulfilled to the letter. "Great Scott," he cried. "Are you going to be married?" Mr. Prosser and the manager started simultaneously. "Mrs. Dorman said you would be," said Owen. "Don't you remember?" Mr. Prosser looked keenly at him. "Why, I've seen you before," he said. "You're the young turnip-headed scallywag at the farm." "That's right," said Owen. "I've been wanting to meet you again." "I thought the whole thing over, and it struck me," said Mr. Prosser, handsomely, "that I may have seemed a little abrupt at our last meeting." "No, no. The fact is, I was in the middle of an infernally difficult passage of my book that morning, and when you began. It was my fault entirely." "I quite understand." Mr. Prosser produced a card case. "We must see more of each other," he said. "Come and have a bit of dinner some night." "Come tonight." "I'm very sorry. I have to go to the theater tonight." "Then come and have a bit of supper afterwards." "Excellent. Meet me at the Savoy at 11:15. I'm glad I didn't hit you with that loaf. Abruptness has been my failing through life. My father was just the same." 11:15 at the Savoy, then. The manager, who had been listening with some restlessness to the conversation, now intervened. He was a man with a sense of fitness of things, and he objected to having his private room made the scene of what appeared to be a reunion of old college chums. He hinted as much. "Ha! Prumph!" he observed, disapprovingly. Mr. Bentley, that is all. You may return to your work, Kindly be more careful another time in stamping the letters." "Yes, by Jove," said Mr. Prosser, suddenly reminded of his wrongs, "that's right. Exercise a little ordinary care, you ivory-skulled young son of a gun. Do you think Miss Delane is made of tuppences? Keep an eye on him," he urged the manager. "These young fellows nowadays want someone standing over them with a knout all the time. Be more careful another time, young man. 11:15, remember. Make a note of it, or you'll go forgetting that." The seat Audrey had bought for him at the Piccadilly Theatre proved to be in the center of the 6th row of stalls, practically a death trap. Whatever his sufferings might be, escape was impossible. He was securely wedged in. The cheaper parts of the house were sparsely occupied, but the stalls were full. Owen, disapproving of the whole business, refused to buy a program, and settled himself in his seat prepared for the worst. He had a vivid recollection of White Roses, the novel, and he did not anticipate any keen enjoyment from it in its dramatized form. He had long ceased to be a member of that large public for which Miss Edith Butler catered. The sentimental adventures of governesses in ducal houses, the heroine of White Roses was a governess, no longer contented his soul. There is always a curiously dreamlike atmosphere about a play founded on a book. One seems to have seen it all before. During the whole of the first act Owen attributed to this his feeling of familiarity with what was going on the stage. At the beginning of the second act he found himself anticipating events. But it was not till the third act that the truth sank in. The third was the only act in which, in his dramatization, he had taken any real liberties with the text of the novel. But in this act he had introduced a character who did not appear in the novel, a creature of his own imagination. And now, with bulging eyes, he observed this creature emerge from the wings, and heard him utter lines which he now clearly remembered having written. Audrey had been right. Serpent Edith Butler had stolen his play. His mind, during the remainder of the play, was active. By the time the final curtain fell and he passed out into the open air he had perceived some of the difficulties of the case. To prove oneself the author of an original play is hard, but not impossible. Friends to whom one had sketched the plot may come forward as witnesses. One may have preserved rough notes. But a dramatization of a novel is another matter. All dramatizations of any given novel must necessarily be very much alike. He started to walk along Piccadilly, and had reached Hyde Park Corner before he recollected that he had an engagement to take supper with Mr. Prosser at the Savoy Hotel. He hailed a cab. "You're late," boomed the author of sociological treatises, as he appeared. "You're infernally late. I suppose, in your woolen-headed way, you forgot all about it. Come along. We'll just have time for an olive and a glass of something before they turn the lights out." Owen was still thinking deeply as he began his supper. Surely there was some way by which he could prove his claims. What had he done with the original manuscript? He remembered now. He had burnt it. It had seemed mere useless litter then. Probably, he felt bitterly, the woman butler had counted on this. Mr. Prosser concluded an animated conversation with a waiter on the subject of the wines of France, leaned forward, and, having helped himself briskly to anchovies, began to talk. He talked loudly and rapidly. Owen, his thoughts far away, hardly listened. Presently the waiter returned with the selected brand. He filled Owen's glass, and Owen drank, and felt better. Finding his glass magically full once more, he emptied it again. And then suddenly he found himself looking across the table at his host, and feeling a sense of absolute conviction that this was the one man of all others whom he would have selected as a confidant. How kindly, though somewhat misty, his face was. How soothing, if a little indistinct, his voice. "Prosser," he said, "you are a man of the world, and I should like your advice. What would you do in a case like this? I go to a theater to see a play, and what do I find?" He paused, and eyed his host impressively. "What's that tune they're playing?" said Mr. Prosser. "You hear it everywhere. One of these Viennese things, I suppose." Owen was annoyed. He began to doubt whether, after all, Mr. Prosser's virtues as a confidant were not more apparent than real. "I find, by Jove," he continued, "that I wrote the thing myself." "It's not a patch on the Merry Widow," said Mr. Prosser. Owen thumped the table. "I tell you I find I wrote the thing myself." "What thing?" "This play I'm telling you about. This White Roses thing." He found that he had at last got his host's ear. Mr. Prosser seemed genuinely interested. "What do you mean?" Owen plunged on with his story. He started from its dim beginning, from the days when he had bought the novel on his journey from Bath to Cheltenham. He described his methods of work, his registering of the package, his suspense, his growing resignation. He sketched the progress of his life. He spoke of Audrey and gave a crisp character sketch of Mr. Shepherd. He took his hearer right up to the moment when the truth had come home to him. Towards the end of his narrative the lights went out, and he finished his story in the hotel courtyard. In the cool air he felt revived. The outlines of Mr. Prosser became sharp and distinct again. The sociologist listened admirably. He appeared absorbed, and did not interrupt once. "What makes you so certain that this was your version?" he asked, as they passed into the Strand. Owen told him of the creature of his imagination in Act 3. "But you have lost your manuscript?" "Yes, I burnt it." "Just what one might have expected you to do," said Mr. Prosser, unkindly. "Young man, I begin to believe that there may be something in this. You haven't got a ghost of a proof that would hold water in a court of law, of course, but still, I'm inclined to believe you. For one thing, you haven't the intelligence to invent such a story." Owen thanked him. "In fact, if you can answer me one question I shall be satisfied." It seemed to Owen that Mr. Prosser was tending to get a little above himself. As an intelligent listener he had been of service, but that appeared to be no reason why he should constitute himself a sort of judge and master of the ceremonies. "That's very good of you," he said, "but will Edith Butler be satisfied?" "That's more to the point." I am Edith Butler, said Mr. Prosser. Owen stopped. You? You need not babble it from the housetops. You are the only person besides my agent who knows it, and I wouldn't have told you if I could have helped it. It isn't a thing I want known. Great Scott, man, don't goggle at me like a fish. Haven't you heard of pseudonyms before? Yes, but... Well, never mind. Take it from me that I am Edith Butler. Now listen to me. That manuscript reached me when I was in the country. There was no name on it. That in itself points strongly to the fact that you were its author. It was precisely the chuckle-headed sort of thing you would have done, to put no name on the thing. I enclosed a letter, anyhow. There was a letter enclosed. I opened the parcel out of doors. There was a fresh breeze blowing at the time. It caught the letter, and that was the last I saw of it. I had read as far as "Dear Madam." But one thing I do remember about it, and that was that it was sent from some hotel in Cheltenham, and I could remember it if I heard it. Now, then? I can tell it you. It was Wilbraham's. I was stopping there. You pass, said Mr. Prosser. It was Wilbraham's. Owen's heart gave a jump. For a moment he walked on air. Then do you mean to say that it's all right, that you believe? I do, said Mr. Prosser. By the way, he said, the notice of white roses went up last night. Owen's heart turned to lead. But, he stammered. But tonight the house was packed. It was. Packed with paper. All the merry deadheads in London were there. It has been the worst failure this season. And, by George, he cried, with sudden vehemence, serve 'em right. If I told them once it would fail in England, I told them 100 times. The London public won't stand that sort of blithering twaddle. Owen stopped and looked round. A cab was standing across the road. He signaled to it. He felt incapable of walking home. No physical blow could have unmanned him more completely than this hideous disappointment just when, by a miracle, everything seemed to be running his way. Sooner ride than walk, said Mr. Prosser, pushing his head through the open window. Laziness, slackness, that's the curse of the modern young man. Where shall I tell him to drive to? Owen mentioned his address. It struck him that he had not thanked his host for his hospitality. It was awfully good of you to give me supper, Mr. Prosser, he said. I've enjoyed it tremendously. Come again, said Mr. Prosser. I'm afraid you're disappointed about the play? Owen forced a smile. Oh, no, that's all right, he said. It can't be helped. Mr. Prosser half turned, then thrust his head through the window again. I knew there was something I had forgotten to say, he said. I ought to have told you that the play was produced in America before it came to London. It ran 2 seasons in New York and 1 in Chicago, and there are 3 companies playing it still on the road. Here's my card. Come round and see me tomorrow. I can't tell you the actual figures offhand, but you'll be all right. You'll have pots o' money. Absent treatment. I want to tell you all about dear old Bobby Cardew. It's a most interesting story. I can't put in any literary style and all that. But I don't have to, don't you know, because it goes on its moral lesson. If you're a man you mustn't miss it, because it'll be a warning to you. And if you're a woman you won't want to, because it's all about how a girl made a man feel pretty well fed up with things. If you're a recent acquaintance of Bobby's, you'll probably be surprised to hear that there was a time when he was more remarkable for the weakness of his memory than anything else. Dozens of fellows, who have only met Bobby since the change took place, have been surprised when I told them that. Yet it's true. Believe me. In the days when I first knew him Bobby Cardew was about the most pronounced young rotter inside the 4-mile radius. People have called me a silly ass, but I was never in the same class with Bobby. When it came to being a silly ass, he was a +4 man, while my handicap was about 6. Why, if I wanted him to dine with me, I used to post him a letter at the beginning of the week, and then the day before send him a telegram and a phone call on the day itself. And, half an hour before the time we'd fixed, a messenger in a taxi, whose business it was to see that he got in and that the chauffeur had the address all correct. By doing this I generally managed to get him, unless he had left town before my messenger arrived. The funny thing was that he wasn't altogether a fool in other ways. Deep down in him there was a kind of stratum of sense. I had known him, once or twice, show an almost human intelligence. But to reach that stratum, mind you, you needed dynamite. At least, that's what I thought. But there was another way which hadn't occurred to me. Marriage, I mean. Marriage, the dynamite of the soul, that was what hit Bobby. He married. Have you ever seen a bullpup chasing a bee? The pup sees the bee. It looks good to him. But he still doesn't know what's at the end of it till he gets there. It was like that with Bobby. He fell in love, got married, with a sort of whoop, as if it were the greatest fun in the world, and then began to find out things. She wasn't the sort of girl you would have expected Bobby to rave about. And yet, I don't know. What I mean is, she worked for her living. And to a fellow who has never done a hand's turn in his life there's undoubtedly a sort of fascination, a kind of romance, about a girl who works for her living. Her name was Anthony. Mary Anthony. She was about 5'6", she had 1.5 tons of red gold hair, grey eyes, and one of those determined chins. She was a hospital nurse. When Bobby smashed himself up at polo, she was told off by the authorities to smooth his brow and rally round with cooling unguents and all that. And the old boy hadn't been up and about again for more than a week before they popped off to the registrar's and fixed it up. Quite the romance. Bobby broke the news to me at the club one evening, and next day he introduced me to her. I admired her. I've never worked myself, my name's Pepper, by the way. Almost forgot to mention it. Reggie Pepper. My uncle Edward was Pepper, Wells, and Company, the colliery people. He left me a sizable chunk of bullion. I say I've never worked myself, but I admire anyone who earns a living under difficulties, especially a girl. And this girl had had a rather unusually tough time of it, being an orphan and all that, and having had to do everything off her own bat for years. Mary and I got along together splendidly. We don't now, but we'll come to that later. I'm speaking of the past. She seemed to think Bobby the greatest thing on earth, judging by the way she looked at him when she thought I wasn't noticing. And Bobby seemed to think the same about her. So that I came to the conclusion that, if only dear old Bobby didn't forget to go to the wedding, they had a sporting chance of being quite happy. Well, let's brisk up a bit here, and jump a year. The story doesn't really start till then. They took a flat and settled down. I was in and out of the place quite a good deal. I kept my eyes open, and everything seemed to me to be running along as smoothly as you could want. If this was marriage, I thought, I couldn't see why fellows were so frightened of it. There were a lot of worse things that could happen to a man. But we now come to the incident of the quiet dinner, and it's just here that love's young dream hits a snag, and things begin to occur. I happened to meet Bobby in Piccadilly, and he asked me to come back to dinner at the flat. And, like a fool, instead of bolting and putting myself under police protection, I went. When we got to the flat, there was Mrs. Bobby looking, well, I tell you, it staggered me. Her gold hair was all piled up in waves and crinkles and things, with a what-do-you-call-it of diamonds in it. And she was wearing the most perfectly ripping dress. I couldn't begin to describe it. I can only say it was the limit. It struck me that if this was how she was in the habit of looking every night when they were dining quietly at home together, it was no wonder that Bobby liked domesticity. "Here's old Reggie, dear," said Bobby. "I've brought him home to have a bit of dinner. I'll phone down to the kitchen and ask them to send it up now, what?" She stared at him as if she had never seen him before. Then she turned scarlet. Then she turned as white as a sheet. Then she gave a little laugh. It was most interesting to watch. Made me wish I was up a tree about 800 miles away. Then she recovered herself. "I am so glad you were able to come, Mr. Pepper," she said, smiling at me. And after that she was all right. At least, you would have said so. She talked a lot at dinner, and chaffed Bobby, and played us ragtime on the piano afterwards, as if she hadn't a care in the world. Quite a jolly little party it was, not? I'm no lynx-eyed sleuth, and all that sort of thing, but I had seen her face at the beginning, and I knew that she was working the whole time and working hard, to keep herself in hand. And that she would have given that diamond what's-its name in her hair and everything else she possessed to have one good scream, just one. I've sat through some pretty thick evenings in my time, but that one had the rest beaten in a canter. At the very earliest moment I grabbed my hat and got away. Having seen what I did, I wasn't particularly surprised to meet Bobby at the club next day looking about as merry and bright as a lonely gumdrop at an Eskimo tea party. He started in straightway. He seemed glad to have someone to talk to about it. "Do you know how long I've been married?" he said. I didn't exactly. "About a year, isn't it?" "Not about a year," he said sadly. "Exactly a year, yesterday." Then I understood. I saw light, a regular flash of light. Yesterday was the anniversary of the wedding. I'd arranged to take Mary to the Savoy, and on to Covent Garden. She particularly wanted to hear Caruso. I had the ticket for the box in my pocket. Do you know, all through dinner I had a kind of rummy idea that there was something I'd forgotten, but I couldn't think what. Till your wife mentioned it. He nodded. "She mentioned it," he said thoughtfully. "I didn't ask for details. Women with hair and chins like Mary's may be angels most of the time, but, when they take off their wings for a bit, they aren't half-hearted about it. To be absolutely frank, old top," said poor old Bobby, in a broken sort of way, "my stock's pretty low at home. There didn't seem much to be done. I just lit a cigarette and sat there." He didn't want to talk. Presently he went out. I stood at the window of our upper smoking room, which looks out onto Piccadilly, and watched him. He walked slowly along for a few yards, stopped, then walked on again, and finally turned into a jeweler's. Which was an instance of what I meant when I said that deep down in him there was a certain stratum of sense. It was from now on that I began to be really interested in this problem of Bobby's married life. Of course, one's always mildly interested in one's friends' marriages, hoping they'll turn out well and all that, but this was different. The average man isn't like Bobby, and the average girl isn't like Mary. It was that old business of the immovable mass and the irresistible force. There was Bobby, ambling gently through life, a dear old chap in 100 ways, but undoubtedly a chump of the first water. And there was Mary, determined that he shouldn't be a chump. And nature, mind you, on Bobby's side. When nature makes a chump like dear old Bobby, she's proud of him, and doesn't want her handiwork disturbed. She gives him a sort of natural armor to protect him against outside interference. And that armor is shortness of memory. Shortness of memory keeps a man a chump, when, but for it, he might cease to be one. Take my case, for instance. I'm a chump. Well, if I had remembered half the things people have tried to teach me during my life, my size in hats would be about number 9. But I didn't. I forgot them. And it was just the same with Bobby. For about a week, perhaps a bit more, the recollection of that quiet little domestic evening bucked him up like a tonic. Elephants, I read somewhere, are champions at the memory business, but they were fools to Bobby during that week. But, bless you, the shock wasn't nearly big enough. It had dinted the armor, but it hadn't made a hole in it. Pretty soon he was back at the old game. It was pathetic, don't you know? The poor girl loved him, and she was frightened. It was the thin edge of the wedge, you see, and she knew it. A man who forgets what day he was married, when he's been married 1 year, will forget, at about the end of the 4th, that he's married at all. If she meant to get him in hand at all, she had got to do it now, before he began to drift away. I saw that clearly enough, and I tried to make Bobby see it, when he was by way of pouring out his troubles to me one afternoon. I can't remember what it was that he had forgotten the day before, but it was something she had asked him to bring home for her. It may have been a book. "It's such a little thing to make a fuss about," said Bobby. "And she knows that it's simply because I've got such an infernal memory about everything. I can't remember anything. Never could." He talked on for a while, and, just as he was going, he pulled out a couple of sovereigns. "Oh, by the way," he said. "What's this for?" I asked, though I knew. "I owe it you." "How's that?" I said. "Why, that bet on Tuesday. In the billiard room. Murray and Brown were playing 100 up, and I gave you 2-1 that Brown would win, and Murray beat him by 20 odd. So you do remember some things?" I said. He got quite excited. Said that if I thought he was the sort of rotter who forgot to pay when he lost a bet, it was pretty rotten of me after knowing him all these years, and a lot more like that. "Subside, laddie," I said. Then I spoke to him like a father. "What you've got to do, my old college chum," I said, "is to pull yourself together, and jolly quick, too. As things are shaping, you're due for a nasty knock before you know what's hit you. You've got to make an effort. Don't say you can't. This 2 quid business shows that, even if your memory is rocky, you can remember some things. What you've got to do is to see that wedding anniversaries and so on are included in the list. It may be a brain strain, but you can't get out of it." "I suppose you're right," said Bobby. "But it beats me why she thinks such a lot of these rotten little dates. What's it matter if I forgot what day we were married on, or what day she was born on, or what day the cat had the measles? She knows I love her just as much as if I were a memorizing freak at the halls." "That's not enough for a woman," I said. "They want to be shown. Bear that in mind, and you're all right. Forget it, and there'll be trouble." He chewed the knob of his stick. "Women are frightfully rummy," he said gloomily. "You should have thought of that before you married one," I said. I don't see that I could have done any more. I had put the whole thing in a nutshell for him. You would have thought he'd have seen the point, and that it would have made him brace up and get a hold on himself. But no. Off he went again in the same old way. I gave up arguing with him. I had a good deal of time on my hands, but not enough to amount to anything when it was a question of reforming dear old Bobby by argument. If you see a man asking for trouble, and insisting on getting it, the only thing to do is to stand by and wait till it comes to him. After that you may get a chance. But till then there's nothing to be done. But I thought a lot about him. Bobby didn't get into the soup all at once. Weeks went by, and months, and still nothing happened. Now and then he'd come into the club with a kind of cloud on his shining morning face, and I'd know that there had been doings in the home. But it wasn't till well on in the spring that he got the thunderbolt just where he had been asking for it, in the thorax. I was smoking a quiet cigarette one morning in the window looking out over Piccadilly, and watching the buses and motors going up one way and down the other. Most interesting it is. I often do it, when in rushed Bobby, with his eyes bulging and his face the color of an oyster, waving a piece of paper in his hand. "Reggie," he said. "Reggie, old top, she's gone." "Gone?" I said. "Who?" "Mary, of course. Gone. Left me. Gone." "Where?" I said. "Silly question. Perhaps you're right. Anyhow, dear old Bobby nearly foamed at the mouth. Where? How should I know where? Here, read this." He pushed the paper into my hand. It was a letter. "Go on," said Bobby. "Read it." So I did. It certainly was quite a letter. There was not much of it, but it was all to the point. This is what it said. "My dear Bobby, I am going away. When you care enough about me to remember to wish me many happy returns on my birthday, I will come back. My address will be Box 341, London Morning News. I read it twice, then I said, well, why don't you? Why don't I what? Why don't you wish her many happy returns? It doesn't seem much to ask. But she says on her birthday. Well, when is her birthday? Can't you understand? Said Bobby. I've forgotten. Forgotten. I said. Yes, said Bobby. Forgotten. How do you mean, forgotten? I said. Forgotten whether it's the 20th or the 21st, or what? How near do you get to it? I know it came somewhere between the 1st of January and the 31st of December. That's how near I get to it. Think. Think? What's the use of saying, think? Think I haven't thought? I've been knocking sparks out of my brain ever since I opened that letter. And you can't remember? No. I rang the bell and ordered restoratives. Well, Bobby, I said, it's a pretty hard case to spring on an untrained amateur like me. Suppose someone had come to Sherlock Holmes and said, Mr. Holmes, here's a case for you. When is my wife's birthday? Wouldn't that have given Sherlock a jolt? However, I know enough about the game to understand that a fellow can't shoot off his deductive theories unless you start him with a clue. So rouse yourself out of that pop-eyed trance and come across with 2 or 3. For instance, can't you remember the last time she had a birthday? What sort of weather was it? That might fix the month. Bobby shook his head. It was just ordinary weather, as near as I can recollect. Warm? Warmish. Or cold? Well, fairly cold, perhaps. I can't remember. I ordered 2 more of the same. They seemed indicated in the young detective's manual. You're a great help, Bobby, I said. An invaluable assistant. One of those indispensable adjuncts without which no home is complete. Bobby seemed to be thinking. I've got it, he said suddenly. Look here. I gave her a present on her last birthday. All we have to do is to go to the shop, hunt up the date when it was bought, and the thing's done. Absolutely. What did you give her? He sagged. I can't remember, he said. Getting ideas is like golf. Some days you're right off, others it's as easy as falling off a log. I don't suppose dear old Bobby had ever had 2 ideas in the same morning before in his life. But now he did it without an effort. He just loosed another dry martini into the undergrowth, and before you could turn round it had flushed quite a brainwave. Do you know those little books called When Were You Born? There's one for each month. They tell you your character, your talents, your strong points, and your weak points at 4p halfpenny a go. Bobby's idea was to buy the whole 12, and go through them till we found out which month hit off Mary's character. That would give us the month, and narrow it down a whole lot. A pretty hot idea for a non-thinker like dear old Bobby. We sallied out at once. He took half and I took half, and we settled down to work. As I say, it sounded good. But when we came to go into the thing, we saw that there was a flaw. There was plenty of information all right, but there wasn't a single month that didn't have something that exactly hit off Mary. For instance, in the December book it said, December people are apt to keep their own secrets. They are extensive travelers. Well, Mary had certainly kept her secret, and she had traveled quite extensively enough for Bobby's needs. Then, October people were born with original ideas, and loved moving. You couldn't have summed up Mary's little jaunt more neatly. February people had wonderful memories, Mary's speciality. We took a bit of a rest, then had another go at the thing. Bobby was all for May, because the book said that women born in that month were inclined to be capricious, which is always a barrier to a happy married life. But I plumped for February, because February women are unusually determined to have their own way, are very earnest, and expect a full return in their companion or mates. which he owned was about as like Mary as anything could be. In the end he tore the books up, stamped on them, burnt them, and went home. It was wonderful what a change the next few days made in dear old Bobby. Have you ever seen that picture, The Soul's Awakening? It represents a flapper of sorts gazing in a startled sort of way into the middle distance with a look in her eyes that seems to say, surely that is George's step I hear on the mat. Can this be love? Well, Bobby had a soul's awakening too. I don't suppose he had ever troubled to think in his life before, not really think. But now he was wearing his brain to the bone. It was painful in a way, of course, to see a fellow human being so thoroughly in the soup, but I felt strongly that it was all for the best. I could see as plainly as possible that all these brainstorms were improving Bobby out of knowledge. When it was all over he might possibly become a rotter again of a sort, but it would only be a pale reflection of the rotter he had been. It bore out the idea I had always had that what he needed was a real good jolt. I saw a great deal of him these days. I was his best friend, and he came to me for sympathy. I gave it him, too, with both hands, but I never failed to hand him the moral lesson when I had him weak. One day he came to me as I was sitting in the club, and I could see that he had had an idea. He looked happier than he had done in weeks. "Reggie," he said, "I'm on the trail. This time I'm convinced that I shall pull it off. I've remembered something of vital importance." "Yes?" I said. "I remember distinctly," he said, "that on Mary's last birthday we went together to the Colosseum. How does that hit you?" "It's a fine bit of memorizing," I said, "but how does it help?" "Why, they change the program every week there." "Ah," I said. "Now you are talking." And the week we went one of the turns was Professor Someone's Terpsichorean cats. I recollect them distinctly. Now, are we narrowing it down, or aren't we? "Reggie, I'm going round to the Colosseum this minute, and I'm going to dig the date of those Terpsichorean cats out of them, if I have to use a crowbar." So that got him within 6 days. For the management treated us like brothers, brought out the archives, and ran agile fingers over the pages till they treed the cats in the middle of May. "I told you it was May," said Bobby. "Maybe you'll listen to me another time." "If you've any sense," I said, "there won't be another time." And Bobby said that there wouldn't. Once you get your memory on the run, it parts as if it enjoyed doing it. I had just got off to sleep that night when my telephone bell rang. It was Bobby, of course. He didn't apologize. "Reggie," he said, "I've got it now for certain. It's just come to me. We saw those Terpsichorean cats at a matinee, old man." "Yes?" I said. "Well, don't you see that brings it down to 2 days? It must have been either Wednesday the 7th or Saturday the 10th. "Yes," I said, "if they didn't have daily matinees at the Colosseum." I heard him give a sort of howl. "Bobby," I said. My feet were freezing, but I was fond of him. "Well? I've remembered something too. It's this. The day you went to the Colosseum I lunched with you both at the Ritz. You had forgotten to bring any money with you, so you wrote a check. But I'm always writing checks." "You are." "But this was for a tenner, and made out to the hotel. Hunt up your checkbook and see how many checks for £10 payable to the Ritz Hotel you wrote out between May the 5th and May the 10th. He gave a kind of gulp. "Reggie," he said, "you're a genius. I've always said so. I believe you've got it. Hold the line." Presently he came back again. "Hello," he said. "I'm here," I said. It was the 8th. "Reggie, old man, topping," I said. "Good night." It was working along into the small hours now, but I thought I might as well make a night of it and finish the thing up, so I rang up an hotel near the Strand. "Put me through to Mrs. Cardew," I said. "It's late," said the man at the other end. "And getting later every minute," I said. "Buck along, laddie." I waited patiently. I had missed my beauty sleep, and my feet had frozen hard, but I was past regrets. "What is the matter?" said Mary's voice. "My feet are cold," I said. "But I didn't call you up to tell you that particularly. I've just been chatting with Bobby, Mrs. Cardew." "Oh. Is that Mr. Pepper?" "Yes. He's remembered it, Mrs. Cardew." She gave a sort of scream. I've often thought how interesting it must be to be one of those exchange girls. The things they must hear, don't you know? Bobby's howl and gulp and Mrs. Bobby's scream and all about my feet and all that. Most interesting it must be. "He's remembered it," she gasped. "Did you tell him?" "No. Well, I hadn't." "Mr. Pepper." "Yes?" Was he very worried?" I chuckled. This was where I was billed to be the life and soul of the party. Worried. He was about the most worried man between here and Edinburgh. He has been worrying as if he was paid to do it by the nation. He has started out to worry after breakfast, and... Oh, well, you can never tell with women. My idea was that we should pass the rest of the night slapping each other on the back across the wire, and telling each other what bally-brainy conspirators we were, don't you know, and all that. But I'd got just as far as this, when she bit at me. Absolutely. I heard the snap. And then she said, "Oh," in that choked kind of way. And when a woman says, "Oh," like that, it means all the bad words she'd love to say if she only knew them. And then she began. "What brutes men are. What horrid brutes. How you could stand by and see poor dear Bobby worrying himself into a fever, when a word from you would have put everything right. I can't. But. And you call yourself his friend. His friend." Metallic laugh, most unpleasant. "It shows how one can be deceived. I used to think you a kind-hearted man. But, I say, when I suggested the thing, you thought it perfectly. I thought it hateful, abominable. But you said it was absolutely top." I said nothing of the kind. And if I did, I didn't mean it. I don't wish to be unjust, Mr. Pepper, but I must say that to me there seems to be something positively fiendish in a man who can go out of his way to separate a husband from his wife. Simply in order to amuse himself by gloating over his agony. But. When one single word would have. "But you made me promise not to," I bleated. "And if I did, do you suppose I didn't expect you to have the sense to break your promise?" I had finished. I had no further observations to make. I hung up the receiver, and crawled into bed. I still see Bobby when he comes to the club, but I do not visit the old homestead. He is friendly, but he stops short of issuing invitations. I ran across Mary at the academy last week, and her eyes went through me like a couple of bullets through a pat of butter. And as they came out the other side, and I limped off to piece myself together again, there occurred to me the simple epitaph which, when I am no more, I intend to have inscribed on my tombstone. It was this: he was a man who acted from the best motives. There is one born every minute. The best sauce. Eve Hendry sat up in bed. For 2 hours she had been trying to get to sleep, but without success. Never in her life had she felt more wakeful. There were 2 reasons for this. Her mind was disturbed, and she was very hungry. Neither sensation was novel to her. Since first she had become paid companion to Mrs. Rastall-Retford there had hardly been a moment when she had not been hungry. Some time before Mrs. Rastall-Retford's doctor had recommended to that lady a Spartan diet, and in this Eve, as companion, had unwillingly to share. It was not pleasant for either of them, but at least Mrs. Rastall-Retford had the knowledge that she had earned it by years of honest self-indulgence. Eve had not that consolation. Meagre fare, moreover, had the effect of accentuating Mrs. Rastall-Retford's always rather pronounced irritability. She was a massive lady, with a prominent forehead, some half-dozen chins. and a manner towards those in her employment which would have been resented in a second mate by the crew of a Western Ocean tramp. Even at her best she was no ray of sunshine about the house. And since the beginning of the self-denying ordinance she had been at her worst. But it was not depression induced by her employer that was disturbing Eve. That was a permanent evil. What was agitating her so extremely tonight was the unexpected arrival of Peter Raynor. It was Eve's practice to tell herself several times a day that she had no sentiment for Peter Raynor but dislike. She did not attempt to defend her attitude logically, but nevertheless she clung to it, and tonight, when he entered the drawing-room, she had endeavored to convey by her manner that it was only with the greatest difficulty that she remembered him at all, and that, having accomplished that feat, she now intended to forget him again immediately. And he had grinned a cheerful, affectionate grin, and beamed on her without a break till bedtime. Before coming as companion to Mrs. Rastall-Retford, Eve had been governess to Hildebrand, aged 6, the son of a Mrs. Elphinstone. It had been, on the whole, a comfortable situation. She had not liked Mrs. Elphinstone, but Hildebrand had been docile, and altogether life was quite smooth and pleasant until Mrs. Elphinstone's brother came for a visit. Peter Raynor was that brother. There is a type of man who makes love with the secrecy and sheepish reserve of a cowboy shooting up a Wild West saloon. To this class Peter belonged. He fell in love with Eve at sight, and if, at the end of the first day, there was anyone in the house who was not aware of it, it was only Hildebrand, aged 6. And even Hildebrand must have had his suspicions. Mrs. Elphinstone was among the first to become aware of it. For 2 days, frostily silent and gimlet-like as to the eye, she observed Peter's hurricane wooing from afar, then she acted. Peter she sent to London, pacifying him with an invitation to return to the house in the following week. This done, she proceeded to eliminate Eve. In the course of the parting interview she expressed herself perhaps a little less guardedly than was either just or considerate. And Eve, flushed and at war with the whole race of Raynors, departed that afternoon to seek a situation elsewhere. She had found it at the house of Mrs. Rastall-Retford. And now this evening, as she sat in the drawing-room playing the piano to her employer, in had walked the latter's son, a tall, nervous young man, perpetually clearing his throat and fiddling with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with the announcement that he had brought his friend, Mr. Raynor, to spend a few days in the old home. Eve could still see the look on Peter's face as, having shaken hands with his hostess, he turned to her. It was the look of the cowboy who, his weary ride over, sees through the dusk the friendly gleam of the saloon windows, and with a happy sigh reaches for his revolver. There could be no two meanings to that look. It said, as clearly as if he had shouted it, that this was no accidental meeting. That he had tracked her down and proposed to resume matters at the point where they had left off. Eve was indignant. It was abominable that he should pursue her in this way. She sat thinking how abominable it was for 5 minutes, and then it suddenly struck her that she was hungrier than ever. She had forgotten her material troubles for the moment. It seemed to her now that she was quite faint with hunger. A cuckoo clock outside the door struck 1. And, as it did so, it came to Eve that on the sideboard in the dining-room there were biscuits. A moment later she was creeping softly down the stairs. It was dark and ghostly on the stairs. The house was full of noises. She was glad when she reached the dining-room. It would be pleasant to switch on the light. She pushed open the door, and uttered a cry. The light was already switched on, and at the table, his back to her, was a man. There was no time for flight. He must have heard the door open. In another moment he would turn and spring. She spoke tremulously. Don't move. I'm pointing a pistol at you." The man did not move. "Foolish child," he said, indulgently. "Suppose it went off?" She uttered an exclamation of surprise. "You? What are you doing here, Mr. Raynor?" She moved into the room, and her relief changed swiftly into indignation. On the table were half a chicken, a loaf, some cold potatoes, and a bottle of beer. I'm eating, thank goodness," said Peter, helping himself to a cold potato. "I had begun to think I never should again. Eating. Eating. I know a man of sensibility and refinement ought to shrink from raiding his hostess's larder in the small hours, but hunger's death to the finer feelings. It's the solar plexus punch which puts one's better self down and out for the count of 10. I am a large and healthy young man, and, believe me, I need this little snack. I need it badly. May I cut you a slice of chicken?" She could hardly bear to look at it, but pride gave her strength. "No," she snapped. "You're sure? Poor little thing, I know you're half-starved." Eve stamped. "How dare you speak to me like that, Mr. Rayner?" He drank bottled beer thoughtfully. "What made you come down?" "I suppose you heard a noise and thought it was burglars," he said. "Yes," said Eve, thankfully accepting the idea. At all costs she must conceal the biscuit motive. "That was very plucky of you. Won't you sit down?" "No, I'm going back to bed." "Not just yet. I've several things to talk to you about." "Sit down." "That's right. Now cover up your poor little pink ankles, or you'll be catching." She started up. "Mr. Rayner. Sit down." She looked at him defiantly, then, wondering at herself for doing it, sat down. "Now," said Peter, "what do you mean by it? What do you mean by dashing off from my sister's house without leaving a word for me as to where you were going? You knew I loved you. Good night, Mr. Rayner. Sit down. You've given me a great deal of trouble. Do you know it cost me a sovereign in tips to find out your address? I couldn't get it out of my sister, and I had to apply to the butler. I've a good mind to knock it off your first week's pin money. I shall not stay here listening. You knew perfectly well I wanted to marry you. But you fly off without a word and bury yourself in this benighted place with a gorgon who nags and bullies you." "A nice way to speak of your hostess," said Eve, scornfully. "A very soothing way. I don't think I ever took such a dislike to a woman at first sight before. And when she started to bullyrag you, it was all I could do, but it won't last long now. You must come away at once. We'll be married after Christmas, and in the meantime you can go and live with my sister." Eve listened speechlessly. She had so much to say that the difficulty of selection rendered her dumb. "When can you start? I mean, do you have to give a month's notice or anything?" Eve got up with a short laugh. "Good night, Mr. Rayner," she said. "You have been very amusing, but I am getting tired." "I'm glad it's all settled," said Peter. "Good night." Eve stopped. She could not go tamely away without saying a single one of the things that crowded in her mind. "Do you imagine," she said, "that I intend to marry you? Do you suppose, for one moment?" "Rather," said Peter. "You shall have a splendid time from now on, to make up for all you've gone through. I'm going to be awfully good to you, Eve. You shan't ever have any more worries, poor old thing." He looked at her affectionately. "I wonder why it is that large men always fall in love with little women. There are you, a fragile, fairy-like, ethereal wisp of a little creature. And here am I. A great, big, greedy pig," burst out Eve, "who thinks about nothing but eating and drinking." "I wasn't going to have put it quite like that," said Peter, thoughtfully. "I hate a greedy man," said Eve, between her teeth. "I have a healthy appetite," protested Peter. "Nothing more. It runs in the family." At the time of the Civil War the Rayner of the period, who was King Charles's right-hand man, would frequently eat dispatches to prevent them falling into the hands of the enemy. He was noted for it. Eve reached the door and turned. "I despise you," she said. "Good night," said Peter, tenderly. "Tomorrow morning we'll go for a walk." His prediction proved absolutely correct. He was smoking a cigarette after breakfast when Eve came to him. Her face was pink and mutinous, but there was a gleam in her eye. "Are you ready to come out, Mr. Rayner?" she said. "Mrs. Rastall-Redfoot says I'm to take you to see the view from the golf links." "You'll like that," said Peter. "I shall not like it," snapped Eve. "But Mrs. Rastall-Redfoot is paying me a salary to do what she tells me, and I have to earn it." Conversation during the walk consisted mainly of a monologue on the part of Peter. It was a crisp and exhilarating morning, and he appeared to be feeling a universal benevolence towards all created things. He even softened slightly on the subject of Mrs. Rastall-Redfoot, and advanced the theory that her peculiar manner might be due to her having been ill-treated as a child. Eve listened in silence. It was not till they were nearing home on their return journey that she spoke. "Mr. Rayner," she said. "Yes," said Peter. "I was talking to Mrs. Rastall-Redfoot after breakfast," said Eve, "and I told her something about you. My conscience is clear." "Oh, nothing bad. Some people would say it was very much to your credit." She looked away across the fields. "I told her you were a vegetarian," she added, carelessly. There was a long silence. Then Peter spoke 3 words, straight from the heart. "You little devil." Eve turned and looked at him, her eyes sparkling wickedly. "You see," she said. "Now perhaps you will go." "Without you?" said Peter, stoutly. "Never. In London you will be able to eat all day, anything you like. You will be able to creep about your club gnawing cold chicken all night. But if you stay here—" "You have got a wrong idea of the London clubman's life," said Peter. "If I crept about my club gnawing cold chicken I should have the committee after me. No, I shall stay here and look after you. After all, what is food? I'll tell you what yours will be, if you like. Or would you rather wait and let it be a surprise? Well, for lunch you will have some boiled potatoes and cabbage and a sweet, a sort of light soufflé thing. And for dinner—" "Yes, but one moment," said Peter. "If I'm a vegetarian, how did you account for my taking all the chicken I could get at dinner last night, and looking as if I wanted more?" "Oh, that was your considerateness. You didn't want to give trouble, even if you had to sacrifice your principles. But it's all right now. You are going to have your vegetables." Peter drew a deep breath, the breath of the man who braces himself up and thanks whatever gods there be for his unconquerable soul. "I don't care," he said. "A book of verses underneath the bough, a jug of wine, and thou—" "Oh, and I forgot," interrupted Eve. "I told her you were a teetotaler as well." There was another silence, longer than the first. "The best train," said Eve, at last, "is the 10:50. He looked at her inquiringly. "The best train?" "For London." "What makes you think that I am interested in trains to London?" Eve bit her lip. "Mr. Rayner," she said, after a pause, "do you remember at lunch one day at Mrs. Elphinstone's refusing parsnips? You said that, so far as you were concerned, parsnips were first by a mile, and that prussic acid and strychnine also ran." "Well?" said Peter. "Oh, nothing," said Eve. "Only I made a stupid mistake. I told the cook you were devoted to parsnips." "I'm sorry." Peter looked at her gravely. "I'm putting up with a lot for your sake," he said. "You needn't. Why don't you go away? And leave you chained to the rock, Andromeda? Not for Perseus. I've only been here one night, but I've seen enough to know that I've got to take you away from this place. Honestly, it's killing you. I was watching you last night. You're scared if that infernal old woman starts to open her mouth. She's crushing the life out of you. I'm going to stay on here till you say you'll marry me, or till they throw me out." "There are parsnips for dinner tonight," said Eve, softly. "I shall get to like them. They are an acquired taste, I expect. Perhaps I am, too. Perhaps I am the human parsnip, and you will have to learn to love me." "You are the human burr," said Eve, shortly. I shouldn't have thought it possible for a man to behave as you are doing." In spite of herself, there were moments during the next few days when Eve felt twinges of remorse. It was only by telling herself that he had no right to have followed her to this house, and that he was at perfect liberty to leave whenever he wished, that she could harden her heart again. And even this reflection was not entirely satisfactory, for it made her feel how fond he must be of her to endure these evils for her sake. And there was no doubt about their being evils. It was a dreary house in which to spend winter days. There were no books that one could possibly read. The nearest railway station was 5 miles away. There was not even a dog to talk to. Generally it rained. Though Eve saw little of Peter. Except at meals and in the drawing-room after dinner, for Mrs. Rastall-Retford spent most of the day in her own sitting-room and required Eve to be at her side, she could picture his sufferings, and, try as she would, she could not keep herself from softening a little. Her pride was weakening. Constant attendance on her employer was beginning to have a bad effect on her nerves. Association in a subordinate capacity with Mrs. Rastall-Retford did not encourage a proud and spirited outlook on life. Her imagination had not exaggerated Peter's sufferings. Many people consider that Dante has spoken the last word on the post-mortem housing of the criminal classes. Peter, after the first week of his visit, could have given him a few new ideas. It is unpleasant to be half-starved. It is unpleasant to be cooped up in a country house in winter with nothing to do. It is unpleasant to have to sit at meals and listen to the only girl you have ever really loved being bully-ragged by an old lady with 6 chins. And all these unpleasantnesses were occurring to Peter simultaneously. It is highly creditable to him that the last should completely have outweighed the others. He was generally alone. Mr. Rastall-Retford, who would have been better than nothing as a companion, was a man who enjoyed solitude. He was a confirmed vanisher. He would be present at one moment, the next he would have glided silently away. And, even on the rare occasions when he decided not to vanish, he seldom did much more than clear his throat nervously and juggle with his pince-nez. Peter, in his boyhood, had been thrilled once by a narrative of a man who got stuck in the Sargasso Sea. It seemed to him now that the monotony of the Sargasso Sea had been greatly exaggerated. Nemesis was certainly giving Peter his due. He had wormed his way into the Rastall-Retford home circle by grossly deceitful means. The moment he heard that Eve had gone to live with Mrs. Rastall-Retford, and had ascertained that the Rastall-Retford with whom he had been at Cambridge and whom he still met occasionally at his club when he did not see him first, was this lady's son, he had set himself to court young Mr. Rastall-Retford. He had cornered him at the club and begun to talk about the dear old varsity days, ignoring the embarrassment of the latter, whose only clear recollection of the dear old varsity days as linking Peter and himself was of a certain bump supper night, when sundry of the festive, led and inspired by Peter, had completely wrecked his rooms and shaved off half a growing mustache. He conveyed to young Mr. Rastall-Retford the impression that, in the dear old varsity days, they had shared each other's joys and sorrows, and, generally, had made Damon and Pythias look like a pair of crosstalk knockabouts at one of the rowdier music halls. Not to invite so old a friend to stay at his home, if he ever happened to be down that way, would, he hinted, be grossly churlish. Mr. Rastall-Retford, impressed, issued the invitation. And now Peter was being punished for his deceit. Nemesis may not be an Alfred shrub, but give her time and she gets there. It was towards the middle of the second week of his visit that Eve, coming into the drawing-room before dinner, found Peter standing in front of the fire. They had not been alone together for several days. "Well," said he. Eve went to the fire and warmed her hands. "Well," she said, dispiritedly. She was feeling nervous and ill. Mrs. Rastall-Retford had been in one of her more truculent moods all day, and for the first time Eve had the sensation of being thoroughly beaten. She dreaded the long hours to bedtime. The thought that there might be bridge after dinner made her feel physically ill. She felt she could not struggle through a bridge night. On the occasions when she was in one of her dangerous moods, Mrs. Rastall-Retford sometimes chose rest as a cure, sometimes relaxation. Rest meant that she retired to her room immediately after dinner, and expended her venom on her maid. Relaxation meant bridge, and bridge seemed to bring out all her worst points. They played the game for counters at her house. And there had been occasions in Eve's experience when the loss of 100 or so of these useful little adjuncts to fun in the home had lashed her almost into a frenzy. She was one of those bridge players who keep up a running quarrel with fate during the game, and when she was not abusing fate she was generally reproaching her partner. Eve was always her partner. And tonight she devoutly hoped that her employer would elect to rest. She always played badly with Mrs. Rastall-Retford, through sheer nervousness. Once she had revoked, and there had been a terrible moment and much subsequent recrimination. Peter looked at her curiously. "You're pale tonight," he said. "I have a headache." How is our hostess? Fair? Or stormy? As I was passing her door I heard her bullying her maid, so I suppose stormy." "That means a bad time for you," he said, sympathetically. "I suppose so. If we play bridge. But she may go to bed directly after dinner." She tried to keep her voice level, but he detected the break. "Eve," he said, quickly, "won't you let me take you away from here? You've no business in this sort of game. You're not tough enough. You've got to be loved and made a fuss of, Anne." She laughed shakily. "Perhaps you can give me the address of some lady who wants a companion to love and make a fuss of?" "I can give you the address of a man." She rested an arm on the mantelpiece and stood looking into the blaze, without replying. Before he could speak again there was a step outside the door, and Mrs. Rastall-Retford rustled into the room. Eve had not misread the storm signals. Her employer's mood was still as it had been earlier in the day. Dinner passed in almost complete silence. Mrs. Rastall-Retford sat brooding dumbly. Her eye was cold and menacing, and Peter, working his way through his vegetables, shuddered for Eve. He had understood her allusion to bridge, having been privileged several times during his stay to see his hostess play that game, and he hoped that there would be no bridge tonight. And this was unselfish of him, for bridge meant sandwiches. Punctually at 9 o'clock on bridge nights the butler would deposit on a side table a plate of chicken sandwiches and, in deference to Peter's vegetarian views, a smaller plate of cheese sandwiches. At the close of play Mrs. Rastall-Retford would take one sandwich from each plate, drink a thimbleful of weak whiskey and water, and retire. Peter could always do with a sandwich or two these days. But he was prepared to abandon them joyfully if his hostess would waive bridge for this particular evening. It was not to be. In the drawing-room Mrs. Rastall-Retford came out of her trance and called imperiously for the cards. Peter, when he saw his hand after the first deal, had a presentiment that if all his hands were to be as good as this, the evening was going to be a trying one. On the other occasions when they had played he had found it an extremely difficult task, even with moderate cards, to bring it about that his hostess should always win the odd rubber. For he was an excellent player, and, like most good players, had an artistic conscience which made it painful to him to play a deliberately bad game, even from the best motives. If all his hands were going to be as strong as this first one he saw that there was disaster ahead. He could not help winning. Mrs. Rastall-Retford, who had dealt the first hand, made a most improper diamond declaration. Her son unfilially doubled, and, Eve having chicane, a tragedy which her partner evidently seemed to consider could have been avoided by the exercise of ordinary common sense, Peter and his partner, despite Peter's best efforts, won the game handsomely. The son of the house dealt the next hand. Eve sorted her cards listlessly. She was feeling curiously tired. Her brain seemed dulled. This hand, as the first had done, went all in favor of the two men. Mr. Rastall-Retford won 5 tricks in succession, and, judging from the glitter in his mild eye, was evidently going to win as many more as he possibly could. Mrs. Rastall-Retford glowered silently. There was electricity in the air. The son of the house led a club. Eve played a card mechanically. "Have you no clubs, Miss Hendry?" Eve started, and looked at her hand. "No," she said. Mrs. Rastall-Retford grunted suspiciously. "Not long ago, in Westport, Connecticut, USA. A young man named Harold Sperry, a telephone worker, was boring a hole in the wall of a house with a view to passing a wire through it. He whistled joyously as he worked. He did not know that he had selected for purposes of perforation the exact spot where there lay, nestling in the brickwork, a large leaden water pipe. The first intimation he had of that fact was when a jet of water suddenly knocked him 15 feet into a rosebush. As Harold felt then, so did Eve now, when, examining her hand once more to make certain that she had no clubs, she discovered the ace of that ilk peeping coyly out from behind the 7 of spades. Her face turned quite white. It is never pleasant to revoke at bridge, but to Eve just then it seemed a disaster beyond words. She looked across at her partner. Her imagination pictured the scene there would be ere long, unless... It happens every now and then that the human brain shows in a crisis an unwanted flash of speed. Eve's did at this juncture. To her in her trouble there came a sudden idea. She looked round the table. Mr. Rastall-Retford, having taken the last trick, had gathered it up in the introspective manner of one planning big coups, and was brooding tensely, with knit brows. His mother was frowning over her cards. She was unobserved. She seized the opportunity. She rose from her seat, moved quickly to the side table, and, turning her back, slipped the fatal card dexterously into the interior of a cheese sandwich. Mrs. Rastall-Retford, absorbed, did not notice for an instant. Then she gave tongue. "What are you doing, Miss Hendry?" Eve was breathing quickly. I thought that Mr. Rayner might like a sandwich." She was at his elbow with the plate. It trembled in her hand. "A sandwich. Kindly do not be so officious, Miss Hendry." The idea, in the middle of a hand, her voice died away in a resentful mumble. Peter started. He had been allowing his thoughts to wander. He looked from the sandwich to Eve and then at the sandwich again. He was puzzled. This had the aspect of being an olive branch. Could it be? Could she be meaning? Or was it a subtle insult? Who could say? At any rate it was a sandwich, and he seized it, without prejudice. "I hope at least you have had the sense to remember that Mr. Rayner is a vegetarian, Miss Hendry," said Mrs. Rastall-Retford. "That is not a chicken sandwich." "No," said Eve. "It is not a chicken sandwich." Peter beamed gratefully. He raised the olive branch, and bit into it with the energy of a starving man. And as he did so he caught Eve's eye. "Miss Hendry!" cried Mrs. Rastall-Retford. Eve started violently. "Miss Hendry, will you be good enough to play? The king of clubs to beat. I can't think what's the matter with you tonight." "I'm very sorry," said Eve, and put down the 9 of spades. Mrs. Rastall-Retford glared. "This is absurd," she cried. "You must have the ace of clubs. If you have not got it, who has? Look through your hand again. Is it there? No. Then where can it be?" "Where can it be?" echoed Peter, taking another bite. Why, said Eve, crimson, I have only 5 cards. I ought to have 6. 5, said Mrs. Rastall-Retford, nonsense. Count again. Have you dropped it on the floor? Mr. Rastall-Retford stooped and looked under the table. It is not on the floor, he said. I suppose it must have been missing from the pack before I dealt. Mrs. Rastall-Retford threw down her cards and rose ponderously. It offended her vaguely that there seemed to be nobody to blame. I shall go to bed, she said. Peter stood before the fire and surveyed Eve as she sat on the sofa. They were alone in the room, Mr. Rastall-Retford having drifted silently away in the wake of his mother. Suddenly Eve began to laugh helplessly. He shook his head at her. "This is considerably sharper than a serpent's tooth," he said. "You should be fawning gratefully upon me, not laughing. Do you suppose King Charles laughed at my ancestor when he ate the dispatches? However, for the first time since I have been in this house I feel as if I had had a square meal." Eve became suddenly serious. The smile left her face. "Mr. Rayner, please don't think I'm ungrateful. I couldn't help laughing, but I can't tell you how grateful I am. You don't know what it would have been like if she had found out that I had revoked. I did it once before, and she kept on about it for days and days. It was awful." She shivered. "I think you must be right, and my nerves are going." He nodded. "So are you, tomorrow, by the first train. I wonder how soon we can get married. Do you know anything about special licenses?" She looked at him curiously. "You're very obstinate," she said. "Firm," he corrected. "Firm. Could you pack tonight, do you think, and be ready for that 10:50 tomorrow morning?" She began to trace an intricate pattern on the floor with the point of her shoe. "I can't imagine why you are fond of me," she said. "I've been very horrid to you." "Nonsense. You've been all that's sweet and womanly. And I want to tell you why," she went on. Your sister." "Ah, I thought as much. She saw that you seemed to be getting fond of me, and she said some rather horrid things that hurt," said Eve, in a low voice. Peter crossed over to where she sat and took her hand. "Don't you worry about her," he said. "She's not a bad sort really, but about once every 6 months she needs a brotherly talking to, or she gets above herself. One is about due during the next few days." He stroked her hand. "Fasting," he said, thoughtfully, "clears and stimulates the brain. I fancy I shall be able to think out some rather special things to say to her this time." Disentangling Old Duggie. Doesn't some poet or philosopher fellow say that it's when our intentions are best that we always make the worst breaks? I can't put my hand on the passage, but you'll find it in Shakespeare or somewhere, I'm pretty certain. At any rate, it's always that way with me. And the affair of Douglas Cray is a case in point. I had dined with Duggie, a dear old pal of mine, one night at his club, and as he was seeing me out he said, "Reggie, old top, my name's Reggie Pepper, Reggie, old top, I'm rather worried." "Are you, Duggie, old pal?" I said. "Yes, Reggie, old fellow," he said, "I am. It's like this. The Booles have asked me down to their place for the weekend, and I don't know whether to go or not. You see, they have early breakfast, and besides that there's a frightful risk of music after dinner. On the other hand, young Roderick Boole thinks he can play piquet. I should go," I said. "But I'm not sure Roderick's going to be there this time." It was a problem, and I didn't wonder poor old Doug had looked pale and tired at dinner. Then I had the idea which really started all the trouble. "Why don't you consult a palmist?" I said. "That sounds a good idea," said Duggie. "Go and see Dorothea in 42nd Street. She's a wonder. She'll settle it for you in a second. She'll see from your lines that you are thinking of making a journey, and she'll either tell you to get a move on, which will mean that Roderick will be there, or else to keep away because she sees disaster. You seem to be next to the game all right. I've been to a good many of them. You'll like Dorothea." "What did you say her name was, Dorothea?" "What do I do? Do I just walk in? Shan't I feel a fearful chump? How much do I give her?" $5. "You'd better write and make a date." "All right," said Duggie. "But I know I shall look a frightful fool." About a week later I ran into him between the acts at the Knickerbocker. The old boy was beaming. "Reggie," he said, "you did me the best turn anyone's ever done me, sending me to Mrs. Darrell." "Mrs. Darrell?" "You know. Dorothea. Her real name's Darrell. She's a widow. Her husband was in some regiment, and left her without a penny. It's a frightfully pathetic story. Haven't time to tell you now. My boy, she's a marvel. She had hardly looked at my hand, when she said, "You will prosper in any venture you undertake." And next day, by George, I went down to the Bulls and separated young Roderick from $70. She's a wonderful woman. Did you ever see just that shade of hair? I didn't notice her hair. He gaped at me in a sort of petrified astonishment. You didn't notice her hair, he gasped. I can't fix the dates exactly, but it must have been about 3 weeks after this that I got a telegram. Call Madison Avenue immediately, Florence Cray. She needn't have signed her name. I should have known who it was from by the wording. Ever since I was a kid, Duggie's sister Florence has oppressed me to the most fearful extent. Not that I'm the only one. Her brothers live in terror of her, I know. Especially Edwin. He's never been able to get away from her and it's absolutely broken his spirit. He's a mild, hopeless sort of chump who spends all his time at home, they live near Philadelphia, and has never been known to come to New York. He's writing a history of the family, or something, I believe. You see, events have conspired, so to speak, to let Florence do pretty much as she likes with them. Originally there was old man Cray, Duggie's father, who made a fortune out of the Soup Trust, Duggie's elder brother Edwin, Florence, and Duggie. Mrs. Cray has been dead some years. Then came the smash. It happened through the old man. Most people, if you ask them, will tell you that he ought to be in Bloomingdale, and I'm not sure they're not right. At any rate, one morning he came down to breakfast, lifted the first cover on the sideboard, said in a sort of despairing way, "Eggs. Eggs. Eggs. Curse all eggs," and walked out of the room. Nobody thought much of it till about an hour afterward, when they found that he had packed a grip, left the house, and caught the train to New York. Next day they got a letter from him, saying that he was off to Europe, never to return, and that all communications were to be addressed to his lawyers. And from that day on none of them had seen him. He wrote occasionally, generally from Paris, and that was all. Well, directly news of this got about, down swooped a series of ants to grab the helm. They didn't stay long. Florence had them out, one after the other, in no time. If any lingering doubt remained in their minds, don't you know, as to who was going to be boss at home, it wasn't her fault. Since then she has run the show. I went to Madison Avenue. It was one of the aunt's houses. There was no sign of the aunt when I called, she had probably climbed a tree and pulled it up after her, but Florence was there. She is a tall woman with what, I believe, is called a presence. Her eyes are bright and black, and have a way of getting right inside you, don't you know, and running up and down your spine. She has a deep voice. She is about 10 years older than Duggie's brother Edwin, who is 6 years older than Duggie. "Good afternoon," she said. "Sit down." I poured myself into a chair. "Reginald," she said, "what is this I hear about Douglas?" I said I didn't know. "He says that you introduced him." "Eh? To this woman, this Mrs. Darrell." "Mrs. Darrell?" My memory's pretty rocky, and the name conveyed nothing to me. She pulled out a letter. "Yes," she said, "Mrs. Dorothy Darrell." Great Scott! Dorothea! Her eyes resumed their spine drill. "Who is she?" "Only a palmist." "Only a palmist." Her voice absolutely boomed. "Well, my brother Douglas is engaged to be married to her." "Many happy returns of the day," I said. I don't know why I said it. It wasn't what I meant to say. I'm not sure I meant to say anything. She glared at me. By this time I was pure jelly. I simply flowed about the chair. "You are facetious, Reginald," she said. "No, no, no," I shouted. It slipped out. "I wouldn't be facetious for worlds. I am glad." It is no laughing matter. Have you any suggestions? Suggestions? You don't imagine it can be allowed to go on? The engagement must be broken, of course. But how? Why don't you tell him he mustn't? I shall naturally express my strong disapproval, but it may not be effective. When out of the reach of my personal influence, my wretched brother is self-willed to a degree. I saw what she meant. Good old Duggie wasn't going to have those eyes patrolling his spine if he knew it. He meant to keep away and conduct this business by letter. There was going to be no personal interview with sister, if he had to dodge about America like a snipe. We sat for a long time without speaking. Then I became rather subtle. I had a brainwave and saw my way to making things right for Doug and at the same time squaring myself with Florence. After all, I thought, the old boy couldn't keep away from home for the rest of his life. He would have to go there sooner or later. And my scheme made it pleasant and easy for him. I'll tell you what I should do if I were you, I said. I'm not sure I didn't read some book or see some play somewhere or other where they tried it on, and it worked all right. Fellow got engaged to a girl, and the family didn't like it, but, instead of kicking, they pretended to be tickled to pieces, and had the fellow and the girl down to visit them. And then, after the fellow had seen the girl with the home circle as a background, don't you know, he came to the conclusion that it wouldn't do, and broke off the engagement. It seemed to strike her. I hardly expected so sensible a suggestion from you, Reginald, she said. It is a very good plan. It shows that you really have a definite substratum of intelligence. And it is all the more deplorable that you should idle your way through the world as you do, when you might be performing some really useful work. That was Florence all over. Even when she patted you on the head, she had to do it with her knuckles. I will invite them down next week, she went on. You had better come, too. It's awfully kind of you, but the fact is. Next Wednesday. Take the 3:47. I met Duggie next day. He was looking happy, but puzzled, like a man who has found a dime on the street and is wondering if there's a string tied to it. I congratulated him on his engagement. Reggie, he said, a queer thing has happened. I feel as if I'd trodden on the last step when it wasn't there. I've just had a letter from my sister Florence asking me to bring Dorothy home on Wednesday. Florence doesn't seem to object to the idea of the engagement at all. And I'd expected that I'd have to call out the police reserves when she heard of it. I believe there's a catch somewhere. I tapped him on the breastbone. There is, Doug, I said, and I'll tell you what it is. I saw her yesterday, and I can put you next to the game. She thinks that if you see Mrs. Darrell mingling with the home circle, you'll see flaws in her which you don't see when you don't see her mingling with the home circle, don't you see? Do you see now? He laughed, heroically, don't you know? I'm afraid she'll be disappointed. Love like mine is not dependent on environment. Which wasn't bad, I thought, if it was his own. I said goodbye to him, and toddled along rather pleased with myself. It seemed to me that I had handled his affairs in a pretty masterly manner for a chap who's supposed to be one of the biggest chumps in New York. Well, of course, the thing was an absolute flivver, as I ought to have guessed it would be. Whatever could have induced me to think that a fellow like poor old Doug stood a dog's chance against a determined female like his sister Florence, I can't imagine. It was like expecting a rabbit to put up a show with a python. From the very start there was only one possible end to the thing. To a woman like Florence, who had trained herself as tough as whalebone by years of scrapping with her father and occasional by-battles with ants, it was as easy as killing rats with a stick. I was sorry for Mrs. Darrell. She was a really good sort and, as a matter of fact, just the kind of wife who would have done old Duggie a bit of good. And on her own ground I shouldn't wonder if she might not have made a fight for it. But now she hadn't a chance. Poor old Duggie was just like so much putty in Florence's hands when he couldn't get away from her. You could see the sawdust trickling out of love's young dream in a steady flow. I took Mrs. Darrell for a walk one afternoon, to see if I couldn't cheer her up a bit, but it wasn't much good. She hardly spoke a word till we were on our way home. Then she said with a sort of jerk, "I'm going back to New York tomorrow, Mr. Pepper." I suppose I ought to have pretended to be surprised, but I couldn't work it. "I'm afraid you've had a bad time," I said. "I'm very sorry." She laughed. "Thank you," she said. "It's nice of you to be sympathetic instead of tactful. You're rather a dear, Mr. Pepper." I hadn't any remarks to make. I whacked at a nettle with my stick. "I shall break off my engagement after dinner, so that Douglas can have a good night's rest. I'm afraid he has been brooding on the future a good deal. It will be a great relief to him." "Oh, no," I said. "Oh, yes. I know exactly how he feels. He thought he could carry me off, but he finds he overestimated his powers. He has remembered that he is a cray. I imagine that the fact has been pointed out to him. If you ask my opinion," I said, "I was feeling pretty sore about it. That woman Florence is an absolute cat." "My dear Mr. Pepper, I wouldn't have dreamed of asking your opinion on such a delicate subject. But I'm glad to have it. Thank you very much. Do I strike you as a vindictive woman, Mr. Pepper?" "I don't think you do," I said. "By nature I don't think I am. But I'm feeling a little vindictive just at present." She stopped suddenly. "I don't know why I'm boring you like this, Mr. Pepper," she said. "For goodness sake, let's be cheerful. Say something bright." I was going to take a whirl at it, but she started in to talk, and talked all the rest of the way. She seemed to have cheered up a whole lot. She left next day. I gather she fired Duggie as per schedule, for the old boy looked distinctly brighter, and Florence wore an off-duty expression and was quite decently civil. Mrs. Darrell bore up all right. She avoided Duggie, of course, and put in most of the time talking to Edwin. He evidently appreciated it, for I had never seen him look so nearly happy before. I went back to New York directly afterward, and I hadn't been there much more than a week when a most remarkably queer thing happened. Turning in at Hammerstein's for half an hour one evening, whom should I meet but brother Edwin, quite fairly festive, with a fat cigar in his mouth. "Hello, Reggie," he said. "What are you doing here?" I said. I had to come up to New York to look up a life of Hilary de Cray at the library. I believe Mr. Mann was a sort of ancestor. This isn't the library. I was beginning to guess as much. The difference is subtle but well marked. It struck me that there was another difference that was subtle but well marked. And that was the difference between the Edwin I'd left messing about over his family history a week before and the jovial rounder who was blowing smoke in my face now. "As a matter of fact," he said, "the library would be all the better for a little of this sort of thing. It's too conservative. That's what's the trouble with the library. What's the matter with having a crosstalk team and a few performing dogs there? It would brighten the place up and attract custom. Reggie, you're looking fatigued. I've heard there's a place somewhere in this city, if you can only find it, expressly designed for supplying first aid to the fatigued. Let's go and look for it." I'm not given to thinking much as a rule, but I couldn't help pondering over this meeting with Edwin. It's hard to make you see the remarkableness of the whole thing, for, of course, if you look at it, in one way, there's nothing so record-breaking in smoking a cigar and drinking a highball. But then you have never seen Edwin. There are degrees in everything, don't you know? For Edwin to behave as he did with me that night was simply nothing more nor less than a frightful outburst, and it disturbed me. Not that I cared what Edwin did, as a rule, but I couldn't help feeling a sort of a presentiment, that somehow, in some way I didn't understand, I was mixed up in it. Or was soon going to be. I think the whole fearful family had got on my nerves to such an extent that the mere sight of any of them made me jumpy. And, by George, I was perfectly right, don't you know? In a day or two along came the usual telegram from Florence, telling me to come to Madison Avenue. The mere idea of Madison Avenue was beginning to give me that tired feeling, and I made up my mind I wouldn't go near the place. But of course I did. When it came to the point, I simply hadn't the common manly courage to keep away. Florence was there as before. "Reginald," she said, "I think I shall go raving mad." This struck me as a mighty happy solution of everybody's troubles, but I felt it was too good to be true. "Over a week ago," she went on, "my brother Edwin came up to New York to consult a book at the library. I anticipated that this would occupy perhaps an afternoon, and was expecting him back by an early train next day. He did not arrive. He sent an incoherent telegram. But even then I suspected nothing." She paused. "Yesterday morning," she said, "I had a letter from my Aunt Augusta." She paused again. She seemed to think I ought to be impressed. Her eyes tied a bowknot in my spine. "Let me read you her letter." "No, I will tell you its contents." Aunt Augusta had seen Edwin lunching at the Waldorf with a creature. "A what?" My aunt described her. Her hair was of a curious dull bronze tint. "Your aunt's?" "The woman's." It was then that I began to suspect. How many women with dull bronze hair does Edwin know? Great Scott! Why ask me? I had got used to being treated as a sort of, "Hey, Bill," by Florence, but I was darned if I was going to be expected to be an encyclopedia as well. "One," she said. "That appalling Darrell woman." She drew a deep breath. "Yesterday evening," she said, "I saw them together in a taximeter cab. They were obviously on their way to some theater." She fixed me with her eye. "Reginald," she said, "you must go and see her the first thing tomorrow." "What?" I cried. "Me? Why? Why me?" "Because you are responsible for the whole affair. You introduced Douglas to her. You suggested that he should bring her home. Go to her tomorrow and ascertain her intentions." "But the very first thing. But wouldn't it be better to have a talk with Edwin? I have made every endeavor to see Edwin, but he deliberately avoids me. His answers to my telegrams are willfully evasive." There was no doubt that Edwin had effected a thorough bolt. He was having quite a pleasant little vacation, 2 weeks in sunny New York. And from what I'd seen of him, he seemed to be thriving on it. I didn't wonder Florence had got rather anxious. She'd have been more anxious if she had seen him when I did. He'd got a sort of "New York is so bracing" look about him, which meant a whole heap of trouble before he trotted back to the fold. Well, I started off to interview Mrs. Darrell, and, believe me, I didn't like the prospect. I think they ought to train ADT messengers to do this sort of thing. I found her alone. The rush hour of clients hadn't begun. "How do you do, Mr. Pepper?" she said. "How nice of you to call. Very friendly, and all that." It made the situation darn difficult for a fellow, if you see what I mean. "Say," I said. "What about it, don't you know?" "I certainly don't," she said. "What ought I to know about what?" "Well, about Edwin Cray," I said. She smiled. "Oh. So you're an ambassador, Mr. Pepper?" "Well, as a matter of fact, I did come to see if I could find out how things were running." "What's going to happen? Are you consulting me professionally? If so, you must show me your hand. Or perhaps you would rather I showed you mine?" It was subtle, but I got on to it after a bit. "Yes," I said, "I wish you would." "Very well. Do you remember a conversation we had, Mr. Pepper, my last afternoon at the Crays? We came to the conclusion that I was rather a vindictive woman." "By George! You're stringing old Edwin so as to put one over on Florence?" She flushed a little. "How very direct you are, Mr. Pepper. How do you know I'm not very fond of Mr. Cray? At any rate, I'm very sorry for him. He's such a chump. But he's improving every day. Have you seen him? You must notice the difference. There is a difference. He only wanted taking out of himself. I think he found his sister Florence's influence a little oppressive sometimes. No, but see here, I said, are you going to marry him? I'm only a palmist. I don't pretend to be a clairvoyant. A marriage may be indicated in Mr. Cray's hand, but I couldn't say without looking at it. But I shall have to tell her something definite, or she won't give me a moment's peace. Tell her brother is of age. Surely that's definite enough? And I couldn't get any more out of her. I went back to Florence and reported. She got pretty excited about it. Oh, if I were a man, she said. I didn't see how that would have helped. I said so. I'd go straight to Edwin and drag him away. He is staying at his club. If I were a man I could go in and find him. Not if you weren't a member, I said. And tell him what I thought of his conduct. As I'm only a woman, I have to wait in the hall while a deceitful small boy pretends to go and look for him. It had never struck me before what a splendid institution a club was. Only a few days back I'd been thinking that the subscription to mine was a bit steep. But now I saw that the place earned every cent of the money. Have you no influence with him, Reginald? I said I didn't think I had. She called me something. Invertebrate, or something. I didn't catch it. Then there's only one thing to do. You must find my father and tell him all. Perhaps you may rouse him to a sense of what is right. You may make him remember that he has duties as a parent. I thought it far more likely that I should make him remember that he had a foot. I hadn't a very vivid recollection of Old Man Cray. I was quite a kid when he made his great speech on the egg question and beat it for Europe, but what I did recollect didn't encourage me to go and chat with him about the duties of a parent. As I remember him, he was a rather large man with elephantiasis of the temper. I distinctly recalled one occasion when I was spending a school vacation at his home, and he found me trying to shave old Duggie, then a kid of 14, with his razor. I shouldn't be able to find him, I said. You can get his address from his lawyers. He may be at the North Pole. Then you must go to the North Pole. But say. Reginald. Oh, all right. I knew just what would happen. Parberry and Stevens, the lawyers, simply looked at me as if I had been caught snatching bags. At least, Stevens did. And Parberry would have done it, too, only he had been dead a good time. Finally, after drinking me in for about a quarter of an hour, Stevens said that if I desired to address a communication to his client, care of this office, it would be duly forwarded. Good morning. Good morning. Anything further? No, thanks. Good morning. Good morning. I handed the glad news on to Florence and left her to do what she liked about it. She went down and interviewed Stevens. I suppose he'd had experience of her. At any rate, he didn't argue. He yielded up the address in level time. Old Man Cray was living in Paris, but was to arrive in New York that night, and would doubtless be at his club. It was the same club where Edwin was hiding from Florence. I pointed this out to her. There's no need for me to butt in after all, I said. He'll meet Edwin there, and they can fight it out in the smoking room. You've only to drop him a line explaining the facts. I shall certainly communicate with him in writing, but, nevertheless, you must see him. I cannot explain everything in a letter. But doesn't it strike you that he may think it pretty bad gall, impertinence, don't you know, for a comparative stranger like me to be tackling a delicate family affair like this? You will explain that you are acting for me. It wouldn't be better if old Duggie went along instead? I wish you to go, Reginald. Well, of course, it was all right, don't you know, but I was losing several pounds a day over the business. I was getting so light that I felt that, when the old man kicked me, I should just soar up to the ceiling like an air balloon. The club was one of those large clubs that look like prisons. I used to go there to lunch with my uncle, the one who left me his money, and I always hated the place. It was one of those clubs that are all red leather and hushed whispers. I'm bound to say, though, there wasn't much hushed whispering when I started my interview with Old Man Cray. His voice was one of my childhood's recollections. He was most extraordinarily like Florence. He had just the same eyes. I felt boneless from the start. "Good morning," I said. "What?" he said. "Speak up. Don't mumble." I hadn't known he was deaf. The last time we'd had any conversation, on the subject of razors, he had done all the talking. This seemed to me to put the lid on it. I only said, "Good morning," I shouted. "Good what?" "Speak up. I believe you're sucking candy." "Oh, good morning. I remember you now. You're the boy who spoiled my razor." I didn't half like this reopening of old wounds. I hurried on. "I came about Edwin," I said. "Who?" "Edwin. Your son." "What about him?" "Florence told me to see you." "Who?" "Florence. Your daughter." "What about her?" All this vaudeville team business, mind you, as if we were bellowing at each other across the street. All round the room you could see old gentlemen shooting out of their chairs like rockets and dashing off at a gallop to write to the governing board about it. Thousands of waiters had appeared from nowhere, and were hanging about, dusting table legs. If ever a business wanted to be discussed privately, this seemed to me to be it. And it was just about as private as a conversation through megaphones in Longacre Square. "Didn't she write to you?" "I got a letter from her. I tore it up. I didn't read it." "Pleasant, was it not?" "It was not." I began to understand what a shipwrecked sailor must feel when he finds there's something gone wrong with the life belt. I thought I might as well get to the point and get it over. "Edwin's going to marry a palmist," I said. "Who the devil's Harry?" "Not Harry. Mary. He's going to marry a palmist." About 400 waiters noticed a speck of dust on an ash tray at the table next to ours, and swooped down on it. "Edwin is going to marry a palmist?" "Yes. She must be mad. Hasn't she seen Edwin?" And just then who should stroll in but Edwin himself. I sighted him and gave him a hail. He curved head up to us. It was amazing the way the fellow had altered. He looked like a 2-year-old. Flower in his buttonhole and a 6-inch grin, and all that. The old man seemed surprised, too. I didn't wonder. The Edwin he remembered was a pretty different kind of a fellow. "Hello, Dad," he said. "Fancy meeting you here. Have a cigarette?" He shoved out his case. Old Man Cray helped himself in a sort of dazed way. "You are Edwin," he said slowly. I began to sidle out. They didn't notice me. They had moved to a settee, and Edwin seemed to be telling his father a funny story. At least, he was talking and grinning, and the old man was making a noise like distant thunder, which I supposed was his way of chuckling. I slid out and left them. Some days later Duggie called on me. The old boy was looking scared. "Reggie," he said, "what do doctors call it when you think you see things when you don't?" "Hal something." "I've got it, whatever it is. It's sometimes caused by overwork. But it can't be that with me, because I've not been doing any work. You don't think my brain's going or anything like that, do you?" "What do you mean?" "What's been happening? It's like being haunted. I read a story somewhere of a fellow who kept thinking he saw a battleship bearing down on him. I've got it, too. For times in the last 3 days I could have sworn I saw my father and Edwin. I saw them as plainly as I see you. And, of course, Edwin's at home and father's in Europe somewhere. Do you think it's some sort of a warning? Do you think I'm going to die?" "It's all right, old top," I said. "As a matter of fact, they are both in New York just now." "You don't mean that?" "Great Scott, what a relief. But, Reggie, old fox, it couldn't have been them really. The last time was at Louis Martin's, and the fellow I mistook for Edwin was dancing all by himself in the middle of the floor. I admitted it was pretty queer. I was away for a few days after that in the country. When I got back I found a pile of telegrams waiting for me. They were all from Florence, and they all wanted me to go to Madison Avenue. The last of the batch, which had arrived that morning, was so peremptory that I felt as if something had bitten me when I read it. For a moment I admit I hung back. Then I rallied. There are times in a man's life when he has got to show a flash of the old bulldog pluck, don't you know, if he wants to preserve his self-respect. I did then. My grip was still unpacked. I told my man to put it on a cab. And in about 2 ticks I was bowling off to the club. I left for England next day by the Lusitania. About 3 weeks later I fetched up at Nice. You can't walk far at Nice without bumping into a casino. The one I hit my first evening was the Casino Municipal in the place Massina. It looked more or less of a home from home, so I strolled in. There was quite a crowd round the boule tables, and I squashed in. And when I'd worked through into the front rank I happened to look down the table, and there was Edwin, with a green Tyrolese hat hanging over one ear, clutching out for a lot of 5-franc pieces which the croupier was steering toward him at the end of a rake. I was feeling lonesome, for I knew no one in the place, so I edged round in his direction. Halfway there I heard my name called, and there was Mrs. Darrell. I saw the whole thing in a flash. Old man Cray hadn't done a thing to prevent it, apart from being eccentric. He was probably glad that Edwin had had the sense to pick out anybody half as good a sort, and the marriage had taken place. And here they were on their honeymoon. I wondered what Florence was thinking of it. Well, here we all are, I said. I've just seen Edwin. He seems to be winning. Dear boy. She said. He does enjoy it so. I think he gets so much more out of life than he used to, don't you? Sure thing. May I wish you happiness? Why didn't you let me know and collect the silver fish slice? Thank you so much, Mr. Pepper. I did write to you, but I suppose you never got the letter. Mr. Cray didn't make any objections, then? On the contrary. He was more in favor of the marriage than anyone. And I'll tell you why, I said. I'm rather a chump, you know, but I observe things. I bet he was most frightfully grateful to you for taking Edwin in hand and making him human. Why, you're wonderful, Mr. Pepper. That is exactly what he said himself. It was that first made us friends. And, Florence? She sighed. I'm afraid Florence has taken the thing a little badly. But I hope to win her over in time. I want all my children to love me. All your what? I think of them as my children, you see, Mr. Pepper. I adopted them as my own when I married their father. Did you think I had married Edwin? What a funny mistake. I am very fond of Edwin, but not in that way. No, I married Mr. Cray. We left him at our villa tonight, as he had some letters to get off. You must come and see us, Mr. Pepper. I always feel that it was you who brought us together, you know. I wonder if you will be seeing Florence when you get back. Will you give her my very best love? 3 from Dunsterville. Once upon a time there was erected in Longacre Square, New York, a large white statue, labeled Our City, the figure of a woman in Grecian robes holding aloft a shield. Critical citizens objected to it for various reasons, but its real fault was that its symbolism was faulty. The sculptor should have represented New York as a conjurer in evening dress, smiling blandly as he changed a rabbit into a bowl of goldfish. For that, above all else, is New York's speciality. It changes. Between May 1st, when she stepped off the train, and May 16th, when she received Eddie Moore's letter containing the information that he had found her a post as stenographer in the office of Joe Rendell. It had changed Mary Hill quite remarkably. Mary was from Dunsterville, which is in Canada. Emigrations from Dunsterville were rare. It is a somnolent town. And, as a rule, young men born there follow in their father's footsteps, working on the paternal farm or helping in the paternal store. Occasionally a daring spirit will break away, but seldom farther than Montreal. Two only of the younger generation, Joe Rendell and Eddie Moore, had set out to make their fortunes in New York. And both, despite the gloomy prophecies of the village sages, had prospered. Mary, third and last emigrant, did not aspire to such heights. All she demanded from New York for the present was that it should pay her a living wage, and to that end, having studied by stealth typewriting and shorthand, she had taken the plunge. Thrilling with excitement and the romance of things. And New York had looked at her, raised its eyebrows, and looked away again. If every city has a voice, New York's at that moment had said, huh. This had damped Mary. She saw that there were going to be obstacles. For one thing, she had depended so greatly on Eddie Moore, and he had failed her. 3 years before, at a church festival, he had stated specifically that he would die for her. Perhaps he was still willing to do that, she had not inquired, but, at any rate, he did not see his way to employing her as a secretary. He had been very nice about it. He had smiled kindly, taken her address, and said he would do what he could, and had then hurried off to meet a man at lunch. But he had not given her a position. And as the days went by and she found no employment, and her little stock of money dwindled, and no word came from Eddie, New York got to work and changed her outlook on things wonderfully. What had seemed romantic became merely frightening. What had been exciting gave her a feeling of dazed helplessness. But it was not until Eddie's letter came that she realized the completeness of the change. On May 1st she would have thanked Eddie politely for his trouble, adding, however, that she would really prefer not to meet poor Joe again. On May 16th she welcomed him as something heaven sent. The fact that she was to be employed outweighed 1,000-fold the fact that her employer was to be Joe. It was not that she disliked Joe. She was sorry for him. She remembered Joe, a silent, shambling youth, all hands, feet, and shyness, who had spent most of his spare time twisting his fingers and staring adoringly at her from afar. The opinion of those in the social whirl of Dunsterville had been that it was his hopeless passion for her that had made him fly to New York. It would be embarrassing meeting him again. It would require tact to discourage his silent worshipping without wounding him more deeply. She hated hurting people. But, even at the cost of that, she must accept the post. To refuse meant ignominious retreat to Dunsterville, and from that her pride revolted. She must revisit Dunsterville in triumph or not at all. Joe Rendell's office was in the heart of the financial district, situated about halfway up a building that, to Mary, reared amidst the less impressive architecture of her hometown, seemed to reach nearly to the sky. A proud-looking office boy, apparently baffled and mortified by the information that she had an appointment, took her name, and she sat down, filled with a fine mixed assortment of emotions, to wait. For the first time since her arrival in New York she felt almost easy in her mind. New York, with its shoving, jostling, hurrying crowds, a giant fowl run, full of human fowls scurrying to and fro, clucking, ever on the lookout for some desired morsel, and ever ready to swoop down and snatch it from its temporary possessor, had numbed her. But now she felt a slackening of the strain. New York might be too much for her, but she could cope with Joe. The haughty boy returned. Mr. Rendell was disengaged. She rose and went into an inner room, where a big man was seated at a desk. It was Joe. There was no doubt about that. But it was not the Joe she remembered, he of the twisted ringers and silent stare. In his case, New York had conjured effectively. He was better looking, better dressed, improved in every respect. In the old days one had noticed the hands and feet and deduced the presence of Joe somewhere in the background. Now they were merely adjuncts. It was with a rush of indignation that Mary found herself bucolic and awkward. Awkward with Joe. It was an outrage. His manner heightened the feeling. If he had given the least sign of embarrassment she might have softened towards him. He showed no embarrassment whatever. He was very much at his ease. He was cheerful. He was even flippant. "Welcome to our beautiful little city," he said. Mary was filled with a helpless anger. What right had he to ignore the past in this way, to behave as if her presence had never reduced him to pulp? "Won't you sit down?" he went on. "It's splendid, seeing you again, Mary. You're looking very well. How long have you been in New York? Eddie tells me you want to be taken on as a secretary. As it happens, there is a vacancy for just that in this office. A big, wide vacancy, left by a lady who departed yesterday in a shower of burning words and hairpins. She said she would never return, and between ourselves, that was the right guess. Would you mind letting me see what you can do? Will you take this letter down?" Certainly there was something compelling about this new Joe. Mary took the pencil and pad which he offered, and she took them meekly. Until this moment she had always been astonished by the reports which filtered through to Dunsterville of his success in the big city. Of course, nobody had ever doubted his perseverance. But it takes something more than perseverance to fight New York fairly and squarely, and win. And Joe had that something. He had force. He was sure of himself. "Read it please," he said, when he had finished dictating. "Yes, that's all right. You'll do." For a moment Mary was on the point of refusing. A mad desire gripped her to assert herself, to make plain her resentment at this revolt of the serf. Then she thought of those scuttling, clucking crowds, and her heart failed her. "Thank you," she said, in a small voice. As she spoke the door opened. "Well, well, well," said Joe. "Here we all are. Come in, Eddie. Mary has just been showing me what she can do." If time had done much for Joe, it had done more for his fellow emigrant, Eddie Moore. He had always been good-looking and, according to local standards, presentable. Tall, slim, with dark eyes that made you catch your breath when they looked into yours, and a ready flow of speech, he had been Dunsterville's prize exhibit. And here he was with all his excellence heightened and accentuated by the polish of the city. He had filled out. His clothes were wonderful. And his voice, when he spoke, had just that same musical quality. "So you and Joe have fixed it up? Capital. Shall we all go and lunch somewhere?" "Got an appointment," said Joe. "I'm late already." "Be here at 2 sharp, Mary." He took up his hat and went out. The effect of Eddie's suavity had been to make Mary forget the position in which she now stood to Joe. Eddie had created for the moment quite an old-time atmosphere of good fellowship. She hated Joe for shattering this and reminding her that she was his employee. Her quick flush was not lost on Eddie. "Dear old Joe is a little abrupt sometimes," he said. "But he's a pig," said Mary, defiantly. "But you mustn't mind it. New York makes men like that. It hasn't made you, not to me, at any rate." "Oh, Eddie," she cried, impulsively, "I'm frightened. I wish I had never come here. You're the only thing in this whole city that isn't hateful." "Poor little girl," he said. "Never mind. Let me take you and give you some lunch. Come along." Eddie was soothing. There was no doubt of that. He stayed her with minced chicken and comforted her with soft-shelled crab. His voice was a lullaby, lulling her Joe-harassed nerves to rest. They discussed the dear old days. A carper might have said that Eddie was the least bit vague on the subject of the dear old days. A carper might have pointed out that the discussion of the dear old days, when you came to analyze it, was practically a monologue on Mary's part, punctuated with musical "yes. Yes," from her companion. But who cares what carpers think? Mary herself had no fault to find. In the roar of New York Dunsterville had suddenly become very dear to her, and she found in Eddie a sympathetic soul to whom she could open her heart. "Do you remember the old school, Eddie, and how you and I used to walk there together, you carrying my dinner basket and helping me over the fences?" Yes, yes. And we'd gather hickory nuts and persimmons? Persimmons, yes, murmured Eddie. Do you remember the prizes the teacher gave the one who got best marks in the spelling class? And the treats at Christmas, when we all got 12 sticks of striped peppermint candy? And drawing the water out of the well in that old wooden bucket in the winter, and pouring it out in the playground and skating on it when it froze? And wasn't it cold in the winter, too? Do you remember the stove in the schoolroom? How we used to crowd round it. The stove, yes, said Eddie, dreamily. Ah, yes, the stove. Yes, yes. Those were the dear old days. Mary leaned her elbows on the table and her chin on her hands, and looked across at him with sparkling eyes. Oh, Eddie, she said, you don't know how nice it is to meet someone who remembers all about those old times. I felt 100 million miles from Dunsterville before I saw you, and I was homesick. But now it's all different. Poor little Mary. Do you remember? He glanced at his watch with some haste. It's 2 o'clock, he said. I think we should be going. Mary's face fell. Back to that pig, Joe. I hate him. And I'll show him that I do. Eddie looked almost alarmed. I shouldn't do that, he said. I don't think I should do that. It's only his manner at first. You'll get to like him better. He's an awfully good fellow really, Joe. And if you, quarreled with him you might find it hard. What I mean is, it's not so easy to pick up jobs in New York. I shouldn't like to think of you, Mary, he added, tenderly. Hunting for a job, tired, perhaps hungry. Mary's eyes filled with tears. How good you are, Eddie, she said. And I'm horrid, grumbling when I ought to be thanking you for getting me the place. I'll be nice to him, if I can, as nice as I can. That's right. Do try. And we shall be seeing quite a lot of each other. We must often lunch together. Mary re-entered the office not without some trepidation. 2 hours ago it would have seemed absurd to be frightened of Joe, but Eddie had brought it home to her again how completely she was dependent on her former serf's goodwill. And he had told her to be back at 2 sharp, and it was now nearly 1/4 past. The outer office was empty. She went on into the inner room. She had speculated as she went on Joe's probable attitude. She had pictured him as annoyed, even rude. What she was not prepared for was to find him on all fours, grunting and rooting about in a pile of papers. She stopped short. What are you doing? She gasped. I can't think what you meant, he said. There must be some mistake. I'm not even a passable pig. I couldn't deceive a novice. He rose and dusted his knees. Yet you seemed absolutely certain in the restaurant just now. Did you notice that you were sitting near to a sort of jungle of potted palms? I was lunching immediately on the other side of the forest. Mary drew herself up and fixed him with an eye that shone with rage and scorn. Eavesdropper, she cried. Not guilty, he said, cheerfully. I hadn't a notion that you were there till you shouted, that pig Joe, I hate him, and almost directly afterwards I left. I did not shout. My dear girl, you cracked a wineglass at my table. The man I was lunching with jumped clean out of his seat and swallowed his cigar. You ought to be more careful. Mary bit her lip. And now, I suppose, you are going to dismiss me? Dismiss you? Not much. The thing has simply confirmed my high opinion of your qualifications. The ideal secretary must have 2 qualities. She must be able to section and she must think her employer a pig. You fill the bill. Would you mind taking down this letter? Life was very swift and stimulating for Mary during the early days of her professional career. The inner workings of a busy broker's office are always interesting to the stranger. She had never understood how businessmen made their money, and she did not understand now, but it did not take her long to see that if they were all like Joe Rendell they earned it. There were days of comparative calm. There were days that were busy. And there were days that packed into the space of a few hours the concentrated essence of a music hall knockabout sketch, an earthquake, a football scrummage, and the rush hour on the tube. When the office was full of shouting men, when strange figures dived in and out and banged doors like characters in an old farce, and Harold, the proud office boy, lost his air of being on the point of lunching with a duke at the club and perspired like one of the proletariat. On these occasions you could not help admiring Joe, even if you hated him. When a man is doing his own job well, it is impossible not to admire him. And Joe did his job well, superlatively well. He was everywhere. Where others trotted, he sprang. Where others raised their voices, he yelled. Where others were in 2 places at once, he was in 3 and moving towards a 4th. These upheavals had the effect on Mary of making her feel curiously linked to the firm. On ordinary days work was work, but on these occasions of storm and stress it was a fight, and she looked on every member of the little band grouped under the banner of J. Rendell as a brother in arms. For Joe, while the battle raged, she would have done anything. Her resentment at being under his orders vanished completely. He was her captain, and she a mere unit in the firing line. It was a privilege to do what she was told. And if the order came sharp and abrupt, that only meant that the fighting was fierce and that she was all the more fortunate in being in a position to be of service. The reaction would come with the end of the fight. Her private hostilities began when the firm ceased. She became an ordinary individual again, and so did Joe. And to Joe, as an ordinary individual, she objected. There was an indefinable something in his manner which jarred on her. She came to the conclusion that it was principally his insufferable good humor. If only he would lose his temper with her now and then, she felt he would be bearable. He lost it with others. Why not with her? Because, she told herself bitterly, he wanted to show her that she mattered so little to him that it was not worth while quarreling with her. Because he wanted to put her in the wrong, to be superior. She had a perfect right to hate a man who treated her in that way. She compared him, to his disadvantage, with Eddie. Eddie, during these days, continued to be more and more of a comfort. It rather surprised her that he found so much time to devote to her. When she had first called on him, on her arrival in the city, he had given her the impression, more, she admitted, by his manner than his words, that she was not wanted. He had shown no disposition to seek her company. But now he seemed always to be on hand. To take her out to lunch appeared to be his chief hobby. One afternoon Joe commented on it, with that air of suppressing an indulgent smile which Mary found so trying. "I saw you and Eddie at Stefano's just now," he said, between sentences of a letter which he was dictating. "You're seeing a great deal of Eddie, aren't you?" "Yes," said Mary. "He's very kind. He knows I'm lonely." She paused. "He hasn't forgotten the old days," she said, defiantly. Joe nodded. "Good old Eddie," he said. There was nothing in the words to make Mary fire up, but much in the way they were spoken, and she fired up accordingly. "What do you mean?" she cried. "Mean?" queried Joe. "You're hinting at something. If you have anything to say against Eddie, why don't you say it straight out? It's a good working rule in life never to say anything straight out. Speaking in parables, I will observe that, if America was a monarchy instead of a republic and people here had titles, Eddie would be a certainty for First Earl of Pearl Street." Dignity fought with curiosity in Mary for a moment. The latter won. "I don't know what you mean. Why Pearl Street? Go and have a look at it." Dignity recovered its ground. Mary tossed her head. "We are wasting a great deal of time," she said, coldly. "Shall I take down the rest of this letter?" "Great idea," said Joe, indulgently. "Do." A policeman, brooding on life in the neighborhood of City Hall Park and Broadway that evening, awoke with a start from his meditations to find himself being addressed by a young lady. The young lady had large gray eyes and a slim figure. She appealed to the aesthetic taste of the policeman. Hold to me, lady, he said, with gallant alacrity. I'll see yez across. Thank you, I don't want to cross, she said. Officer. The policeman rather liked being called officer. Ma'am, he beamed. Officer, do you know a street called Pearl Street? I do that, ma'am. She hesitated. What sort of street is it? The policeman searched in his mind for a neat definition. Darned crooked, miss, he said. He then proceeded to point the way, but the lady had gone. It was a bomb in a blue dress that Joe found waiting for him at the office next morning. He surveyed it in silence, then raised his hands over his head. Don't shoot, he said. What's the matter? What right had you to say that about Eddie? You know what I mean, about Pearl Street. Joe laughed. Did you take a look at Pearl Street? Mary's anger blazed out. I didn't think you could be so mean and cowardly, she cried. You ought to be ashamed to talk about people behind their backs, when, besides, if he's what you say, how did it happen that you engaged me on his recommendation? He looked at her for an instant without replying. I'd have engaged you, he said, on the recommendation of a syndicate of forgers and three-card trick men. He stood fingering a pile of papers on the desk. Eddie isn't the only person who remembers the old days, Mary, he said slowly. She looked at him, surprised. There was a note in his voice that she had not heard before. She was conscious of a curious embarrassment and a subtler feeling which she could not analyze. But before she could speak, Harold, the office boy, entered the room with a card, and the conversation was swept away on a tidal wave of work. Joe made no attempt to resume it. That morning happened to be one of the earthquake, knockabout sketch mornings, and conversation, what there was of it, consisted of brief, strenuous remarks of a purely business nature. But at intervals during the day Mary found herself returning to his words. Their effect on her mind puzzled her. It seemed to her that somehow they caused things to alter their perspective. In some way Joe had become more human. She still refused to believe that Eddie was not all that was chivalrous and noble, but her anger against Joe for his insinuations had given way to a feeling of regret that he should have made them. She ceased to look on him as something wantonly malevolent, a Thersites recklessly slandering his betters. She felt that there must have been a misunderstanding somewhere and was sorry for it. Thinking it over, she made up her mind that it was for her to remove this misunderstanding. The days which followed strengthened the decision, for the improvement in Joe was steadily maintained. The indefinable something in his manner which had so irritated her had vanished. It had been, when it had existed, so nebulous that words were not needed to eliminate it. Indeed, even now she could not say exactly in what it had consisted. She only knew that the atmosphere had changed. Without a word spoken on either side it seemed that peace had been established between them, and it amazed her what a difference it made. She was soothed and happy, and kindly disposed to all men, and every day felt more strongly the necessity of convincing Joe and Eddie of each other's merits, or, rather, of convincing Joe, for Eddie. She admitted, always spoke most generously of the other. For a week Eddie did not appear at the office. On the 8th day, however, he rang her up on the telephone, and invited her to lunch. Later in the morning Joe happened to ask her out to lunch. I'm so sorry, said Mary, I've just promised Eddie. He wants me to meet him at Stefano's, but, she hesitated. Why shouldn't we all lunch together, she went on, impulsively. She hurried on. This was her opening, but she felt nervous. The subject of Eddie had not come up between them since that memorable conversation a week before, and she was uncertain of her ground. I wish you liked Eddie, Joe, she said. He's very fond of you, and it seems such a shame that, we're all from the same old town, and, oh, I know I put it badly, but... I think you put it very well, said Joe. And if I could like a man to order I'd do it to oblige you. But, well, I'm not going to keep harping on it. Perhaps you'll see through Eddie yourself one of these days. A sense of the hopelessness of her task oppressed Mary. She put on her hat without replying, and turned to go. At the door some impulse caused her to glance back, and as she did so she met his eye, and stood staring. He was looking at her as she had so often seen him look 3 years before in Dunsterville, humbly, appealingly, hungrily. He took a step forward. A sort of panic seized her. Her fingers were on the door handle. She turned it, and the next moment was outside. She walked slowly down the street. She felt shaken. She had believed so thoroughly that his love for her had vanished with his shyness and awkwardness in the struggle for success in New York. His words, his manner, everything had pointed to that. And now, it was as if those 3 years had not been. Nothing had altered, unless it were herself. Had she altered? Her mind was in a whirl. This thing had affected her like some physical shock. The crowds and noises of the street bewildered her. If only she could get away from them and think quietly. And then she heard her name spoken, and looked round, to see Eddie. "Glad you could come," he said. "I've something I want to talk to you about. It'll be quiet at Stefano's." She noticed, almost unconsciously, that he seemed nervous. He was unwontedly silent. She was glad of it. It helped her to think. He gave the waiter an order, and became silent again, drumming with his fingers on the cloth. He hardly spoke till the meal was over and the coffee was on the table. Then he leant forward. "Mary," he said, "we've always been pretty good friends, haven't we?" His dark eyes were looking into hers. There was an expression in them that was strange to her. He smiled, but it seemed to Mary that there was effort behind the smile. "Of course we have, Eddie," she said. He touched her hand. "Dear little Mary," he said, softly. He paused for a moment. "Mary," he went on, "you would like to do me a good turn? You would, wouldn't you, Mary?" "Why, Eddie, of course." He touched her hand again. This time, somehow, the action grated on her. Before, it had seemed impulsive, a mere spontaneous evidence of friendship. Now there was a suggestion of artificiality, of calculation. She drew back a little in her chair. Deep down in her some watchful instinct had sounded an alarm. She was on guard. He drew in a quick breath. "It's nothing much. Nothing at all. It's only this. Joe will be writing a letter to a man called Weston on Thursday, remember. There won't be anything in it, nothing of importance, nothing private, but, I want you to mail me a copy of it, Mary." A copy of? She was looking at him open-eyed. Her face was white and shocked. "For goodness sake," he said, irritably, "don't look like that. I'm not asking you to commit murder. What's the matter with you? Look here, Mary. You'll admit you owe me something, I suppose? I'm the only man in New York that's ever done anything for you. Didn't I get you your job? Well, then, it's not as if I were asking you to do anything dangerous, or difficult, or—" She tried to speak, but could not. He went on rapidly. He did not look at her. His eyes wandered past her, shifting restlessly. "Look here," he said, "I'll be square with you. You're in New York to make money. Well, you aren't going to make it hammering a typewriter. I'm giving you your chance. I'm going to be square with you. Let me see that letter, Anne." His voice died away abruptly. The expression on his face changed. He smiled, and this time the effort was obvious. "Hello, Joe," he said. Mary turned. Joe was standing at her side. He looked very large and wholesome and restful. "I don't want to intrude," he said, "but I wanted to see you, Eddie, and I thought I should catch you here. I wrote a letter to Jack Weston yesterday, after I got home from the office, and one to you, and somehow I managed to post them in the wrong envelopes. It doesn't matter much, because they both said the same thing." "The same thing?" "Yes. I told you I should be writing to you again on Thursday, to tip you something good that I was expecting from old Longwood. Jack Weston has just rung me up on the phone to say that he got a letter that doesn't belong to him. I explained to him and thought I'd drop in here and explain to you. Why, what's your hurry, Eddie? Eddie had risen from his seat. I'm due back at the office, he said, hoarsely. Busy man. I'm having a slack day. Well, goodbye. I'll see Mary back. Joe seated himself in the vacant chair. You're looking tired, he said. Did Eddie talk too much? Yes, he did. Joe, you were right. Ah, Mary. Joe chuckled. I'll tell you something I didn't tell Eddie. It wasn't entirely through carelessness that I posted those letters in the wrong envelopes. In fact, to be absolutely frank, it wasn't through carelessness at all. There's an old gentleman in Pittsburgh by the name of John Longwood, who occasionally is good enough to inform me of some of his intended doings on the market a day or so before the rest of the world knows them. And Eddie has always shown a strong desire to get early information too. Do you remember my telling you that your predecessor at the office left a little abruptly? There was a reason. I engaged her as a confidential secretary, and she overdid it. She confided in Eddie. From the look on your face as I came in, I gathered that he had just been proposing that you should perform a similar act of Christian charity. Had he? Mary clenched her hands. It's this awful New York, she cried. Eddie was never like that in Dunsterville. Dunsterville does not offer quite the same scope, said Joe. New York changes everything, Mary returned. It has changed Eddie, it has changed you. He bent towards her and lowered his voice. Not altogether, he said. I'm just the same in one way. I've tried to pretend I had altered, but it's no use. I give it up. I'm still just the same poor fool who used to hang round staring at you in Dunsterville. A waiter was approaching the table with the air, which waiters cultivate, of just happening by chance to be going in that direction. Joe leaned farther forward, speaking quickly. And for whom, he said, you didn't care a single, solitary snap of your fingers, Mary. She looked up at him. The waiter hovered, poising for his swoop. Suddenly she smiled. New York has changed me too, Joe, she said. Mary, he cried. Zay pill, sir, observed the waiter. Joe turned. Zay what? He exclaimed. Well, I'm hanged. Eddie's gone off and left me to pay for his lunch. That man's a wonder. When it comes to brain work, he's in a class by himself. He paused. But I have the luck, he said. Ruth in Exile. The clock struck 5, briskly, as if time were money. Ruth Warden got up from her desk and, having put on her hat, emerged into the outer office where M. Gandinot received visitors. M. Gandinot, the ugliest man in Roville-sur-Mer, presided over the local Mont de Piet, and Ruth served him, from 10 to 5, as a sort of secretary clerk. Her duties, if monotonous, were simple. They consisted of sitting, detached and invisible, behind a ground-glass screen, and entering details of loans in a fat book. She was kept busy as a rule, for Roville possesses 2 casinos, each offering the attraction of Petit Chevaux, and just round the corner is Monte Carlo. Very brisk was the business done by M. Gandinot, the pawnbroker, and very frequent were the pitying shakes of the head and clicks of the tongue of M. Gandinot, the man. For in his unofficial capacity Ruth's employer had a gentle soul, and winced at the evidences of tragedy which presented themselves before his official eyes. He blinked up at Ruth as she appeared, and Ruth, as she looked at him, was conscious, as usual, of a lightening of the depression which, nowadays, seemed to have settled permanently upon her. The peculiar quality of M. Gandinot's extraordinary countenance was that it induced mirth, not mocking laughter, but a kind of smiling happiness. It possessed that indefinable quality which characterizes the Billiken, du, perhaps, to the unquenchable optimism which shone through the irregular features, for M. Gandinot, despite his calling, believed in his fellow man. "You are going, mademoiselle?" As Ruth was wearing her hat and making for the door, and as she always left at this hour, a purist might have considered the question superfluous, but M. Gandinot was a man who seized every opportunity of practicing his English. "You will not wait for the good papa who calls so regularly for you?" "I think I won't today, M. Gandinot. I want to get out into the air. I have rather a headache. Will you tell my father I have gone to the promenade?" M. Gandinot sighed as the door closed behind her. Ruth's depression had not escaped his notice. He was sorry for her. And not without cause, for fate had not dealt too kindly with Ruth. It would have amazed Mr. Eugene Warden, that genial old gentleman, if, on one of those occasions of manly emotion when he was in the habit of observing that he had been nobody's enemy but his own, somebody had hinted that he had spoiled his daughter's life. Such a thought had never entered his head. He was one of those delightful, irresponsible, erratic persons whose heads thoughts of this kind do not enter. And who are about as deadly to those whose lives are bound up with theirs as a upas tree. In the memory of his oldest acquaintance, Ruth's father had never done anything but drift amiably through life. There had been a time when he had done his drifting in London, feeding cheerfully from the hand of a long-suffering brother-in-law. But though blood, as he was wont to remark while negotiating his periodical loans, is thicker than water, a brother-in-law's affection has its limits. A day came when Mr. Warden observed with pain that his relative responded less nimbly to the touch. And a little while later the other delivered his ultimatum. Mr. Warden was to leave England, and to stay away from England, to behave as if England no longer existed on the map, and a small but sufficient allowance would be made to him. If he declined to do this, not another penny of the speaker's money would he receive. He could choose. He chose. He left England, Ruth with him. They settled in Roville, that haven of the exile who lives upon remittances. Ruth's connection with the Montepillet had come about almost automatically. Very soon after their arrival it became evident that, to a man of Mr. Warden's nature, resident a stone's throw distant from two casinos, the small allowance was not likely to go very far. Even if Ruth had not wished to work, circumstances could have compelled her. As it was, she longed for something to occupy her, and, the vacancy at the Montepillet occurring, she had snatched at it. There was a certain fitness in her working there. Business transactions with that useful institution had always been conducted by her. It being Mr. Warden's theory that woman can extract in these crises just that extra franc or two which is denied to the mere male. Through constantly going round, running across, stepping over, and popping down to the Montepillet she had established almost a legal claim on any post that might be vacant there. And under M. Gandinot's banner she had served ever since. 5 minutes' walk took her to the Promenade d'Anglais, that apparently endless thoroughfare which is Roville's pride. The evening was fine and warm. The sun shone gaily on the white-walled houses, the bright gardens, and the two gleaming casinos. But Ruth walked listlessly, blind to the glitter of it all. Visitors who go to Roville for a few weeks in the winter are apt to speak of the place, on their return, in a manner that conveys the impression that it is a paradise on earth, with gambling facilities thrown in. But, then, they are visitors. Their sojourn comes to an end. Ruth's did not. A voice spoke her name. She turned, and saw her father, dapper as ever, standing beside her. "What an evening, my dear," said Mr. Warden. "What an evening. Smell the sea." Mr. Warden appeared to be in high spirits. He hummed a tune and twirled his cane. He chirruped frequently to Bill, the companion of his walks abroad, a wiry fox terrier of a demeanor, like his master's, both jaunty and slightly disreputable. An air of gaiety pervaded his bearing. "I called in at the Montepillet but you had gone. Gandinot told me you had come here. What an ugly fellow that Gandinot is." But a good sort. I like him. I had a chat with him. The high spirits were explained. Ruth knew her father. She guessed, correctly, that M. Gandinot, kindest of pawnbrokers, had obliged, in his unofficial capacity, with a trifling loan. Gandinot ought to go on the stage, went on Mr. Warden, pursuing his theme. With that face he would make his fortune. You can't help laughing when you see it. One of these days. He broke off. Stirring things had begun to occur in the neighborhood of his ankles, where Bill, the fox terrier, had encountered an acquaintance, and, to the accompaniment of a loud, gargling noise, was endeavoring to bite his head off. The acquaintance, a gentleman of uncertain breed, equally willing, was chewing Bill's paw with the gusto of a gourmet. An Irish terrier, with no personal bias towards either side, was dancing round and attacking each in turn as he came uppermost. And two poodles leaped madly in and out of the melee, barking encouragement. It takes a better man than Mr. Warden to break up a gathering of this kind. The old gentleman was bewildered. He added his voice to the babble, and twice smote Bill grievously with his cane with blows intended for the acquaintance, but beyond that he effected nothing. It seemed probable that the engagement would last till the combatants had consumed each other, after the fashion of the Kilkenny cats, when there suddenly appeared from nowhere a young man in grey. The world is divided into those who can stop dogfights and those who cannot. The young man in grey belonged to the former class. Within a minute from his entrance on the scene the poodles and the Irish terrier had vanished. The dog of doubtful breed was moving off up the hill, yelping, with the dispatch of one who remembers an important appointment, and Bill, miraculously calmed, was seated in the center of the promenade, licking honorable wounds. Mr. Warden was disposed to effervesce with gratitude. The scene had shaken him, and there had been moments when he had given his ankles up for lost. "Don't mention it," said the young man. "I enjoy arbitrating in these little disputes. Dogs seem to like me and trust my judgment. I consider myself as a sort of honorary dog. Well, I am bound to say, Mr. Vince, George Vince. My name is Warden. My daughter." Ruth inclined her head, and was conscious of a pair of very penetrating brown eyes looking eagerly into hers in a manner which she thoroughly resented. She was not used to the other sex meeting her gaze and holding it as if confident of a friendly welcome. She made up her mind in that instant that this was a young man who required suppression. "I've seen you several times out here since I arrived, Miss Warden," said Mr. Vince. "For in all," he added, "precisely." "Really?" said Ruth. She looked away. Her attitude seemed to suggest that she had finished with him, and would be obliged if somebody would come and sweep him up. As they approached the casino restlessness crept into Mr. Warden's manner. At the door he stopped and looked at Ruth. "I think, my dear," he said. "Going to have a dash at the Petit Chevaux?" inquired Mr. Vince. "I was there just now. I have an infallible system." Mr. Warden started like a warhorse at the sound of the trumpet. "Only it's infallible the wrong way," went on the young man. "Well, I wish you luck. I'll see Miss Warden home." "Please don't trouble," said Ruth, in the haughty manner which had frequently withered unfortunate fellow exiles in their tracks. It had no such effect on Mr. Vince. "I shall like it," he said. Ruth set her teeth. She would see whether he would like it. They left Mr. Warden, who shot in at the casino door like a homing rabbit, and walked on in silence, which lasted till Ruth, suddenly becoming aware that her companion's eyes were fixed on her face, turned her head, to meet a gaze of complete, not to say loving, admiration. She flushed. She was accustomed to being looked at admiringly, but about this particular look there was a subtle quality that distinguished it from the ordinary, something proprietorial. Mr. Vince appeared to be a young man who wasted no time on conventional conversation openings. "Do you believe in affinities, Miss Warden?" he said. "No," said Ruth. "You will before we've done," said Mr. Vince, confidently. why did you try to snub me just now? Did I? You mustn't again. It hurts me. I'm a sensitive man. Diffident. Shy. Miss Warden, will you marry me? Ruth had determined that nothing should shake her from her icy detachment, but this did. She stopped with a gasp, and stared at him. Mr. Vince reassured her. I don't expect you to say yes. That was just a beginning, the shot fired across the bows by way of warning. In you, Miss Warden, I have found my affinity. Have you ever considered this matter of affinities? Affinities are wait a moment. He paused, reflecting. Began Ruth. "Sh," said the young man, holding up his hand. Ruth's eyes flashed. She was not used to having "sh" said to her by young men, and she resented it. I've got it, he declared, with relief. I knew I should, but these good things take time. Affinities are the zero on the roulette board of life. Just as we select a number on which to stake our money, so do we select a type of girl whom we think we should like to marry. And just as zero pops up instead of the number, so does our affinity come along and upset all our preconceived notions of the type of girl we should like to marry. Began Ruth again. The analogy is in the rough at present. I haven't had time to condense and polish it. But you see the idea. Take my case, for instance. When I saw you a couple of days ago I knew in an instant that you were my affinity. But for years I had been looking for a woman almost your exact opposite. You are dark. 3 days ago I couldn't have imagined myself marrying anyone who was not fair. Your eyes are gray. 3 days ago my preference for blue eyes was a byword. You have a shocking temper. 3 days ago. Mr. Vince. There, said that philosopher, complacently. You stamped. The gentle, blue-eyed blonde whom I was looking for 3 days ago would have drooped timidly. 3 days ago my passion for timid droopers amounted to an obsession. Ruth did not reply. It was useless to bandy words with one who gave such clear evidence of being something out of the common run of word bandiers. No verbal attack could crush this extraordinary young man. She walked on, all silence and stony profile. Uncomfortably conscious that her companion was in no way abashed by the former and was regarding the latter with that frank admiration which had made itself so obnoxious to her before. Until they reached their destination. Mr. Vince, meanwhile, chatted cheerfully, and pointed out objects of interest by the wayside. At the door Ruth permitted herself a word of farewell. Goodbye, she said. Till tomorrow evening, said Mr. Vince. I shall be coming to dinner. Mr. Warden ambled home, very happy and contented, 2 hours later, with half a franc in his pocket. This comparative wealth being due to the fact that the minimum stake permitted by the Rouville Casino is just double that sum. He was sorry not to have one, but his mind was too full of rosy dreams to permit of remorse. It was the estimable old gentleman's dearest wish that his daughter should marry some rich, open-handed man who would keep him in affluence for the remainder of his days. And to that end he was in the habit of introducing to her notice any such that came his way. There was no question of coercing Ruth. He was too tender-hearted for that. Besides, he couldn't. Ruth was not the sort of girl who is readily coerced. He contented himself with giving her the opportunity to inspect his exhibits. Rouville is a sociable place, and it was not unusual for him to make friends at the casino and to bring them home, when Maid, for a cigar. Up to the present, he was bound to admit, his efforts had not been particularly successful. Ruth, he reflected sadly, was a curious girl. She did not show her best side to these visitors. There was no encouragement in her manner. She was apt to frighten the unfortunate exhibits. But of this young man Vince he had brighter hopes. He was rich. That was proved by the very handsome way in which he had behaved in the matter of a small loan when, looking in at the casino after parting from Ruth. He had found Mr. Warden in sore straits for want of a little capital to back a brand new system which he had conceived through closely observing the run of the play. He was also obviously attracted by Ruth. And, as he was remarkably presentable, indeed, quite an unusually good-looking young man, there seemed no reason why Ruth should not be equally attracted by him. The world looked good to Mr. Warden as he fell asleep that night. Ruth did not fall asleep so easily. The episode had disturbed her. A new element had entered her life, and one that gave promise of producing strange byproducts. When, on the following evening, Ruth returned from the stroll on the promenade which she always took after leaving the Mont de Piet, with a feeling of irritation towards things in general. This feeling was not diminished by the sight of Mr. Vince, very much at his ease, standing against the mantelpiece of the tiny parlor. "How do you do?" he said. "By an extraordinary coincidence I happened to be hanging about outside this house just now, when your father came along and invited me in to dinner. Have you ever thought much about coincidences, Miss Warden? To my mind, they may be described as the zero on the roulette board of life." He regarded her fondly. For a shy man, conscious that the girl he loves is inspecting him closely and making up her mind about him, he proceeded, "These unexpected meetings are very trying ordeals. You must not form your judgment of me too hastily. You see me now, nervous, embarrassed, tongue-tied. But I am not always like this. Beneath this crust of diffidence there is sterling stuff, Miss Warden. People who know me have spoken of me as a little ray of sun, but here is your father." Mr. Warden was more than usually disappointed with Ruth during dinner. It was the same old story. So far from making herself pleasant to this attractive stranger, she seemed positively to dislike him. She was barely civil to him. With a sigh Mr. Warden told himself that he did not understand Ruth, and the rosy dreams he had formed began to fade. Ruth's ideas on the subject of Mr. Vince as the days went by were chaotic. Though she told herself that she thoroughly objected to him, he had nevertheless begun to have an undeniable attraction for her. In what this attraction consisted she could not say. When she tried to analyze it, she came to the conclusion that it was due to the fact that he was the only element in her life that made for excitement. Since his advent the days had certainly passed more swiftly for her. The dead level of monotony had been broken. There was a certain fascination in exerting herself to suppress him, which increased daily as each attempt failed. Mr. Vince put this feeling into words for her. He had a maddening habit of discussing the progress of his courtship in the manner of an impartial lecturer. "I am making headway," he observed. "The fact that we cannot meet without your endeavoring to plant a temperamental left jab on my spiritual solar plexus encourages me to think that you are beginning at last to understand that we are affinities. To persons of spirit like ourselves the only happy marriage is that which is based on a firm foundation of almost incessant quarreling. The most beautiful line in English poetry, to my mind, is, 'We fell out, my wife and I.' You would be wretched with a husband who didn't like you to quarrel with him. The position of affairs now is that I have become necessary to you. If I went out of your life now I should leave an aching void. You would still have that beautiful punch of yours, and there would be nobody to exercise it on. You would pine away. From now on matters should, I think, move rapidly. During the course of the next week I shall endeavor to propitiate you with gifts. Here is the first of them." He took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it her. It was a pencil sketch, rough and unfinished, but wonderfully clever. Even Ruth could appreciate that, and she was a prejudiced observer, for the sketch was a caricature of herself. It represented her, drawn up to her full height, with enormous, scornful eyes and curling lips. And the artist had managed to combine an excellent likeness while accentuating everything that was marked in what she knew had come to be her normal expression of scorn and discontent. "I didn't know you were an artist, Mr. Vince," she said, handing it back. "A poor amateur. Nothing more. You may keep it." "I have not the slightest wish to keep it." "You haven't? It is not in the least clever, and it is very impertinent of you to show it to me. The drawing is not funny. It is simply rude. A little more, said Mr. Vince, and I shall begin to think you don't like it. Are you fond of chocolates? Ruth did not answer. I am sending you some tomorrow. I shall return them. Then I shall send some more, and some fruit. Gifts, soliloquized Mr. Vince. Gifts. That is the secret. Keep sending gifts. If men would only stick to gifts and quarreling, there would be fewer bachelors. On the morrow, as promised, the chocolates arrived, many pounds of them in a lordly box. The bludgeoning of fate had not wholly scotched in Ruth a human weakness for sweets, and it was with a distinct effort that she wrapped the box up again and returned it to the sender. She went off to her work at the Mont de Piet with a glow of satisfaction which comes to those who exhibit an iron will in trying circumstances. And at the Mont de Piet there occurred a surprising incident. Surprising incidents, as Mr. Vince would have said, are the zero on the roulette board of life. They pop up disturbingly when least expected, confusing the mind and altering preconceived opinions. And this was a very surprising incident indeed. Ruth, as has been stated, sat during her hours of work behind a ground-glass screen, unseen and unseeing. To her the patrons of the establishment were mere disembodied voices, wheedling voices, pathetic voices, voices that protested, voices that hectored, voices that whined, moaned, broke, appealed to the saints, and in various other ways endeavored to instill into M. Gandinot more spacious and princely views on the subject of advancing money on property pledged. She was sitting behind her screen this morning, scribbling idly on the blotting pad, for there had been a lull in the business, when the door opened, and the polite, "Bonjour, monsieur," of M. Gandinot announced the arrival of another unfortunate. And then, shaking her like an electric shock, came a voice that she knew, the pleasant voice of Mr. Vince. The dialogues that took place on the other side of the screen were often protracted and always sordid, but none had seemed to Ruth so interminable, so hideously sordid, as this one. Round and round its miserable center, a silver cigarette case, the dreary argument circled. The young man pleaded, M. Gandinot, adamant in his official role, was immovable. Ruth could bear it no longer. She pressed her hands over her burning ears, and the voices ceased to trouble her. And with the silence came thought, and a blaze of understanding that flashed upon her and made all things clear. She understood now why she had closed her ears. Poverty is an acid which reacts differently on differing natures. It had reduced Mr. Eugene Warden's self-respect to a minimum. Ruth's it had reared up to an abnormal growth. Her pride had become a weed that ran riot in her soul, darkening it and choking finer emotions. Perhaps it was her father's naive stratagems for the enmeshing of a wealthy husband that had produced in her at last a morbid antipathy to the idea of playing beggar-maid to any man's King Cophetua. The state of mind is intelligible. The Cophetua legend never has been told from the beggar-maid's point of view, and there must have been moments when, if a woman of spirit, she resented that monarch's somewhat condescending attitude. And felt that, secure in his wealth and magnificence, he had taken her grateful acquiescence very much for granted. This, she saw now, was what had prejudiced her against George Vince. She had assumed that he was rich. He had conveyed the impression of being rich. And she had been on the defensive against him accordingly. Now, for the first time, she seemed to know him. A barrier had been broken down. The royal robes had proved tinsel, and no longer disguised the man she loved. A touch on her arm aroused her. M. Gandinot was standing by her side. Terms, apparently had been agreed upon and the interview concluded, for in his hand was a silver cigarette case. Dreaming, mademoiselle? I could not make you hear. The more I call to you, the more you did not answer. It is necessary to enter this loan. He recited the details and Ruth entered them in her ledger. This done, M. Gandinot, doffing his official self, sighed. It is a place of much sorrow, mademoiselle, this office. How he would not take no for an answer, that young man, recently departed. A fellow countryman of yours, mademoiselle. You would say, what does this young man, so well dressed, in a Montepillet? But I know better, I, Gandinot. You have an expression, you English, I heard it in Paris in a café, and inquired its meaning, when you say of a man that he swanks. How many young men have I seen here, admirably dressed, rich, you would say. No, no. The Montepillet permits no secrets. To swank, mademoiselle, what is it? To deceive the world, yes. But not the Montepillet. Yesterday also, when you had departed, was he here, that young man. Yet here he is once more today. He spends his money quickly, alas. That poor young swanker. When Ruth returned home that evening she found her father in the sitting room, smoking a cigarette. He greeted her with effusion, but with some uneasiness, for the old gentleman had nerved himself to a delicate task. He had made up his mind tonight to speak seriously to Ruth on the subject of her unsatisfactory behavior to Mr. Vince. The more he saw of that young man the more positive was he that this was the human goldmine for which he had been searching all these weary years. Accordingly, he threw away his cigarette, kissed Ruth on the forehead, and began to speak. It had long been Mr. Warden's opinion that, if his daughter had a fault, it was a tendency towards a quite unnecessary and highly inconvenient frankness. She had not that tact which he would have liked a daughter of his to possess. She would not evade, ignore, agree not to see. She was at times painfully blunt. This happened now. He was warming to his subject when she interrupted him with a question. What makes you think Mr. Vince is rich, father? She asked. Mr. Warden was embarrassed. The subject of Mr. Vince's opulence had not entered into his discourse. He had carefully avoided it. The fact that he was thinking of it and that Ruth knew that he was thinking of it, and that he knew that Ruth knew, had nothing to do with the case. The question was not in order, and it embarrassed him. Why, I never said he was rich, my dear. I have no doubt that he has ample. He is quite poor. Mr. Warden's jaw fell slightly. Poor? But, my dear, that's absurd, he cried. Why, only this evening. He broke off abruptly, but it was too late. Father, you've been borrowing money from him. Mr. Warden drew in his breath, preparatory to an indignant denial, but he altered his mind and remained silent. As a borrower of money he had every quality but one. He had come to look on her perspicacity in this matter as a sort of second sight. It had frequently gone far to spoiling for him the triumph of success. And he has to pawn things to live. Her voice trembled. He was at the Montepillet today. And yesterday too. I heard him. He was arguing with M. Gandinot, haggling. Her voice broke. She was sobbing helplessly. The memory of it was too raw and vivid. Mr. Warden stood motionless. Many emotions raced through his mind, but chief among them the thought that this revelation had come at a very fortunate time. An exceedingly lucky escape, he felt. He was aware, also, of a certain measure of indignation against this deceitful young man who had fraudulently imitated a gold mine with what might have been disastrous results. The door opened and Jean, the maid of all work, announced Mr. Vince. He entered the room briskly. Good evening, he said. I have brought you some more chocolates, Miss Warden, and some fruit. Great Scott! What's the matter? He stopped, but only for an instant. The next he had darted across the room, and, before the horrified eyes of Mr. Warden, was holding Ruth in his arms. She clung to him. Bill, the fox terrier, over whom Mr. Vince had happened to stumble, was the first to speak. Almost simultaneously Mr. Warden joined in, and there was a striking similarity between the two voices, for Mr. Warden, searching for words, emitted as a preliminary to them a sort of passionate yelp. Mr. Vince removed the hand that was patting Ruth's shoulder and waved it reassuringly at him. It's all right, he said. All right. All right. Affinities, explained Mr. Vince over his shoulder. Two hearts that beat as one. We're going to be married. What's the matter, dear? Don't you worry, you're all right. I refuse, shouted Mr. Warden. I absolutely refuse. Mr. Vince lowered Ruth gently into a chair and, holding her hand, inspected the fermenting old gentleman gravely. You refuse, he said. Why, I thought you liked me. Mr. Warden's frenzy had cooled. It had been something foreign to his nature. He regretted it. These things had to be managed with restraint. My personal likes and dislikes, he said, have nothing to do with the matter, Mr. Vince. They are beside the point. I have my daughter to consider. I cannot allow her to marry a man without a penny. Quite right, said Mr. Vince, approvingly. Don't have anything to do with the fellow. If he tries to butt in, send for the police. Mr. Warden hesitated. He had always been a little ashamed of Ruth's occupation. But necessity compelled. Mr. Vince, my daughter is employed at the Montepilot, and was a witness to all that took place this afternoon. Mr. Vince was genuinely agitated. He looked at Ruth, his face full of concern. You don't mean to say you have been slaving away in that stuffy, Great Scott. I'll have you out of that quick. You mustn't go there again. He stooped and kissed her. Perhaps you had better let me explain, he said. Explanations, I always think, are the zero on the roulette board of life. They're always somewhere about, waiting to pop up. Have you ever heard of Vince's stores, Mr. Warden? Perhaps they are since your time. Well, my father is the proprietor. One of our specialties is children's toys, but we haven't picked a real winner for years. And my father, when I last saw him, seemed so distressed about it that I said I'd see if I couldn't whack out an idea for something. Something on the lines of the Billiken, only better, was what he felt he needed. I'm not used to brain work, and after a spell of it I felt I wanted a rest. I came here to recuperate, and the very first morning I got an inspiration. You may have noticed that the manager of the Montepilot here isn't strong on conventional good looks. I saw him at the casino, and the thing flashed on me. He thinks his name's Gandinot, but it isn't. It's Uncle Zip, the hump curer, the man who makes you smile. He pressed Ruth's hand affectionately. I lost track of him, and it was only the day before yesterday that I discovered who he was and where he was to be found. Well, you can't go up to a man and ask him to pose as a model for Uncle Zip, the hump curer. The only way to get sittings was to approach him in the way of business. So I collected what property I had and waded in. That's the whole story. Do I pass? Mr. Warden's frosty demeanor had gradually thawed during this recital, and now the sun of his smile shone out warmly. He gripped Mr. Vince's hand with every evidence of esteem, and after that he did what was certainly the best thing, by passing gently from the room. On his face, as he went, was a look such as Moses might have worn on the summit of Pisgah. It was some 20 minutes later that Ruth made a remark. I want you to promise me something, she said. Promise that you won't go on with that Uncle Zip drawing. I know it means ever so much money, but it might hurt poor M. Gandinot's feelings, and he has been very kind to me. That settles it, said Mr. Vince. It's hard on the children of Great Britain, but say no more. No Uncle Zip for them. Ruth looked at him, almost with awe. You really won't go on with it? In spite of all the money you would make? Are you always going to do just what I ask you, no matter what it costs you? He nodded sadly. You have sketched out in a few words the whole policy of my married life. I feel an awful fraud. And I had encouraged you to look forward to years of incessant quarreling. Do you think you can manage without it? I'm afraid it's going to be shockingly dull for you, said Mr. Vince, regretfully. Sir Agravaine. A Tale of King Arthur's Round Table. Some time ago, when spending a delightful weekend at the ancestral castle of my dear old friend, the Duke of Weatherstanhope, pronounced Wop. I came across an old black-letter MS. It is on this that the story which follows is based. I have found it necessary to touch the thing up a little here and there, for writers in those days were weak in construction. Their idea of telling a story was to take a long breath and start droning away without any stops or dialogue till the thing was over. I have also condensed the title. In the original it ran: How it came about that ye good knight Sir Agravaine ye dolorous of ye Table Round did fare forth to succour a damsel in distress, and after divers journeyings and perils by flood and by field did win her for his bride, and right happily did they twain live ever afterwards. By Ambrose ye Monk. It was a pretty snappy title for those days, but we have such a high standard in titles nowadays that I have felt compelled to omit a few yards of it. We may now proceed to the story. The great tournament was in full swing. All through the afternoon boiler-plated knights on mettlesome chargers had hurled themselves on each other's spears, to the vast contentment of all. Bright eyes shone, handkerchiefs fluttered, musical voices urged chosen champions to knock the cover off their brawny adversaries. The cheap seats had long since become hoarse with emotion. All round the arena rose the cries of itinerant merchants, iced malvoisie, scorecards, ye cannot tell the justers without a scorecard. All was revelry and excitement. A hush fell on the throng. From either end of the arena a mounted knight in armor had entered. The herald raised his hand. Ladies and Gentlemen. Battling Galahad and Agravaine the Dolorous. Galahad on my right, Agravaine on my left. Squires out of the ring. Time. A speculator among the crowd offered 6-1 on Galahad, but found no takers. Nor was the public's caution without reason. A moment later the two had met in a cloud of dust, and Agravaine, shooting over his horse's crupper, had fallen with a metallic clang. He picked himself up, and limped slowly from the arena. He was not unused to this sort of thing. Indeed, nothing else had happened to him in his whole jousting career. The truth was that Sir Agravaine the Dolorous was out of his element at King Arthur's court, and he knew it. It was this knowledge that had given him that settled air of melancholy from which he derived his title. Until I came upon this black-letter MS. I had been under the impression, like, I presume, everybody else, that every knight of the Round Table was a model of physical strength and beauty. Mallory says nothing to suggest the contrary. Nor does Tennyson. But apparently there were exceptions, of whom Sir Agravaine the Dolorous must have been the chief. There was, it seems, nothing to mitigate this unfortunate man's physical deficiencies. There is a place in the world for the strong, ugly man, and there is a place for the weak, handsome man. But to fall short both in features and in muscle is to stake your all on brain. And in the days of King Arthur you did not find the populace turning out to do homage to brain. It was a drug on the market. Agravaine was a good deal better equipped than his contemporaries with grey matter, but his height in his socks was but 5 feet 4. And his muscles, though he had taken 3 correspondence courses in physical culture, remained distressingly flaccid. His eyes were pale and mild, his nose snub, and his chin receded sharply from his lower lip, as if nature, designing him, had had to leave off in a hurry and finish the job anyhow. The upper teeth, protruding, completed the resemblance to a nervous rabbit. Handicapped in this manner, it is no wonder that he should feel sad and lonely in King Arthur's court. At heart he ached for romance, but romance passed him by. The ladies of the court ignored his existence, while, as for those wandering damsels who came periodically to Camelot to complain of the behavior of dragons, giants, and the like, and to ask permission of the king to take a knight back with them to fight their cause, just as, nowadays, one goes out and calls a policeman, he simply had no chance. The choice always fell on Lancelot or some other popular favorite. The tournament was followed by a feast. In those brave days almost everything was followed by a feast. The scene was gay and animated. Fair ladies, brave knights, churls, varlets, squires, scurvy knaves, men-at-arms, malapert rogues, all were merry. All save Agravaine. He sat silent and moody. To the jests of Dagonet he turned a deaf ear. And when his neighbor, Sir Kay, arguing with Sir Percivale on current form, appealed to him to back up his statement that Sir Gawain, though a workmanlike middleweight, lacked the punch, he did not answer, though the subject was one on which he held strong views. He sat on, brooding. As he sat there, a man-at-arms entered the hall. "Your Majesty," he cried, "a damsel in distress waits without." There was a murmur of excitement and interest. "Show her in," said the king, beaming. The man-at-arms retired. Around the table the knights were struggling into an upright position in their seats and twirling their mustaches. Agravaine alone made no movement. He had been through this sort of thing so often. What were distressed damsels to him? His whole demeanor said, as plainly as if he had spoken the words, "What's the use?" The crowd at the door parted, and through the opening came a figure at the sight of whom the expectant faces of the knights turned pale with consternation. For the newcomer was quite the plainest girl those stately halls had ever seen. Possibly the only plain girl they had ever seen, for no instance is recorded in our authorities of the existence at that period of any such. The knights gazed at her blankly. Those were the grand old days of chivalry, when 1,000 swords would leap from their scabbards to protect defenseless woman, if she were beautiful. The present seemed something in the nature of a special case, and nobody was quite certain as to the correct procedure. An awkward silence was broken by the king. Yes," he said. The damsel halted. "Your Majesty," she cried, "I am in distress. I crave help." "Just so," said the king, uneasily, flashing an apprehensive glance at the rows of perturbed faces before him. "Just so. What is the exact nature of the, trouble? Any assistance these gallant knights can render will, I am sure, be, eagerly rendered." He looked imploringly at the silent warriors. As a rule, this speech was the signal for roars of applause. But now there was not even a murmur. "I may say enthusiastically," he added. "Not a sound." "Precisely," said the king, ever tactful. "And now, you were saying?" "I am Yvonne, the daughter of Earl Dorm of the Hills," said the damsel, "and my father has sent me to ask protection from a gallant knight against a fiery dragon that ravages the countryside." "A dragon, gentlemen," said the king, aside. It was usually a safe draw. Nothing pleased the knight of that time more than a brisk bout with a dragon. But now the tempting word was received in silence. "Fiery," said the king. Some more silence. The king had recourse to the direct appeal. "Sir Gawain, this court would be greatly indebted to you if—" Sir Gawain said he had strained a muscle at the last tournament. "Sir Pelleas." The king's voice was growing flat with consternation. The situation was unprecedented. Sir Pelleas said he had an ingrowing toenail. The king's eye rolled in anguish around the table. Suddenly it stopped. It brightened. His look of dismay changed to one of relief. A knight had risen to his feet. It was Agravaine. "Ah," said the king, drawing a deep breath. Sir Agravaine gulped. He was feeling more nervous than he had ever felt in his life. Never before had he risen to volunteer his services in a matter of this kind, and his state of mind was that of a small boy about to recite his first piece of poetry. It was not only the consciousness that every eye, except one of Sir Balon's which had been closed in the tournament that afternoon, was upon him. What made him feel like a mild gentleman in a post office who has asked the lady assistant if she will have time to attend to him soon and has caught her eye, was the fact that he thought he had observed the damsel Yvonne frown as he rose. He groaned in spirit. This damsel, he felt, wanted the proper goods or none at all. She might not be able to get Sir Lancelot or Sir Galahad. But she was not going to be satisfied with a half portion. The fact was that Sir Agravaine had fallen in love at first sight. The moment he had caught a glimpse of the damsel Yvonne, he loved her devotedly. To others she seemed plain and unattractive. To him she was a queen of beauty. He was amazed at the inexplicable attitude of the knights around him. He had expected them to rise in a body to clamor for the chance of assisting this radiant vision. He could hardly believe, even now, that he was positively the only starter. "This is Sir Agravaine the Dolorous," said the king to the damsel. "Will you take him as your champion?" Agravaine held his breath. But all was well. The damsel bowed. "Then, Sir Agravaine," said the king, "perhaps you had better have your charger sent round at once. I imagine that the matter is pressing, time and dragons wait for no man." 10 minutes later Agravaine, still dazed, was jogging along to the hills, with the damsel by his side. It was some time before either of them spoke. The damsel seemed preoccupied, and Agravaine's mind was a welter of confused thoughts, the most prominent of which and the one to which he kept returning being the startling reflection that he, who had pined for romance so long, had got it now in full measure. A dragon. Fiery withal. Was he absolutely certain that he was capable of handling an argument with a fiery dragon? He would have given much for a little previous experience of this sort of thing. It was too late now, but he wished he had had the forethought to get Merlin to put up a magic prescription for him, rendering him immune to dragon bites. But did dragons bite? Or did they whack at you with their tails? Or just blow fire? There were a dozen such points that he would have liked to have settled before starting. It was silly to start out on a venture of this sort without special knowledge. He had half a mind to plead a forgotten engagement and go straight back. Then he looked at the damsel, and his mind was made up. What did death matter if he could serve her? He coughed. She came out of her reverie with a start. "This dragon, now?" said Agravaine. For a moment the damsel did not reply. "A fearsome worm, Sir Knight," she said at length. "It raveneth by day and by night. It breathes fire from its nostrils." "Does it?" said Agravaine. "Does it? You couldn't give some idea what it looks like, what kind of size it is?" "Its body is as thick as 10 stout trees, and its head touches the clouds." "Does it?" said Agravaine thoughtfully. "Does it? Oh, Sir Knight, I pray you have a care." "I will," said Agravaine. And he had seldom said anything more fervently. The future looked about as bad as it could be. Any hopes he may have entertained that this dragon might turn out to be comparatively small and inoffensive were dissipated. This was plainly no debilitated wreck of a dragon, its growth stunted by excessive fire-breathing. A body as thick as 10 stout trees. He would not even have the melancholy satisfaction of giving the creature indigestion. For all the impression he was likely to make on that vast interior, he might as well be a salted almond. As they were speaking, a dim mass on the skyline began to take shape. "Behold," said the damsel. "My father's castle." And presently they were riding across the drawbridge and through the great gate, which shut behind them with a clang. As they dismounted a man came out through a door at the farther end of the courtyard. "Father," said Yvonne, "this is the gallant knight Sir Agravaine, who has come to—" It seemed to Agravaine that she hesitated for a moment. "To tackle our dragon?" said the father. "Excellent. Come right in." Earl Dorm of the Hills was a small, elderly man, with what Agravaine considered a distinctly furtive air about him. His eyes were too close together, and he was over-lavish with a weak, cunning smile. Even Agravaine, who was in the mood to like the whole family, if possible, for Yvonne's sake, could not help feeling that appearances were against this particular exhibit. He might have a heart of gold beneath the outward aspect of a confidence-strict expert whose hobby was dog-stealing. But there was no doubt that his exterior did not inspire a genial glow of confidence. "Very good of you to come," said the Earl. "It's a pleasure," said Agravaine. "I have been hearing all about the dragon." "A great scourge," agreed his host. We must have a long talk about it after dinner. It was the custom in those days in the stately homes of England for the whole strength of the company to take their meals together. The guests sat at the upper table, the ladies in a gallery above them, while the usual drove of men-at-arms, archers, malapert rogues, varlets, scurvy knaves, scullions, and plug-uglies attached to all medieval households, squashed in near the door, wherever they could find room. The retinue of Earl Dorm was not strong numerically, the household being, to judge from appearances, one that had seen better days. But it struck Agravaine that what it lacked in numbers it made up in toughness. Among all those at the bottom of the room there was not one whom it would have been agreeable to meet alone in a dark alley. Of all those foreheads not one achieved a height of more than 1.04 inches. A sinister collection, indeed, and one which, Agravaine felt, should have been capable of handling without his assistance any dragon that ever came into the world to stimulate the asbestos industry. He was roused from his reflections by the voice of his host. "I hope you are not tired after your journey, Sir Agravaine. My little girl did not bore you, I trust? We are very quiet folk here. Country mice. But we must try to make your visit interesting." Agravaine felt that the dragon might be counted upon to do that. He said as much. "Ah, yes, the dragon," said Earl Dorm. "I was forgetting the dragon. I want to have a long talk with you about that dragon. Not now. Later on." His eye caught Agravaine's, and he smiled that weak, cunning smile of his. And for the first time the knight was conscious of a curious feeling that all was not square and aboveboard in this castle. A conviction began to steal over him that in some way he was being played with, that some game was afoot which he did not understand, that, in a word, there was dirty work at the crossroads. There was a touch of mystery in the atmosphere which made him vaguely uneasy. When a fiery dragon is ravaging the countryside to such an extent that the SOS call has been sent out to the Round Table, a knight has a right to expect the monster to be the main theme of conversation. The tendency on his host's part was apparently to avoid touching on the subject at all. He was vague and elusive. And the one topic on which an honest man is not vague and elusive is that of fiery dragons. It was not right. It was as if one should phone for the police and engage them, on arrival, in a discussion on the day's football results. A wave of distrust swept over Agravaine. He had heard stories of robber chiefs who lured strangers into their strongholds and then held them prisoners while the public nervously dodged their anxious friends who had formed subscription lists to make up the ransom. Could this be such a case? The man certainly had an evasive manner and a smile which would have justified any jury in returning a verdict without leaving the box. On the other hand, there was Yvonne. His reason revolted against the idea of that sweet girl being a party to any such conspiracy. No, probably it was only the Earl's unfortunate manner. Perhaps he suffered from some muscular weakness of the face which made him smile like that. Nevertheless, he certainly wished that he had not allowed himself to be deprived of his sword and armor. At the time it had seemed to him that the Earl's remark that the latter needed polishing and the former stropping betrayed only a kindly consideration for his guest's well-being. Now, it had the aspect of being part of a carefully constructed plot. On the other hand, here philosophy came to his rescue. If anybody did mean to start anything, his sword and armor might just as well not be there. Any one of those mammoth lowbrows at the door could eat him, armor and all. He resumed his meal, uneasy but resigned. Dinner at Earl Dorm's was no lunch-counter scuffle. It started early and finished late. It was not till an advanced hour that Agravaine was conducted to his room. The room which had been allotted to him was high up in the eastern tower. It was a nice room, but to one in Agravaine's state of suppressed suspicion a trifle too solidly upholstered. The door was of the thickest oak, studded with iron nails. Iron bars formed a neat pattern across the only window. Hardly had Agravaine observed these things when the door opened, and before him stood the damsel Yvonne, pale of face and panting for breath. She leaned against the doorpost and gulped. "Fly," she whispered. Reader, if you had come to spend the night in the lonely castle of a perfect stranger with a shifty eye and a rogue's gallery smile, and on retiring to your room had found the door kick-proof and the window barred, and if, immediately after your discovery of these phenomena, a white-faced young lady had plunged in upon you and urged you to immediate flight, wouldn't that jar you? It jarred Agravaine. He cried. Fly! Fly, Sir Knight! Another footstep sounded in the passage. The damsel gave a startled look over her shoulder. And what's all this? Earl Dorm appeared in the dim-lit corridor. His voice had a nasty tinkle in it. Your daughter, said Agravaine, hurriedly, was just telling me that breakfast would. The sentence remained unfinished. A sudden movement of the Earl's hand, and the great door banged in his face. There came the sound of a bolt shooting into its socket. A key turned in the lock. He was trapped. Outside, the Earl had seized his daughter by the wrist and was administering a paternal cross-examination. What were you saying to him? Yvonne did not flinch. I was bidding him fly. If he wants to leave this castle, said the Earl, grimly, he'll have to. Father, said Yvonne, I can't. Can't what? I can't. His grip on her wrist tightened. From the other side of the door came the muffled sound of blows on the solid oak. Oh, said Earl Dorm. You can't, Well, listen to me. You've got to. Do you understand? I admit he might be better looking, but... Father, I love him. He released her wrist, and stared at her in the uncertain light. You love him? Yes. Then what? Why? Well, I never did understand women, he said at last, and stumped off down the passage. While this cryptic conversation was in progress, Agravaine, his worst apprehensions realized, was trying to batter down the door. After a few moments, however, he realized the futility of his efforts, and sat down on the bed to think. At the risk of forfeiting the reader's respect, it must be admitted that his first emotion was one of profound relief. If he was locked up like this, it must mean that that dragon story was fictitious. And that all danger was at an end of having to pit his inexperience against a ravening monster who had spent a lifetime devouring knights. He had never liked the prospect, though he had been prepared to go through with it, and to feel that it was definitely cancelled made up for a good deal. His mind next turned to his immediate future. What were they going to do with him? On this point he felt tolerably comfortable. This imprisonment could mean nothing more than that he would be compelled to disgorge a ransom. This did not trouble him. He was rich, and, now that the situation had been switched to a purely business basis, he felt that he could handle it. In any case, there was nothing to be gained by sitting up, so he went to bed, like a good philosopher. The sun was pouring through the barred window when he was awoken by the entrance of a gigantic figure bearing food and drink. He recognized him as one of the scurvy knaves who had dined at the bottom of the room the night before, a vast, beetle-browed fellow with a squint, a mop of red hair, and a genius for silence. To Agravaine's attempts to engage him in conversation he replied only with grunts, and in a short time left the room, closing and locking the door behind him. He was succeeded at dusk by another of about the same size and ugliness, and with even less conversational elan. This one did not even grunt. Small talk, it seemed, was not an art cultivated in any great measure by the lower orders in the employment of Earl Dorm. The next day passed without incident. In the morning the strabismic plug-ugly with the red hair brought him food and drink, while in the evening the non-grunter did the honors. It was a peaceful life, but tending towards monotony, and Agravaine was soon in the frame of mind which welcomes any break in the daily round. He was fortunate enough to get it. He had composed himself for sleep that night, and was just dropping comfortably off, when from the other side of the door he heard the sound of angry voices. It was enough to arouse him. On the previous night silence had reigned. Evidently something out of the ordinary was taking place. He listened intently and distinguished words. Who was it I did see thee coming down the road with? Who was it thou didst see me coming down the road with? Ay, who was it I did see thee coming down the road with? Who dost thou think thou art? Who do I think that I am? Ay, who dost thou think thou art? Agravaine could make nothing of it. As a matter of fact, he was hearing the first genuine crosstalk that had ever occurred in those dim, pre-musical days. In years to come, dialogue on these lines was to be popular throughout the length and breadth of Great Britain. But till then it had been unknown. The voices grew angrier. To an initiated listener it would have been plain that in a short while words would be found inadequate and the dagger, that medieval forerunner of the slapstick, brought into play. But to Agravaine, all inexperienced, it came as a surprise when suddenly with a muffled thud 2 bodies fell against the door. There was a scuffling noise, some groans, and then silence. And then with amazement he heard the bolt shoot back and a key grate in the keyhole. The door swung open. It was dark outside, but Agravaine could distinguish a female form, and, beyond, a shapeless mass which he took correctly to be the remains of the 2 plug-uglies. "It is I, Yvonne," said a voice. "What is it? What has been happening?" "It was I. I set them against each other. They both loved one of the kitchen maids. I made them jealous. I told Walt privily that she had favored Dickon, and Dickon privily that she loved Walt. And now—" She glanced at the shapeless heap, and shuddered. Agravaine nodded. "No wedding bells for her," he said, reverently. "And I don't care. I did it to save you. But come. We are wasting time. Come. I will help you to escape." A man who has been shut up for 2 days in a small room is seldom slow off the mark when a chance presents itself of taking exercise. Agravaine followed without a word, and together they crept down the dark staircase until they had reached the main hall. From somewhere in the distance came the rhythmic snores of scurvy knaves getting their 8 hours. Softly Yvonne unbolted a small door, and, passing through it, Agravaine found himself looking up at the stars, while the great walls of the castle towered above him. "Goodbye," said Yvonne. There was a pause. For the first time Agravaine found himself examining the exact position of affairs. After his sojourn in the guarded room, freedom looked very good to him. But freedom meant parting from Yvonne. He looked at the sky and he looked at the castle walls, and he took a step back towards the door. "I'm not so sure I want to go," he said. "Oh, fly. Fly, Sir Knight," she cried. "You don't understand," said Agravaine. "I don't want to seem to be saying anything that might be interpreted as in the least derogatory to your father in any way whatever, but without prejudice, surely he is just a plain, ordinary brigand? I mean it's only a question of a ransom? And I don't in the least object." "No, no, no." Her voice trembled. "He would ask no ransom. Don't tell me he kidnaps people just as a hobby. You don't understand. No, I cannot tell you. Fly. What don't I understand?" She was silent. Then she began to speak rapidly. "Very well. I will tell you. Listen. My father had 6 children, all daughters. We were poor. We had to stay buried in this out-of-the-way spot. We saw no one. It seemed impossible that any of us should ever marry. My father was in despair. Then he said, if we cannot get to town, the town must come to us. So he sent my sister Yusel to Camelot to ask the king to let us have a knight to protect us against a giant with 3 heads. There was no giant, but she got the knight. It was Sir Sagramore. Perhaps you knew him?" Agravaine nodded. He began to see daylight. "My sister Yusel was very beautiful. After the first day Sir Sagramore forgot all about the giant, and seemed to want to do nothing else except have Yusel show him how to play cat's cradle. They were married 2 months later, and my father sent my sister Elaine to Camelot to ask for a knight to protect us against a wild unicorn." "And who bit?" asked Agravaine, deeply interested. "Sir Mollybran of Devon. They were married within 3 weeks, and my father—" I can't go on. "You understand now." "I understand the main idea," said Agravaine. "But in my case—" "You were to marry me," said Yvonne. Her voice was quiet and cold, but she was quivering. Agravaine was conscious of a dull, heavy weight pressing on his heart. He had known his love was hopeless, but even hopelessness is the better for being indefinite. He understood now. "And you naturally want to get rid of me before it can happen," he said. "I don't wonder. I'm not vain. Well, I'll go. I knew I had no chance. Goodbye." He turned. She stopped him with a sharp cry. "What do you mean? You cannot wish to stay now. I am saving you." "Saving me?" "I have loved you since the moment you entered the hall at Camelot," said Agravaine. She drew in her breath. You love me." They looked at each other in the starlight. She held out her hands. "Agravaine." She drooped towards him, and he gathered her into his arms. For a novice, he did it uncommonly well. It was about 6 months later that Agravaine, having ridden into the forest, called upon a wise man at his cell. In those days almost anyone who was not a perfect bonehead could set up as a wise man and get away with it. All you had to do was to live in a forest and grow a white beard. This particular wise man, for a wonder, had a certain amount of rude sagacity. He listened carefully to what the knight had to say. "It has puzzled me to such an extent," said Agravaine, "that I felt that I must consult a specialist. You see me. Take a good look at me. What do you think of my personal appearance? You needn't hesitate. It's worse than that. I am the ugliest man in England." "Would you go as far as that?" said the wise man, politely. "Farther. And everybody else thinks so. Everybody except my wife. She tells me that I am a model of manly beauty. You know Lancelot? Well, she says I have Lancelot whipped to a custard. What do you make of that? And here's another thing. It is perfectly obvious to me that my wife is one of the most beautiful creatures in existence. I have seen them all, and I tell you that she stands alone. She is literally marooned in Class A, all by herself. Yet she insists that she is plain. What do you make of it?" The wise man stroked his beard. "My son," he said, "the matter is simple. True love takes no account of looks." "No?" said Agravaine. "You two are affinities. Therefore, to you the outward aspect is nothing. Put it like this. Love is a thingamabob who what do you call it's?" "I'm beginning to see," said Agravaine. "What I meant was this. Love is a wizard greater than Merlin. He plays odd tricks with the eyesight." "Yes," said Agravaine. "Or, put it another way. Love is a sculptor greater than Praxiteles. He takes an unsightly piece of clay and molds it into a thing divine." "I get you," said Agravaine. The wise man began to warm to his work. "Or shall we say—" "I think I must be going," said Agravaine. "I promised my wife I would be back early." "We might put it," began the wise man perseveringly. "I understand," said Agravaine, hurriedly. "I quite see now. Goodbye." The wise man sighed resignedly. "Goodbye, Sir Knight," he said. "Goodbye. Pay at ye desk." And Agravaine rode on his way marveling. The man who disliked cats. It was Harold who first made us acquainted, when I was dining one night at the Café Britannique, in Soho. It is a peculiarity of the Café Britannique that you will always find flies there, even in winter. Snow was falling that night as I turned in at the door, but, glancing about me, I noticed several of the old faces. My old acquaintance, Percy the Bluebottle, looking wonderfully fit despite his years, was doing deep breathing exercises on a mutton cutlet. And was too busy to do more than pause for a moment to nod at me. But his cousin, Harold, always active, sighted me and bustled up to do the honors. He had finished his game of touch last with my right ear, and was circling slowly in the air while he thought out other ways of entertaining me, when there was a rush of air, a swish of napkin. And no more Harold. I turned to thank my preserver, whose table adjoined mine. He was a Frenchman, a melancholy-looking man. He had the appearance of one who has searched for the leak in life's gaspipe with a lighted candle. Of one whom the clenched fist of fate has smitten beneath the temperamental third waistcoat button. He waved my thanks aside. It was a bagatelle, he said. We became friendly. He moved to my table, and we fraternized over our coffee. Suddenly he became agitated. He kicked at something on the floor. His eyes gleamed angrily. "PSSST," he hissed. "VATN." I looked round the corner of the table, and perceived the restaurant cat in dignified retreat. "You do not like cats?" I said. "I ate all animals, monsieur. Cats especially." He frowned. He seemed to hesitate. "I will tell you my story," he said. "You will sympathize. You have a sympathetic face. It is the story of a man's tragedy. It is the story of a blighted life. It is the story of a woman who would not forgive. It is the story." "I've got an appointment at 11, I said. He nodded absently, drew at his cigarette, and began. "I have conceived my portrait of animals, monsieur, many years ago in Paris. Animals are to me a symbol for the lost dreams of youth, for ambitions foiled, for artistic impulses cruelly stifled. You are astonished. You ask why I say these things. I shall tell you. I am in Paris, young, ardent, artistic. I wish to paint pictures. I have the genius, the enthusiasm. I wish to be disciple of the great Bouguereau. But no. I am dependent for support upon an uncle. He is rich. He is proprietor of the great Hotel Jules Preux. My name is also Preux. He is not sympathetic. I say, uncle, I have the genius, the enthusiasm. Permit me to paint. He shakes his head. He say, I will give you position in my hotel, and you shall earn your living. What choice? I weep, but I kill my dreams, and I become cashier at my uncle's hotel at a salary of 35 francs a week. I, the artist, become a machine for the changing of money at damn bad salary. What would you? What choice? I am dependent. I go to the hotel, and there I learn to hate all animals. Cats especially. I will tell you the reason. My uncle's hotel is fashionable hotel. Rich Americans, rich Maharajas, rich people of every nation come to my uncle's hotel. They come, and with them they have brought their pets. Monsieur, it was the existence of a nightmare. Wherever I have looked there are animals. Listen. There is an Indian prince. He has with him 2 dromedaries. There is also one other Indian prince. With him is a giraffe. The giraffe drink every day 1 dozen best champagne to keep his coat good. I, the artist, have my bock, and my coat is not good. There is a guest with a young lion. There is a guest with an alligator. But especially there is a cat. He is fat. His name is Alexander. He belongs to an American woman. She is fat. She exhibits him to me. He is wrapped in a silk and fur creation like an opera cloak. Every day she exhibits him. It is, Alexander this, and Alexander that, till I ate Alexander very much. I ate all the animals, but especially Alexander. And so, monsieur, it goes on, day by day, in this hotel that is a zoological garden. And every day I ate the animals the more. But especially Alexander. We artists, monsieur, we are martyrs to our nerves. It became insupportable, this thing. Each day it became more insupportable. At night I dream of all the animals, one by one, the giraffe, the two dromedaries, the young lion, the alligator, and Alexander. Especially Alexander. You have heard of men who cannot endure the society of a cat, how they cry out and jump in the air if a cat is among those present. Hein? Your Lord Roberts? Precisely, monsieur. I have read so much. Listen, then. I am become by degrees almost like him. I do not cry out and jump in the air when I see the cat Alexander, but I grind my teeth and I ate him. Yes, I am the sleeping volcano, and one morning, monsieur, I have suffered the eruption. It is like this. I shall tell you. Not only at that time am I the martyr to nerves, but also to toothache. That morning I had the toothache very bad. I been in pain the most terrible. I groan as I add up the figures in my book. As I groan I hear a voice. Say good morning to M. Preux, Alexander. Conceive my emotions, monsieur, when this fat, beastly cat is placed before me upon my desk. It put the cover upon it. No, that is not the phrase. The lid. It put the lid upon it. All my smothered outrage of the animal burst forth. I could no longer conceal my outrage. I rose. I was terrible. I seized him by the tail. I flung him, I did not know where. I did not care. Not then. Afterwards, yes, but not then. Your Longfellow has a poem. I shot an arrow into the air. It fell to earth, I know not where. And then he has found it. The arrow in the heart of a friend. Am I right? Also was that the tragedy with me. I flung the cat Alexander. My uncle, on whom I am dependent, is passing at the moment. He has received the cat in the middle of his face. My companion, with the artist's instinct for the curtain, paused. He looked round the brightly lit restaurant. From every side arose the clatter of knife and fork, and the clear, sharp note of those who drank soup. In a distant corner a small waiter with a large voice was calling the cook names through the speaking tube. It was a cheerful scene, but it brought no cheer to my companion. He sighed heavily and resumed. I worry over that painful scene. There is Blooming Row. My uncle is bouty-tempered man. The cat is Evie cat. I thrown him very hard, for my nerves and my toothache and my outrage given me the giant strength. Alone is this enough to enrage my bouty-tempered uncle. I am there in his hotel, you will understand, as cashier, not as cat-thrower. And now, besides all this, I have insulted valuable patron. She left the hotel that day. There are no doubts in my mind as to the outcome. With certainty I await my congé. And after painful scene I get it. I am to go. At once. He assured the angry American woman that I go at once. He has called me into his private office. Jean, he has said to me, at the end of other things, you are a fool, dolt, no good imbecile. I give you good place in my hotel, and you spend your time flinging cats. I will no more of you. But even now I cannot forget that you are my dear brother's child. I will now give you 1,000 francs and never see you again. I have thanked him, for to me it is wealth. Not before have I ever had 1,000 francs of my own. I go out of the hotel. I go to a café and order a bock. I smoke a cigarette. It is necessary that I think out plans. Shall I with my 1,000 francs rent a studio in the quarter and commence my life as artist? No. I have still the genius, the enthusiasm, but I have not the training. To train myself to paint pictures I must study long, and even 1,000 francs will not last forever. Then what shall I do? I do not know. I order one other bock, and smoke more cigarettes, but still I do not know. And then I say to myself, I will go back to my uncle, and plead with him. I will seize favorable opportunity. I will approach him after dinner when he is in good temper. But for that I must be close at hand. I must be, what's your expression, Johnny on the spot? My mind is made up. I have my plan. I have gone back to my uncle's hotel, and I have engaged a not too expensive bedroom. My uncle does not know. He still is in his private office. I secure my room. I dine cheaply that night, but I go to theatre and also to supper after the theatre, for have I not my 1,000 francs? It is late when I reach my bedroom. I go to bed. I go to sleep. But I do not sleep long. I am awakened by a voice. It is a voice that says, "Move and I shoot. Move and I shoot." I lie still. I do not move. I am courageous, but I am unarmed. And the voice says again, "Move and I shoot." Is it robbers? Is it some marauder who has made his way to my room to plunder me? I do not know. Perhaps I think yes. Who are you? I have asked. There is no answer. I take my courage in my hands. I leap from my bed. I dash for the door. No pistol has been fired. I have reached the passage, and have shouted for assistance. Hotel officials run up. Doors open. What is it? Voices cry. There is in my room an armed robber, I assure them. And then I have found, no, I am mistaken. My door, you will understand, is open. And as I have said these words, a large green parrot comes hopping out. My assassin is nothing but a green parrot. Move and I shoot, it has said to those gathered in the corridor. It then has bitten me in the hand and passed on. I am chagrined, monsieur. But only for a moment. Then I forget my chagrin. For a voice from a door that as open says with joy, it is my Polly, which I, Ave this evening lost. I turn. I gasp for admiration. It is a beautiful lady in a pink dressing gown which, Ave spoken these words. She has looked at me. I, Ave looked at her. I forget everything but that she is adorable. I forget those who stand by. I forget that the parrot has bitten me in the hand. I forget even that I am standing there in pajamas, with on my feet nothing. I can only gaze at her and worship. I have found words. Mademoiselle, I have said, I am rejoiced that I have been the means of restoring to you your bird. She has thanked me with her eyes, and then with words also. I am bewitched. She is divine. I care not that my feet are cold. I could wish to stand there talking all night. She has given a cry of dismay. Your hand. It is wounded. I look at my hand. Yes, it is bleeding, where the bird Ave bitten it. Chut, mademoiselle, I have said. It is a bagatelle. But no. She is distressed. She is what your poet Scott, Ave said, a ministering angel thou. She Ave torn her handkerchief and is binding up my wound. I am enchanted. Such beauty. Such kindness. Hardly can I resist to fall on my knees before her and declare my passion. We are twin souls. She has thanked me again. She has scolded the parrot. She has smiled upon me as she retires to her room. It is enough. Nothing is said, but I am a man of sensibility and discernment, and I understand that she will not be offended if I seek to renew our friendship on a more suitable occasion. The doors shut. The guests have returned to bed, the hotel servants to their duties. And I go back to my room. But not to sleep. It is very late, but I do not sleep. I lie awake and think of her. You will conceive, monsieur, with what mixed feelings I descend next morning. On the one hand, I must keep the sharp lookout for my uncle, for him I must avoid till he shall have, what do you say in your idiom? Yes, I have it, simmered down and tucked in his shirt. On the other hand, I must watch for my lady of the parrot. I count the minutes till we shall meet again. I avoid my uncle with success, and I see, about the hour of déjeuner. She is talking to old gentlemen. I have bowed. She have smiled and motioned me to approach. Father, she has said, this is the gentleman who caught Polly. We have shaken hands. He is indulgent papa. He has smiled and thanked me also. We have confided to each other our names. He is English. He owns much land in England. He has been staying in Paris. He is rich. His name is Anderson. He addresses his daughter, and call her Marion. In my I also call her Marion. You will perceive that I am, as you say, pretty far gone. The hour of déjeuner has arrived. I entreat them to be my guests. I can run to it, you understand, for there are still in my pockets plenty of my uncle's francs. They consent. I am in even. All is well. Our friendship has progressed with marvelous speed. The old gentleman and I are swiftly the dear old pals. I have confided to him my dreams of artistic fame, and he has told me how much he dislikes your Lloyd George. He has mentioned that he and Miss Marion depart for London that day. I am desolate. My face tumbles. He has observed my despair. He has invited me to visit them in London. Imagine my chagrin. To visit them in London is the one thing I desire to do. But how? I accept gratefully, but I ask myself how it is to be done. I am poor blighter with no profession and 900 francs. He has taken it for granted that I am wealthy. What shall I do? I spend the afternoon trying to form a plan. And then I am resolved. I will go to my uncle and say, Uncle, I have the magnificent chance to marry the daughter of wealthy English landowner. Already I have her gratitude. Soon, for I am young, handsome, debonair, I shall have her love. Give me one more chance, uncle. Be decent old buck, and put up the money for this affair. These words I have resolved to say to my uncle. I go back to the hotel. I enter his private office. I reveal no secret when I say that he is not cordial. 10,000 devils, he has cried. What do you hear? I asked him to tell him all, and plead with him to be decent old buck. He does not believe. Who is he? He asks. This English landowner? How did I meet him? And where? I tell him. He is amazed. You add the infernal impudence to take room in my hotel, he has cried. I am crafty. I am diplomat. Where else, dear uncle? I say. In all Paris there is no such homme from homme. The cuisine, marvelous. The beds, of rose leaves. The attendants, superb. If only for one night, I have said to myself, I must stay in this of all hotels. I have, what do you say? Touched the spot. In what you say, he has said, more calmly, there is certainly something. It is a good hotel, this of mine. The only hotel, I have assured him. The Muris? Chut. I snap my fingers. The Ritz? Bah. Once again I snap my fingers. In all Paris there is no hotel like this. He has simmered down. His shirt is tucked in. Tell me again this plan of yours, Jean. When I leave him we have come to an understanding. It is agreed between us that I am to have one last chance. He will not spoil this promising ship for the ha'porth of tar. He will give me money for my purpose. But he has said, as we part, if I fail, his hands shall be washed of me. He cannot now forget that I am his dear brother's child. But if I fail to accomplish the conquest of the divine Miss Marian, he thinks he will be able to. It is well. A week later I follow the Hendersons to London. For the next few days, monsieur, I am in paradise. My host has much nice ooze in Eaton Square. He is rich, popular. There is much society. And I have the success foe. I am young, handsome, debonair. I cannot speak the English very well, not so well as I now speak im, but I manage. I get along. I am intelligent, amiable. Everyone loves me. No, not everyone. Captain Bassett, he does not love me. And why? Because he loves the charming Miss Marian, and observes that already I am succeeding with her like a booze on fire. He is ami de famille. He is captain in your garde écossaise, and my host told me he has distinguished himself as soldier pretty much. It may be so. As soldier, per PS. But at conversation he is not so good. He is quite nice fellow, you understand, handsome, yes, distinguished, yes. But he does not sparkle. He has not my verve, my elan. How do you say, I make the rings round him. But, chut. At that moment I would have made the rings round the whole British army. Yes, and also the corps diplomatique. For I am inspired. Love has inspired me. I am conqueror. But I will not weary you, monsieur, with the details of my wooing. You are sympathetic, but I must not weary you. Let us say that I, in 4 days or 5 made progress the most remarkable, and proceed to the tragic end. Almost could I tell it in 4 words. In them one would say that it is set forth. There was in London at that time popular a song, a comic, vulgar song of the balls, the cat came back. You heard it? Yes? I heard it myself, and without emotion. It had no sinister warning for me. It did not strike me as omen. Yet, in those 4 words, monsieur, is my tragedy. How? I shall tell you. Every word is a sword twisted in my heart, but I shall tell you. One afternoon we are at tea. All is well. I am vivacious, gay, Miss Marian, charming, gracious. There is present also an aunt, Mr. Henderson's sister, but I do not much notice. It is to Marian I speak, both with my lips and also with my eyes. As we sit, Captain Bassett is announced. He has entered. We have greeted each other politely but coldly, for we are rivals. There is in his manner also a something which I do not much like, a species of suppressed triumph, of elation. I am uneasy, but only yet vaguely, you will understand. I have not the foreboding that he is about to speak my death sentence. He addresses Miss Marian. There is joy in his voice. Miss Henderson, he has said, I have for you the bally good news. You will remember, isn't it, the cat belonging to the American woman in the hotel at Paris, of which you have spoken to me? Last night at dinner I have been seated beside her. At first I am not certain is it she. Then I say that there cannot be 2 Mrs. Balderstone Rockmetlers in Europe, so I mention to her the cat. And, to cut the long story short, I have ventured to purchase for you as a little present the cat Alexander. I have uttered a cry of horror, but it is not heard because of Miss Marian's cry of joy. Oh, Captain Bassett, she has said, how very splendid of you. Ever since I first saw him have I loved Alexander. I cannot tell you how grateful I am. But it amazes me that you should have been able to induce her to part with him. In Paris she has refused all my offers. He has paused, embarrassed. The fact is, he has said, there is between her and Alexander a certain coolness. He has deceived her, and she loves him no more. Immediately upon arrival in London, he had the misfortune to have 6 fine kittens. Out of evil cometh good, and I have thus been able to secure him for you. He is downstairs in a basket. Miss Marion has rung the bell and commanded for him to be brought instantly. I will not describe the meeting, monsieur. You are sympathetic. You will understand my feelings. Let us hurry on. Figure yourself, monsieur, to what extent I was now harassed. I am artist. I am a man of nerves. I cannot be gay, brilliant, debonair in the presence of a cat. Yet always the cat is there. It is terrible. I feel that I am falling behind in the race. Her gratitude has made her the more gracious to Captain Bassett. She smiles upon him. And, like Chanticleer at the sight of the sun, he flaps his wings and crows. He is no longer the silent listener. It is I who have become the silent listener. I have said to myself that something must be done. Chance has shown me the way. One afternoon I am by fortune alone in the hall. In his cage the parrot Polly is opping. I address him through the bars. Move and I shoot, he has cried. The tears have filled my eyes. How it has brought the whole scene back to me. As I weep, I perceive the cat Alexander approaching. I have formed a plan. I have opened the cage door and released the parrot. The cat, I think, will attack the parrot of which Miss Anderson is so fond. She will love him no more. He will be expelled. He paused. I suppose my face must have lost some of its alleged sympathy as he set forth this fiendish plot. Even Percy the bluebottle seemed shocked. He had settled on the sugar bowl, but at these words he rose in a marked manner and left the table. You do not approve, he said. I shrugged my shoulders. It's no business of mine, I said. But don't you think yourself it was playing it a bit low down? Didn't the thought present itself to you in a shadowy way that it was rather rough on the bird? It did, monsieur. But what would you? It is necessary to break eggs in order to make an omelette. All is fair, you say, in love and war, and this was both. Moreover, you must understand, I do not dictate his movements to the parrot. He is free agent. I do but open the cage door. Should he hop out and proceed to the floor where is the cat, that is his affair. I shall continue, yes. Allure. I open the cage door and disappear discreetly. It is not politic that I remain to witness what shall transpire. It is for me to establish an alibi. I go to the drawing room, where I remain. At dinner that night Mr. Henderson has laughed. In the all this afternoon, he has said, I have seen by chance the dickens of a funny occurrence. That parrot of yours, Marion, had escaped once again from its cage and was obeying an argument with that cat which Captain Bassett has given to you. Oh! I hope that Alexander has not hurt poor Polly, of whom I am very fond, she has said. The affair did not come to blows, has said Mr. Henderson. You may trust that bird to take care of himself, my dear. When I came upon the scene the cat was crouching in a corner, with his fur bristling in his back up, while Polly, standing before him, was telling him not to move or he would shoot. Nor did he move, till I had seized the parrot and replaced him in the cage, when he shot upstairs like a streak of lightning. By sheer force of character that excellent bird had won the bloodless victory. I drink to him. You can conceive my emotion as I listen to this tale. I am like the poet's mice and men whose best laid schemes have gone away. I am baffled. I am discouraged. I do not know what I shall do. I must find another plan, but I do not know what. How shall I remove the cat? Shall I kill him? No, for I might be suspect. Shall I hire someone to steal him? No, for my accomplice might betray me. Shall I myself steal him? Ah! That is better. That is a very good plan. Soon I have it perfected, this plan. Listen, monsieur, it is as follows. It is simple, but it is good. I will await my opportunity. I will remove the cat secretly from the ooze. I will take him to an office of the district messenger boys. I will order a messenger to carry him at once to the cat's house, and to request le directeur immediately to destroy him. It is a simple plan, but it is good. I carry it through without a hitch. It is not so difficult to secure the cat. Is asleep in the drawing room. There is nobody at hand. I have in my bedroom a hat-box which I have brought from Paris. I have brought it with me to the drawing room. I have placed in it the cat. I have escaped from the ooze. The cat has uttered a cry, but none has erred. I have reached the office of the district messenger boys. I have handed over the cat in its box. The manager is courteous, sympathetic. A messenger has started in a cab for the cat's house. I have breathed a sigh of relief. I am saved. That is what I say to myself as I return. My troubles are over, and once more I can be gay, debonair, vivacious with Miss Marion, for no longer will there be present the cat Alexander to harass me. When I have returned there is commotion in the ooze. I pass on the stairs, domestics calling, "Puss, puss." The butler is chirping loudly and poking beneath the furniture with an umbrella. All is confusion and agitation. In the drawing room is Miss Marion. She is distressed. Nowhere, she has said, can there be found the cat Alexander of whom I am so fond. Nowhere in the ooze is he. Where can he be? He is lost. I am gentle, sympathetic. I endeavor to console her. I hint to her that am I not sufficient substitute for a beastly cat? She is, however, inconsolable. I must be patient. I must wait my time. Captain Bassett is announced. He is informed of what has happened. He is distressed. He has the air as if he, too, would endeavor to be gentle, sympathetic. But I am Johnny on the spot. I stay till he has gone. Next day again it is, "Puss, puss." Again the butler has explored under the furniture with the umbrella. Again Miss Marion is distressed. Again Ave I endeavored to console. This time I think I am not so unsuccessful. I am, you understand, young, handsome, sympathetic. In another 2 ticks I am about to seize, and declare my passion. But, before I can do so, Captain Bassett is announced. I gaze at him as at unsuccessful rival. I am confident. I am conqueror. Ah, I little know. It is in the moments of our highest hope, monsieur, that we are destroyed. Captain Bassett, he, too, has the air of the conqueror. He has begun to speak. "Miss Anderson," he has said, "I have once more the bally good news. I rather fancy that I have tracked down the missing Alexander, do you not know?" Miss Marion has cried out with joy. But I am calm, for is not Alexander already yesterday destroyed? It is like this, he has resumed. I have thought to myself where is lost cat most likely to be? And I have answered, in the cat's house. I go this morning to the cat's house, and there I see a cat which is either lost Alexander or his living image. Exactly is he the same to all appearances as the lost Alexander. But there is, when I try to purchase him, some curious itch which they do not explain. They must have a time, they say, to consider. They cannot at once decide. Why, what nonsense! Miss Marion Ave cried. If the cat is my cat, surely then must they return him to me. Come, she has said, let us all 3 at once in a taxicab go to the cat's house. If the all 3 of us identify the lost Alexander, then must they return him. Monsieur, I am uneasy. I have foreboding. But I go. What choice? We go in a taxicab to the cat's house. The director is courteous and sympathetic. He has introduced us to the cat, and my earth has turned to water, for it is Alexander. Why has he not been destroyed? The director is speaking. I hear him in a dream. If you identify him as your cat, miss, he has said, the matter is ended. My hesitation when you, sir, approached me this morning on the matter was due to the fact that a messenger was sent with instructions that he be destroyed at once. Rather rough, wasn't it, that, on the messenger, yes, Captain Bassett has said. He is facetious, you understand, for he is conqueror. I am silent. I am not facetious. For already I feel, how do you say, my fowl is cooked. Not the messenger, sir, the director has said. You have misunderstood me. It was the cat which was to be destroyed as per instructions of the anonymous sender. Who could have played such a wicked trick? Miss Marion has asked, indignant. The director has stooped, and from behind a table he has brought a hat-box. In this, he has said, the above animal was conveyed. But with it was no accompanying letter. The sender was anonymous. Per APS, Captain Bassett has said, and still more in a dream I hear him, per APS on the hat-box there is some bally name or other, do you not know, what? I clutch at the table. The room is spinning round and round. I have no stomach, only emptiness. Why, bless me, the director has said, you're quite right, sir. So there is. Funny of me not to have before observed it. There is a name, and also an address. It is the name of Jean Priox, and the address is the Hotel Jules Priox, Paris. My companion stopped abruptly. He passed a handkerchief over his forehead. With a quick movement he reached for his glass of liqueur brandy and drained it at a gulp. Monsieur, he said, you will not wish me to describe the scene? There is no need for me, Hein, to be Zolasque. You can imagine. She chucked you? In moments of emotion it is the simplest language that comes to the lips. He nodded. And married Captain Bassett? He nodded again. And your uncle? I said. How did he take it? He sighed. There was once more, he said, blooming row, monsieur. He washed his hands of you. Not altogether. He was angry, but he gave me one more chance. I am still his dear brother's child, and he cannot forget it. An acquaintance of his, a man of letters, A.M., Paul Sardins, was in need of a secretary. The post was not well paid, but it was permanent. My uncle insists that I take it. What choice? I took it. It is the post which I still hold. He ordered another liqueur brandy and gulped it down. The name is familiar to you, monsieur? You have heard of M. Sardins? I don't think I have. Who is he? He is a man of letters, a savant. For 5 years he has been occupied upon a great work. It is with that I assist him by collecting facts for his use. I have spent this afternoon in the British Museum collecting facts. Tomorrow I go again. And the next day. And again after that. The book will occupy yet another 10 years before it is completed. It is his great work. It sounds as if it was, I said. What's it about? He signaled to the waiter. Garçon, one other liqueur brandy. The book, monsieur, is a history of the cat in ancient Egypt.